Am I going to die? It hurts. It hurts so much. Lin Qingyou's consciousness began to fade as she found herself trapped in a sea of flames. Yin Hanyu, is that you? I think I see you. The cruise ship exploded, engulfing the sky in fire. Everyone was fleeing in panic, except for a strikingly handsome man in a black coat who was moving against the tide. Just when Lin Qingyou felt utterly hopeless and resigned to her fate in the inferno, she was suddenly enveloped in a familiar embrace. My dear wife, I finally found you. A beam collapsed, striking the man, and blood gushed from his mouth. Yet he held her tightly, protecting her with unwavering resolve. Yin Hanyu, Lin Qingyou gasped, staring at the man, who was now bleeding yet determined to shield her. Yin Hanyu, why are you so foolish? You must escape. You don't deserve this. My love, I'm sorry, but this time I cannot heed your words. Yin Hanyu gently caressed Lin Qingyou's pale, fragile face. The agony he endured was evident, yet he wore a smile that radiated satisfaction and exhilaration. He spoke, Xiao Qingyou, I saw the bookmark you wrote, so you don't despise me after all. Xiao Qingyou, in our next life, please don't hide your feelings any longer, all right? My dear wife, you clearly have affection for me. Why do you always try to escape? The overwhelming flames and terrifying explosions consumed everything, drowning out Lin Qingyou's response. It hurts. It hurts so much. A pain from an indescribable source jolted Lin Qingyou awake. Before she could fully comprehend her surroundings, her lips were forcefully captured by the man, his tongue invading her mouth. MMM. He seized her hands, offering no chance for resistance, his large hand enveloping hers as their fingers intertwined possessively. Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou finally recognized the man above her, disbelief turning into ecstatic relief as she embraced him tightly. However, the man seemed to have lost all reason, fervently ravaging her body while repeatedly murmuring her name. Yu. I am here. Tears streamed down Lin Qingyou's face as she clung to him even tighter. He was alive? Was this a dream? But if it were a dream, why did it hurt so much? Could it be real? Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Qingyou caught sight of the calendar. 3 years ago, had she truly been reborn to that fateful night 3 years prior? Yet before she could gather her thoughts, the man whisked her into a whirlpool of desire. Overwhelmed, Lin Qingyou instinctively bit down on the man's shoulder. Heaven, why had she returned to this moment? Yu, please don't hate me. Yu, am not repulsive. The sorrow in Lin Qingyou's heart surged, her tears flowing freely. I'm sorry. She clung to him tight and leaned in to kiss Yin Hanyu, her trembling lips infused with deep regret and heartache. Yin Hanyu, I don't despise you, you're not repulsive at all. Yin Hanyu, I love you. The girl's words were like the most potent aphrodisiac, igniting an insatiable desire within Yin Hanyu. As she slipped into unconsciousness, Lin Qingyou thought, what a rare opportunity this rebirth was. Would she really perish again because of this night of enchantment? To be reborn only to die in bed? Truly, what a calamity. When Lin Qingyou awoke again, Yin Hanyu remained asleep. She reached out, tenderly tracing the handsome features of the man lost in slumber. His strong brows and starry eyes, his exquisitely sculpted features seemed as if they were crafted by the divine hands of Nuwa herself. Yin Hanyu possessed two undeniable traits that even his enemies could not deny: his stunningly charismatic face and his immense wealth. Wherever he went, he exuded an aura that struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet in this moment of repose, he appeared gentle and serene, devoid of the arrogance he typically displayed. He resembled a sleeping beauty from Monet's garden. As Lin Qingyou gazed at him, she found herself unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. Yielding to temptation, she pressed a soft kiss upon his alluring lips. Afterward, she gathered her clothes, enduring the ache in her body as she made her way to the bathroom to wash up. In the bathroom, Lin Qingyou deliberately took a cold shower. The icy water cascaded over her body as she sorted through her thoughts. In her previous life, she had woken before Yin Hanyu. He had ingested more of the drug, having consumed most of the alcohol. When she awoke, she could not bear the thought of her innocence being lost so absurdly, and thus she fled the scene in haste. Later, the media reported that the young heir of the capital and a wealthy heiress had spent a night of passion at a hotel. However, the heiress mentioned in the reports was not her, but rather her sister, Lin Qingyou. At that time, she had harbored no affection for Yin Hanyu. They were recognized by outsiders as sworn enemies, their encounters marked by fights and arguments. Thus, she could never reveal to him the truth that the person who shared a night of passion with him was, in fact, her. Her stepmother, eager to see Lin Qingyou marry Yin Hanyu, leveraged this incident to morally coerce him into marrying Lin Qingyou. Yet, Yin Hanyu was a man who played by his own rules. He had no morals, and thus, no one could impose moral constraints upon him. After finishing her bath, just as Lin Qingyou was about to push open the bathroom door, she saw Lin Qingyou jumping in from the balcony. So, in her previous life, Lin Qingyou had personally come to the scene. Lin Qingyou, clad in a hotel nightgown, deliberately loosened her collar, revealing her ample bosom as she approached the sleeping Yin Hanyu. Just as Lin Qingyou was about to intervene, the handsome man on the bed suddenly awoke. Upon seeing Yin Hanyu awaken, Lin Qingyou adopted a pitiful and bashful demeanor. "Brother Hanyu, you're finally awake. Last night what happened?" Yin Hanyu did not spare Lin Qingyou a glance, his voice cold and piercing. We, Lin Qingyou stammered, biting her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. "Are you a stutterer or mute? Last night, you were drugged and you. Some things, especially those of this nature, did not require a full confession." Yet Yin Hanyu scoffed dismissively. "What about it? Do we sleep together? Brother Hanyu, you." Lin Qingyou feigned embarrassment, lowering her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. "Brother Hanyu, could you not be so explicit? It makes me feel shy. Stop the act. You have the audacity to perform while I can't bear to look." Yin Hanyu retorted with disdain. "I'm not that desperate." "What do you mean?" "Literally what I said. If you don't understand, go look it up in the dictionary. I'm not your language teacher." Lin Qingyou was utterly humiliated. Last night, her schemes had backfired, leaving her to unwittingly create a wedding gown for Lin Qingyou. Yet she knew Lin Qingyou well. Once she awoke, she would surely be heartbroken and flee in a panic. Thus, Lin Qingyou aimed to take her place. With this, she would seamlessly marry Yin Hanyu and become the first lady of the capital. "Brother Hanyu, damn it, who permitted you to call me that?" Yin Hanyu glared at Lin Qingyou, his face contorted with disdain. He then directed his gaze towards the balcony from which she had intruded, his tone laced with a menacing ferocity. "You came from there, so you should return the same way. Of course, considering your audacity, I could simply assist you by kicking you down to save time." Lin Qingyou remained speechless. "Brother Hanyu, you cannot treat me this way. Just last night, you were so warm towards me." She lamented, tears streaming down her face, a picture of pitiful despair. "Warm towards you? What are you even worth? Do you think you deserve that? Yin Hanyu, am not a fool. I know precisely with whom I have shared my bed, and I certainly do not require your reminders. Get out immediately." Chapter 2. On the first day of rebirth, getting married immediately just as Lin Qingyou's hand touched the doorknob, she was called to a halt by Yin Hanyu. A flicker of joy ignited in her heart, as she instinctively believed that he had changed his mind. Excitedly, she turned around, only to be met with Yin Hanyu and Appo's sullenly handsome face. "Did I not make myself clear enough?" "What?" "I said, leave the way you came in." He articulated each word with chilling precision. Lin Qingyou's face instantly drained of color, humiliation clawing at her heart, yet she had no choice but to comply. As she stepped onto the balcony, she was called again. This time, the voice was not that of Yin Hanyu, but of Lin Qingyou, who approached Lin Qingyou step by step. Initially incredulous, Lin Qingyou was soon overwhelmed by jealousy and rage upon seeing Lin Qingyou, who was clad in Yin Hanyu's white shirt. Her long, fair legs were fully visible, and her hair was damp and casually draped. Yet, in such a simple attire, Lin Qingyou exuded a breathtaking beauty. With delicate features, porcelain skin, and an alluring figure, her expressive eyes sparkled with intelligence, while a small mole at the corner enhanced her charm and allure. She embodied an extraordinary beauty that was striking yet subtle. What fueled Lin Qingyou's jealousy most were the ambiguous marks on Lin Qingyou's body, all whispering of the delightful and passionate night they had shared. That should have been hers. Why? Lin Qingyou's jealousy boiled over. "Lin Qingyou, I will make you pay." She seethed, pointing an accusatory finger. "What are you doing here? Why are you wearing Brother Hanyu and Appo's clothes?" Take them off. Now, realizing her attitude was inappropriate, Lin Qingyou quickly shifted her tone. Sister, what brings you here? Where else should I be? Lin Qingyou glanced at her attire, then cast a meaningful look at Yin Hanyu. As for the clothes, let's just say my dress was torn to shreds by a certain beast last night. I had to make do. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou grasped Lin Qingyou's chin. Sister, what do you think I should be? I. Lin Qingyou faltered, intimidated by Lin Qingyou's piercing gaze. Had Lin Qingyou transformed overnight? She had always been a devoted sister, unable to bear seeing her younger sibling cry or suffer. In the past, a mere display of affection would elicit gifts and support from Lin Qingyou, even against the formidable Yin Hanyu. But now, a sharp slap echoed through the air, landing squarely on Lin Qingyou's face. Stunned, she looked at Lin Qingyou, her voice rising in disbelief. What are you doing? How dare you hit me? Because I want to. Lin Qingyou retorted nonchalantly. No need for explanations. If you really want a reason, it's simply because you're despicable, and punishing the wicked is for the greater good. After delivering her verdict, Lin Qingyou disdainfully pulled out a wet tissue to wipe her hands and then tossed it directly at Lin Qingyou's face. Desperately, Lin Qingyou turned to Yin Hanyu. Brother Hanyu, did you see that? Lin Qingyou is a cruel woman. She doesn't deserve your affection. Is that so? Yin Hanyu replied lazily, his gaze directed at Lin Qingyou, the admiration evident in his tone. But I find her more captivating. Why can't you see me, Brother Hanyu? Lin Qingyou cried out in frustration. Yin Hanyu replied, if you want to understand what's amiss, just take a look in the mirror. Lin Qingyou and Lin Qingyou exchanged silent glances, both taken aback by his words. In that moment, Lin Qingyou's defenses crumbled, and she shouted angrily, Yin Hanyu, how blind can you be? I genuinely like you. Lin Qingyou is in love with someone else. Yin Hanyu's expression shifted abruptly, the atmosphere in the room plummeting to an icy chill. With a murderous glare, he fixated on Lin Qingyou. If you don't want to die, get out. Fearful, Lin Qingyou retreated under his intense gaze. Yet, Lin Qingyou, displaying a surprising kindness, helped her. My dear sister, I almost forgot to tell you. The birthday gift you gave me last night was quite the surprise. From now on, Yin Hanyu is mine. Remember to call him brother-in-law instead of Brother Hanyu. You're not that close. Moreover, Lin Qingyou suddenly patted Lin Qingyou's swollen face. And please, don't set your sights on him again, or else with a beautiful yet mischievous smile. Lin Qingyou pushed Lin Qingyou, who stumbled backward uncontrollably. The next moment, with a resounding splash, Lin Qingyou fell unceremoniously into the hotel's swimming pool from the second floor. Meanwhile, the journalists she had invited captured the scene, their cameras clicking in rapid succession. What are you doing? No photos. No photos. Miss Lin, didn't you invite us to capture exclusive news? Where's the male lead? Are you taking a bath alone? How absurd. Bathing alone cannot be called a couple's bath. Can it? That would be termed a lonely swim. Curse it, not capturing scandalous news, but getting photos of a rising star in an embarrassing fall isn't so bad. Audiences today revel in such mishaps. Indeed, since they were already there, why not take a few more photos? Why does Miss Lin emerge from the water like a drowned ghost? As Yin Hanyu dressed and prepared to leave, he was suddenly embraced from behind by Lin Qingyou. His body tensed immediately. Where are you going? Lin Qingyou asked in a muffled voice. I've arranged for someone to bring you clothes. Just wait a moment, he replied, trying to maintain his composure. But I was asking where you were going? Lin Qingyou blocked his path, her expression indignant. What do you mean nothing happened? What about all these marks on me? She pointed to the marks on her body, accusingly prodding Yin Hanyu's chest, taking a step forward with each accusation while he retreated. Yin Hanyu, when you were ravaging me and calling me sweetheart, did you say nothing happened then? I didn't mean what? Lin Qingyou's eyes glistened with tears, her voice filled with grievance. What did you mean by that comment earlier? Yin Hanyu found himself at a loss for words. In a similar vein, Lin Qingyou acted with the intent of kicking that wretched person into outer space. Yet in this moment, as Lin Qingyou gazed at him with tearful eyes, her expression filled with grievance, he found her resembling a pitiable yet endearing little rabbit, stirring within him a profound urge to present her with the entire world. I merely just what do you mean by just? Lin Qingyou glared at Yin Hanyu with her reddened eyes, declaring, Yin Hanyu, I never imagined you to be such a heartless scoundrel. Yin Hanyu replied, I will not allow you to take advantage of me. Yin Hanyu, you must take responsibility for me. Yin Hanyu widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Lin Qingyou shouted. I said, I want you to take responsibility for me. Responsibility? Are you certain? Yin Hanyu could hardly believe his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Shouldn't she be avoiding him like a plague? She had always detested him. In truth, he longed to assume that responsibility. However, he was acutely aware that she did not require it. Yet Lin Qingyou insisted, Yin Hanyu, I want you to marry me. I wish to become your wife. Chapter 3. The Scoundrel. Do not delay our auspicious moment to obtain a marriage certificate. Yin Hanyu was taken aback for a considerable duration before he finally regained his voice. Lin Qingyou, do you comprehend what you are articulating? I do, of course I do. In her previous life, they were meant to be together, yet due to various circumstances, they never united. Eventually, they even entered into a sham marriage. In this life, she absolutely could not allow regrets to persist. To hell with a fake marriage. She desired to be Yin Hanyu's legitimate and genuine wife. Just as Lin Qingyou believed that Yin Hanyu was about to acquiesce to her request, he unexpectedly reached out to touch her forehead, a look of concern and bewilderment etched upon his face. There's no fever? Have you lost your mind? Have you gone mad, or has water seeped into your brain? Qingyou, don't be afraid. I will take you to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu was a man of action. When his assistant Su Jiang arrived with clothes, Lin Qingyou changed into them, and he truly intended to take her to the second hospital for a brain examination. The second hospital specialized in neurology and mental health issues. Yin Hanyu, I'm not insane. I am earnest. Will you marry me? Yin Hanyu tapped Lin Qingyou's head lightly, his tone grave and sincere. Just yesterday, you told me to get lost, and today you wish to marry me. Lin Qingyou, you may be capricious, but please do not trifle with the institution of marriage. If you were to take this seriously, she would be doomed. Did she know how much he longed to marry her? Yet, he could be heartless towards anyone else, but not towards her. He could not toy with her happiness and the sanctity of marriage. Yin Hanyu, I am not being capricious. I genuinely wish to marry you. As Lin Qingyou spoke, Yin Hanyu had already taken her into the elevator. Yin Hanyu, what will it take for you to believe me? Perhaps we should sleep together once more? Her words nearly caused Yin Hanyu to stumble. He tapped Lin Qingyou's forehead again. You are a girl. Be a tad more reserved. Lin Qingyou suddenly traced the outline of Yin Hanyu's alluring Adam's apple. Reserved? You certainly did not express that sentiment while drenched in sweat upon me last night. Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou parted her red lips and languidly repeated some of his words from the previous night. Kiss me. Hold me tighter. Spread your legs. In an instant, Yin Hanyu's face flushed crimson. The very next moment, the elevator doors opened slowly. He fled from the elevator as if escaping, only to encounter the man he dreaded most, Lung Yifeng. The very man Lin Qingyou had adored since childhood and loved deeply as she matured. There had been moments of camaraderie between them, but the instant Lung Yifeng appeared or even uttered a single word, Lin Qingyou would unhesitatingly abandon him. Would this time yield a different outcome? Had she truly meant it when she spoke of marrying him? Yin Hanyu observed the small hand he held. Upon seeing Lung Yifeng, her demeanor shifted palpably. It was also true that her reason for drowning her sorrows in alcohol the previous night stemmed from Lung Yifeng's absence. As he had claimed, he could not return to celebrate her 23rd birthday. He sensed her hand gradually withdrawing from his grasp. Yin Hanyu's breath hitched, and his heart ached anew. Indeed, it was always like this. The moment Lung Yifeng appeared, without him needing to do anything, Lin Qingyou would forsake him and rush towards Lung Yifeng. Qingyou, come here. Lung Yifeng, noting Lin Qingyou's lack of urgency to run to him as before, slightly parted his lips. He spoke merely 4 words and then stood at a distance of less than 10 meters, observing Lin Qingyou. He was aware that she would inevitably dash towards him. He had mastered the art of manipulating Lin Qingyou, particularly in using her to inflict pain upon Yin Hanyu. It was all too familiar to him. They said he could never compare to Yin Hanyu, yet that was not entirely true. In Lin Qingyou's eyes, Yin Hanyu was utterly defeated, a complete failure. However, This time, Lin Qingyou did not race towards him with the excitement she once had. Instead, she grasped Yin Hanyu's hand, entwining their fingers. Yin Hanyu had held her hand tightly before, causing her discomfort, so she wished to change to a more intimate grip. From now on, let's hold hands like this, shall we? Lin Qingyou shook their interlocked fingers. Yet, Yin Hanyu did not respond. He appeared momentarily stunned. Lin Qingyou shook their hands again with more force. Your grip is domineering and aggressive. It makes me uncomfortable. I prefer to hold hands like this. Qingyou, come here. Lung Yifeng's tone thickened, clearly agitated. Lin Qingyou, however, tightened her grip on Yin Hanyu's hand even further. Yin Hanyu's expression shifted, yet he came to an understanding, ultimately allowing a self-deprecating smile to surface. The previous night, Lung Yifeng had declined to come back to celebrate her birthday, and now she sought to utilize Yin Hanyu to provoke him. Though he was acutely aware of his role as a pitiful pawn, Yin Hanyu could not bring himself to release her hand. Instead, he gripped Lin Qingyou's hand even more firmly. So be it, a pawn was still a pawn. At least he held some semblance of value in her eyes. At least she still needed him, did she not? Yin Hanyu continued holding Lin Qingyou's hand as they passed by Lung Yifeng. In that fleeting moment, Lung Yifeng seized Lin Qingyou's arm. Qingyou, if you continue this way, I will be upset. You know the consequences. Consequences? What consequences? Lin Qingyou pushed away Lung Yifeng's hand. Is this more of your cold violence or PUA tactics? Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze upon the man before her, her eyes brimming with sarcasm, frustration, and self-mockery. Yesterday was supposed to be her 23rd birthday, yet had been dismal. That morning, due to her stepmother, she had quarreled with her father. She had intended to call Lung Yifeng for comfort, but he, who had promised to celebrate her birthday with her, had said he could not return. At that moment, Lin Qingjing had arrived at the hotel with cake, wine, and gifts, which touched her deeply. She realized she was not entirely forgotten. At least her sister, Lin Qingjing, cared for her. However, just as Lin Qingjing departed, Lung Yifeng's childhood friend, Jiang Zhuocheng, came to visit her, claiming to apologize on Lung Yifeng's behalf and present her with a birthday gift. She welcomed Jiang Zhuocheng inside, yet he harbored ulterior motives and attempted to assault her. It was Yin Hanyu who arrived in the nick of time, shattering a wine bottle over Jiang Zhuocheng's head. After Jiang Zhuocheng was taken to the hospital, she called Lung Yifeng to recount the events. Yet he had replied, Qingyou, do not employ such childish and disgraceful methods to summon me back. Zhuocheng is inherently honorable. He would never behave in such a manner. If Jiang Zhuocheng was not that kind of person, did that mean she was? Heartbroken, she subsequently drowned her sorrows in alcohol. When Yin Hanyu tried to stop her, she snapped and told him to leave. Yet as she continued to drink and ponder, she realized she had acted excessively. Thus, she went to knock on Yin Hanyu's door to express her gratitude for saving her and to sincerely apologize. But Yin Hanyu was also indulging in alcohol, having drunk even more than she had. However, that drink had been tampered with by Lin Qingjing, leading to the reckless night they shared. Qingyou, do not use inconsequential men to provoke me. As he mentioned inconsequential men, Lung Yifeng cast a glance at Yin Hanyu. Lung Yifeng. Yin Hanyu is not an inconsequential man to me. Lin Qingyou tightened her grip on Yin Hanyu's hand further, asserting, he is my man. He is about to become my husband. Please step aside. Do not delay our auspicious moment to obtain a marriage certificate. The fury within Lung Yifeng's eyes surged instantaneously. Just as he was about to approach Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu leaped to stand in front of her. Yet, in the face of Yin Hanyu and Appo's defiance, Lung Yifeng merely scoffed. Yin Hanyu, have you not yet learned your lesson? With Lin Qingyou, you shall never sit at the table. You are merely a tool to vex me, a shield to deflect my arrows. Before Yin Hanyu could retort, Lin Qingyou suddenly cradled his handsome face and kissed him. In that fleeting moment, everyone present was rendered speechless. Lin Qingyou. Lung Yifeng barked. Lin Qingyou turned to him and declared, Lung Yifeng, he has not only taken his place at my table, but he has also shared my bed. What did you say? Lung Yifeng's eyes widened with rage. Why such unexpected behavior? Lin Qingyou mocked him with a smile. Lung Yifeng, you have consistently misunderstood one thing. In my love, there have never been mere tools or shields. If such existed, you would be the one to fill that role. You can't truly believe that your mother's hypnosis has erased my memory of the one who affectionately calls me Little Qingyou. Can you? That person is Yin Hanyu. Chapter 4. It is never too late for marriage. What do you mean? What does it mean? Go back and ask your dear mother. Leaving this remark, Lin Qingyou took Yin Hanyu's hand and walked away. Witnessing Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu walking away hand in hand, Lin Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of loss. He immediately chased after them, exclaiming, "Qingyou, stop messing around. Aren't you just upset that I didn't celebrate your birthday? I'm back now, aren't I? I will make it up to you. Whatever kind of birthday you want, whatever gifts you desire, I will fulfill them." As Lin Yifeng reached out to grasp Lin Qingyou's hand, Yin Hanyu swiftly kicked him away. Get lost. Caught off guard, Lin Yifeng was knocked to the ground by Yin Hanyu's kick. He clutched his stomach in pain, calling out, "Qingyou, Qingyou, it hurts." His agonized cries, paired with his handsome features, easily evoked sympathy from others. Yin Hanyu glanced at Lin Qingyou, who was frowning slightly as she looked at Lin Yifeng. With a self-deprecating smile, Yin Hanyu released Lin Qingyou's hand. Instead of immediately taking hold of Yin Hanyu's hand, Lin Qingyou walked over to assist Lin Yifeng. As he stood up, Lin Yifeng shot a triumphant and provocative glance at Yin Hanyu. Though Yin Hanyu's expression remained unchanged, his heart ached. What was he testing? What was he hoping for? He turned to leave, but in the next moment, Lin Yifeng's cries of disbelief and anger echoed in the air. Lin Qingyou had knelt down and delivered a swift blow, causing Lin Yifeng to convulse in pain. Before he could react, she struck him twice across the face. "You foolish man, do you really think you inspire a sense of protection in others? Lin Yifeng, if I threw you into the swimming pool, the water would turn green. Your tricks used to work on me because I was foolish, but now I've cleared my head." The silence that followed was deafening. Lin Qingyou dashed towards Yin Hanyu, her breathless voice filled with indignation as she reproached him, her large eyes glimmering with a hint of grievance. "Why didn't it oppose? To you wait for me. Correcting garbage takes time, doesn't it?" Lin Qingyou grasped Yin Hanyu's hand, solemnly vowing, "Rest assured, I am only fierce with foolish men. After we marry, I promise I will not abuse you." "Yin Hanyu, are you truly going to marry me?" "Yes, yes, yes." "I will say it 3 times for emphasis." Lin Qingyou nodded earnestly, her sincerity evident in her large, expressive eyes. "Yin Hanyu, will you marry me?" Yin Hanyu fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyou, suddenly pulling her into his embrace. He closed his eyes, unsure if he was sensing his own heartbeat or hers. After a long pause, he finally uttered a simple good. "Little Qingyou, I have waited so long to hear you say this again. Even if you're deceiving me, I will accept it." However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yin Hanyu began to have second thoughts. It wasn't regret for himself, but rather apprehension that Lin Qingyou might have regrets. Her current demeanor fell off, although he was uncertain why. He didn't want her to act impulsively and subsequently regret it for a lifetime. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingyou exited the car and noticed Yin Hanyu remained seated inside. She urged him several times, "Hurry and get out. The Civil Affairs Bureau is about to close, and we will miss our chance." Yin Hanyu looked at Lin Qingyou and said, "Marriage is never too late. Qingyou, I don't understand why you suddenly want to marry me. But marriage should not be a product of impulse. It is sacred and requires careful consideration." Seeing her excitement wane, Lin Qingyou's small frame appeared even more fragile, prompting Yin Hanyu to step out of the car and drape his coat over her shoulders. "How about this? There's a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. I will grant you a month to reconsider our impulsive decision to marry." "What do you mean?" Lin Qingyou's eyes brightened with a glimmer of hope. "During this month, you should take the time to think it through carefully. If after a month you still wish to marry me, we will proceed immediately." Lin Qingyou suddenly raised her gaze to Yin Hanyu, her dark pupils filled with concern and remorse. "I and oppose, am sorry." Yin Hanyu paused. Why the sudden apology? Lin Qingyou embraced him tightly, rubbing against his broad chest. "Because I only consider my feelings and neglected yours." Having returned to life, the joy of reclaiming what was lost had her dizzy. She merely wanted to hold onto Yin Hanyu tightly and mend the regrets of their past life. Yet, she understood everything, while he remained oblivious. To Yin Hanyu, her current behavior undoubtedly appeared erratic. That he was willing to accompany her in her madness was a testament to his deep affection for her. She was too hasty. She needed to take her time, gradually unraveling his heart. How could one achieve great things in a single gulp? All right, Lin Qingyou complied obediently. But then she furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Yin Hanyu flicked her forehead playfully. Lin Qingyou pouted, sulking. Can we kiss and sleep together without getting married? Yin Hanyu, I enjoy kissing you, Lin Qingyou declared, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips. I just realized your lips are so soft and inviting. I want to kiss you every day. Although Yin Hanyu did not respond, the corners of his mouth began to lift uncontrollably. However, Lin Qingyou's next words instantly stiffened his smile and darkened his expression. But your skills in bed are lacking. You left me in pain and discomfort last night. Yin Hanyu's previously cheerful demeanor transformed into a grave expression. Lin Qingyou, why are you being so harsh? I am merely stating the truth, she replied. I am clarifying this to ensure our future intimate life is harmonious and comfortable. Since your skills are lacking, I shall take the lead from now on. Yin Hanyu from now on? She mentioned from now on. His expression visibly brightened. Is that all right? Lin Qingyou pouted, tugging at his sleeve and gently shaking it. Is that all right? This little enchantress, did she wish to drive him to madness? Yin Hanyu and Appo's brow twitched in response. Yet, he resolutely replied no. Lin Qingyou instantly wilted. Why not? Yin Hanyu extended his large hand to pat her head. It's getting dark. I will take you home. Don't. Lin Qingyou immediately retreated, making a retreating gesture. No. Yin Hanyu, I just had an argument with my father yesterday. I left home only a day ago. It would be embarrassing to return now. Why did you argue? Were you wronged? Need I explain? Lin Qingyou sighed. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. In her childhood, her father had treated her well. However, after the arrival of her stepmother, everything gradually changed. Her stepmother was not the typical wicked stepmother. On the contrary, she was considerate and gentle, meticulous in her actions, which initially led Lin Qingyou to believe her stepmother was quite agreeable. However, after enduring a series of harrowing events, she finally comprehended that her stepmother was the most terrifying of all. It was akin to being a frog slowly boiled in water, until ultimately, she found herself unable to escape. In this lifetime, she vowed never to be so naive again. Yet, at present, the most significant person to her was Yin Hanyu, while everyone else faded in the background. Lin Qingyou's thoughts were indeed beautiful. She chose not to pursue him, yet he sought her out instead. She promptly received a call from her stepmother at home. Chapter 5. Using tea to treat tea. Managing the green tea mother and daughter as Lin Qingyou returned to the Lin household. She caught sight of the warm and affectionate scene at the dining table involving the trio. Her stepmother, Wang Yalan, was serving her father, Lin Jiwei, a generous helping of rice and soup. Jiwei, you've been working so hard lately. I've specially prepared your favorite black chicken and coconut soup. Be sure to drink plenty, she said. Thank you, Yalan, Lin Jiwei replied appreciatively. You say that, but it's no trouble at all. Serving you in this life is my greatest blessing. He held Wang Yalan's hand, feeling both touched and content. Ugh, Dad and Mom, you two are so mushy, Lin Qingyou teased playfully. Child. Wang Yalan shot a disapproving glance at Lin Qingyou. Lin Qingyou chuckled. Mom, I want some coconut soup too. She sweetly extended her bowl. And before Wang Yalan could react, Lin Jiwei, beaming, ladled soup in her bowl, even adding a large chicken leg. Thank you, Dad. Lin Qingyou replied sweetly, her voice dripping with charm. Lin Jiwei's smile broadened, and he affectionately said, You should stop worrying about your weight. A girl's health is paramount, and you must eat well. Yes, Dad. I'll listen to you, she replied obediently. Unlike my sister, who is so stubborn. Lin Qingyou scoffed quietly. Lin Qingyou was a rising star in the entertainment industry, but her fame was solely the result of her family's financial backing, as her looks and figure were rather unremarkable. In a desperate bid for attention, she engaged in excessive dieting, even developing an eating disorder. Now, she pretended to relish her meal just to win their father's favor. Why did you call me back if you know I'm so defiant? Is it merely to mock me while showcasing your family's warm moments? Lin Qingyou retorted. Watch your words. Lin Jiwei and Appo's anger flared instantly. I'm speaking plainly. Human words, Chinese words, Mandarin, Earth language. If you don't understand, I can switch to space language. She shot back. Lin Qingyou. Lin Jiwei's fury escalated, causing him to slam the table in frustration. Jiwei, please, let us discuss this calmly, Wang Yao interjected, attempting to soothe him as she approached Lin Qingyou. Gently, she took Lin Qingyou and Appo's hand. Qingyou, you've returned just in time. Please sit down for dinner. As Lin Qingyou settled down, Lin Jiwei remarked, this entire spread is filled with your favorite dishes. Your Aunt Yalin slaved over them all afternoon. Don't you want to thank her? All my favorites? Lin Qingyou pointed at the scallions and bitter melon on her plate. I've never eaten ginger or bitter melon since I was a child. Why are they here? Wang Yalin's expression shifted awkwardly as she replied, oh dear, I must have absent-mindedly added ginger. As for the bitter melon, your father has been suffering from severe heat lately, so I thought it might help. Lin Qingyou picked up her chopsticks, only to place them back down. TSK, TSK, TSK. Every dish is laden with ginger. Aunt Yalin, you've been careless several times. Haven't you? I'm sorry, Qingyou. I truly forgot. I'll pick it out for you, Wang Yalin said, starting to remove the ginger pieces. Lin Jiwei shot a glare at Lin Qingyou. Your aunt is a senior. Lin Qingyou shrugged. Isn't it the responsibility of seniors to care for juniors? Indeed, indeed. Lin Jiwei conceded, while Wang Yalin continued to smile as she removed the ginger. However, Lin Qingyou could no longer hold her tongue. Mom, why are you putting up with her? She is just taking advantage of your kindness. Taking advantage? Lin Qingyou pointed at the lobster shells in front of Lin Qingyou. Those were just peeled by Dad for you, weren't they? Lin Qingyou puffed up her chest, smugly declaring, yes, Dad loves me the most. Lin Qingyou suddenly turned her gaze to Lin Jiwei. Dad loves me the most. Lin Jiwei paused mid-action. Lin Qingyou continued, Qingyou isn't Dad's biological daughter. Yet he can peel shrimp for her. Why can't Aunt Yalin pick out ginger for me? Has Aunt Yalin never considered me a daughter? Her words plunged the room into an awkward silence, leaving everyone speechless. If Dad can treat Qingyou, who isn't his biological child, like his own, why can't Aunt Yalin do the same for me? Lin Qingyou looked at Lin Jiwei with a hint of grievance. Dad, don't you agree? Huh, who can't sell tea? Lin Jiwei cast a disapproving glance at Wang Yalin, his tone irritable. This is the last time it won't happen again. Wang Yalin, looking distressed, replied, I truly didn't mean to. You two quarreled yesterday, and Qingyou didn't come home all night. I was worried sick. So, while cooking today, I was a bit distracted and accidentally added the ginger. Now, the spotlight shifted back to Lin Qingyou. Lin Jiwei's expression darkened as he questioned her. Why didn't you come home last night? Where were you? At this inquiry, Lin Qingyou turned her gaze to Lin Qingyou, saying meaningfully, let my sister answer that. Qingyou? Lin Jiwei looked at Lin Qingyou with suspicion. Do you know where your sister went? Why didn't you tell me when I asked yesterday? Lin Qingyou's face turned pale. Right. Lin Jiwei noted her expression. Why do your cheeks look swollen? It seems like someone hit you. It was sister. Lin Qingyou was about to spill the beans. But Lin Qingyou suddenly wrapped her arm around Lin Qingyou's shoulder and gently stroked her bruised face. Oh dear, it's quite swollen. Who hit you? It's rather symmetrical and pretty. Lin Qingyou remained silent. Lin Qingyou beamed at her sister, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Dear sister, why are you looking at me like that? Are you implying that I was the one who hit you? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Jiwei shot Lin Qingyou a warning glance. Despite your unreliability, I know you would never harm your sister. Lin Qingyou's smile deepened. You truly understand me, Dad. Lin Qingyou's anger flared anew, but just as she was about to explode, Wang Yalin shot her a glare. Lin Qingyou then provocatively remarked, yesterday, Qingyou surprised me with a grand birthday gift. Dad, would you like to know what your wonderful daughter presented me? What did she give you? Lin Jiwei's curiosity piqued. He had prepared a gift for Lin Qingyou that morning, but it was evident she did not appreciate it. Hence, he was genuinely interested in what Lin Qingyou had gifted her to evoke such a reaction. Your sister is quite discerning. She rarely accepts ordinary gifts. Qingyou, quickly tell Dad what you got me, so I can avoid her saying I'm being perfunctory in the future. Lin Jiwei inquired eagerly. She gave her a night of passion with Yin Hanyu, didn't she? At this thought, Lin Qingyou's fury surged. She leaped to her feet, exclaiming, Lin Qingyou, you shameless person. Do you really need to flaunt your relationship with Han? Lin Jiwei, stunned, turned to Lin Qingyou. What did you just say? As a traditional man with strict family values, he was appalled and furious at Lin Qingyou's audacity towards her sister. How dare you say such things about your sister? Apologize to her at once. As Lin Qingyou gazed at Lin Qingyou's smug expression, a wave of indignation washed over her. I won't. Lin father slammed his hand on the table in fury. Qingyou, I've always regarded you as my own daughter, treating you with utmost care. I even indulged you excessively out of concern that you might feel out of place in this family. However, this does not excuse your disrespectful and derogatory remarks toward your sister. Our family has always upheld strict values. Where did you learn such language? He cast an irate glance at Wang Yalan. Look at the daughter you have raised. Realizing Lin father was genuinely enraged, Wang Yalan immediately stood up and delivered a slap towards Lin Qingyou. Lin Qingyou looked at her mother in disbelief. Mom, apologize to your sister at once. Wang Yalan commanded sternly. Lin Qingyou clenched her fists, feeling humiliated as she turned to Lin Qingyou. I'm sorry. Lin Qingyou nonchalantly toyed with her ear. I didn't hear you. You. Just as Lin Qingyou was about to retaliate, she was silenced by Wang Yalan's glare. With a tearful gaze, she shouted in humiliation. I said, I'm sorry. Her eyes brimming with tears, she glared at Lin Qingyou. Can you forgive me now? Sister. Sister. Yet Lin Qingyou responded with a radiant smile. No, dear sister. I shall never forgive you. Chapter 6. Who can't play the sympathy card? Lin Qingyou returned to her room and immediately transformed into a master of desktop cleaning, venting her frustration by throwing and smashing everything in sight. Wang Yalan entered and promptly locked the door behind her. As Lin Qingyou turned around, she received a sharp slap from Wang Yalan. Mother, am I still your daughter? Lin Qingyou shouted in anger. Wang Yalan retorted, if you weren't my daughter, would you be living in the Lin family? Would you be the esteemed daughter of the Lin family? She pointed at the jewelry scattered across the floor. What? You no longer desire these? Fine. I'll send you back to your biological father, where you can continue to scavenge for a living. At the thought of her previous life, Lin Qingyou trembled with fear. No. No. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. She clutched Wang Yalan in desperation. Pleading, Mother, I want to go back. I absolutely refuse. Not going back. Wang Yalan said, if you refuse to go back, then pick up these things and put them away properly. Trembling, Lin Qingyou hurriedly gathered the jewelry. Most of these treasures were gifts from her father and Lin Qingyou, each one a valuable item that had previously been beyond her reach. Seeing Lin Qingyou's tear-filled eyes, Wang Yalan embraced her, saying, Qingyou, if you wish to escape your former life, you must heed your mother's words. Lin Jiwei was busy with work every day, and he despised returning home to a cacophony of trivial troubles. This was also why he had gradually grown disenchanted with Lin Qingyou. Her spoiled and willful demeanor meant that upon his return, he was met with her complaints, which over time became unbearable. However, he did not realize that her tantrums were subtly instigated by Wang Yalan. The effect was pronounced, and Lin Jiwei's patience for Lin Qingyou diminished year by year. The once close father-daughter bond was steadily eroded. Yet at the dinner table that day, a single remark from Lin Qingyou shattered his composure, revealing his true self. You're simply a disappointment to Mother. Do you still want to argue? Your behavior today is no different from when I quietly provoked Lin Qingyou. You used to call her foolish, yet your conduct at the table today mirrors hers. You're even more foolish. Lin Qingyou fell silent. Wang Yalan sighed, but it's not entirely your fault. I was equally surprised by Lin Qingyou's behavior today. She seems to have changed. Mother, what should we do? Lin Qingyou asked, a mixture of anger and grievance evident in her voice. Are we to endure this humiliation forever? Never, Wang Yalan replied decisively, her usually gentle eyes now filled with venom. Give me some time, and the Lin family will eventually belong to us. In the dead of night, in the Lin family study, Lin Jiwei said to Lin Qingyou, one must practice mercy. Lin Qingyou, sucking on a lollipop and lounging on the sofa, pulled the candy from her mouth at her father's words. He shot her an annoyed glance. How old are you? Still eating lollipops? It's unbecoming. Lin Qingyou glanced at the lollipop in her hand. Father, this is the candy you always bought me when you wanted to cheer me up. You used to say I was easy to comfort, and that a lollipop would stop my tears. You even joked that you needed to provide me with lollipops for life to prevent me from being swayed by other boys. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qingyou was taken aback, halting his examination of the documents in his hands. Father, it has never been I who has changed, but you. In the past, all your attention was on me. Now, when you show me a modicum of kindness, you must consider Wang Yalin and Lin Qingyou and Oppos as feelings. You can't even send me a birthday gift without also preparing identical ones for Lin Qingyou and a better one for Wang Yalin. Lin Qingyou stammered, I'm just trying to avoid causing them to feel insecure. You are my biological daughter, but Qingyou is not. I fear their insecurities might disrupt our family harmony. Lin Qingyou scoffed. So you do acknowledge that I am your biological daughter? But father, while you consider Wang Yalin and Lin Qingyou's feelings, do you ever consider mine? Why must your biological daughter endure such unfair treatment and bear even greater grievances? Lin Qingyou was rendered speechless. Father, I am not angry because you spend more on Wang Yalin and Lin Qingyou. It's my birthday, yet why can I no longer receive a gift that is solely mine? Why have I lost the privilege of your favoritism on my special day? Lin Qingyou thought she constantly complained. But, father, think back to when I began to voice my grievances. Why should I not express my feelings to you, my closest confidant? You have always taught me never to suppress my feelings and to share everything with you. Yet now, when I do, you find me bothersome and call me ungrateful. All my grievances stem from you. As she spoke, tears streamed down Lin Qingyou's face. Who cannot play the sympathy card? In her previous life, she had been too direct and stubborn, always confronting Lin Qingyou head-on, leading to endless arguments that culminated in her disappointment and departure from home. In this life, she would not be so foolish. Indeed, upon witnessing Lin Qingyou's tears, Lin Qingyou became flustered. His daughter, who had always been cheerful, never cried unless deeply hurt. He rushed over to Lin Qingyou, distressed. You, please don't cry. But Lin Qingyou cried even harder. Lin Qingyou paced anxiously. You, please stop crying. I realize my mistake. I apologize. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Qingyou knew it had to be Wang Yalin. She quickly whispered a few words to her father, who reflexively protested. Don't say that. Your Aunt Lan is not like that. She is the kindest and gentlest. Lin Qingyou rolled her eyes in disdain. Just do as I say. With that, she covered her face and ran out, crying. Wang Yalin entered with a freshly brewed ginseng tea. Qingyou, did you hit the child? Lin Qingyou, recalling Lin Qingyou's earlier words, angrily smashed a cup. She has gone too far, becoming increasingly willful and arrogant. I could not contain my anger and struck her. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Wang Yalin's eyes. But she feigned concern. Qingyou, drink some tea. Don't let your anger harm your health. Lin Qingyou accepted the tea, sighing, you understand me, Yalin. Suddenly, Wang Yalin began to cry. Lin Qingyou recalled Lin Qingyou's earlier words. Father, she will surely cry. Then say she is sorry for not teaching Lin Qingyou properly, and that she has disappointed you. But in truth, we all understand. It's a warning to you to stop meddling in my affairs. Yalin, why are you crying all of a sudden? Wang Yalin sobbed, I feel guilty. I haven tea, raised Qingyou well. Qingyou, I have let you down. You must be disappointed in both me and Qingyou. Lin Qingyou replied, though I was angry. You shouldn't have hit her. Now, she probably harbors resentment toward me as her stepfather. That is not true, Wang Yalin reassured him. You are Qingyou's father. Even if you scold her, it's still a blessing for her. Qingyou, I have long hesitated to confide in you that Qingyou has always harbored a deep envy for Qingyou. The capricious child is, after all, the happiest, while the sensible ones often endure countless grievances. Has Qingyou never wished to live as recklessly as Qingyou? Alas, she simply does not possess the same fortune as Qingyou. As Wang Yalin spoke, her tears flowed even more profusely. Lin Qingyou, however, was enveloped in a complex gaze, for her words echoed those of Lin Qingyou from earlier. Almost verbatim, Wang Yalin's remarks encapsulated both the willfulness and lack of understanding attributed to Lin Qingyou, while simultaneously casting Lin Qingyou in a pitiful light. Once Wang Yalan departed, Lin's father leaned back in his chair, wearily massaging his temples. Lin Qingyou approached him and gently pressed her hand on his shoulder. You. In that moment, Lin's father found it difficult to meet his daughter's gaze. Yet, Lin Qingyou refrained from seizing the opportunity to mock him, saying, "Father, did I not speak the truth? Wang Yalan is not as simple and kind-hearted as you believed." Instead, Lin Qingyou spoke with a voice tinged with grievance, almost a whisper. "Father, I understand that your situation is quite challenging, and thus, I am willing to endure some suffering to preserve the harmony of our family." "What do you mean?" Lin and oppose, as father swiftly turned to face her. Her response was a choked whisper, eyes reddened and head bowed. "Starting tomorrow, I will move out." She was determined to pursue her own path. Chapter 7. Pursuing a Husband. The proximity of water leads to the first moon. After a few days of business in Hong Kong, Yin Hanyu returned, only to be engulfed in a melancholic state. Qin, perplexed, gazed at his elder brother and inquired, "Brother, didn't we successfully secure the project in Hong Kong?" "Father is absolutely delighted. So why you seem so glum?" Yin Hanyu remained silent, seated on the balcony with a drink in hand, occasionally glancing at his phone. Yet, the device remained eerily quiet. Not a single call or message had come through. That little trickster, claiming she wanted to marry him, had ignored him entirely during his week-long trip. Fuming, he downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Qin, more confused than ever, turned to assistant Sue. "Sue, what's wrong with my brother? We just achieved a monumental victory, securing a project worth billions. Shouldn't we be celebrating?" Sue, with an expression of understanding, beckoned Qin closer. "What else could it be? He's heartbroken." Upon hearing this, Yin Hanyu's expression darkened as he hurled his glass towards Sue and Qin. "Get lost." Startled, Sue and Qin hurriedly retreated, taking deep breaths at the doorway, their hearts racing. What a tyrant. Once they regained composure, Qin seemed to have an epiphany. Could it be because of Lin Qingyou? Sue shrugged. Who else could have such a profound effect on our boss? Qin clenched his teeth. "I cannot coexist with that woman." As fate would have it, just then, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Qingyou stepped out. Lin Qingyou. Upon seeing her, Qin stormed over, brimming with anger. "Hello, little third," Lin Qingyou teased, waving at him. Qin snapped. "I told you not to call me that." Lin Qingyou promptly amended. "All right, hello, old third." Qin. "Sue, Miss Qingyou, you truly know how to infuriate someone." As Qin was about to continue, he suddenly realized something. "Lin Qingyou, what are you doing here?" "I live here," she replied nonchalantly. "What?" Qin and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did you move in? How could you live here? Why not?" Lin Qingyou countered. "I've been living here for several days now." This was the most luxurious apartment in the capital, inhabited only by the affluent. Yin Hanyu's residence here was nothing short of extravagant, yet Lin Qingyou was not lacking in funds. To gain proximity to him, she had purchased the apartment directly opposite his. Oh my goodness! Qin instantly sensed a crisis. This enchantress had already captivated his brother's heart, and now she was living right across from him. Was his brother not akin to Tang Sung entering the cave of entanglements? Feeling the urgency, Qin assumed a defensive stance. No, you cannot live here. You must move out immediately." Lin Qingyou raised her chin defiantly. "And who are you to dictate that? Why should I listen to you? My brother won't allow you to stay here." "Then let your brother come and tell me himself." As Qin prepared to confront his brother, he hesitated, realizing that if Yin Hanyu found out Lin Qingyou had moved in across from him, he would be overjoyed. "Lin Qingyou, you must leave. Immediately." In a moment of desperation, he pulled out a black card. "Take this card and move out. You can use it however you wish." "Really?" Lin Qingyou's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted the card. Qin's anger flared. "Lin Qingyou, you shallow and vulgar woman. How can a mere black card sway you from my brother? Is he worth less than a piece of plastic? How could you treat him so?" Lin Qingyou blinked her large, innocent eyes. "Did you not offer me the card for this purpose?" Qin. "Thanks, little brother-in-law." Lin Qingyou affectionately tucked the card into her bag. "Although I am not short on money, who would ever say no to more?" Qin. Just as Qin was about to explode with frustration, the door swung open. Without a doubt, it was Yin Hanyu, dressed impeccably in a sleek black coat. His eyes, darkened by exhaustion and the effects of alcohol, held an alluring depth, and despite his weariness, his strikingly handsome visage possessed an irresistible charm. "Darling, you're finally back." Lin Qingyou leaped into his arms, catching him off guard. He instinctively took a step back, but his arms wrapped around her securely. As he felt the warmth of her body and the fragrance wafting from her, Yin Hanyu felt as if he had been revived. "Sweetheart, I and Oppose. V missed you terribly. Did you miss me?" The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling. For a moment, Yin Hanyu was at a loss for words, as if his soul was still settling back into place. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou wrinkled her nose, sniffing playfully. "You smell of alcohol, darling. Have you been drinking?" He nodded, somewhat dazed by her affectionate terms. "From now on, when I and Oppose am not by your side, you're not allowed to drink," she declared, pouting. Yin felt an urge to protest. How could she make such an impudent demand? What businessman abstained from drinking? Yet Yin Hanyu asked why. "Because what if you misbehave when drunk? If I'm not there, wouldn't that be giving the little vixens outside an opportunity?" "That one tea happened," Yin Hanyu replied earnestly. But Lin Qingyou was not easily swayed. "You did misbehave last time after drinking, so how can I trust you?" Yin Hanyu. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Yin, on the other hand, felt as though the sky was collapsing. "Oh my heavens, did I just hear that correctly? My pure and celestial brother has been sullied by that little vixen? Oh no, oh no, oh no, my brother's tainted." Yin Hanyu shot him a fierce glare, causing Yin to instinctively cover his mouth, internally lamenting. "Oh no, my brother is tainted. What do I do?" "You moved in?" Yin Hanyu asked, looking at the door opposite them. "Yes," Lin Qingyou said, opening her door and pulling him inside to flaunt her decor. "I and Oppose, V been here for several days now. How do you like my setup? Feels quite homely, doesn't it?" Home. In truth, he had prepared a home for her long ago. Every brick and beam in that manor, every blade of grass and tree had been arranged according to her preferences. He had taken her there once, but that visit had ended in an unpleasant incident. A phone call from Lung Yifeng had driven her to threaten to leave, and since then he had not returned. He would rather stay in a hotel or this cold, uninviting apartment than inhabit a home without her. A home without her presence was not truly a home. Only memories that he alone could hold onto were not enough to constitute a memory. Chapter 8, man. Are you being two-faced? Upon witnessing his brother entering the lair of the enchanting vixen, Yin could no longer remain seated and hurriedly followed suit. He was determined to safeguard his brother's honor. Lin Qingyou, meanwhile, guided Yin Hanyu on a tour of her residence before abruptly abandoning him to dash into the kitchen. "Oh no, I'm doomed. The soup is about to evaporate." Lifting the lid off the clay pot, Lin Qingyou breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She turned to Yin Hanyu with eager anticipation. "Have you eaten? I knew you were coming back today, so I specially prepared your favorite tomato beef brisket soup." "What? You actually cooked again?" Yin instantly shifted into a state of high alert. Even the usually composed Su when readied himself for battle. There was no helping it. It was muscle memory. When Miss Qingyou cooked, it could be lethal. He recalled the last time she had prepared 2 dishes for Yin Hanyu, which had been nothing more than 2 perfectly round cabbages, uncut, nearly overflowing the plate. When she made buns, she had indeed wrapped an entire cob of corn within the dough. And then there was the dark, unrecognizable dish he had to ponder for ages before realizing it was charred chestnuts, each one bristling with spikes. However, these were merely trifles. The appetizers of danger. The true peril lay in the fact that this Miss Qingyou was genuinely hazardous in the kitchen. He could not forget the time Yin Hanyu had to be rushed to the hospital in the middle of the night after consuming her cooking. With a wary eye on Lin Qingyou, Yin prepared to enact a grand escape. "Lin Qingyou, step back. Keep your dishes and that wretched pot at least 300 meters away from my brother." Lin Qingyou's lips twitched. Is it really necessary? Is it not? Even if my brother had 10 lives, he wouldn't survive your culinary creations. Lin Qingyou scratched her head sheepishly, glancing at Yin Hanyu. "I did it on purpose before. Yet, that foolish brother of hers had actually eaten it. In truth, my cooking skills are quite good." "Puffed. With your abysmal cooking. How dare you boast? Do you even?" Before Yin could finish his sentence, Yin Hanyu seized him by the shoulder and tossed him out. I know. Yin Hanyu interjected. The Lin family operated hotels and ran a renowned catering business, with Lin family cuisine famous nationwide. Being the only biological daughter, Lin Qingyou had been trained in culinary arts from a young age. He had wanted her to cook for him because he envied how she always prepared meals and soups for Lin Yifeng. His jealousy was overwhelming, prompting him to coerce her into cooking for him. Alas, this little adversary had made him suffer greatly. Lin Qingyou placed the dishes she had prepared on the dining table and insisted that Yin Hanyu sit down. I know you love beef, so I made tomato beef brisket soup, clear braised beef short ribs, and stir-fried beef with scallions. The dipping sauce for the beef short ribs is my secret recipe. So delicious, it could even make the soles of shoes taste good. I remember you also love steamed perch and squirrel fish. She eagerly served a portion to Yin Hanyu. You must try it. Indeed, it was all his favorites. Yin Chen, perplexed, asked, these dishes are quite labor-intensive. How did you manage to prepare them after just returning from outside? You didn't just order from a hotel and pretend, did you? Lin Qingyou rolled her eyes in exasperation. I just went out to throw out the trash. Didn't you see I came back empty-handed? Yin Chen retorted, furthermore, my culinary skills surpass those of hotel chefs. Keep dreaming. Yin Chen pointed to the ceiling. You're blowing hot air down here while the cows fly above. Lin Qingyou thought, this little brother-in-law is insufferable. Yet the next moment, as Yin Chen placed a piece of clear braised beef short rib into his mouth, he was instantly rendered speechless. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. The flavors were exquisite. Yin Chen, unconcerned with propriety, quickly grabbed his bowl and chopsticks, diving into the meal. Renowned as a glutton, he often traveled far and wide for a delicious dish. Yet at that moment, he lost all sense of decorum, devouring food with wild abandon. Lin Qingyou couldn't help but think of those viral videos showcasing super eaters. One piece in his stomach, another in his throat. One in his mouth, one in his bowl, and another being picked up with his chopsticks, all while his eyes were fixed on yet another morsel. Though Lin Qingyou looked on with disdain, she felt a surge of joy. A cook and amp, Oppo's greatest reward is the satisfaction of the diner. While Lin Qingyou and Yin Chen reveled in happiness, Yin Hanyu cast a murderous glare at his brother. Suwen quickly jabbed Yin Chen, whose cheeks were stuffed with food. Third young master. What are you doing? Don't disturb me while I eat. This is too good, it's making me want to cry. Suwen silently lamented. If you keep eating like that, your brother will truly make you cry. Clearing his throat, Suwen feigned seriousness. Third young master. We should be leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm afraid this little vixen will eat my brother. If you don't leave, your brother will eat you. Yin Chen looked up just in time to see Yin Hanyu's predatory gaze. Frightened, he hastily set down his bowl and chopsticks. Wah! Am I no longer my brother's little darling? This little vixen and I are sworn enemies. In the next moment, he resumed his frenzied eating. Brother and Oppos, plowing the fields at noon, sweat dripping onto the soil. My meal, every grain is hard-earned. I'll finish eating before I leave, okay? And Oppos, Yin Hanyu. A chuckle escaped Lin Qingyou as she couldn't hold it in any longer. Yin Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a nationwide glutton. Lin Qingyou rose to retrieve a set of bowls and chopsticks for Suwen. Suwen quickly stopped her, dragging Yin Chen away while making a threatening gesture across his neck. Warning, third young master, one hearty meal is enough. Be mindful of moderation. If you keep this up, your life is forfeit. After Yin Chen and Suwen departed, the room fell into a tranquil silence. Lin Qingyou noticed that Yin Hanyu was nearly finished with his meal and served him another spoonful. Is it good? Yin Hanyu replied, average. Lin Qingyou pouted. You arrogant brat. At a time like this, you ought to say it's exceptionally delicious. Very delicious. Lin Qingyou. Are you upset? Yin Hanyu frowned. Didn't I say it as you instructed? Lin Qingyou. See? This is precisely why she had her reasons for not favoring Yin Hanyu in the past. This fellow has an intelligence quotient of 200, but an emotional quotient in the negatives. She often felt like she was going to bleed from anger. Many times she couldn't hold back her frustration, and when her temper flared, she would retaliate, only to have the media capture it multiple times. Thus, the entire nation came to know of their contentious relationship as rivals who would clash whenever they met. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu asked, "When you cooked for Lin Yifeng, how did he praise you?" Lin Qingyou nearly choked on her own blood at that question. Was this the right moment to ask? Rubbing her temples, she replied, "Yin Hanyu, do you know why we always ended up arguing in the past?" Yin Hanyu set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Because I called you an idiot." Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu said with utmost seriousness, "But you are an idiot." Lin Qingyou. She endured, she persevered, she bore it all. With a forced smile that belied her true feelings, Lin Qingyou gritted her teeth and inquired, "Then am I foolish, yet you still harbor feelings for me?" Yin Hanyu. "Who said I have feelings for you?" Lin Qingyou. "Man, are you being insincere?" Yin Hanyu. Chapter 9. My bed collapsed. "May I sleep at your place?" Lin Qingyou let out a cold snort. Yin Hanyu. "Is it truly so difficult to admit that you like me?" Yin Hanyu, in turn, began to send a flurry of messages. "You fail to see how blatantly Lin Yifeng is using you. How can that not be considered foolish?" Lin Qingyou. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Anger is a devil. He is her beloved husband." Yin Hanyu continued, "Honest words may be harsh, yet they are more beneficial than sweet nothings. Do you like Lin Yifeng simply because he whispers sweet words to you? What sweet nothings has he even said?" "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Qingyou interjected, gesturing to halt the conversation. "Yin Hanyu, could you refrain from bringing up Lin Yifeng all the time? Why do you keep mentioning him?" Yin Hanyu scoffed. "Who wants to talk about him? Why don't you consider the possibility that you pay so much attention to him that you only notice when I mention him?" Lin Qingyou. "Is he really turning this around on me?" "Indeed, he is just emotionally inept, albeit highly intelligent. He can twist black into white. Are you jealous?" Lin Qingyou teased. "Didn't someone just say they didn't like me? Why then are you feeling possessive?" Yin Hanyu's handsome face flashed with a hint of guilt. "You're talking nonsense." "I am not." "Oomph. Such a contradiction. Yet, who could blame him for being her future husband and possessing good looks?" Lin Qingyou began to earnestly explain. "Yin Hanyu, I used to care a lot about Lin Yifeng, but it was never romantic. We have known each other since childhood, and our bond is naturally deeper than most. However, my kindness towards him stems more from guilt." "Guilt?" Yin Hanyu frowned, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "Once I was kidnapped, and it was Lin Yifeng who saved me. He was once hailed as a paragon, a prodigy among men. Yet in saving me, he sustained a severe injury to his leg. At his worst, the doctors even said he might spend his life in a wheelchair. During those years of his disability, I lived in a nightmare of my kidnapping and my guilt towards him. The once great prodigy became a target of mockery and humiliation. Every time I heard them speak ill of him, I would become a fierce protector, gradually developing PTSD. I could not bear anyone mistreating him, even with mere words." But Yin Hanyu had a sharp tongue, often treading on her sensitive spots. Moreover, Lin Yifeng was adept at playing the victim. Whenever he feigned pain and misery, Lin Qingyou felt an uncontrollable urge to protect him. Yin Hanyu looked at Lin Qingyou, cautiously probing. "What if I told you that Lin Yifeng's injury was not as severe as it seemed, and he was never disabled for years? Would you believe me?" Lin Qingyou nodded vigorously. "I believe you now, but I was foolish back then and did not." Yin Hanyu. Such brutal honesty left him speechless. Lin Qingyou attempted to salvage her foolishness. "He was indeed severely injured and did experience disability. I witnessed his most painful and vulnerable moments. At that time, from my perspective, he suffered so much for saving me. How can I not feel guilty?" After finishing his meal, Yin Hanyu returned home. After washing up in the bathroom and preparing for bed, he heard the doorbell ring. Upon opening the door, he found Lin Qingyou clutching a Winnie the Pooh pillow, gazing at him with pleading eyes. "What is the matter?" Yin Hanyu inquired. Lin Qingyou blinked innocently. "I'm scared to sleep alone. May I sleep with you?" Yin Hanyu's ears flushed with warmth. "Stop joking." Lin Qingyou pouted. "I'm not joking. I truly feel frightened. I think there's a ghost in my room." Yin Hanyu. He irritably flicked her fair forehead. "So, were you sleeping with a ghost these past few days?" Lin Qingyou. Oh, this infuriating man. How could his logic be so flawless? Instantly deflated, Lin Qingyou retreated. As Yin Hanyu closed the door behind her, a loud banging echoed moments later. "Qingyou." Thinking something was amiss, Yin Hanyu rushed outside, only to find Lin Qingyou emerging from her home, breathless. My bed collapsed. May I sleep at your place? She gasped. Yin Hanyu. So, she was pounding on her bed just now? You can check for yourself if you don't believe me. Lin Qingyou gestured invitingly. With a resigned sigh, Yin Hanyu didn't get a chance to respond before Lin Qingyou nimbly slipped under his arm. He chased after her, only to find her sprawled on his bed. Ah, so soft. Lin Qingyou exclaimed, lying in a starfish position. Seeing Yin Hanyu, she patted the space beside her. You sleep here. Yin Hanyu took a deep breath. This is my bed. She arranged it as if she were the rightful owner. I know, and I want to sleep in your bed. I would prefer to sleep with you, but you said that could only happen after marriage. I thought it over and decided to respect your wishes. Yin Hanyu's brow twitched violently. Is this how you show respect? Lin Qingyou sat up cross-legged. So, I devised a mutually beneficial solution. I can sleep in your bed now, and after marriage, I'll sleep with you. Yin Hanyu. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze on him intently. Yin Hanyu quickly diverted his gaze, looking elsewhere. Lin Qingyou chuckled. Baby, are you feeling shy? Baby? Yin Hanyu nearly choked on the term, his handsome face flushing crimson, even his ears turning a shade of red. Lin Qingyou found it all the more amusing. Baby, you're too adorable. Yin Hanyu. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, his eyes widening as he stammered, no. Don't call me that. Baby, baby, baby. Lin Qingyou sweetly repeated, each iteration more melodic than the last. Yin Hanyu and Appo's heart raced. He felt himself warming up all over. He took a deep breath, tried to regain composure, but to no avail. Ultimately, he fled the room in a panic, instinctively tugging at his collar, only to realize he was wearing a loose bathrobe. Lin Qingyou chased after him. Yin Hanyu retreated several steps, on high alert. You can't come any closer. Lin Qingyou. Was she really that frightening? Had she suddenly transformed into a forceful little devil? Goodness, Lin Qingyou thought, startled by her own imagination. She quickly shook her head, patting her temples. As she stepped forward, Yin Hanyu retreated once more. You're not allowed to approach me. Lin Qingyou. Seeing that Yin Hanyu was genuinely flustered, she decided to relent. Why are you so shy? Calling someone baby is perfectly normal. Many couples do it. Couples? Yin Hanyu pondered the term. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Both Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou's expressions shifted simultaneously. At this late hour, who could possibly be visiting Yin Hanyu? Chapter 10. Do not leave me after putting on his coat and draping a larger one over Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu approached the door to open it. As the door swung open, he found Mingyu standing at the entrance. Was it really her? Lin Qingyou felt a mix of surprise and jealousy upon seeing Mingyu. The reason for her jealousy was simple. Yin Hanyu was notoriously indifferent to women. He had few friends and even fewer female acquaintances. Yet there was Mingyu. In her previous life, in an attempt to rid herself of Yin Hanyu's persistent affections, she had mistakenly believed that Mingyu had feelings for him. She had even tried to matchmake them, which had nearly driven Yin Hanyu to force his affection upon her. Now, it seemed her retribution had arrived. Lin Qingyou felt a pang of regret in her heart. Seeing Mingyu at the door did not surprise Yin Hanyu. Instead, he invited her into his study without a second thought. Lin Qingyou's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? This scoundrel was completely ignoring her presence and taking another woman into such a private space. Anger bubbling within her, Lin Qingyou crouched down, intending to eavesdrop on their conversation. Suddenly, the door swung open from the inside, and she stumbled forward, rolling into the study. Yin Hanyu, taken aback, wore a bemused expression, while Mingyu regarded the scene with a subtle smile. Lin Qingyou, feeling utterly embarrassed, scratched her head awkwardly and stammered, You two continue. I was just getting some exercise. Suppressing a laugh, Yin Hanyu helped her to her feet, gesturing in another direction. The gym is over there, not here. Lin Qingyou and Appo's embarrassment deepened as she felt her toes curl in mortification. With a huff, she shot Yin Hanyu a fierce glare, silently communicating, let us not speak of this. We'll meet again someday. Yet, Yin Hanyu seemed oblivious to her signal, and with a frustratingly casual tone, he said, you should go rest. We'll be talking for quite a while. With that, he closed the study door. Fuming, Lin Qingyou almost kicked the door open again, but ultimately subdued her anger. Knowing it was her own karma at play, Yin Hanyu had indeed talked for a long time. Initially, she pressed her ear against the door and walls, searching for any sound to eavesdrop on. Eventually, she found a spot where she could vaguely hear their voices. The moment she could not hear them, anxiety gripped her heart. But once she could, her heart sank. When Mingyu finally departed, the clock had struck midnight. After taking the elevator downstairs, she drove away, unaware that a pair of penetrating eyes was watching her intently. Having been on business trips for several days and now awake past midnight, Yin Hanyu stretched wearily. However, upon returning to his bedroom, he was startled to find Lin Qingyou sprawled on the floor, having drunkenly consumed all the wine he had stored. Bottles littered around her, some overturned, the wine staining her white nightgown. She appeared both beautiful and forlorn. Yin Hanyu gently picked up the intoxicated girl. Lin Qingyou, I owe you so much from my past life. No, you do not owe me. It is I who owe you. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. Tears streamed down Lin Qingyou's cheeks, falling onto his hand. The warmth of her tears pierced his heart. Why are you suddenly apologizing? Yin Hanyu thought, but Lin Qingyou, fully intoxicated, did not respond. Instead, she clung to him, whispering in anguish, Yin Hanyu, I realize my mistakes. Please do not abandon me. Yin Hanyu looked down at the girl in his arms, his heart filled with pain and turmoil. I have never abandoned you. It has always been you who pushed me away. He intended to bathe her before letting her sleep. But after a moment's hesitation, he simply changed her into a clean nightgown. As he laid her gently on the bed and turned to tidy up the mess, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. Do not leave, she cried, her body trembling as if trapped in a nightmare. Yin Hanyu had no choice but to turn around and embrace her, soothing her. What is wrong? Are you in pain? It hurts. Where does it hurt? He checked her body anxiously, finding no injuries. It hurts everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest. Here, it hurts the most. There is a fire. It is so intense. And there's an explosion. It is too painful. Do not come closer. Please go away. Lin Qingyou cried out, tears streaming down her face as she curled up in anguish. Lin Qingyou, why are you being so foolish? It hurts so much. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please do not leave me. Qingyou, what is wrong? What is happening to you? He held her tightly, desperate to shield her from her distress. Do not fear. I am here. I will never abandon you. How could I ever leave you? Yin Hanyu repeated these words, holding her close. After what felt like an eternity, her emotions finally began to stabilize, but her grip on him remained unyielding. Despite his strength, he could not break free from her hold, and he resigned himself to maintain their awkward position for hours. When Lin Qingyou finally awoke, Yin Hanyu sighed in relief. Why are you here? She asked, still dazed. Release me first, and I will answer your question. If you do not let go, I might lose circulation in my hand and waist. Only then did Lin Qingyou realize she was clinging to him, her arms wrapped tightly around him while he sat sideways on the bed. As soon as she loosened her grip, Yin Hanyu attempted to shift to a more comfortable position, but his body had grown stiff from remaining still for too long. What is wrong? She asked innocently. Well, what do you think? Lin Qingyou. She expressed uncertainty, wondering if he might be infuriated. Lin Qingyou, you truly are the fated star of misfortune in my life. Flustered and eager to please, Lin Qingyou hurriedly began to massage Yin Hanyu, saying, do not be upset, allow me to soothe you. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu turned his gaze towards Lin Qingyou, compassionately inquiring, do you often experience nightmares? Lin Qingyou's hands, which were massaging Yin Hanyu, came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 11. I want to eat you. The girl suddenly bowed her head in silence, and upon recalling her tormented visage from last night's nightmare, Yin Hanyu decided against further inquiries. However, Lin Qingyou nodded softly. Yes, I often have nightmares, dreaming of that fool risking his life for me. Why do I deserve such devotion? What did you dream about? Lin Qingyou suddenly threw herself into Yin Hanyu's embrace, holding him tightly. I dreamed of a cruise ship exploding, engulfed in flames, with everyone fleeing in panic. Only you, that fool. Lin Qingyou lifted her gaze to meet Yin Hanyu and Appo's, tears brimming in her eyes. Only you, that fool, rushed in without a thought. Why did you go in? Why? In anguish, Lin Qingyou pounded her fists against Yin Hanyu's chest, her tears soaking his shirt. You idiot, why did you go in? You could have survived. Yin Hanyu momentarily lost himself in confusion. How could it be just a dream, her dream? Yet he felt as though he had lived through her described scene. Still, he managed to respond. So, in your dreams, I'm such a lovable nuisance? You are indeed wonderful, but it's just a dream. I wouldn't be so foolish. Yin Hanyu reached to wipe her tears away. Lin Qingyou stared at him in disbelief. He had thought his words would comfort her, yet she cried even harder. He is truly so good, yet so foolish. He is the most foolish person in the world. Lin Qingyou sniffled, wiping her tears, only for her nose to betray her. Yin Hanyu could hardly suppress a chuckle. Look at you, so messy. As he was about to hand her a tissue, Lin Qingyou, without hesitation, rubbed her nose against his shirt, declaring, now it's not dirty anymore. Yin Hanyu's expression darkened. Lin Qingyou, do you know I have a cleanliness obsession? I know you have a cleanliness obsession. Lin Qingyou sniffed, using his shirt again. I did it on purpose. How refreshingly honest. Yin Hanyu exclaimed. You hurt my feelings last night. Consider this payback. When did I hurt your feelings? Yin Hanyu felt more wronged than Doi. You do. Lin Qingyou glared at him. You trust Mingyu more than me. I have nothing more to say. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou leaned closer and bit down hard on Yin Hanyu's lips. Yin Hanyu, listen well, you are mine. You must not waver, nor show kindness to other women. You must not trust any woman more than me. You must not grow close to any other woman. Otherwise, I will. What will you do? Yin Hanyu asked, intrigued, his eyes sparkling with affection. I will. Lin Qingyou bit down again, causing him to wince. I will bite you to death. With a soft gasp, Yin Hanyu felt the sting of blood. Lin Qingyou, are you a dog? Now you know my strength? Lin Qingyou gazed at his bloodied lips, which, already alluring, now bore an irresistible charm due to the crimson hue. She swallowed hard. Must we wait until marriage to truly be together? If I were to slip something into your food, would you yield to me? You. Yin Hanyu's face flushed crimson, and he abruptly pushed Lin Qingyou away, retreating a step. Lin Qingyou, have some modesty. Lin Qingyou sprawled across Yin Hanyu's large bed, declaring, I don't want to be modest anymore. Life is meaningless if I can and oppose. Tea have you. What do you want for breakfast? Yin Hanyu decided to change the subject. Can I have anything? Of course. Yin Hanyu raised his chin. Do you think I can't afford you a meal? Order away. Young lady. With a mischievous grin. Lin Qingyou perked up. Then I want you. Yin Hanyu, what sort of nonsense fills your mind? His face burned, though he maintained a facade of calm. Only you. Lin Qingyou clasped her hands to her cheeks. You occupy my every thought. Yin Hanyu, this little rascal must still be drunk. Seeing him genuinely prepared to call for breakfast delivery, Lin Qingyou snatched the phone from him. Mr. Yin, it's just breakfast. They're in Oppos. There's no need for such extravagance. Besides, she pushed him toward the kitchen. I prefer your cooking to anything from outside. Yin Hanyu's expression turned awkward. I can't cook. Lin Qingyou. Oh no, I forgot your kitchen disaster. Fearing her disappointment, Yin Hanyu quietly added, but I can boil noodles. I'll make you some. Are you sure? Lin Qingyou's gaze shifted mischievously. Well, Yin Hanyu, you just went from innocent to revealing your true colors, didn't you? Yin Hanyu, what sort of filthy thoughts are you harboring? He lightly smacked her round head. Quickly empty your mind of those dirty thoughts. Why should I? Wait. Lin Qingyou grinned mischievously. Mr. Yin, since you can grasp my meaning so quickly, it seems your mind is quite filled with filth too? Yin Hanyu. Seeing his helpless expression, Lin Qingyou felt an inexplicable joy. She swayed her hips and strutted away. President, I'll wash up now and come back to make you breakfast. Yet when Lin Qingyou returned, she found that Yin Hanyu had already boiled the noodles and clumsily fried 2 eggs. He handed her the noodles, saying sternly, You must not say it tastes bad. Lin Qingyou accepted the noodles with delight. Rest assured, even if it's terrible, I'll finish it. That's unnecessary. Her smile grew wider. Yin Hanyu looked at her. What are you so happy about? Lin Qingyou took a bite of the oddly shaped fried egg. I just find you too adorable. Adorable? Yin Hanyu paused in his actions. What did you just say? Adorable. Lin Qingyou repeated with a smile. The more I look at you, the more I find you irresistibly cute. Yin Hanyu's expression darkened. Lin Qingyou, I am a man, and you call me cute? Who are you insulting? Lin Qingyou. Well, it seems this guy lacks emotional intelligence and taste. Don't you know that calling someone cute is the highest form of praise? Is it? Yin Hanyu replied. I've heard that people only say someone is cute when they can't think of a compliment. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qingyou nearly choked. She clasped her hands in prayer. I truly meant no offense. May heaven witness my sincerity. Yin Hanyu. Truly adorable. Chapter 12. You actually want to sleep with me because of a dream. Lin Qingyou praised. Darling, the noodles you made, though not visually appealing, taste rather delightful. Ahem. This time it was Yin Hanyu who choked. Darling? That term of endearment again. Indeed, you are my darling. Lin Qingyou hurriedly poured him a glass of water. Why are you reacting so strongly? It's not the first time I've called you that. Yin Hanyu took a sip of water. Was it truly the first time? Yet, he still couldn't adapt. Lin Qingyou continued. If you find that unacceptable, I can call you sweetheart, baby, or darling, or even my dear. Yin Hanyu. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou leaned a little closer to him, her eyes sparkling, her voice sweet and tender. Darling, you are truly handsome. I can't help but want to kiss you. Unbeknownst to him, his cheeks flushed a subtle red. He stepped back, defensively gazing at Lin Qingyou. You weren't like this before. As you said, that was in the past, Lin Qingyou replied, playfully inching closer like a little puppy. Darling, I will always call you that from now on. You'll gradually get used to it. Yin Hanyu suddenly reached out to touch her forehead. Lin Qingyou shot him an annoyed glance. What? Are you going to say I'm insane again? Yin Hanyu did not directly admit it, instead opting for a roundabout answer. I know, a highly skilled doctor. Lin Qingyou's expression changed in an instant. Believing she was angry, Yin Hanyu quickly offered her the egg he had made. She had seemed to enjoy his fried eggs earlier. Lin Qingyou looked at the egg in her bowl, both exasperated and amused. This insufferable man. Noticing her demeanor improving, Yin Hanyu resumed. Good medicine is bitter in taste, but beneficial for illness. Do not shy away from seeking treatment. Lin Qingyou. Has he not given up yet? Did she truly appear to be mentally unstable? Sigh. Lin Qingyou let out a breath. It was all the sins of her past life. Thus, she suddenly said to Yin Hanyu, actually, my dream was very long. Would you like to hear more? Yin Hanyu immediately set down his utensils, attentively gazing at her. Lin Qingyou and Appo's lips twitched. His earnest demeanor resembled that of a diligent student listening to a lecture. Ahem. Lin Qingyou cleared her throat and took on a serious tone. Her first sentence was, Yin Hanyu, in my dream, we are already married. What? Yin Hanyu and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. We are married? Is she certain that was her dream, and not his? Was it that hard to believe? Lin Qingyou replied, I find it hard to believe as well. Because in my past life, when I married Yin Hanyu, it was when I was framed and vilified, my reputation utterly destroyed. The internet was rife with accusations of promiscuity, labeling me a scandalous woman. When I became the target of public scorn, the two men I trusted most dealt me a fatal blow. Lung Yifeng disdainfully slapped her. Lin Qingyou, you are nothing but a wretched creature, filthy to the point of revulsion. Never appear before me again. Her father also struck her. Lin Qingyou, you have brought disgrace to our family. You are unworthy to be my daughter. Get out. From now on, I will act as if you do not exist. At that moment, she was utterly despondent, heartbroken, and truly contemplated ending her life. But then, Yin Hanyu appeared. He gently lifted her, who was in utter disarray, and walked past Lung Yifeng and her father. The humiliation and harm you inflicted upon my wife today, I, Yin Hanyu, will return to you tenfold. Wife. At a time when everyone scorned, abandoned, and rejected her, Yin Hanyu granted her a completely new and most honorable identity. At that moment, not only did he declare this in front of Lung Yifeng and her father, but he also brandished their marriage certificate before the eyes of the entire nation. Thus, public opinion flipped in an instant. How could the young prince of the capital desire a woman of ill repute? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. A man as capable and intelligent as Yin Hanyu would never wed a woman of such notorious character. There must be more to the story than what met the eye. With speculation and differing voices, she finally gained a chance to breathe. Yin Hanyu used their marriage to silence the gossip. Yet, fearing she might struggle to accept it, he kindly said, "Just consider it a fake marriage." A fake marriage? Lin Qingyou was puzzled. Is the marriage certificate fake? The marriage certificate is certainly genuine. Yin Hanyu apologetically replied, "I'm sorry, but a fake marriage certificate wouldn't deceive so many people. So, we are truly husband and wife." Yin Hanyu nodded, "But rest assured, I will not use this to take advantage of you." He meant what he said. They slept in the same room every night. Yet he consciously took his small blanket and pillow to sleep in the children's bed in the inner room. It was unclear whether it was Lin Qingyou's vivid descriptions or something else, but Yin Hanyu could instantly envision the scenes she painted with her words. It felt almost as if it were not a dream. Noticing Yin Hanyu lost in thought, Lin Qingyou waved her hand in front of his eyes. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yin Hanyu remained somewhat dazed, his gaze complex as he regarded Lin Qingyou. She felt a wave of guilt wash over her under his scrutiny. "Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden?" Lin Qingyou quickly averted her gaze. Yin Hanyu asked, "Why am I always so wonderful in your dreams?" "Because you are genuinely a wonderful person," Lin Qingyou recalled asking him during her time of disgrace. "Yin Hanyu, they say seeing is believing. Why do you still choose to trust me?" Yin Hanyu countered, "Who are they? Those trash? Why should I believe the words of a bunch of trash?" Yet, he had certainly seen those photos, had he not? "There's no yet." Yin Hanyu flicked her forehead. "Do you think I am as foolish as you? Those trash are not worthy of being compared to you. How could I possibly prefer to believe trash over you? Besides, even if it were true, so what? Your body belongs to you. Others have no right to comment on your body in private life." He was truly that remarkable. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu stood up, glaring at Lin Qingyou in frustration. "So, your recent behavior towards me is because of your dream? What?" Lin Qingyou was momentarily speechless. "Because of your dream, you feel guilty towards me, and you want to make it up to me? That's not it, isn't it?" Yin Hanyu interrupted her. "In your dream, we are married. So, you have been talking about marriage with me every day. In your dream, we are not as intimately connected as a real couple. So now, your unusual affection, embracing me, kissing me, wanting to sleep with me, is all because of that?" Yin Hanyu grew increasingly agitated. "Lin Qingyou, you actually want to sleep with me because of dream? I detest you." Lin Qingyou. Chapter 13. Yin Hanyu was attacked. Yin Hanyu, infuriated, slammed the door behind him. Lin Qingyou stood frozen in place, bewildered. How could this happen? Why did the situation unfold so differently from her expectations? She had thought that by speaking her mind, Yin Hanyu would no longer perceive her as mentally unwell. Yet, contrary to her hopes, he had stormed off in anger. "Curse it, what an idiot I am. Lin Qingyou, you absolute fool." She slapped herself on the forehead, muttering, "You're not mentally ill. You've got water in your brain. No, it's more like mercury." By the time Lin Qingyou rushed downstairs, Yin Hanyu had already driven away. Frustrated, she kicked a nearby trash can. "Damn it, why couldn't you move faster?" she grumbled, wincing at the pain in her leg. As Yin Chen stealthily entered, he spotted Lin Qingyou cursing while cradling her leg. "What's the matter, little vixen?" he asked, reveling in her misfortune. Lin Qingyou aimed a kick at him. "Yin Chen, wipe that smug grin off your face." Yin Chen dodged, feigning innocence. "So angry? Did my brother reject you? What did you say?" Lin Qingyou glared at him, her anger palpable. "Are you looking for trouble?" Yin Chen retreated dramatically, comically adopting a defensive pose. Lin Qingyou shot him an exasperated look. "Yin Chen, let me make myself clear. I'm in a foul mood, so don't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll leave you searching for your teeth and toss you in that trash can." "Come on, I'm terrified," Yin Chen quipped, but his body betrayed him as he took 3 steps back. He knew he couldn't win against Lin Qingyou, who had trained diligently in martial arts after her kidnapping ordeal. Even if he could match her strength, he wouldn't dare. A single touch could land him in a 3-day confinement at the hands of his brother. Yet he couldn't appear weak. So, while retreating, he provocatively beckoned, "Come here." When Lin Qingyou complied, he stumbled and fell to his knees. "Hey, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." In response, Lin Qingyou delivered a fierce slap to him. Yin Chen cradled his head in agony, exclaiming, "Lin Qingyou, are you using a severed hand?" Why does it hurt so much? What severed hand? I'm a master of iron palm techniques. She retorted. Good heavens, why does my brother fancy such a fierce woman? What were you sneaking around for? Lin Qingyou glanced outside, but saw nothing unusual. Sneaking around? Who has sneaking? Speak. Lin Qingyou's demeanor shifted to a fierce intensity. Yin Chen, frightened, quickly confessed. I just fired a top-tier celebrity and even gave him a beating. Now his craze fans are after me. What? Lin Qingyou's eyes widened in disbelief. You fired Gu Huai? And you hit him? Gu Huai was a rising star in the entertainment industry, known for his fervent fans with formidable combat prowess. Why would you fire Gu Huai? He is a cash cow. Lin Qingyou couldn't contain her anger and slapped Yin Chen again. He is my person. How dare you fire him and even hit him? Lin Qingyou's eyes narrowed dangerously at Yin Chen. Yin Chen, if you dare to bully my people, I'll make you understand the true meaning of suffering. Stop. Yin Chen backed away hastily. Let me explain. If you knew the truth, you'd agree with me. What truth? He is dating someone. Lin Qingyou's anger peaked, resembling a wronged wife. How dare he date someone? Wait, he is over 20. Isn't dating normal? Lin Qingyou retorted, kicking the trash can in frustration. What is this nonsense? How dare he? Her rage escalated. What about Shi? Yin Chen stomped his foot in anger. What about Gu Shi? My ship can't sink. That scoundrel. If he disappoints Shi, I'll ensure he pays. Yin Chen realized Lin Qingyou was genuinely furious now. Previously, she merely threatened to make a castrating surgery for the scoundrel. Now, she had escalated her threats to a whole new level. In a fit of rage, Lin Qingyou sped off in her car. How could Gu Huai dare to betray Shi? Suddenly, Yin Chen had an epiphany. Could it be that Lin Qingyou was also a fan of the couple? Oh dear, they shared the same obsession. What a tragedy. Incorporation. Yin Hanyu sat at his desk, unusually distracted. The documents before him had remained open for an extended period, stuck on a single page. Why did he resonate so deeply with Qingyou's dreams? She spoke of a cruise explosion, engulfed in flames, and marriage. Had they truly been wed? A fleeting image of him tightly clutching their marriage certificates flashed through his mind. Marriage. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu leapt to his feet. Suwen jumped in surprise. President, what is wrong? Yin Hanyu turned to Suwen. Do you dream? Ah, even the ever-composed Suwen found himself at a loss for words. Yes, he finally replied. Yin Hanyu pressed. What dreams have you had? Suwen scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Well, spit it out. Yin Hanyu urged. Suwen closed his eyes, adopting a resigned expression. Daydreams and, intimate dreams. Yin Hanyu. Just as he was about to kick Suwen, a staff member rushed in, breathless. Su assistant, bad news. What is going on? Suwen glared at the newcomer. Can't you see the president is in a bad mood today? Something terrible has happened. We're surrounded by a mob, demanding you come out and explain about Gu Huai. Gu Huai. Yin Hanyu perked up at the mention of the name. This individual held significant importance to Lin Qingyou. He immediately headed for the elevator. However, upon stepping outside, a barrage of rotten eggs, spoiled fruits, and water bottles rained down upon him. Chapter 14. Those who harm Yin Hanyu deserve death. Lin Qingyou arrived at the Yin group, having just stepped out of her vehicle, ready to confront Gu Huai, only to discover that Yin Hanyu was being assaulted. Yin Hanyu was being attacked. To her horror, he was encircled by a group of assailants wielding laser pointers, pepper spray, and even personal defense sprays. More infuriatingly, many were hurling rotten eggs, plastic bottles, soda cans, and even stones at him. They descended upon him like frenzied beasts, disregarding all reason in their collective attack. Lin Qingyou felt her vision narrow with rage, a fiery determination igniting within her. She charged towards Yin Hanyu like an artillery shell. Just then, a stone and a soda can fell from above, threatening to strike her. With swift reflexes, Yin Hanyu pulled her into his strong, warm embrace, shielding her from the oncoming projectiles. Be careful, Yu as she regained her composure. Lin Qingyou found herself nestled within his protective hold, narrowly escaping the flying debris. However, Yin Hanyu bore the brunt of the attack, suffering a blow to the back of his head that drew blood. Yin Hanyu, seeing the blood, panic intertwined with her concern, causing her hands to tremble. Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital? I'm fine. Don't worry. He removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, his tone laced with irritation. What are you thinking? Do you not realize the danger? Why did you come here? He could scarcely fathom the consequences had that stone struck her instead. But before he could finish his admonishment, Lin Qingyou's gaze hardened, locking onto the man who had thrown the stone. He was a portly figure, reminiscent of a giant. Yet his demeanor faltered under the intensity of Lin Qingyou's glare. The men surrounding him wielded weapons far more menacing than the pepper spray and laser pointers held by the so-called fans. They brandished black wooden clubs, indicative of their sinister intent to end Yin Hanyu's life. Was it you who threw the stone at my husband? Though it was phrased as a question, her tone was resolute. She lunged forward, delivering a forceful kick that sent the lead assailant sprawling several meters away. The man groaned in pain, struggling to rise, only to be met with Lin Qingyou seizing a club from a nearby attacker, striking down with relentless precision upon his spine. Stop, please. It hurts, the man pleaded, clutching his head in desperation, casting a frantic look at his companions. What are you waiting for? Help me. The others hesitated, exchanging glances, before attempting to retaliate with their own clubs. Yin Hanyu pulled Lin Qingyou behind him, his expression darkening as he prepared to intervene. But in an unexpected twist, she pushed him towards Suwon. Suwon, you failed in your duty today. You didn't protect your master. Suwon lowered his head, engulfed in guilt. As Yin Hanyu's aide, he was chosen from a cadre of elite bodyguards for this very purpose. Yet today now, I offer you a chance to atone, Lin Qingyou declared. Take him away first. Suwon glanced at Yin Hanyu, his mouth agape, but quickly closed it upon meeting Yin Hanyu's stern gaze. Miss Qingyou, you're putting me in a difficult position. How can the president possibly abandon you now? At that moment, one of the bulky assailants swung a club at Lin Qingyou. Snarling, wretched woman, die. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by her swift kick. Lin Qingyou's speed was astonishing, leaving the others paralyzed by fear, unsure whether to advance or retreat. But her patience had worn thin. The club in her hand became an extension of her will, and she struck with a ferocity that felled the leading assailants one by one, leaving them sprawled and howling in agony. She stood over one, pressing her foot against his face, her voice cold as ice. Tell me, who sent you? The man shook his head in denial. Refusing to speak, are we? Lin Qingyou's smile was beautiful yet laced with danger. Without hesitation, she swung her club, shattering his leg with a sickening crack. Ah, my leg, my leg. His cries were desperate, echoing through the chaos. Lin Qingyou remained undeterred, casually twirling the club as she approached the next assailant. I don't know, he stuttered in fear. Uninformed, are we? Lin Qingyou and Appo's smile deepened, her gaze penetrating as she leaned closer. You will know his scream pierced the air, a sound akin to a dying animal, sending shivers down the spines of the men present. Suwon stole a glance at Yin Hanyu, who observed the scene with a mixture of concern and amusement. Your beloved is indeed fierce, Suwon remarked, suppressing a smirk. Realizing the interplay of worry and jest in Suwon's expression, Yin Hanyu shot him a warning glare. Lin Qingyou advanced towards a third man, who was desperately shielding himself. Before I can address you, speak the truth, she commanded. It's him. He sent us. The man cried, pointing at the large one. We were just aimless drifters until he recruited us among the fan crowds, promising us wealth in exchange for Yin Hanyu and Appo's life. His confession sparked an uproar among the gathered fans, who realized they had been manipulated. Lin Qingyou's resolve hardened as she absorbed the weight of his words. Kill Yin Hanyu? She echoed, each syllable tightening her grip on the club. The portly man, witnessing her approach, recoiled in terror, his voice barely a whisper as he attempted to retreat. Please, don't, he whimpered, trembling. Who sent you? I can't say. He'll kill me. Refusing to speak, are we? Lin Qingyou leaned in closer, her voice a chilling whisper. Then you shall meet your end. With that, she wrapped her fingers around his throat, her grip tightening with palpable fury. Who permitted you to harm him? How dare you? Lin Qingyou's eyes burned a fierce crimson, with a palpable aura of menace and a thirst for vengeance radiating from her gaze. The haunting images of Yin Hanyu suffering, bleeding for her sake, replayed incessantly in her mind, relentlessly agitating her nerves. Particularly vivid was the memory of her previous life, where Yin Hanyu had shielded her with unwavering resolve. Even as he coughed up blood, an indelible specter that haunted her dreams night after night. At this moment, witnessing him once more injured in his efforts to protect her, blood streaming from his wounds, Lin Qingyou could no longer contain her emotions. Damn it, damn it, they all deserve to perish. Those who harm Yin Hanyu must meet their end. Chapter 15. The comfort of being cherished and protected. Lin Qingyou, in a sudden frenzy, resembled a rabid dog, devoid of reason and humanity. The rotund man was caught in her grasp, his eyes rolling back in pain, unable to emit even a whisper of sound. Yet, Lin Qingyou and Appo's grip showed no sign of relenting. At this moment, she was truly driven by murderous intent. All who had wronged him deserved to perish. Miss Qingyou, please release him. Su Wen rushed over to dissuade her, as he had already contacted the police, who would arrive shortly. Committing murder in broad daylight would surely lead Lin Qingyou to a prison sentence. However, her ears were deaf to Su Wen's pleas. It appeared she had completely lost her sanity, oblivious to anyone's words. She was about to squeeze the life out of that unfortunate man. Little Qingyou. Yin Hanyu stepped forward. At the sound of that name, Lin Qingyou momentarily faltered. Even in her early childhood, and during the harrowing moments of her kidnapping when she awaited death, there had been one who called her thus. That was the light in her abyss. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the rotund man broke free from her grip. However, he was paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog, gasping for breath. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. How could such a small girl possess such overwhelming strength? This girl, who appeared as beautiful as an angel, was no human. She was a demon. Lin Qingyou glanced at the man who had called her Little Qingyou. Yin Hanyu shook his head at her. Such filth would only tarnish her hands. Moreover, the true instigator was not this repugnant brute. For now, this vile creature still had some utility. At this moment, Lin Qingyou had evidently regained her composure. Yes, she could not kill him yet, but she was still furious, especially upon seeing the blood on Yin Hanyu's head and the filth that clung to him. A man as fastidious as he should not be subjected to such indignities. How could they treat him this way? Furious, Lin Qingyou violently seized a basket of rotten eggs from a bystander and, with the force of a slam dunk, hurled it upon the rotund man's head. The already repulsive figure was soon drenched in the foul liquid, transforming him into an even more grotesque sight. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Taking what she could from the surrounding chaos, Lin Qingyou utilized every weapon at her disposal. Pepper spray, rotten fruit, and stinking eggs, returning each assault upon the perpetrators. Disgusted by the wretched cries of the rotund man, she shoved a rotten apple into his mouth. Woo woo. The rotund man cried out in pain and despair, seeking solace from his companions. But those individuals were now too terrified, battered, and bruised by Lin Qingyou's wrath to offer him any aid. They were focused solely on their own survival. As for the so-called rabid fans, a single glare from Lin Qingyou sent them retreating in terror. They had merely sought to avenge Gu Huai, but were now gripped by fear for their lives. You fools, used and yet unaware. Did you truly believe this would vindicate Gu Huai? Let me tell you, you have only led him to ruin. After today, without any further intervention, you have already plunged Gu Huai into the abyss. You will depart, returning to your lives, and perhaps even abandon him for younger and handsomer idols in the future. But Gu Huai's fervent followers, his crazed fans, even those who would kill for him, would all forever bear Gu Huai's name. Gu Huai's loose management of his fandom and misguided guidance could easily drag him into hell. You may escape, but he cannot. We're doing this for his benefit. Lin Qingyou spat, repulsed. For his benefit? Your parents insist you study diligently, forbidding you from your phones and games for your own good. Yet, have you discarded your devices? Deleted your gaming accounts? Such nonsense about doing it for him? Do you not understand that a fan's actions reflect upon their idol? The fans lower their heads, fear and regret etched upon their faces. They only feared when their own interests were threatened. What are you waiting for? Leave immediately. At Lin Qingyou and Appo's fierce command, the fans hastily dispersed. Only those intent on harming Yin Hanyu remained, huddled on the ground in pain. Yet, Lin Qingyou remained unsatisfied. She seized the lead rotund man, mercilessly striking his piggish face with ferocious blows. One resounding slap followed another, her own hands stinging from the impact. Angered further, she kicked him into a nearby fountain. As the police arrived, they were met with a shocking scene. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "Stop!" one officer shouted, rushing forward, for it seemed the rotund man was on the verge of being beaten to death. Just as he approached Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu stepped in front of her. "Get out of the way. You are obstructing our duties," Officer B barked, while the other officers stared at him in bewilderment. The rookie had no idea who he was confronting. The police chief, who had been wiping sweat in the car, dropped his tissue in horror upon witnessing the scene. He hurried over, smacking the rookie on the back of the head. "From now on, you shall be mute." The rookie, the young master. The police chief wore a fawning expression, his heart racing in cold sweat. "Young master, it is our fault. We have frightened you." "Frightened?" Yin Hanyu's gaze lingered on Lin Qingyou, who continued to pummel the rotund man. His usually tranquil eyes now glimmered with warmth and affection. The feeling of being protected and cherished was truly delightful. Suddenly, the trash before him seemed less repugnant. The police chief, ever vigilant, sensed Yin Hanyu's unusual demeanor, only to find himself utterly bewildered. When he had rushed over, he feared for the end of his career. In broad daylight, allowing someone to throw rotten eggs and stones at the esteemed young master within his jurisdiction was an unimaginable disgrace. How furious must he be? While it was no longer the ancient times, the thought of bloodshed still loomed ominously. However, the enigmatic identity of Yin Hanyu, along with the considerable esteem in which he is held, left no doubt in his mind that his entire lineage was in peril. Furthermore, considering Yin Hanyu's ruthless and merciless methods, he was more than capable of facing death repeatedly. Moreover, Yin Hanyu was notoriously ill-tempered. As he made his way, the police chief found himself contemplating a desperate escape, wishing to vanish like a deity into the earth, while simultaneously searching online for a more palatable way to meet his end. Yet, at this moment, the police chief was cautiously observing Yin Hanyu's expression. The young master seemed to be not as furious as he had anticipated. It appeared there might still be a chance for redemption. But why was that? Chapter 16. The perfectly matched theatrical couple. As the police chief stood perplexed, he followed Yin Hanyu's gaze and beheld Lin Qingyou mercilessly pummeling a man. With a swift left hook, she struck his jaw, dislocating it instantaneously. ISN and amp, oppose. It obvious? Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking in the future. Just as the police chief was about to voice his thoughts, Lin Qingyou suddenly burst into tears. "Woo-woo, police uncles, why did it take you so long to arrive? I was nearly beaten to death." The officers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth was happening? Were they somehow blind to the reality before them? Wasn't she the one close to committing murder? How could she possibly turn the tables like this? Officer B, known for his straightforward demeanor, cooting and oppose, contained his frustration. "Miss, do you even comprehend what you're saying? You were the one who slap." The police chief swiftly silenced Officer B with a smack to the back of his head. Rubbing his sore spot, Officer B protested, "Chief, why did you hit me again?" The chief replied, "Because you're disobedient." "How am I disobedient? You always tell me to be the first to charge in. And today, I remembered your teachings. I was indeed the first one here." He insisted, gesturing to his colleagues for validation. However, the officers remained silent, fully aware of Officer B's notorious habit of taking credit for others' efforts. The chief grimaced, delivering another reprimanding slap. "Then I'll temporarily render you mute. Do you understand?" But Officer B attempted to protest, pointing at Lin Qingyou, but she asked the one who, Lin Qingyou and oppose. S wailing intensified. "Police uncles, I and oppose. Am so scared. You must ensure justice is served for me." Officer B stared at her in utter confusion. Was she truly frightened? What justice was she seeking? She was the one on the verge of causing grievous harm. "Extend your hands immediately. I'm taking you to the station," he declared, pulling out handcuffs to apprehend Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu's expression shifted significantly. The police chief sensed impending danger and swiftly intervened, pulling Officer B back. This reckless child truly has a death wish? Why are you trying to arrest me? I'm just a frail woman being bullied by all these foul men. And you want to apprehend me? Is there no justice left in the world? Lin Qingyou exclaimed. Frail woman? Are you certain? The officers exchanged dubious glances, surveying the bruised and battered men strewn about, nursing injuries from her blows. Heavens, who really appears frail here? Woo-woo. Husband, I'm scared. Please take me home. Lin Qingyou rushed into Yin Hanyu's embrace, taking the opportunity to feel his well-defined abdomen. Yin Hanyu's brow twitched. Husband? The onlookers were astounded. Wasn't he the prince famously indifferent to women? When had he secretly married? Was this girl perhaps unhinged? Did she embrace him in fear of being incarcerated for her actions? Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed the so-called aloof prince tenderly patting her head. Do not fear. You are the victim. The police officers are just and discerning. They will surely restore justice for you. Really? Lin Qingyou looked up at him with doe-like eyes. Yin Hanyu nodded affirmatively. Of course. When have I ever misled you? Husband? Again, she referred to him as her spouse, and this time it was the prince himself who acknowledged her as such. It seemed the girl was not mad, but a legitimate princess. Hee, you're so wonderful, husband. Lin Qingyou nestled closer, feigning innocence. But I'm still frightened. Yin Hanyu played along. Fear not, dear. The police are here. The wrongdoer shall face their due consequences. But, Lin Qingyou whimpered, her gaze drifting toward the officers. Assistant Su, observing from the sidelines, gave a thumbs up to Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou. Impressive. They truly complement each other. Their improvisational skills are remarkably synchronized. What a pair of talented actors. However, Yin Hanyu's eyes shifted toward the police chief, who quickly grasped the unspoken message. Dear, fragile lady, you have been wronged. Rest assured, we will not arrest you. You are the victim here, and we shall ensure justice is served. Thank you, Chief. Lin Qingyou replied as she took Yin Hanyu and Oppo's hand and strolled away. Yin Hanyu still bore injuries, and she was eager to attend to his wounds. As they strode confidently away, Officer B protested, Chief, how can you allow them to leave like this? Especially her. She has injured so many. Lin Qingyou turned back. Oh, dear officer, you've made a mistake. What mistake? Officer B challenged. You said I harm people. That's incorrect. Where did I err? He pointed at the injured men on the ground. Are they not people? Bingo. Congratulations. You answered correctly. I did not harm them. They were merely... What were they? Officer B asked reflexively. Trash. Lin Qingyou stated boldly. Officer B was left speechless. Following a thorough investigation, it turned out Lin Qingyou's assertion was indeed accurate. The individuals she had incapacitated were, in fact, societal refuse. Able-bodied yet choosing to engage in thievery and harassment, some even with records for previous offenses. They would no longer be a menace to society. Lin Qingyou gathered a medical kit to tend to Yin Hanyu's wounds. He rose. I'll take a shower first. But your injury is on the back of your head. Showering will what? Get water in my brain? Lin Qingyou and Oppo's lips twitched in annoyance. You said that, not me. He flicked her forehead playfully. I was implying something. You. Why do you keep saying such things about me? I might have had water in my brain before, but I've since emptied it out. Yin Hanyu's demeanor turned serious. Lin Qingyou, today's events are a one-time occurrence and shall not be repeated. While I appreciate your protective instincts, if it risks your safety, I would rather it not happen at all. Chapter 17. Who else should I guard against besides this little flirt? Upon grasping Yin Hanyu's meaning, Lin Qingyou hurriedly declared, I am quite formidable. Since childhood, I have preferred martial skills over delicate attire. Taekwondo and sanda have been my passions. After her abduction, her aunt spared no expense in hiring an ancient martial arts master for her. My master is truly remarkable. He has taught me many impressive skills. However, I must admit, I possess some talent, Lin Qingyou said with a hint of pride, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Yin Hanyu playfully flicked her forehead, retorting, you, my dear, are merely praising yourself. Lin Qingyou protested, what do you mean? I am undeniably a stunning young lady, completely unrelated to a boastful old woman. Yin Hanyu sighed, miss. The essence of the phrase and Oppo's, a boastful old woman selling melons and Oppo's, lies in self-praise, not the old woman herself. Lin Qingyou countered, but my compliments are factual. She lamented. If only I had been born in ancient times or within a realm of immortal heroes, I would surely be recognized as an exceptionally gifted martial artist. As Yin Hanyu entered the bathroom with a bathrobe, he couldn't resist remarking, a martial arts prodigy, yet a failure in dance. Is that so? In her youth, her mother had compelled her to learn ballet, resulting in countless tumbles and tearful outbursts. Her mother, once gentle and elegant, was exasperated to the point of wishing to send her back for and oppos, reboot and oppos. However, when it came to Taekwondo, she was all smiles, joyously practicing with nunchaku, her laughter echoing in the halls. Martial arts failure? Lin Qingyou felt pierced by his words. Angrily, she raised her fist, declaring, Yin Hanyu, are you determined to expose my shortcomings? I merely spoke the truth. Before Lin Qingyou could explode, Yin Hanyu promptly closed the bathroom door. Humph, Lin Qingyou huffed, gesturing toward the door. Who are you guarding against? Yin Hanyu's voice drifted from the bathroom. Who else but you, this little flirt? Lin Qingyou retorted, flirt? I simply possess a mature woman and oppos, sense of aesthetics. Besides, I see things as they are. Why should I fear? He has nothing to lose. Such a miserly man. Once married, she would scrutinize him, inspecting every inch without reserve at every conceivable angle. Humph. Turning her attention to the sofa, she began organizing the medicine box. Brother, I am so sorry. Yin Ichin slid into the room, landing in a kneeling position beside the sofa. By misfortune, he slid right in front of Lin Qingyou. Lin Qingyou straightened her expression. My dear subject, no need for formalities. Yin Ichin replied, who is your subject? Adorned oppos. T want your affection. How revolting. Such a lack of culture is truly alarming. Lin Qingyou scoffed. Subject is merely a term of respect. I am not blind. Why would I love you? Yin Ichin shot back. Are you sure you're not blind? It's obvious who my brother and Lung Yifeng should love. Yet you chose that sort. Lin Qingyou frowned. Who said I love him? If you don an oppos, T love him, why do you keep making my brother sad because of him? Shut up, Yin Ichin. At that moment, Yin Hanyu emerged from the bathroom. Brother. Yin Ichin leaped forward, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? I'm so sorry, brother. It's all my fault. Yin Hanyu frowned slightly. What does this have to do with you? It's because I fired Gu Huai and confronted him, leading his crazed fans to go wild. However, Yin Hanyu had entrusted the management of Shengshi Entertainment to Yin Ichin a long time ago. He had not involved himself in the company's affairs for quite some time. Those fans, unaware of the truth, could only trace the company background online to find Yin Hanyu, the scapegoat. As Yin Hanyu sat down, Yin Ichin felt guilty and nearly knelt. Woe is me. I have gravely harmed my brother. I am a sinner. Brother, I'm sorry. Why not at me once? He immediately presented his face for a slap. Yin Hanyu, exasperated, replied, Get away from me. Brother, please. I would rather you hit me than abandon me. Yin Ichin rushed to fetch a feather duster. No, this sincerity is insufficient. I shall go chop some thorny branches for you. Lin Qingyou stifled a laugh, while Yin Hanyu rubbed his forehead in disbelief. This fool. As Lin Qingyou carefully applied medicine to Yin Hanyu's head, she remarked, Yin Ichin, don't cry over spilt milk. This matter has nothing to do with you. Ah. Yin Ichin suddenly returned to the doorway. How does it not concern me? Yin Ichin had always been a well-behaved child who recognized his mistakes when with Yin Hanyu. I have reviewed the situation. I am the direct cause. Gu Huai is the indirect one. I will first acknowledge my fault, and then seek out Gu Huai for retribution. Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou. What a good brother, reviewing the situation. This truly has nothing to do with you, nor Gu Huai. Yin Ichin was even more perplexed. He then glared at Lin Qingyou. You're not protecting him just because he is yours, are you? I tell you, even though I was once his fan, everyone is nothing in front of my brother, implying that he planned to deal with Gu Huai to avenge his brother. Lin Qingyou responded, You're the boss of the entertainment company. Do you not know that media reports are often exaggerated? Naturally, today's events will be reported. However, aside from Gu Huai, everyone else is merely an ordinary person. Hence, online discussions are solely condemning Gu Huai and his fanatic followers, while the other ordinary individuals are glossed over. What does that mean? Yin was bewildered, having rushed over to apologize after seeing the reports. Though obscured, he recognized his brother. In essence, you have all been manipulated, unwittingly becoming pawns in someone else in Amp. Oppo's S-game. The fans have become shields for their criminal activities. What? Yin exploded. Is it that scoundrel? The one with the password? The one who uses Tai Chi to draw swords? I will make him pay immediately. Yin was indeed an action-oriented person, ready to rush out. What are you doing? Lin Qingyou asked. Naturally, I'm going to avenge my brother. Curse that scoundrel. I will send him flying to the ends of the earth. Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou. Yin and Oppo's tongue is truly sharp. Do you even know who it is? Go ahead and seek vengeance. Oh, Yin rushed back. Who is it? Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu exchanged glances. Fool. Chapter 18. Miss Lin, Cold's leg ailment has flared up again. Who could it be? Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou exchanged glances, both sharing a knowing smile. Yin, however, was left utterly perplexed. Who on earth is it? Yin Hanyu replied coldly. Think for yourself. Despite racking his brain, Yin could not come up with an answer and began to bang his head against the coffee table in frustration. Brother, just tell me. Yin Hanyu retorted. If you can't figure it out, then don't call me brother. Yin let out a despairing wail. Brother, my dear brother, please don't be like this. With a disdainful snort, Yin Hanyu stood up and headed to his bedroom. In an instant, Yin turned to Lin Qingyou, pleading for help. Little enchantress, you must tell me. I need to take revenge on my brother. Lin Qingyou, with a proud lift of her chin, responded, What did you just call me? Yin immediately corrected himself. Miss Lin. Lin Qingyou scoffed. He tried again. Goddess Lin? Lin Qingyou turned her head away dismissively. He attempted once more. Your Majesty? At that, Lin Qingyou suddenly adopted a regal demeanor. Yin-Chen's eyes lit up, eagerly awaiting her response. Yet, Lin Qingyou remained silent. How can I get you to tell me? Yin-Chen plopped down onto the floor, surrendering. Lin Qingyou beckoned him with a finger, and though he scoffed, his ears leaned in closer. Clearing her throat, she said, Call me sister-in-law. What? Yin-Chen took a step back in shock. Will you, or won't you? Lin Qingyou pressed. He shook his head vigorously in refusal. I won't. Very well then, take your time to think it through. But by the time your intellect figures it out, your enemy's child will have already grown up, she taunted. Yin-Chen fell silent. Lin Qingyou stood up, feigning to leave. Sister-in-law, he weakly called after her. What did you say? Lin Qingyou touched her ear. Speak up. I didn't hear you. Yin-Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. Sister-in-law. Ah. Lin Qingyou beamed with delight, pleased with herself as she patted his cherubic face. Little brother, remember to always call me that from now on. Yin-Chen puffed up his cheeks. Can you tell me now? Lin Qingyou returned to her seat. It's quite simple. Who informed you that Gu Huai has a girlfriend? Who urged you to terminate your contract with Gu Huai? And now, who wants to sign Gu Huai again? Gu Huai, a top-tier celebrity, had a girlfriend, yet no one seemed to know about it. Clearly, he had been dropped by Yin-Chen due to this very reason. Yet the news of the contract termination was widespread, while the girlfriend's existence was shrouded in secrecy. Gu Huai could not possibly orchestrate such a cover-up. Yin-Chen confessed. It was Jiang Zhuoqing who told me. Jiang Zhuoqing? Lin Qingyou chuckled coldly. Cold Yifeng, it indeed must be you. The Cold family. Jiang Zhuoqing handed a file to Cold Yifeng. Yifeng, take a look and see if there is anything that needs adding. Cold Yifeng did not even open the document. Simply placing it aside, I have always trusted your capabilities. Jiang Zhuoqing burst into laughter. Yifeng, with your assurance, my sleepless nights are not in vain. Cold Yifeng poured Jiang Zhuoqing a glass of red wine. Are you confident in securing Gu Huai? Absolutely, Jiang Zhuoqing replied confidently. In the past, it would have been somewhat challenging, especially with the Yin group backing Shengshi Entertainment. However, Yin-Chen's foolishness in gifting Gu Huai to others was utterly unexpected. No matter how one viewed it, Gu Huai was the most sought-after star in the entertainment industry. That fool simply gave up without a second thought. Cold Yifeng sneered, because he has too much to lose. Gu Huai was indeed a cash cow, but Yin-Chen was never short of money. With wealth comes capriciousness. What he deemed valuable, others could easily discard. If Yin-Chen could act in such a manner, what of Yin Hanyu? Contemplating this, Cold Yifeng clenched his teeth in anger. Previously, the only leverage he had over Yin Hanyu was Lin Qingyou. But now, he recalled his subordinates mentioning that she had moved to live directly across from Yin Hanyu. Cold Yifeng slammed the wine glass down heavily. Lin Qingyou, are you attempting to provoke me in this manner? Let us see who can endure longer. However, Cold Yifeng remained confident in himself. Lin Qingyou had been angry before, but she always ended up coming to him first. This time would be no different. Suddenly, Cold Yifeng turned to Jiang Zhuoqing. Qingyou mentioned that on her birthday, you did something inappropriate. Jiang Zhuoqing's hand holding the wine glass trembled, hastily defending himself. Yifeng, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yes, a misunderstanding. Jiang Zhuoqing insisted. It was her birthday, and I wanted to gift her something. But when she opened the door, she had already had quite a bit to drink and was stumbling. I merely reached out to steady her, but to my surprise, she slapped me. Rubbing his cheek, Jiang Zhuoqing lamented, my parents never even hit me growing up. By the way, Yifeng, there's something I forgot to tell you. Jiang Zhuoqing suddenly stood up indignantly. What is it? Cold Yifeng asked. That day at the hotel, Yin Hanyu was also there, Jiang Zhuoqing whispered, glancing around. He was there to celebrate Lin Qingyou and Appo's birthday too. You should have seen how beautiful she looked that day. Yin Hanyu spent quite a long time in her room. His words left an air of tantalizing intrigue. Cold Yifeng's fists clenched tightly, his gaze darkening ominously. Jiang Zhuoqing, observing this, felt quite pleased. Yifeng, I'm not saying this to hurt you, but there are countless women in this world. Why are you so fixated on Lin Qingyou? With your standing, you could have any woman you desire. Beyond her beauty and wealth, what else does she offer? A spoiled princess attitude, capricious and willful. If you were to marry her, you would certainly suffer. Cold Yifeng remained silent, not disputing Jiang Zhuoqing and Appo's words, for he shared the same sentiment. Thus, he often used the debt of gratitude for saving Lin Qingyou's life and the injury to his leg as leverage against her. Lin Qingyou was someone who could only be swayed by gentleness, never by force. With this thought, Cold Yifeng suddenly looked at his secretary, Li Jia. Go fetch Lin Qingyou and tell her that my leg ailment has flared up again. When Li Jia arrived at the entrance of the apartment, she spotted Lin Qingyou in the garage, seemingly on a phone call. Lin Qingyou was attempting to reach Gu Huai, but his phone was off, rendering her attempts futile. That scoundrel Gu Huai. Once she finds him, she would make him pay. Li Jia approached Lin Qingyou. Miss Lin, please hold on. Seeing Li Jia, Lin Qingyou was somewhat taken aback. Li Jia was Cold Yifeng's secretary and had harbored feelings for him for many years. As such, she had long held a grudge against Lin Qingyou, subtly undermining her at every turn. However, Li Jia was also a pitiful woman. In her previous life, when she exposed her feelings to Cold Yifeng, he showed no surprise. Cold Yifeng had always known of Li Jia's affections. He merely pretended to be oblivious. Knowing that Li Jia was a rare high-caliber talent, he used her loyalty to ensure she would never betray him. Therefore, her grievances, Li Jia esa grievanzas. Cold Yifeng was fully aware. He simply chose to ignore them, indifferent. Do you need something from me? As Li Jia approached, she discovered Yin Yichen seated in the driver's seat, while Yin Hanyu occupied the rear. They had intended to locate Gu Huai, but his phone was unreachable, and both he and his manager had vanished without a trace. Yin Yichen honked the horn deliberately, calling out, Sister-in-law, are you getting in or not? Of course I and Appo's am getting in, Lin Qingyou replied, reveling in the title, and promptly entered the vehicle, making a point to squeeze closer to Yin Hanyu. Li Jia quickly interjected, Miss Lin, President Lung and Appo's leg ailment has flared up again. As soon as Li Jia spoke, the expressions of Yin Yichen, Yin Hanyu, and Lin Qingyou shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Qingyou and Appo's. Chapter 19 is drawing to a close. Here it comes again, once more, yet again. Is Lung Yifeng truly like Xianglin and Appo's wife? Lin Qingyou scoffed. Lung Yifeng, you have manipulated my guilt for years. It is high time you face the consequences. Li Jia observed that Lin Qingyou did not rush back to check on Lung Yifeng with the same concern and anxiety as before. Miss Lin, President Lung and Appo's leg ailment has flared up again, He is in considerable pain and distress. Yin Hanyu, who was visibly agitated, instantly turned to glare at Lin Qingyou, as if to convey that should she dare to abandon his brother once more, he would ensure they both met a dire fate. Conversely, Yin Hanyu, with a restrained demeanor, was filled with anxiety and trepidation, fearful of being cast aside again, fearful that everything during this time was merely a dream. He anxiously observed the girl beside him, convinced she would leave him once more. If Lin Yifeng's previous words had lost their potency, then now, his like condition was undeniably a trump card against Lin Qingyou. As anticipated, Lin Qingyou declared, "Very well, I shall go see him." Yin Hanyu clenched his fists, ready to exit the car, but Lin Qingyou suddenly grasped his large hand. "Darling, accompany me," she insisted. Yin Hanyu, nearly apoplectic, felt an urge to leap into the back seat and strangle Lin Qingyou. Yet, his seatbelt restrained his movements. "Lin Qingyou, do not overstep your bounds." Her mere intention to visit was already infuriating, but to invite his brother along? Was she attempting to drive him to his grave with rage or humiliation? Such a malicious woman existed in this world. Yin Hanyu, in a fit of rage, unbuckled his seatbelt, wishing to eliminate this wicked woman at once. However, the next moment, Yin Hanyu, who had remained silent, spoke 2 words: "Drive." "Brother?" Yin Hanyu gazed incredulously at Yin Hanyu. "Drive," Yin Hanyu reiterated, his tone more authoritative than before. "I refuse." Yin Hanyu seethed, adamant in not allowing his brother to endure such indignity and humiliation. What was the point of accompanying her? To witness Lin Qingyou's affection for Lin Yifeng? To observe how Lin Yifeng exploited this fool, hurting and humiliating his brother? To watch them flaunt their love before his brother? No, absolutely not. "Then get out." Yin Hanyu stood, asserting, "I will drive myself." "Brother." Yin Hanyu was livid, glaring fiercely at Lin Qingyou, yet he found himself powerless. His brother truly had no principles or boundaries when it came to Lin Qingyou. He would indeed drive her to Lin Yifeng and Oppo's side, which was utterly cruel. With a venomous glance at Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu reluctantly fastened his seatbelt and started the car towards Lin Yifeng's residence. The atmosphere throughout the journey was peculiar and tense. Lin Qingyou turned to Yin Hanyu, about to speak, but he shifted his gaze to the window, distancing himself as much as possible from her. Lin Qingyou pressed her lips together, suddenly realizing that no words would suffice. Her previous experiences had been far too numerous, so much so that her plea, "Please believe me, all right?" could not easily resolve the matter. Lin Yifeng's injury had occurred while saving her, thus every time he referenced his leg, all else became insignificant. When his leg was initially injured, he had pushed himself in a wheelchair to his beloved basketball court. Upon her arrival, she witnessed him being mercilessly bullied by a group of boys playing basketball, his dignity trampled upon. They had knocked his wheelchair to the ground, leaving him helpless and vulnerable. Despite his desperate attempts to crawl, he could not rise. One boy even kicked his wheelchair far away. "Lin Yifeng, you have truly become disabled," Lin Qingyou had thought. "I wondered why you had not appeared in so long. Oh dear, who is this? Our renowned Lin Yifeng, the academic prodigy. How did you become so useless? Unable even to stand? Oh my, had I not been told, I would not have recognized you as the esteemed young Master Lin. Weren't you the one who defeated us decisively in the last match? How did you end up like a dog?" One boy stepped on Lin Yifeng's injured leg, taunting. "Lin Yifeng, is this where hurts? Can you feel it? Does it hurt?" He pressed harder, relishing the torment. "Ha ha ha, Lin Yifeng, are you truly in pain or merely pretending? You haven't become completely incapacitated, have you?" The entire basketball court echoed with their derisive laughter, mocking and belittling Lin Yifeng. When Lin Qingyou arrived and beheld this scene, her heart shattered. Guilt overwhelmed her, suffocating her. She drove the tormentors away, trembling as she attempted to help Lin Yifeng up. "Do not touch me," he barked in fury. Trembling, Lin Qingyou dared not lay a hand on him again. Lin Yifeng, with bloodshot eyes and drenched in sweat, struggled to crawl on the ground. After relentless effort, he managed to drag himself beside his wheelchair. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not sit in it. Lin Qingyou pleaded with him, tears streaming down her face as she apologized profusely. Lin Yifeng lay on the ground, helplessly sobbing. It was the first time she had witnessed him cry. Initially, it was a silent, suppressed weeping, but soon his body trembled and he broke into loud sobs. "I am a useless being. I have become a worthless person, unable to even conquer a wheelchair. What is the meaning of my existence? What does it matter if I live or die? Oh heavens, why must you treat me so? Why?" "Iyapos, sorry." Lin Qingyou knelt beside him, banging her head against the ground as tears dripped onto the floor. It was all her fault. She had harmed him. In that moment, she could no longer lift her head before Lung Yifeng. It was she who had brought him to such a state. "Yu, help me up." After what felt like an eternity, Lung Yifeng finally spoke, allowing Lin Qingyou to assist him into the wheelchair. As she pushed him home, her perspective on life shifted irrevocably. She no longer uttered apologies. Instead, she told Lung Yifeng, "From this day forth, I shall be your legs. You shall not face solitude again." She would ensure that no one bullied or humiliated him again. Thus, she never doubted the legitimacy of Lung Yifeng's injury. Whenever Yin Hanyu spoke harshly to Lung Yifeng, she would always stand by his side in defense. Therefore, whenever Lung Yifeng brought up his leg, even if she had just suffered indignities at his hands, she would rush to his side to care for him. Lin Qingyou suddenly rolled down the car window, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, dispersing the wisps of hair that clung to her forehead and rendering her gaze clearer and more resolute. It was time to bring this to a close. After all these years, she had not only imprisoned herself, but had also profoundly wounded Yin Hanyu. Chapter 20. Princess, please disembark. As they approached the residence of Lung Yifeng, Lin Qingyou firmly grasped Yin Hanyu and Appo's hand. Despite his attempts to pull away, she tightened her grip resolutely. Yin Hanyu parted his lips to speak, but ultimately remained silent, resigning himself to her hold. Soon, the vehicle sped to a halt in front of the Lung family villa. The manner in which they parked revealed Yin-Chen's anger and dissatisfaction. He shouted at Lin Qingyou, "We're here. Can't you see? Get out." Yin Hanyu shot a piercing glare at Yin-Chen. The latter quickly adjusted his tone, saying, "Princess, please disembark." Who's he trying to please? His brother is truly ungrateful. Lin Qingyou turned to Yin Hanyu, insisting, "I want you to come inside with me." "Lin Qingyou, don't push your luck." Yin-Chen exploded once more, feeling humiliated. How did this woman perceive his brother? Delivering her to Lung Yifeng's doorstep was already a stretch. And now she wanted him to accompany her inside? Why not just ascend to the heavens? "You will come inside with me," Lin Qingyou reiterated, her gaze unwavering and her tone earnest. Yin Hanyu pressed his lips together, lost in thought, and for a moment did not reply. Observing his indecision, Lin Qingyou felt she might be imposing and gradually began to release his hand. Sensing her change in emotion, Yin Hanyu swiftly clasped her hand once more. "All right," he said. In an instant, Lin Qingyou threw herself into Yin Hanyu's embrace, holding him tightly. "Yin Hanyu, this time I promise not to disappoint you." Meanwhile, in the living room of the Lung family, Jiang Zhuoqing was still present. He had just called Gu Huai to discuss a contract, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. Gu Huai even denied him the chance to meet, inciting Jiang Zhuoqing's desire to smash something. However, being in Lung Yifeng's home, he restrained his temper. Lung Yifeng, feeling triumphant about having Lin Qingyou return to apologize, was in good spirits as he attentively trimmed the flowers before him. Just as Jiang Zhuoqing was about to speak, he noticed Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu entering hand in hand. "Yifeng, how is it? Did Gu Huai agree to the contract?" Lung Yifeng continued to prune the flowers. After all, he's a popular figure. A few requests are harmless. Just don't make the contract too stringent. Seeing Jiang Zhuoqing's silence, Lung Yifeng turned slowly. However, the moment he turned, his calm gaze darkened considerably upon seeing the intertwined hands of Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou. He scoffed. So this was the method of provocation? Lung Yifeng cast a disdainful look towards Yin Hanyu. The heir of Yin family enjoys being a mere tool. Does he? Just as Lin Qingyou prepared to retort, Yin Hanyu smiled and said, "Indeed, but what does this have to do with you, young Master Lung? Why are you so concerned about my affairs?" Lung Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the still clasped hands of Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu, lightly mocking, "You, don't be so childish." Childish? Lin Qingyou blinked in surprise. What do you mean by childish? Lin Yifeng stated, you merely wish to provoke me using Yin Hanyu, to force me to concede. He then turned to Jiang Zhuoqing. Since the hotel incident was a misunderstanding, let us not engage in a war of words. Apologize to Yu, and we can consider the matter settled. Misunderstanding? Apologize? And then it's over? Every word you utter is laughable, Lin Qingyou retorted, genuinely amused. She laughed at her own foolishness. In her previous life, it was precisely because of such a person that she had harmed Yin Hanyu and even those around her. Jiang Zhuoqing complied, promptly apologizing to Lin Qingyou. I'm sorry, Sister Qingyou. Please forgive your brother. While Jiang Zhuoqing offered his apology, his gaze scrutinized Lin Qingyou with a lecherous intent. I do not forgive. Lin Qingyou enunciated each word carefully. Not only do I refuse to forgive, but I also plan to sue you. What did you say? Jiang Zhuoqing's expression shifted, and he looked pleadingly at Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng's displeasure flared as he turned to Lin Qingyou. What do you intend to sue him for? Are you trying to make this public? Do you not wish to save face? What face have I lost? Lin Qingyou advanced step by step towards Jiang Zhuoqing and Lin Yifeng. It is not my fault for being beautiful. However, you, a wretched man who forgets his friends for lust, attempted to assault me. That is a crime. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Zhuoqing vehemently denied, arguing, I merely offered you a hand when you were intoxicated. You were overly sensitive. Is that so? Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhuoqing, then casually pulled out her phone, tapping a few times. That hotel is my family's, and since it was my birthday, I dressed beautifully and intended to film a birthday VCR. Instead, my camera was used to capture your disgrace. Jiang Zhuoqing, you can explain this to the police. I. Jiang Zhuoqing's face turned pale. He had never anticipated that Lin Qingyou had surveillance footage. Indeed, that night, he had been blinded by desire. Lin Qingyou's beauty was striking, and on her birthday, she had gone to great lengths to appear exquisite, making her even more captivating. That evening, feeling low and indulging in excess, she had consumed too much alcohol. When she opened the door, her stunning visage was flushed with a rosy hue from the drink, reminiscent of the most tempting peaches of summer. He had been unable to control himself and had assaulted her, yet even in her inebriation, Lin Qingyou had fought back fiercely. Moreover, when Yin Hanyu arrived looking for Lin Qingyou, he had almost met his demise. But Jiang Zhuoqing was unperturbed, confident that Lin Qingyou would never dare to expose the incident. Women value their reputations above all, and Lin Qingyou and Appo's father was a relic of antiquated values. Thus, in order to protect her own name and that of the Lin family, she would never dare to bring this matter to light. Yet Lin Qingyou's actions conveyed a resolute message. She would not be intimidated. I have already contacted a lawyer to pursue legal action, she declared. You dare? Jiang Zhuoqing said, a mix of fear and anger in his voice. You said that hotel is your family and amp. Appo's, and the camera was prepared by you. Thus, altering the footage to frame me would be an easy task. In other words, your video holds no real evidence. Is that so? Yin Hanyu suddenly launched a swift kick towards Jiang Zhuoqing. The latter crumpled to the ground, clutching himself in agony, drenched in sweat. Yin Hanyu then raised his foot, pressing down on Jiang Zhuoqing and Appo's neck from a superior position. Trash! Did you forget that I am a witness? Jiang Zhuoqing. Chapter 21 Yuyo. Your brother Yifeng is more difficult to subdue than a pig during the new year. Lin Qingyou directly called the police in front of Lin Yifeng, urging them to apprehend Jiang Zhuoqing immediately. At that moment, Jiang Zhuoqing was genuinely terrified. He endured the pain and clung to Lin Yifeng's leg, repeatedly pleading for help. Yifeng, please save me. I don't want to go to jail. I can't go to jail. If I do, my life will be ruined. Yifeng, you're my best brother. You must save me. You said it was a misunderstanding, right? Lin Yifeng forcefully pushed Jiang Zhuoqing away. Then what are you doing now? What are you afraid of? If you are innocent, the police will naturally give you justice. I. Jiang Zhuoqing was instantly at a loss for words. But in the next moment, he frantically accused Lin Qingyou. Yifeng? It's her. She seduced me. She came onto me. Lin Yifeng turned to Lin Qingyou, who let out a scoff. Jiang Zhuoqing continued his wild accusations. She deliberately dressed up to entice me. She made herself look so beautiful just to attract men, didn't she? Yifeng, don't be deceived by Lin Qingyou's lovely appearance. She is nothing but a wretched woman, a harlot. She doesn't truly care for you. She and Yin Hanyu are always entangled in a flirtation. She has never genuinely held you in her heart. The only reason she feels guilty is because your leg was injured while saving her. What did you say? Lung Yifeng and Appo's fists clenched tightly, the sound echoing ominously. Shut your mouth. Really, Yifeng, what I said is the truth. Jiang Zhuoqing looked madly at Lin Qingyou and yelled. The one Lin Qingyou truly loves is not you. It has always been Yin Hanyu. When I assaulted her that day, the name she instinctively cried out for help was Yin Hanyu. As soon as Jiang Zhuoqing uttered these words, the expressions of both Lung Yifeng and Yin Hanyu changed drastically. However, while Lung Yifeng's face darkened with murderous intent, Yin Hanyu wore a rare, satisfied smile. In his beautiful deep eyes, there was a glimmer of joy and fulfillment. So it was like this. When she called for help, the first name she uttered was his. In that moment, Yin Hanyu felt an immense relief that he had chosen the Lin family hotel as his residence. When she was in danger, the first person she instinctively sought help from was him. And when she faced peril, he was also the first to rescue her from it. All the grievances and injustices he had endured vanished into thin air. What a relief! Lin Qingyou could only laugh helplessly upon seeing the triumphant expression on Yin Hanyu's face. She never expected that, as she sent Jiang Zhuoqing to prison, he would inadvertently assist her. Could this be considered karma? The police arrived swiftly, and as Jiang Zhuoqing resisted wildly, Yin Hanyu delivered a fierce kick, causing Jiang Zhuoqing to spit blood. The officers immediately handcuffed him and requested Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu to accompany them to the police station to provide statements, as one was a victim and the other was a witness. Yin Hanyu instructed the officers to take Jiang Zhuoqing back first, stating that he and Lin Qingyou would follow shortly, as it was evident that Lin Qingyou needed to settle matters with Lung Yifeng. Once the police departed, Lung Yifeng offered Lin Qingyou an unprecedented apology. Yuyo, I'm sorry. It was my failure to recognize the truth that almost harmed you. However, Lin Qingyou suddenly slapped him sharply. Lung Yifeng stared at her in disbelief. Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. I accidentally hit you. You. Lung Yifeng gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Qingyou, what do you mean? What do I mean? I'm simply following your example. I'm apologizing to you. Wasn't that how you just apologized to me? If you still don't understand, I wouldn't mind stabbing you directly and then lightly saying, and Appo's. I'm sorry, and Appo's you. What do you mean? Lin Qingyou coldly laughed. Lung Yifeng, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Don't think that a simple apology can resolve everything. Just like when I repeatedly apologized to you for your leg, it didn't change anything. When your good brother Jiang Zhuoqing assaulted me, I informed you immediately, yet you insisted he wasn't that kind of person. Just earlier, you claimed it was a misunderstanding. In truth, you know it wasn't you just didn't want to be put in a difficult position, so you chose to turn a blind eye. If I hadn't reported it directly and had the surveillance footage, you might have even pleaded for Jiang Zhuoqing to let it slide. To downplay the situation, right? Yes, Jiang Zhuoqing is very useful to you. The Jiang family may not be a powerful aristocracy, but they are certainly nouveau riche. You need their money, and Jiang Zhuoqing is the intermediary. Moreover, once this matter leaks, it would tarnish my reputation, thereby affecting yours as well. You have worked hard to reach this point. You would never accept the disdainful stares of others. Have you run out of words? Then why apologize? You don't find it disgusting, but I do. Therefore, save your insincere apologies. I don't need them. You. Just as Lung Yifeng took a step closer to Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu intervened, blocking him. Yuyo has excellent hearing. You don't need to be so close to her. Lung Yifeng and Appo's anger surged, but in the next moment he suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg. Oh, it hurts so much. My leg hurts. It's so painful. So painful. So painful. Lung Yifeng writhed on the ground in agony, his gentle demeanor making him appear exceedingly vulnerable, evoking pity. Yin Hanyu glanced at Lin Qingyou, who rushed to help Lin Yifeng up, concern etched on her face. "Brother Yifeng, are you all right? Why does your leg hurt again?" "It hurts, so painful." Lin Yifeng didn't answer her directly. He seemed unable to articulate a complete sentence due to the pain, only mechanically murmuring, "It hurts, so painful." "Yuyo, I'm in so much pain." "Oh no, what should we do?" Lin Qingyou expressed deep worry. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. "That's right. My grandfather specifically taught me a unique acupuncture technique from the Xiao family. Brother Yifeng, don't be afraid. I'll give you a few needles. I promise it won't hurt after I'm done." As she spoke, she pulled out silver needles from her bag. She looked at Yin Hanyu, who immediately understood and held Lin Yifeng's leg down. In the next moment, Lin Qingyou swiftly inserted 3 silver needles into Lin Yifeng's leg. "Ah, ah." Lin Yifeng let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Yin Hanyu, annoyed, slapped him, pressing down even harder. "Yuyo, your brother Yifeng is more difficult to subdue than a New Year's pig." Lin Qingyou, Lin Yifeng. Chapter 22. Lin Qingyou transforms into a vengeful figure as she inflicts pain on Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng is not only difficult to control, but also emits cries that are more grating than a pig's squeal. Lin Qingyou recalls the deception she endured, the moral coercion, and the emotional manipulation, as well as the injuries inflicted upon Yin Hanyu each time. In an instant, she seizes all the silver needles, estimating there to be at least 20. Without hesitation, she plunges them into Lin Yifeng's legs. Does he not relish the cries of pain? Does he not enjoy feigning agony? Thus, she becomes the vengeful figure, ensuring he experiences pain in abundance. If he craves suffering, she shall oblige him, allowing him to feel it thoroughly and delightfully. "Ah, ah." The heart-wrenching cries of Lin Yifeng reverberate throughout the Lin family villa. Outside, Yin Chen, who had been waiting while cursing, is compelled to rush inside to ascertain the cause of the commotion. Upon entering, his jaw drops in disbelief, capable of swallowing an egg whole. The servants of the Lin household, hearing Lin Yifeng's anguished cries, hastily converge in the living room. "Young master, what has happened?" They inquire, inching closer. Lin Qingyou barks. "Do not approach." But what can they say? Do they not see that I am treating Yifeng? Disrupting my rhythm could jeopardize his legs. Can you bear the responsibility if something goes awry? Moreover, over the years, how have I treated Yifeng, while others may be oblivious? You're well aware, are you not? Upon hearing Lin Qingyou's words, the servants retreat. They have witnessed her care for Lin Yifeng throughout these years, feeling the weight of her kindness in their hearts. It is no exaggeration to assert that Miss Lin has cared for the young master far more than the old matriarch ever did. To speak a blasphemous truth, Miss Lin is the one who truly regards the young master as her own son. Her attentiveness to his needs is unparalleled. While the old matriarch's treatment has often been excessively harsh, Lin Qingyou is generous and enjoys preparing delectable dishes for others to savor and critique, earning her a particularly favorable impression among the household staff. Thus, at this moment, when she claims to be treating Lin Yifeng, no one dares to doubt her. Lin Yifeng, feeling helpless and powerless, watches the departing servants. Is this not an instance of poetic justice? Just when he cries out for help, Lin Qingyou drives a few more needles into his flesh. His cries become frantic and incoherent, unable to articulate a complete thought, just as he finds a moment to scream. Yin Hanyu slaps a hand over his mouth. Ah, the satisfaction! Yin Chen is nearly beside himself with glee. Lin Yifeng, what a turn of fate for you! Yet he deserves it. How many times has he exploited his leg to ensnare his brother, causing him untold humiliation and suffering? Now the scales have tipped. This is nothing but retribution. As the ecstasy of vengeance washes over him, Yin Chen can scarcely contain his laughter. This mischievous enchantress, Lin Qingyou, grows increasingly appealing in his eyes. No wonder she has ensnared his brother and Appo's hearts so thoroughly. Ultimately, Lin Yifeng succumbs to the pain and loses consciousness. When Lin Yifeng awakens once more, he finds himself in a hospital. Lin Qingyou, how could you do this to me? Upon seeing her, he is consumed by rage, wishing he could strangle her. What have I done to you? Lin Qingyou retorts, tapping his leg. He cries out in agony. Lin Qingyou, do not go too far. Do not forget my leg was injured while saving you. If it weren't for you, I would never have. Silence. Lin Qingyou interjects sharply, delivering a stinging slap to his face. Lung Yifeng, I never imagined you to be so despicable, so loathsome. Even now, you continue to deceive me? You still manipulate me? Your leg will heal in no time. Why do you persist in this charade? Have you derived satisfaction from watching me suffer? From witnessing my guilt and remorse? Lung Yifeng, after all these years of pretense, do you not feel pain? Are you not weary? What nonsense are you spouting? Who is pretending? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Lung Yifeng protests, still attempting to defend himself. Lin Qingyou, you choose to associate with the ungrateful and scheming Yin Hanyu, yet you need not resort to such base tactics to slander me. Do you not understand? You believe I am slandering you? You are truly incorrigible. Lin Qingyou snaps her fingers, and the door slowly opens. A world-renowned orthopedic specialist, Dr. Zhang too, strides in, clad in a white coat. Upon seeing Dr. Zhang, Lung Yifeng's expression shifts dramatically. In a panic, he grabs a teacup from the bedside table and hurls it at the doctor. Who allowed you in? Get out. Young Master Lung, I am sorry. I did not intend to betray you. The other party offered far too much. Miss Lin, although young Master Lung's injury was severe, fortunately, it did not damage any critical nerves or motor functions, so he recovered in less than 2 months. Silence. Silence. I command you to be quiet. Get out. Get out. In a fit of rage, Lung Yifeng seizes anything within reach to throw. Lin Qingyou delivers another slap to Lung Yifeng. What madness is this? What right do you have to rage? It is I who should be furious. Lin Qingyou, distraught, demands, why do you still not speak the truth? The day I was kidnapped was right after the college entrance exams. In your narrative, in your lies, in my understanding, you suffered for over 4 years due to your desire to save me. My 4 years of university were undeniably filled with agony. Over those 4 long years, during the prime of youth and joy, not a single day was truly happy for me. Not a single moment belonged to me. Each day that your leg remained injured, I was consumed by guilt and self-reproach. At my lowest, I was haunted by nightmares every night, awakening in tears of remorse. While other girls explored the world, indulging in their youth and reveling in sweet or unforgettable romances, I was trapped in the agony of your pain, tirelessly seeking renowned doctors worldwide. The fleeting moments I could claim as my own were spent in the library, poring over countless tomes, all aimed at discovering ways to aid your recovery. What dishes and soups could expedite the healing of your injury? What foot soaks could enhance your recovery? What massage techniques might alleviate your discomfort? Countless inquiries fill my mind. Thus, my university years were devoid of joy, painfully monotonous. Yet, I never imagined that your injury was not as grave as you portrayed. You had long since healed, in less than 2 months, but you deceived me for over 4 years. Even when you finally stood, you continued to feign pain. Lung Yifeng, over the years, you have consistently pretended to be in pain, crying out. Whenever I went out to eat, you called for me to return. My friends and I went to watch a movie, yet you called out to deceive me into returning. Even while I was at work, you would feign pain to lure me back. Consequently, Gu Shi and Gu Huai often mocked her for being a mother figure raising a son. Later, especially when Yin Hanyu appeared by my side, your cries of pain became incessant. Lin Qingyou closed her eyes in anguish. You have exploited me, inflicting harm upon Yin Hanyu time and time again. Chapter 23 discusses the concept of a pawn. Who is the pawn? Cold Yifeng. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou would not naively believe it is because of her. Cold Yifeng might express a modicum of affection towards her, but nothing more than that. As she reflects on the events of her past and present, Lin Qingyou comes to realize that if it were not for Yin Hanyu and Appo's affection for her, Cold Yifeng would hardly care about her existence. Cold Yifeng is merely using her as a means to strike, humiliate, and hurt Yin Hanyu. Who is the true pawn? It is she who embodies that role. Yet, when Lin Qingyou inquired with Yin Hanyu, he confessed that if it were not for her, he would not even know of Cold Yifeng's existence. Thus, Yin Hanyu and Cold Yifeng were meant to be strangers, unfamiliar with one another. What then fuels Cold Yifeng and Appo's hostility towards Yin Hanyu? Why does she loathe him? Cold Yifeng glares at Yin Hanyu, her eyes brimming with rage and jealousy. Because he has taken everything from me. Everything he possesses should rightfully belong to me. Yin Hanyu furrows his brow, perplexed. What exactly has he taken from her? How could she dare to turn the tables? You are the one who is despicable. She hurls at him. Is it another beggar seeking alms? Can you not devise a new ruse? Do you have any idea how many individuals impersonate our esteemed young master each year? Fenger is truly a child of the Yin family. Preposterous. With your pitiful appearance. How can you claim to be a child of the Yin family? I am the rightful heir. Feng and oppose, or is indeed a child of the Yin family. Please allow us to enter. Where do these lunatics and beggars come from? They refuse to accept reality. Let me be frank. Our esteemed young master has returned. Indeed, do you not dare look in the mirror and see how disgusting you are? You dare impersonate our young master? Do you know how noble he is? Enough of this nonsense. These filthy beggars deserve to be taught a lesson. Release the dogs to tear them apart. Suddenly, Cold Yifeng erupts into a frenzy, as if ensnared by horrific memories, clutching himself in terror. Ah, it hurts so much. Cold Yifeng, what is wrong? Lin Qingyou steps forward. Get away. All of you just go. Leave me be. Cold Yifeng and oppose. S emotions spiral out of control, resembling a madman as he lashes out at everything within reach, causing his forward to bleed from his violent movements. Yet, he remains oblivious, acting as though afflicted with rabies. Yin Hanyu steps back to shield Lin Qingyou. You should step outside. I will handle this. Mingyu, hearing the commotion, enters the room and raises her exquisite brow upon witnessing the scene. The next moment, she produces a silver needle and deftly administers an injection to Cold Yifeng, who collapses to the ground. The world falls silent. The Xiang family's acupuncture technique? Lin Qingyou observes Ming use exceptional and unique skill, grasping her hand in disbelief. How do you know the Xiang family's technique? The Xiang family is renowned as the most enigmatic clan in the nation, and their acupuncture methods are traditionally passed down through males only. But why does Mingyu possess this knowledge? Her mother, Xiaoya, and her aunt, Xiao Shui, were both the heirs of the Xiang family, the sole bloodline of her grandfather, Xiao Yutian. However, because they were both daughters, their grandfather refused to impart any medical knowledge to them. The sisters grew up without any privileges from the Xiang family, while being bound by the family's strict rules, unable to make friends, fall in love, or show themselves in public. Thus, they began to rebel. The Xiang family is shrouded in mystery, in large part due to their low profile. Consequently, the sisters chose the opposite route, making their presence known. They co-founded the Star Entertainment Company, with Xiao Shui excelling as a star, model, and designer, dominating the trending charts and headlines, inciting her grandfather's desire to sever ties with her. Initially, it was thought that Xiaoyu was somewhat compliant, yet she surpassed expectations by marrying a man her grandfather viewed as a beggar. Although Lin's father, Lin Jiwei, is now referred to as the Hotel King, thriving in business, when Xiaoyu met him, he was merely running a small eatery. In the eyes of the vast Xiang family, he was hardly more than a beggar. Yet, Xiaoyu was determined to marry him, no matter the cost. Her grandfather, Xiao Yutian, was adamant. He threatened to disown her if she went through with it. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu chose to marry him. Xiao Yutian followed through, disowning her from the Xiang family entirely. From that moment forward, Xiaoyu had no ties to them. She once sought her grandfather's help in treating Cold Yifeng's leg, but he was merciless and refused. She pleaded with him to teach her the Xiang family's medical techniques, but he would not. Because she was a woman, the Xiang family's methods were not to be passed on to her. The root of all this lies in the Xiang family's archaic traditions. Even in the 21st century, her grandfather clings to these antiquated beliefs. Is not a daughter also of his blood? But why does Mingyu possess this knowledge? Are you a member of the Xiang family? Lin Qingyou gazes intently at Mingyu. Why do you ask? Mingyu meets her gaze. Is this technique exclusive to the Xiang family? Her mother had once stolen a manual of the Xiang family's techniques when she left. Her mother frequently studied it and urged her to learn thoroughly. However, her mother was only a novice, so Mingyu acquired only a superficial understanding. The Xiang family's techniques? A member of the Xiang family? Mingyu furrows her brow, then shakes her head. I am not a member of the Xiang family. Then how do you know their techniques? I was unaware that this was a technique of the Xiong family, Mingyu explains. It was taught to me by my master. Your master? Lin Qingyou immediately presses. Who is your master? Mingyu replies. Miss Lin, we are not well acquainted. Do you not think you are being rather presumptuous? Lin Qingyou bites her lip. Let us step outside, Yin Hanyu suggests, leading Lin Qingyou out. As she turns, she glances back at the room multiple times. Yin Hanyu furrows his brow. Are you worried about Cold Yifeng? I'm curious about why Mingyu is here. Who exactly is she? Why can I not be here? At that moment, Mingyu steps out of the room, closing the door behind her. Lin Qingyou purses her lips at a loss for words. Yin Hanyu clarifies her confusion. She is a specially appointed doctor here. A specially appointed doctor? Lin Qingyou is taken aback. In her past life, Mingyu is undoubtedly a beautiful and aloof assassin. Mingyu turns to Yin Hanyu. Have her leave. I need to speak with you. Lin Qingyou bites her lip, feeling disheartened. However, she is not oblivious to social cues, so she prepares to exit. Just as she pivots, Yin Hanyu's hand firmly clasps hers. Lin Qingyou is momentarily stunned. She hears Yin Hanyu declare to Mingyu, there is no need to avoid her when discussing my matters. Chapter 24. The love of Yin Hanyu in darkness. Mingyu cast a glance at Lin Qingyou before addressing Yin Hanyu. Lung Yifeng may very well be your biological brother. Impossible. Yin Hanyu immediately refuted. His mother only gave birth to him. Mingyu did not argue further, but continued. You knew Lin Qingyou from a very young age? Yin Hanyu nodded. He had lived across from Lin Qingyou's house during his childhood. It wasn't until he was nearly 9 that he was brought back to the Yin family. However, returning home was not the paradise outsiders imagined. Instead, it marked the beginning of his hellish existence. You and your mother left that place shortly thereafter, Mingyu remarked. And soon after, Lung Yifeng and his mother moved into your former residence. Is that so? After leaving, it had been 12 long years before he could return to find Lin Qingyou. Upon his arrival, he discovered that she had long since departed. The place was no longer as it once was, transformed beyond recognition. Lin Qingyou's hands involuntarily clenched, and Yin Hanyu instantly sensed the shift in her emotions. Yu, what is wrong? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyou was engulfed in her tragic and painful memories. In her youth, she had harbored an immense affection for Yin Hanyu. Her father, looked down upon by her maternal grandfather, was determined to strive for success, consumed by thoughts of wealth and hard work. Meanwhile, her mother was engrossed in the study of the Shao family's medical practices. Consequently, she had no one to play with, leading her to seek companionship with the charming boy across the street, who resembled a prince from a fairy tale. Initially, he was cold and distant towards her, yet she delighted in teasing him. Over time, they grew familiar with one another. When they became close, she often slept over at his house. During that period, he was her favorite person. They attended school together, shared meals, and returned home together, inseparable as two little shadows. Their mothers became good friends as well, even jokingly arranging a childhood betrothal for them. However, one morning, the boy and his mother suddenly vanished. In that moment, she felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon her. She could no longer find her beloved boy. Yet, that was not the worst of it. Mere days later, her mother met with a tragic accident and passed away. Once again, her world crumbled. In a brief span, she lost both her beloved mother and the boy she cherished. Night after night, she cried out for her mother and the boy in her dreams. Yet, her mother was gone, and the boy would never return. She suffered from fever and nightmares, while her father sought numerous doctors, all of whom were at a loss. Eventually, Lung Yifeng and his mother moved in across from her. Her incessant weeping disturbed their peace, prompting her father to present gifts in hopes of seeking their understanding and offering sincere apologies. During their conversation, Lung Yifeng's mother revealed her ability to perform hypnosis and proposed to help Lin Qingyou forget the pain of losing her mother and the boy. Seeing her in such distress, her father, who had already lost his wife, could not bear to lose his daughter as well. After much contemplation, he agreed. After the hypnosis, Lin Qingyou's health gradually improved day by day. She forgot her suffering and lived without burdens. In her previous life, recalling this memory came much later. Thus, she did not resist her stepmother Wang Yalan from the outset, for she had forgotten her own mother. Yet, deep down, she still yearned for a motherly figure, making her open to anyone who could assume that role. Her memories and fondness for the boy, who was none other than Yin Hanyu, were supplanted by the presence of Lin Qingyou, who resided across the street. In her mind, the boy's face became indistinct, overshadowed by Lin Qingyou's visage. Consequently, from their very first encounter, she treated Lin Qingyou with exceptional kindness. "You were hypnotized?" Mingyu's beautiful face revealed an unusual shock. Lin Qingyou nodded, and considering the timeline, her hypnosis had evidently not been undone. However, having been reborn with memories of her past life, she now comprehended these events. "Are you a doctor?" Lin Qingyou quickly inquired of Mingyu. "Can you undo the hypnosis?" Uncertain, she felt that even in her previous life, the memories from her hypnosis had not fully returned. Mingyu shook her head, then nodded. Lin Qingyou furrowed her brow. "What does that mean?" Mingyu explained, "I possess only a limited knowledge of hypnosis. I can maintain it for a maximum of 3 months. Yet, your hypnosis has persisted for over a decade. The depth of the practitioner's skill is evident. It is beyond my capacity to unravel." Yin Hanyu listened intently, his brow furrowed tightly as he grasped Lin Qingyou's hand. "Will this hypnosis have any adverse effects on her health?" Mingyu shook her head. "There is no harm, merely the absence of the memories that were hypnotized." Upon hearing this, Yin Hanyu released a slight sigh of relief, though his handsome brow remained furrowed. Hypnosis? Such powerful hypnosis? What was Lin Yifeng's mother truly capable of? Clearly, Lin Qingyou shared this curiosity and promptly informed Yin Hanyu of her intent to return to the Lin family. She needed to inquire with her father, for the only individuals privy to the truth were herself, the one who had been hypnotized, her father, and Lin Yifeng's mother. After Lin Qingyou departed, Mingyu focused her gaze intently on Yin Hanyu. Yin Hanyu, feeling perturbed, remarked, "Do not seek reflections of him in me. We are not the same person." Mingyu's expression turned even more disdainful. "Of course, you are not him. He would never treat me as you do." "I'm merely curious," Mingyu continued, "why you refused to tell her that it was you who saved her. Why not reveal that the one who sacrificed his leg for her was you?" 12 years had passed, fraught with trials and tribulations. Emerging from the depths of despair, Yin Hanyu had sought out his childhood sweetheart. Yet, upon his return, he found Lin Qingyou had been kidnapped. In a desperate act to save her, he willingly descended back into hell, negotiating with the very person he loathed, enduring profound suffering and ultimately losing his leg. Yet, in the end, it was Lin Yifeng who reaped the accolades. Mingyu often considered herself the most foolish person in the world. Yet for Yin Hanyu, she willingly took a step back, humbled and submissive. "Why?" Mingyu reiterated. "I have long wished to ask." Yin Hanyu gazed at Lin Qingyou's hurried silhouette, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. "One Lin Yifeng already torments her sleeplessly. Should I further complicate her life?" Chapter 25. Are you too old to bathe? Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Qingyou could hear her father engaged in a heated argument with her aunt, Xiao Shui, from a distance. "Brother-in-law, I only call you that for my sister and Yu and Appo's sake. But if you continue to allow an outsider and her daughter to act tyrannically in our home, and even let Yu suffer grievances, do not blame me for turning against you, Xiao Shui. Have you misunderstood something?" "Misunderstood? What nonsense!" Xiao Shui retorted furiously. "Yu moving out is the most compelling evidence." Lin father felt more wronged than Doi. His daughter had clearly chosen to move out herself. He couldn't even keep her there if he wanted to. "What are you still standing there for? Go and bring Yu back immediately, and throw that mother-daughter pair out." Xiao Shui's anger escalated. "I've said it. Yu moved out on her own. I didn't force her." Lin father raised a hand to his forehead, feeling utterly helpless. "Moved out on her own? She has never done that in all these years. Why is it happening now?" Xiao Shui was nearly beside herself with rage. "You have no more words to say, do you? So it must be you and that mother-daughter duo who bullied Yu. She could no longer endure it and had to move out." It's not like that Lin father was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he turned to see Lin Qingyou appearing at the doorway. He instantly felt as though he had found a savior and hurriedly pulled her over. "Yu, you've returned at the right time. Quickly tell your aunt that it was your father who forced you to move out." Upon seeing this, Xiao Shui was so furious that she grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at Lin Father. Lin Wei, do you dare threaten Yu in front of me? Do you want to die? Lin Qingyou. Truly, one could see where her aunt's temperament came from. After all these years, it remained as fierce as ever. Indeed, she was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, a master in her own right. She fought her own battles, pushing her fans behind her. Moreover, she wasn't even afraid of Xiao Yutian, someone she often clashed with. So how could her father possibly intimidate her? After all, her father trembled in fear at the mere sight of her grandfather, Xiao Yutian, like a mouse confronted by a cat, filled with both fear and resentment. Seeing her father's helpless expression, Lin Qingyou quickly approached and took Xiao Shui's hand. "Aunt, calm down. If you get too upset, you won't be the most beautiful woman anymore." Xiao Shui snorted coldly and suddenly pinched Lin Qingyou's lips. "No talking. I want to accept your plea for your father. I have my own judgment." Lin Qingyou. Lin Father. Is there no sense of justice left? It truly wasn't him who forced Yu to move out. Yu, come with your aunt. I'll treat you to something delicious. Xiao Shui pulled Lin Qingyou, intent on taking her away from the Lin residence. Lin Father hurriedly chased after them. "Xiao Shui, do not go too far. Yu is my daughter. Where do you intend to take her?" Xiao Shui glared at Lin Father fiercely. "If it weren't for Yu being your daughter, I would have dealt with you long ago." "Aunt, please calm down," Lin Qingyou interjected. "I need to speak with my father about something. Could you wait for me outside? I will join you shortly." Seeing that Lin Qingyou genuinely had something to discuss, Xiao Shui relented. She glared at Lin Father while clutching her luxurious crocodile leather handbag, then stormed out. Lin Father felt a severe headache coming on. You've caused your father great trouble. Tell me, did I force you to move out?" Lin Qingyou chuckled softly. Her father was indeed wronged. After all, she moved out because she wished to pursue Yin Hanyu. "Father, how well do you know Lin Yifeng's mother? How did she acquire such exceptional hypnotic skills?" "Hypnotic skills?" Lin Father immediately turned to Lin Qingyou, asking eagerly, "Did you remember something?" Lin Qingyou shook her head. "Then how do you know?" Lin Father's tone turned tense. "Is it that you still wish to keep secrets from me?" Lin Qingyou glanced at her father, slightly furrowing her brow. Lin Father's eyes flickered with guilt, but quickly returned to normal. Yu, it's not that your father wishes to keep things from you. It's just that when you were suffering from high fevers and nightmares every night, I sought help from numerous doctors, but to no avail. Lin Yifeng's mother suggested that your suffering was due to painful memories. She said that if you were hypnotized and forgot, you would be cured. So I thought to give it a try, and it actually worked. But, Father, hypnotism is mysterious and esoteric. Ordinary people hardly have access to it. Lin Yifeng's mother's skills are extraordinary. This indicates that her background is certainly not as simple as she claims. Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze on her father. "Father, how much do you truly know about her? Please tell me everything you know. What can I possibly know?" Lin Father replied simply, "I was merely hoping for a miracle. However, I later realized this woman is no ordinary person. How so?" Lin Qingyou pressed eagerly. Lin Father explained. Lin Yifeng's father lacked talent and was not favored in the Lung family. After he passed away, the Lung family fell entirely into the hands of Lin Yifeng's uncle, Lin Yan. Additionally, in recent years, Lin Yifeng had become crippled. To outsiders, they appear to be vulnerable orphans. Yet, this seemingly powerless woman managed to seize control of the Lung family from Lin Yifeng's uncle in just a few short years. Now Lin Yifeng's mother controls the Lung family? Lin Qingyou was taken aback. This was astonishing, for Lin Yan was no mere wastrel. He was a formidable figure in the business world. How could someone so powerful be defeated? Lin Qingyou suddenly realized. So this was the reason behind Lin Yifeng pretending to be disabled and helpless, to allow his uncle, Lin Yan, to let down his guard, so that they could seize power and control the Lung family. Lin Father helplessly poked Lin Qingyou's forehead. "You always focus all your thoughts on Lin Yifeng, neglecting the changes in the business world. You're being taken advantage of while giving others money. How can I trust you with the company in the future?" Just as Lin Qingyou was about to respond, she caught a glimpse of a flash of white fabric at the doorway. It was the color of clothing often worn by Wang Yalan. Lin Qingyou sneered. She was indeed a lingering ghost, unwilling to let go, always scheming against her. Fine, she would engage in a little sparring with her. Her father was not the irredeemable type, so perhaps she could salvage the situation. Lin Qingyou leaned closer to Lin's father and whispered, "Father, you always say Aunt Lan is gentle and considerate, never competing for anything. Do you believe that tonight she will whisper in your ear, urging you to arrange a position for her at the company, or even to grant her shares in Lin Qingyou's Star Entertainment? That's impossible." Lin's father remained adamant. "Yu, Aunt Lan is merely a housewife. She has repeatedly told me her greatest wish is to serve by my side. She truly lacks such ambition." Lin Qingyou silently rolled her eyes. "What does she seek from you? Your age? Your reluctance to bathe?" Chapter 26. I adore Yin Hanyu. I want him to marry me. Darling, what did you talk about with your father? Why did it take so long? Upon seeing Lin Qingyou emerge, Xiao Shui quickly took her away. "Sweetheart, come live abroad with your aunt. I will take care of you and ensure you never suffer, even a little bit." Lin Qingyou gazed at Xiao Shui with gratitude and suddenly embraced her tightly. In truth, she had recently upset her aunt because of Lung Yifeng. When her aunt was angry, she was genuinely furious, often threatening to never care for her again. Yet, every time Lin Qingyou faced trouble, her aunt would always rush back. Startled by the sudden embrace, Xiao Shui froze for a moment. "Darling, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, I just missed you, Auntie, and wanted to hug you." Lin Qingyou tightened her grip, recalling her aunt's unfortunate fate in her past life, which ended in humiliation and slander. Her aunt was not that kind of person. "Auntie, this time, I will protect you. I will ensure your life is forever vibrant, dazzling, and regal." "Sweetheart, did your father and stepmother bully you? Have you suffered?" Xiao Shui, filled with concern, held Lin Qingyou close. "You needn't fear. Auntie will protect you. I will make them pay for this." Looking around, Xiao Shui, unable to find a suitable weapon, grabbed a watering can. "I will make them regret ever bullying my darling." "Auntie," Lin Qingyou quickly interjected, "you misunderstand. I want to move out on my own, not because my father is forcing me." "Really?" Xiao Shui eyed Lin Qingyou skeptically. "Then why are you suddenly so clingy?" Last time, Lin Qingyou had stood up her aunt out of anger towards Lung Yifeng, which had deeply upset her. Lin Qingyou snuggled closer, playfully rubbing against her aunt. "I told you, it's because I missed you." Xiao Shui relished Lin Qingyou's affection, but feigned annoyance. "If you let that Lung Yifeng upset me again, I might just have to give you a beating. I want tea, I promise." "Really?" Xiao Shui remained doubtful. There were too many past lessons, and despite her frustration, she understood Lin Qingyou's deep sense of guilt towards Lung Yifeng. However, it still angered her. To Xiao Shui, it seemed that Lung Yifeng was imprisoning not just himself, but Lin Qingyou as well. Her darling deserved to enjoy her youth and beautiful life. Yet Xiao Shui felt powerless to change the situation. As time passed, she began to realize that Lung Yifeng was subtly manipulating Lin Qingyou's guilt, taking advantage of her. Thus, she felt compelled to intervene. Yet, Xiao Shui's fiery temperament often led her to speak bluntly, causing Lin Qingyou to perceive her words as baseless accusations and even insults towards Lung Yifeng. Consequently, in defense of Lung Yifeng, Lin Qingyou would argue with Xiao Shui. No relationship could withstand repeated internal strife and quarrels. "Auntie, I truly want tea. Lung Yifeng and I have no relationship anymore," Lin Qingyou swore earnestly. "In that case, come with me. Let us go live abroad." Xiao Shui, decisive in her actions, began to drag Lin Qingyou away, already dialing for plane tickets. "No, no." Lin Qingyou hastily protested. Xiao Shui squinted at her, as if to say, "I knew you'd react this way." Lin Qingyou quickly clarified, "Auntie, I have two important reasons for not wanting to live abroad with you, and neither has anything to do with Lung Yifeng." Xiao Shui scoffed, her expression suggesting she was keen to hear Lin Qingyou's excuses. "Think about it. If I really left with you, everything belonging to the Lin family would fall into Wang Yalin and Lin Qingyou's hands, excluding my father's luxurious hotels. The Xingqiu Entertainment Company was founded by you and my mother. After all, Xiao Shui had climbed to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, and having found it no longer challenging, she announced her retirement. Over the years, she became interested in beauty brands and fashion design, neglecting the management of the company. Eventually, She hired a top-tier professional manager at a lavish salary to oversee things, while she happily pursued her new ventures. And due to my father's influence, Lin Qingyou has now become the leading figure at Xingchen Entertainment. If I leave, the company will surely fall into her hands. In her previous life, that professional manager had been bribed by Wang Yalan. By the time Xiao Shui discovered it, it was already too late. We do not covet what belongs to others, but what is rightfully ours shall not be taken. Lin Qingyou had long coveted Xingchen Entertainment. Originally, the leading figure was Gu Shi, but after Lin Qingyou became her father's daughter, the mismanagement of the situation led to her best friend Gu Shi feeling disappointed and leaving despite paying a hefty penalty. With Gu Shi gone, Gu Huai could not be retained either, resulting in Xingchen Entertainment lacking any notable talents over the years, save for Lin Qingyou, who had only succeeded through immense resources and money. After a brief silence, Xiao Shui suddenly inquired, "What about your second reason?" "The second reason? Naturally. It's about Yin Hanyu." At the mere mention of his name, Lin Qingyou's eyes sparkled with delight. With a hint of shyness, she confessed, "I like Yin Hanyu. I want him to marry me." Xiao Shui was taken aback. "What did you say?" Lin Qingyou solemnly repeated, "I like Yin Hanyu. I want him to marry me." Xiao Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Confirmed, I did not mishear. "Darling." Xiao Shui quickly circled around Lin Qingyou. "Are you sure your brain isn't muddled?" "Annie, why would you say that?" Lin Qingyou pouted, stamping her foot. "I am serious." "Really serious?" "Absolutely, truly, genuinely serious." Lin Qingyou added, "I specifically moved out to live independently because of Yin Hanyu." Xiao Shui gasped. "Have you already reached the stage of cohabitation? Is your beloved CP finally coming to fruition?" Had it not been for her image, Xiao Shui would have leaped with joy. "Auntie, what's wrong? You look like you want to laugh, but are holding it in like you're about to cry." "Auntie." Lin Qingyou nudged her. "Auntie." Xiao Shui straightened up. "Qingyou, let me ask you one more time. Are you serious?" "Super serious." Lin Qingyou replied. "Auntie, I can understand if you don't believe me." "Who said I don't believe you?" I absolutely do. I believed in this CP since childhood, once heartbroken over a potential ending. She had shed tears until dawn for this couple. "Qingyou, I am not surprised you like Yin Hanyu. However, what? However, Xiao Shui pressed. "You just said you want Yin Hanyu to marry you." "Indeed, is there a problem?" Suddenly, Xiao Shui gave Lin Qingyou a thumbs up, expressing her admiration and pride. "Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely no issue at all. Truly, you are my precious one, filled with ambition and determination. How audacious to even dare to have the crown prince wed you." "Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Xiao Shui laughed with remarkable grace. "They say I am a queen." "Yo-yo, what kind of queen am I?" "You are the true queen." Lin Qingyou. Chapter 27. The man you desire has come knocking, sweetheart. How about you take me to your current apartment for a visit? Xiao Shui endeavored to maintain her facade, yet her lips betrayed her excitement, curling into an irrepressible smile. She was about to witness the scene of her beloved couple cohabiting. Wait, was she supposed to hide under the bed or in the corner? Oh, the thrill was overwhelming. Lin Qingyou initially believed that Xiao Shui wanted to see her living conditions out of concern for her well-being. However, the more she observed, the more she felt otherwise. Why was her aunt giggling so sneakily? And that laughter, it had an oddly inappropriate undertone. Indeed, it was rather lewd. Lin Qingyou could scarcely fathom that she would one day describe her aunt's smile in such a manner. After all, her aunt was renowned for her breathtaking beauty, a paragon of grace in the entertainment industry, embodying the phrase, "A single smile can captivate 100 hearts." While the industry was rife with beautiful women, many hesitated to display their teeth in a smile. Yet, her aunt was radiant regardless of how she smiled. The more she smiled, the more enchanting she became. But now, this stunning beauty was grinning with such a lascivious demeanor. What on earth was happening in this world? Lin Qingyou doubted her own vision and quickly rubbed her eyes. Yet, she was not mistaken. Her aunt's smile only grew more suggestive. "Aunt!" Lin Qingyou suddenly tapped Xiao Shui. Startled, Xiao Shui exclaimed, "Qingyou, why did you ambush me?" "Ambush?" Lin Qingyou replied. "Aunt, what were you just thinking about?" Xiao Shui hastily reined in her imaginative fantasies about her couple, intending to say she was merely distracted. "Aunt, Why do I get the feeling you're extremely excited? How could I not be? I've been waiting for you. For what? Waiting for you. To grow up. Xiao Shui suddenly patted Lin Qingyou and Amp Oppo's shoulder, saying, Qingyou, you're doing splendidly, exceedingly well. Your aunt wholeheartedly supports your decision to move out. Aunt, just half an hour ago you were not saying that. Knowing you were moving out nearly gave your father a heart attack. Lin Qingyou opened the door and gestured. Aunt, please. Xiao Shui eagerly jumped inside, but her smile faltered when she scanned the room and found no sign of Yin Hanyu. She dashed to Lin Qingyou's bedroom and bathroom, but he was nowhere to be found. Deflated, Xiao Shui asked, Sweetheart, where's that boy, Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou blurted out, He lives across the hall. Across the hall? Xiao Shui's face fell as she looked at Lin Qingyou. So you're not living together? Lin Qingyou stared at her in confusion. Living together? I wish we were, but I haven't an oppose to even won him over yet. Sweetheart, what is the nature of your relationship right now? Xiao Shui and oppose, as curiosity piqued. Her beloved couple had finally revived. She had to protect them at all costs. What was that scoundrel Yin Hanyu doing? With such an opportunity laid before him, how could he not seize it immediately? Was he incapable? The thought spurred Xiao Shui to march over to confront him. You better not be all show and no substance. Just as she reached the door, Lin Qingyou interjected, It's just that I'm still in the pursuit phase. The pursuit phase? Xiao Shui halted in her tracks and retreated. That boy has liked you since childhood. Does he really need to pursue you? Aunt, you can't say it that way. Lin Qingyou replied. After all, I and oppose. V done so much to hurt him in the past. True, Xiao Shui sympathized with Yin Hanyu. As her aunt, she had been furious at Lin Qingyou for standing up her uncle and caring too much about another man. How could Yin Hanyu bear to see the girl he adored so enamored with someone else, repeatedly chasing after him? Xiao Shui took Lin Qingyou's hand and sat down, earnestly saying, Sweetheart, Yin Hanyu may appear cold, but he has a warm heart. He is a worthy match for you. Don't let him slip away. There is nothing wrong with a girl taking the initiative, as long as he is deserving. Does Aunt really like him? Lin Qingyou had never seen her aunt so satisfied with a man, as she typically regarded men as disposable. I like him because I know he cares for you deeply and would risk his life to protect you. I understand. Lin Qingyou felt a pang in her heart. She had realized this too late in her past life. In this lifetime, she must not let regret haunt her again. Aunt, I will definitely pursue him and make him willingly marry me. Xiao Shui chuckled. By the way, Aunt, you are experienced in love. Could you share some relationship tips with me? Are you mocking me? No, and I genuinely seek your guidance. Her aunt's past boyfriends were all renowned figures and dashing heroes. Rumor had it she had juggled several at once, with every major news outlet plastering headlines about her, condemning and criticizing her. Yet, her ex-boyfriends not only refrained from kicking her while she was down, but also spoke highly of her, expressing their lingering affection. Xiao Shui suddenly grew serious. Do you truly wish to know? Absolutely. Lin Qingyou nodded fervently. Xiao Shui smiled brightly and beckoned Lin Qingyou closer. Eagerly, Lin Qingyou leaned in, ready to take notes. The secret is, I am beautiful and wealthy. What a compelling reason. Lin Qingyou mused. She was beautiful but wealth? Well, she wasn't lacking. Yin Hanyu was even richer. It seemed she would need to work hard to earn more. After all, marrying a prince requires a substantial dowry. How much would she need to prepare? No way. Lin Qingyou sprang up from the sofa. I can't and oppose lounge around any longer. Xiao Shui jumped in surprise. What is wrong, sweetheart? Starting tomorrow, I will work hard to earn money and build my career. Huh? Xiao Shui was taken aback. Lin Qingyou quickly added, Aunt, I'm going to start working at Xingshan Entertainment tomorrow. You need to fire the person you hired. I want to be the president. Why? Being a president is exhausting. Why else? I need to make money, build my career, and pursue a man. Xiao Shui was left speechless. Xing zong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xiao Shui rushed to the door, and upon seeing Yin Hanyu standing outside, her face broke into that suggestive smile once more. Qingyou, the man you desire has come knocking. Xiao Shui promptly stepped back 3 paces. You two take your time. I shall withdraw. Lin Qingyou could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 28. A negotiation between lovers. Lin Qingyou cast a silent glance at her aunt, who was beside her with a rather lewd grin. completely forgetting to open the door for Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou rubbed her forehead and proceeded to open the door. As soon as the door swung open and Yin Hanyu stepped inside, Lin Qingyou noticed her aunt and Appo's grin had grown even more suggestive. Yin Hanyu, somewhat bewildered, turned to Lin Qingyou. What's going on? Lin Qingyou shrugged, indicating her own confusion. Aunt, Yin Hanyu initiated the greeting. Xiao Shui nodded, finally restraining her mischievous demeanor. Yet, in the next moment, she broke into a sly smile. You rascal, what brings you to seek my dear niece at this late hour? Yin Hanyu glanced between Lin Qingyou and Xiao Shui. His lips moved slightly, but remained closed. Observing Yin Hanyu's serious yet hesitant expression, Xiao Shui realized there was something significant at hand, so she suggested, since you two have matters to discuss, I shall excuse myself. Aunt, there's no need to. Yin Hanyu called out to Xiao Shui. She was Lin Qingyou and Appo's most trusted elder, akin to a mother figure. Therefore, there was nothing to hide. However, he feared that upon hearing the news, she might storm off to the Jiang family in a fit of rage or, worse yet, collapse emotionally. Qingyou, I want to discuss Jiang Zhuoqing's situation. Jiang Zhuoqing? What trouble has he stirred up now? Lin Qingyou frowned, an unsettling premonition creeping into her mind. Is he still causing unrest in prison? Didn't we go to the police station to file a report? The police have already detained him, haven't they? That is indeed the case. However, he is the sole heir of the Jiang family, which is determined to spare no expense to protect him. They have hired several legal teams to prepare for a lawsuit against you. Lin Qingyou's anger flared. Let them bring it on. Do they think a battalion of lawyers can turn black into white? I have witnesses and evidence. How could I possibly lose? That's not what I meant. Yin Hanyu paused, looking at Lin Qingyou. Qingyou, their numerous lawyers will undoubtedly cause a stir. When that happens, my attempted assault by Jiang Zhuoqing will become common knowledge, stirring a storm of gossip, correct? Oh, it will be much worse. Due to media sensationalism, your attempted assault could easily be twisted into a successful one, and soon, the entire world will be aware. In the end, people will mock and humiliate me, and by extension, my father and our entire Lin family. Yin Hanyu did not refute this, for it was the truth. Numerous similar incidents around the world have proven that humanity can be grotesque and vile. Thus, I wish to discuss an alternative course of action. I do not want your alternative. Lin Qingyou interrupted, instantly grasping Yin Hanyu's implication. Mingyu is an elite assassin. What could Yin Hanyu, as Mingyu's partner, possibly be? What had he learned and done during his long years of absence? She knew nothing, yet she understood that Yin Hanyu could effortlessly eliminate someone to avenge her. But she did not desire that. She didn't want him to stain his hands with blood, for she was aware that he abhorred such a life. Yin Hanyu, I understand you wish to protect my reputation, to shield me from malicious speculation, humiliation, and attacks. But the moment I chose to report it, it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. I was prepared for the exposure that would follow. Xiao Shui, listening to their conversation, quickly pieced together the situation. Anger surged within her as she dashed into the kitchen, seizing a kitchen knife, ready to confront the world outside. Xiao Shui's swift actions left Lin Qingyou unable to intervene in time. Aunt, Yin Hanyu, stop my aunt. Aunt, Yin Hanyu positioned himself at the doorway, blocking Xiao Shui's exit. Get out of my way. Xiao Shui and Appo's beautiful eyes were ablaze with fury and hostility. Yin Hanyu, if you don't move, I'll cut you first. Aunt, please don't act impulsively. Yin Hanyu urged. I came here tonight specifically to discuss the best course of action with Qingyou. In truth, he longed to eliminate Jiang Zhuoqing immediately. But Lin Qingyou had once told him, Yin Hanyu, although you have yet to agree to marry me, we are, in essence, in a relationship. Therefore, I have something crucial to discuss with you. A relationship? Yin Hanyu paused, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Yes, you are my boyfriend, and I am your girlfriend, Lin Qingyou replied with a blend of joy and shyness. After all, we are soon to be wed. Yin Hanyu inquired, you mentioned there was something important you needed to tell me. What is it? Indeed, it is of utmost importance. We must trust each other unconditionally. In all matters, we must discuss them openly. You cannot act under the guise of protecting me while concealing things I ought to know. He acquiesced. Hence, He chose to come and discuss matters with her tonight. Had this been in the past, he might have already gone to assassinate Jiang Zhuoqing. Aunt, could you please put down the knife? Yin Hanyu attempted to take the kitchen knife from Xiao Shui. No. Xiao Shui shouted in anger. Yin Hanyu, didn't you promise to protect her? Is this how you intend to guard her? What do you mean by attempted assault? How could you allow such a dreadful thing to occur under your watch? Xiao Shui's emotions erupted, tears streaming down her face as she crumpled to the floor. Yin Hanyu bowed his head, not uttering a word, his deep eyes filled with guilt. Xiao Shui was right. He had not protected her well. Aunt, Lin Qingyou hurried to help her up. Yet, Xiao Shui clung tightly to Lin Qingyou. Qingyou, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I failed to protect you. Aunt, please don't say that. I'm fine, truly, Lin Qingyou reassured her. When Yin Hanyu arrived, it was just in time. I wasn't harmed at all. In fact, I managed to slap that beast a few times myself. However, Xiao Shui still held Lin Qingyou tightly. Qingyou, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left your side. I promise. I will never leave you again. Aunt, Lin Qingyou gently wiped Xiao Shui's tears. Please don't cry. You look best when you smile. I love seeing you smile. All right, I will smile for you. Xiao Shui forced a smile, secretly making a resolution within her heart. After a long while, Xiao Shui's emotions finally settled. My dear Qingyou, you must have been terrified. Lin Qingyou nodded. Yes, I was very scared. I had to desperately call for help. Thankfully, I was rescued in time. Thus, I wish to save others as well. Chapter 29. Let the battle commence. A true gentleman does not engage with a lady the following day. Lin Qingyou and Jiang Zhuoqing instantly dominated the trending topics across all platforms. Lin Qingyou, Jiang Zhuoqing, explosive attempted assault, explosive Lin Qingyou reports, explosive, Jiang Zhuoqing arrested, explosive, how many years for assault frenzy, attempted assault is not assault frenzy, Lin Qingyou entices Jiang Zhuoqing frenzy. Goodness, what sensational news. Assault? Reporting it? Imprisonment? It has been ages since I've seen such explosive headlines. I want to witness this drama unfold. Is it just me? Or does this trending topic seem to be a tug-of-war between the two parties? After all, both of them have impressive backgrounds. If I recall correctly, Lin Qingyou is the daughter of the hotel tycoon. Not just that, her mother and aunt are the founders of Xingxin Entertainment. If you're unfamiliar with Xingxin Entertainment, then surely no one in the nation is unaware of Xiao Shui. Indeed, who doesn't know Xiao Shui? She was the original top-tier celebrity, transcending gender limitations as a national sensation. Today, stars pale in comparison to her. And Jiang Zhuoqing has quite the reputation as well. The Jiang family made a fortune during the mask boom a few years back, becoming well-known nouveau riche in the capital, swimming in wealth. What does it matter how much money they have? Now he is labeled an assailant. What assailant? They specifically emphasized it was an attempted assault. To hell with the attempted assault. That's merely saving face for the daughter of the Lin family. The disparity in strength between men and women is colossal. If Jiang Zhuoqing intended to assault Lin Qingyou, then she has undoubtedly been assaulted. Exactly at such a time, anyone who still believes in Lin Qingyou's innocence is either foolish or naive. She is undoubtedly tainted, thoroughly exposed. The daughter of a renowned hotel mogul assaulted in her own establishment. And you all believe that? I think Lin Qingyou is the one who seduced the young master of the Jiang family. Indeed, the young master of the Jiang family has both wealth and looks. What type of woman could he not have? Why would he need to resort to assault? You have successfully persuaded me. It is certainly Lin Qingyou who has been the aggressor towards the Jiang family heir. Let us just have them marry to avoid causing trouble for others. Agreed? 100%. I applaud you. Crazy Lin Qingyou, Jiang Zhuoqing. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. At this moment, within the hotel of the resort, a striking young man with silver hair and blue earrings gazed at the online slander directed at Lin Qingyou, his anger boiling to the point where he shattered his computer in a fit of rage. These fools, are they all brainless? Do they even comprehend what they are saying? I shall sue them all. Gu Huai snatched the car keys from the table and stormed out in fury. Ancestor, what are you up to now? Did you not say you wanted to vacation and relax? We have only just arrived. Li Fei, Gu Huai's manager, hurriedly followed. Do not follow me. I'm going to find Lin Qingyou. Ancestor, why do you need to see the young boss? When she sought you out a few days ago, you deliberately avoided her. Given her temperament, if you return now, you will certainly be in for a beating. The scandal surrounding Gu Huai's contract termination and the fan riot had been trending daily due to his status as a top celebrity, maintaining a high level of heat. Gu Huai had been mercilessly criticized, enduring a torrent of insults. His manager had been losing sleep over the chaos for days. Yet Gu Huai himself remained unfazed, having a rather open-minded perspective, turning off his phone to block out the outside world. He had even taken the liberty to whisk himself away on a vacation. Finally escaping the prying eyes of paparazzi and frenzied fans, they arrived at this idyllic paradise of a resort. Just as he intended to relax and catch up on sleep, he stumbled upon the sensational news surrounding Lin Qingyou and Jiang Zhuoqing. To say that the news of Lin Qingyou and Jiang Zhuoqing's scandal had instantly elevated Gu Huai as previously stagnant trending status would be an understatement. Gu Huai mused. A few days ago was a different story. She was not in trouble then. Now that she's embroiled in such a scandal, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Aren't you afraid of being beaten by her? Let them strike, for a true gentleman does not engage in conflict with a lady. As he spoke, Gu Huai leapt into his red Lamborghini, inserted the key, slammed the accelerator, and sped off in a frenzy. Ancestor, you've forgotten me. Ancestor, I haven't gotten into the car yet. Ancestor, Li Fei lamented, his hands outstretched in despair. Meanwhile, across the ocean, backstage at a fashion show, a stylist was preparing Gu Shi's look while she idly scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, her exquisitely beautiful face froze in disbelief. She trembled as she clicked on the trending topic. Lin Qingyou assaulted assault? What a horrifying phrase. Gu Shi's phone clattered to the ground, her spirit seemingly leaving her body. What's wrong, she? Her manager hurriedly picked up the phone. I need to go back. I must return. Return? Where do you intend to go? The manager momentarily failed to grasp Gu Shi's intent. Back home. I want to go back. Tears brimmed in Gu Shi's eyes. Book me a flight home immediately. Right now. Typically meticulous about her appearance, Gu Shi abandoned her half-finished hairstyle and dashed out in a frenzy. The manager shouted after her, My little ancestor, where are you going? You're about to go on stage. At this moment, Lin Qingyou had just exited the police station when she was intercepted by the Jiang family entourage led by Jiang Zhuoqing's mother. Lin Qingyou, halt! Jiang's mother, somewhat portly, huffed as she chased after Lin Qingyou, her 3 rolls of fat jiggling with each hurried step. What is it? Jiang's mother glanced back at her team of lawyers and then at the Jiang family's bodyguards. With a mere look, her bodyguard approached, each carrying a suitcase. With another glance, the bodyguards simultaneously opened the 4 cases, revealing stacks of cash, enticingly arranged. Lin Qingyou smirked sarcastically. What, trying to bribe me? Yes. Jiang's mother enunciated clearly. Lin Qingyou, this is merely a meeting gift. As long as you drop the charges against my son, I will give you any amount you desire. Any amount? Lin Qingyou's eyes lit up, appearing greedy. Are you certain? Yes, any amount. Just fill in the blank. Jiang's mother tossed Lin Qingyou a pen and a checkbook, lifting her chin in pride, seemingly unfazed by Jiang's mother's lofty demeanor. Lin Qingyou promptly took the pen and began to write. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion, trillion. The bodyguards stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. This woman is incredibly audacious. Jiang's mother remained composed until she saw Lin Qingyou write billion and continue writing. In an instant, her blood pressure skyrocketed. Lin Qingyou, you. Jiang's mother struggled to articulate. Lin Qingyou, do not push your luck. Oh dear, why are you angry? Did you not tell me to fill in freely? Now, you're hesitating? What, can't afford it? If you can't, then scram. Don't pretend to be wealthy without the means. You. Jiang's mother nearly collapsed from rage. What about me? Lin Qingyou seized a box of money from the bodyguard and hurled it directly at Jiang's mother, exclaiming, Leave at once, or I shall unleash the dogs upon you. Chapter 30. Worthless nonsense. 3 days after Lin Qingyou and Jiang Zhuoqing's case, the first court hearing took place. Due to the overwhelming public interest, the police and the court jointly decided to hold a public trial, broadcasting it live across the nation. This marked the first time a sexual assault case was publicly tried, revealing everything to the public. In the past, such cases were often concealed to protect the victim from further harm. However, this time, it was Lin Qingyou, the victim herself, who insisted on public transparency. Upon returning to her apartment, Lin Qingyou found that Yin Hanyu had yet to arrive. At this point, punishing Jiang Zhuoqing would not suffice to quell Yin Hanyu's fury. He sought the complete downfall of the Jiang family. Late at night, Yin Hanyu stood outside the Jiang factory, glancing at his watch as he prepared to call Lin Qingyou. Just then, her call came through. "Darling, when will you be back?" The girl's sweet voice rang through the phone, albeit tinged with drowsiness. "Tired?" he asked. "Just a little bit. If you're tired, go to sleep. There's no need to wait for me. I won't be back tonight." "Not coming back?" Lin Qingyou frowned. "Will you be in danger?" "No, I won tea." "Yin Hanyu, you better mean what you say. If you dare to lie to me, you're finished." Her fierce threat unexpectedly lifted Yin Hanyu's weariness. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Make sure to rest well. Don't read the nonsense online." Lin Qingyou's smile blossomed as she rolled around on her bed, clutching her phone like a lovesick girl. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Rest assured, I don't care what they say. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stirred up such a commotion. All right, get some rest. Good night." "Gooding, moo moo." The girl playfully blew kisses into the phone. Even through the distance, the warmth in the man's heart surged, causing it to tremble. After ending the call, Lin Qingyou was about to drift off to sleep when the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Gu Huai. As soon as he stepped inside, Lin Qingyou delivered a swift kick. "Good dog, take that." Gu Huai instinctively raised his hands to shield his head, protecting his handsome face. "You can hit the head, but not the face." "Oomph." Lin Qingyou snorted, smacking the back of his head. "Did you think your face was so precious? If it weren't for my troubles saving your sorry life, you'd still be under attack from the media and netizens." "What the?" Gu Huai jumped up in shock. "You didn't stir up all this trouble just to save me, did you?" Lin Qingyou rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Get lost." Gu Huai, filled with suspicion, murmured, "Oh my, I can't believe I've let my friend down." Lin Qingyou delivered another light smack to the back of his head. "What are you thinking? Why do you think you're so important? Besides, do you really think your trivial matters warrant me risking everything to come to your rescue?" Gu Huai's issues were merely fan-induced chaos. "Then why did you make such a fuss?" he asked, genuinely concerned. "You're a girl, and now your reputation is ruined. This brings you no benefit at all." He loathed the hateful comments directed at her online, wishing he could leap through the screen to silence those voices. "What can I do?" Lin Qingyou replied. "Am I supposed to accept money from the Jiang family or marry Jiang Zhuoqing?" "That is not what I meant. I understand you and Oppos worried about me. But the Jiang family is exploiting this sentiment. They are convinced I will back down due to societal pressures and so-called reputation. They want to force me to retreat and concede. The sentence for attempted rape is minimal. How much less for actual rape? If I retreat any further, Jiang Zhuoqing will soon be released. Thus, I cannot step back. I must advance. I intend to use public opinion to impose the strictest punishment on Jiang Zhuoqing." She paused, her thoughts lingering on the next step, when the doorbell interrupted her once more. Upon opening the door, she froze, her eyes welling up. Gu Shi. It had been 711 days since Gu Shi left in anger over the incident. Lin Qingyou had sought her out numerous times, but Gu Shi had always avoided her. Now, she had returned, and Lin Qingyou wondered if it was because of the news. Gu Shi, she began, but was abruptly enveloped in a tight embrace. "Yo-yo, I'm so sorry," Gu Shi sobbed, overwhelmed with emotion. Seeing Gu Shi, Gu Huai opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, retreating to give the sisters their moment. Left alone, Gu Huai descended to the ground floor of the apartment, lingering outside without departing. When his manager, Li Fei, arrived, he found Gu Huai alternating between staring at the ground and gazing up at the top floor, exuding an aura of melancholy. "What's wrong with you?" Li Fei gently tapped Gu Huai on the shoulder. "Aren't you here to see the boss? Did she kick you out?" Gu Huai shook his head, leaving Li Fei puzzled. "Then what is it?" Gu Huai remained silent, climbing into his car without immediate intent to drive away. Instead, he lit a cigarette. Li Fei was even more baffled. Gu Huai had never smoked before, Yet over the past 2 years, he had taken up, even developing a considerable addiction. He often found himself in the tabloids for smoking, which initially bothered him. But eventually he embraced it. The pressures of being a top star were immense. If smoking provided him some relief, so be it. As dawn approached, the lights in Lin Qingyou's apartment finally dimmed, and Gu Huai drove away. It was evident that the long-separated sisters had spent the entire night in deep conversation. As he exited the community, Gu Huai glanced back one last time, a self-deprecating smile creeping across his face. Despite his romantic endeavors, he had been unable to bring Gushi back, yet Lin Qingyou's troubles had done just that. He realized, in her eyes, he was truly worthless, nothing of significance. Chapter 31. How can I marry you if you don't come? 3 days swiftly elapsed. Before heading to the courthouse, Gushi intended to accompany Lin Qingyou, but was met with refusal. Shishi, you've been absent from the country for quite some time. Your reappearance is akin to the return of a cherished moonlight. If you accompany me to the courthouse, it will undoubtedly create a tremendous stir, and the focus will shift away from convicting Jiang Zhuoqing. We cannot allow this to become sensationalized, or else she will also face backlash. Accused of leveraging her friend into Oppo's assault for her own resurgence. But I want to help you. Gushi felt a heavy concern. The online discourse was rife with vicious slander and attacks against Lin Qingyou, harsh words that pierced deeply. In the days prior, opinions were divided, with supporters of Lin Qingyou and Jiang Zhuoqing embroiled in fierce disputes. Yet, by this morning, public sentiment had dramatically shifted. The Jiang family, particularly Jiang and Oppo's parents, had visited the Lin family bearing gifts, even sharing photographs of themselves enjoying afternoon tea with Wang Yalan. At that moment, public opinion turned. I see now. This isn't and Oppo's tea about assault at all. They're seeking a marriage alliance. I suspect it was merely a lovers and Oppo's quarrel. Indeed, the Lin family's eldest daughter is notorious for her temper, unruly and willful. Wasn't she recently seen striking the crown prince? Are we to believe that Lin Qingyou would imprison her fiancé simply because of a tantrum? Such a woman is utterly terrifying and disgusting. She's no woman. She's a demon. Have we all been deceived? Indeed, if it were true assault, how could Lin Qingyou's mother enjoy tea with the alleged assailant's parents? Damn it. Lin Qingyou has betrayed my feelings. I genuinely believed she was a victim, and I fought for her online for days, only to find she has stabbed me in the back. Lin Qingyou should perish. Such a vile woman deserves 1,000 deaths. I shall light candles for her until she ceases to exist. Lin Qingyou, may you face daily torment. Witnessing these horrifying remarks, Gushi clenched her fists tightly. Rest assured, it will be resolved soon. Lin Qingyou pushed Gushi back in her home. You stay here and watch a movie. By the time it's over, I shall return victorious. Lin Qingyou promptly drove to the courthouse. Upon arriving, she was confronted by Jiang Zhuoqing's mother, who aggressively seized Lin Qingyou, preventing her from entering the courtroom. Lin Qingyou, you dare to come for Real? Madame Jiang, you only now believe I am serious? With a casual flick, Lin Qingyou nearly sent Jiang's mother tumbling as Jiang Beishan, her husband, caught her. Upon seeing him, Jiang's mother felt a surge of confidence. Darling, finally you're here. You must teach this little wretch a lesson. She adamantly refuses to abandon her accusation, determined to see our precious son imprisoned. Is that so? Jiang Baishan, impeccably attired with gold-rimmed glasses, fixed his menacing gaze on Lin Qingyou. Miss Lin, there are myriad solutions to this situation. Why must you choose a path that leads to mutual destruction? Mutual destruction? Lin Qingyou arched an eyebrow. On what grounds do you say that? Jiang Baishan provocatively taunted. Haven and Oppo's. Till you learned anything from the online vitriol over the past few days? Little girl, do not challenge me. You cannot prevail. Is that so? Lin Qingyou frowned, seemingly seeking clarity. What are these myriad solutions you speak of? For instance, monetary compensation to settle the matter. If you withdraw your accusation against my son, I could bestow upon you the largest factory in the Jiang family. Or perhaps, a marriage to my son. Given the current circumstances, this is the optimal solution. By marrying my son, you would preserve your reputation as well as safeguard his. We could embellish and market this situation, transforming it into a tale of happiness. Indeed, a splendid arrangement, Lin Qingyou remarked. Thus, Jiang Beishan pressed, if you possess any sense, you would abandon your accusation at once. And what if I do not? You, Mr. Jiang, if your daughter were nearly assaulted, would you compel her to marry her assailant? Of course not. Jiang Beishan blurted. Oh, Lin Qingyou chuckled. So your daughter is a daughter, while others' daughters are merely wretches. Did your ancestors not teach you the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang and Amp, Oppos, mother shouted at Lin Qingyou. My husband has only one precious son, Jiang Zhuoqing. Where would a daughter come from? Is that so? Lin Qingyou replied with a knowing smile, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Beishan. Then addressing Jiang's mother, Madam Jiang, perhaps you should visit Wudong courtyard. Your husband has not only a daughter, but several wives. What absurdity! Yet upon witnessing Jiang Beishan's guilty and astonished expression, Jiang's mother sensed impending doom. Quickly turning to her husband, darling, what she said is all lies. I assent it? Speak up. Jiang's mother's voice trembled. Jiang Beishan, flustered, quickly changed the subject. What are you babbling about? Why would you believe the words of an outsider? The priority is to extricate our son. If you had not spoiled him so, would we be in this predicament? Lin Qingyou, uninterested in further discourse, turned to enter the courthouse, only to be blocked by Jiang Beishan. Lin Qingyou, be sensible and withdraw from this case. Otherwise, even if you win this lawsuit, it will bring you more harm than good. Yes, you could derive momentary satisfaction from imprisoning my son, but your reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Even if my son never laid a finger on you, the world will still label you as a victim of assault. How will you stand in society? What man would wish to marry a woman with such a tainted past? Not even a common family would accept a woman who has been assaulted. But I am willing. A deep, melodious voice, imbued with gentle determination, interrupted. Before he was seen, his voice was heard first. Lin's father turned to see a rugged man in a black coat, his hair slightly disheveled, hastening down the corridor. Lin Qingyou immediately rushed towards Yin Hanyu. It had been nearly 3 days since she last saw him, and she missed him dearly. Lin Qingyou embraced Yin Hanyu tightly, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and grievance. I thought you weren't coming. If I don't come, how can I marry you? Chapter 32. Extend more tolerance and kindness to young girls, Your Highness. Why are you here? Jiang Beishan stammered upon seeing Yin Hanyu. Yin Hanyu offered no glance towards Jiang Beishan. Instead, he frowned at Lin Qingyou, noticing her scant attire. Why are you dressed so lightly? Today, Lin Qingyou embodied the essence of a university student, her high bun paired with a simple white shirt and high-waisted jeans. In her simplicity, she exuded remarkable poise and vitality. Her fair complexion and delicate features were accentuated by her understated clothing. Quite a lot, she replied playfully. I have a live stream later. Dressing lightly looks better on camera. Yin Hanyu smiled, a blend of helplessness and affection, as he removed his coat and gently draped it over her shoulders. Jiang's parents stood frozen, watching the intimate exchange between Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou. What was happening? Weren't these two adversaries? Hadn't Lin Qingyou despised Yin Hanyu? Wasn't he notorious for troubling her? Did they not always seem ready to clash? Why then were they so close now? Your Highness, why did you suddenly appear here? Jiang Beishan inquired. But Yin Hanyu's gaze had lost its earlier warmth. With a cold demeanor, Yin Hanyu replied, on a public note, I am a witness. Privately, I am now her boyfriend. And soon to be her husband. What? Jiang and Oppos. Father was left speechless. Witness? What witness? ISN and Oppos. Tietlung Yifeng. Jiang Zhuoqing had informed him from prison that he had attempted to assault Lin Qingyou, but had failed, thus increasing his chances of being released since Lin Qingyou had been rescued. Jiang Zhuoqing also mentioned that he could call upon Lung Yifeng for assistance, asserting that Lung Yifeng was on his side. Consequently, Jiang and Oppos, father had instinctively assumed that Lung Yifeng was the one who saved Lin Qingyou, given their constant companionship. However, due to Jiang Zhuoqing's close ties with Lung Yifeng, he would never testify against Jiang Zhuoqing in court. Thus, they thought to pressure Lin Qingyou into retreating. But now, Jiang's father felt an overwhelming buzz in his mind. During the trial, his legs felt weak. In a courtroom filled with witnesses and evidence, The legal teams hired by the Jiang family seemed like a colossal joke, rendered mute and unable to utter a word. The video provided by Lin Qingyou was exceedingly clear. When she presented the footage to the judge, she specifically requested that it be played in court. "Are you certain?" the judge asked solemnly. "Miss Lin, this pertains to your privacy, your scars. We should protect you." "I need no protection," Lin Qingyou asserted. "In fact, I wish to make the entirety of my victimization public to attain true vindication." The judge pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, we shall honor your wishes." As the video played, it incited an uproar. "Wow, Lin Qingyou looks stunning in this video. She resembles a fairy. No wonder Jiang Zhuoqing had ill intentions. How disgusting. Does being beautiful warrant assault?" Lin Qingyou is fierce. The moment she slapped Jiang Zhuoqing, I felt exhilarated. The disparity in strength between genders is stark. Lin Qingyou, despite her skills, was still overpowered by Jiang Zhuoqing. Oh my. Lin Qingyou looked utterly hopeless when she was subdued. "Someone save her. Beast, do not tear the fairy's clothing. Beast, keep your filthy mouth away from her." Wait. Did the prince come to the rescue? My goodness, the prince smashed the beast and Amp, Oppo's head. He is so handsome it makes my legs weak. See, this is the fate of a rapist, left bleeding and discarded like a dead dog. Who will comfort the terrified fairy? She looks like she might shatter. Oh, the prince is holding her. The prince is holding her. My heavens, if I were Lin Qingyou at this moment, I would undoubtedly fall in love with Yin Hanyu. He is a true hero. Wait, what did I just see? The fairy slapped the prince and told him to leave. What on earth? Why did it cut to black? The video abruptly ended. Yet the audience in the live stream and across the internet went wild, clamoring to see what happened next. In truth, Lin Qingyou felt a mix of bewilderment and nostalgia upon watching the video, as it encapsulated her past experiences. Why had she told Yin Hanyu to leave? She couldn't bear the thought of him witnessing her most humiliating moment. Once she regained her composure, she approached Yin Hanyu to apologize. This led to the pivotal moment of her rebirth, a scene far too graphic to describe. Lin Qingyou grasped Yin Hanyu's hand tightly. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Yin Hanyu echoed her sentiment, as he had long owed her an apology. As the proceedings concluded, Lin Qingyou exited the courtroom only to be swarmed by journalists eager for an interview. The viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. Are these journalists even human? Interviewing Lin Qingyou now is akin to feasting on her misfortune. Isn't that the case? Just half an hour ago, they were hurling insults and online abuse at her. Will those who attacked Lin Qingyou apologize? My goodness, Lin Qingyou is incredibly strong. If I were her, I would have jumped off a building after the torrent of online abuse. I believe her strength lies in her courage to bring such a grave issue to light. Under immense public scrutiny, Jiang Zhuoqing will undoubtedly face severe consequences. Absolutely. If he receives only a few years, we will storm the police station and the courthouse. Countless netizens flooded the official social media accounts of the police and the courthouse, demanding the death penalty or life imprisonment for Jiang Zhuoqing. At the scene, Lin Qingyou took the microphone from a reporter. Just as they were about to ask questions, she spoke first. "I refuse to accept your interview, but I wish to use your platform to convey a message to all young girls worldwide. Since this incident began, I have faced much malice. Yet I have also received an abundance of kindness and comfort. My beloved, my family, and my friends have stood by me from the very start, offering their unwavering support. The voices online are varied. Now many are expressing apologies, realizing they wronged me. To that, I say I do not require any apologies. I only hope that those who witness my experience can draw some enlightenment and lessons from it. I desire a society that extends more tolerance and kindness to young girls." Chapter 33. The unattractive must not be judged harshly should society exhibit more kindness and tolerance toward young women, remarked a male journalist dismissively. "Miss Lin, don't you think you are placing an undue burden upon yourself with such lofty expectations? Is this indeed an undue burden?" Lin Qingyou retorted sharply, fixing her gaze on the journalist. "No, it is not. This encompasses the harrowing tales and tragic histories of countless young women. In this world, how many girls have fallen victim to the shame of being photographed without their consent, or worse, subjected to assault. Young women cannot even ride a bus without the fear of unwelcome advances. Even the simple act of wearing a lovely dress or a short skirt invites accusations of seduction and flirtation. But is this the fault of women? No, it is not. The blame lies squarely on the shoulders of those reprehensible men. Yet, it is the women who ultimately bear the consequences. How many young girls, including celebrities, have chosen to end their lives after intimate photos were surreptitiously taken by their partners? How many survivors of assault, who muster the courage to start anew, find themselves engulfed in despair due to the scorn and ridicule of society? Lin Qingyou's words silenced the room. To illustrate her point, she shared her own experience. From the very beginning, I was the victim, yet many accused me of enticing the rapist, Jiang Zhuoqing. Even after I reported him to the police, they deemed my actions as mere theatrics. Some even insinuated that I had orchestrated a trap for him. I reported an attempted rape, yet many insisted I had been raped, using that narrative to further shame and vilify me. It is infuriating that, despite nearly being assaulted by that beast, many believe that marrying Jiang Zhuoqing would somehow rectify the situation. Such notions are disturbingly prevalent, as if my worth is diminished simply because I have been violated. Because I am tainted, I am deemed unworthy of any man other than my assailant. Because I am tainted, my life is considered ruined, devoid of happiness. But why must the victim bear the weight of such consequences? Why is it that, in cases of assault, society remembers only the name of the victim, while the perpetrator's name fades into obscurity? Shouldn't the shame be heaped upon the offender? What crime has the victim committed? Must one suffer further humiliation for simply being a victim? I sought to bring this issue to light, and in doing so, I became the target of online harassment. Why is this? The room fell into a profound silence, as did the viewers of the live broadcast. Lin Qingyou continued, "It is quite simple. My actions did not conform to societal expectations. Many believe that after such trauma, I should be inconsolable or even driven to suicide. Yet, I chose to report the crime, to make the trial public, even broadcasting it nationwide. My refusal to succumb to despair has led to suspicion, ridicule, and vitriol directed at me. But have I truly acted out of the ordinary? Have I truly erred?" Silence reigned once more, but this silence was deafening. The audience remained hushed, both in the room and online. Thus, I implore society to extend more compassion and understanding toward young women. If such a situation arises, though I sincerely wish that no girl ever experiences this, remember not to forsake yourself, for the fault lies not with you. Being assaulted is akin to being bitten by a rabid dog. It does not render one dirty. The true filth lies with the assailant. When faced with such atrocity, we should not consider self-harm. The perpetrators continue to thrive, so why should we end our own lives? Our goal should be to cast these criminals into the depths of hell. Moreover, I beseech you all to refrain from becoming part of the avalanche that buries the innocent under guilt and shame. Regret and remorse after the fact serve no purpose. Thus, grant her a moment of grace, a touch of kindness, and a measure of forgiveness. These will be the very forces that empower her to rebuild her life and strive to live on. Lin Qingyou's sentiments resonated widely on the internet, garnering both support and skepticism. While some were inspired and moved by her bravery, others accused her of mere theatrics, seeking to capitalize on her story for fame and fortune. Supporters argued that with her beauty, Lin Qingyou should ascend directly into the entertainment industry rather than simply becoming an influencer. Amidst the swirling discussions, Xingchen Entertainment announced the arrival of a new president. As speculations arose regarding the identity of this influential figure, the company's official account, and Xiao Shui released a photo of Lin Qingyou in a tailored suit. Wow, what a slap in the face. Lin Qingyou has indeed entered the entertainment realm, and those who doubted her are left reeling. Who was getting slapped? They said she would become a star, but she's taken charge as the president of the entertainment industry instead. How could I have thought she would merely be another pretty face when she has now become the boss? Indeed, our vision was too limited. At that moment, Lin Qingyou posted on Weibo, "On my first day as president, I wish to sign new talent. Please recommend stunning beauties and handsome gentlemen. Note, I have a weakness for looks. Please, no unattractive candidates." The comment section was soon flooded with fans recommending various attractive individuals, showcasing their photos, and expressing their hopes for Lin Qingyou to consider them. "Lin, what are you looking at?" came the voice of Yin Hanyu, startling Lin Qingyou. "Oh no." Upon realizing it was him, she quickly concealed her phone behind her back. Chapter 34. Yin Hanyu received his first bouquet of roses. "What are you looking at?" Smiling so happily. "Nothing. Nothing." Lin Qingyou fervently shook her head. Yin Hanyu, intrigued by the girl's reaction, pressed on. "Let me see too. I want to share in the joy." Lin Qingyou hesitated. "Are you sure you want to see it?" This man was notoriously petty. If he caught her admiring a handsome man, not only would he not share in her joy, he would explode with anger. Not showing it is not an option? Yin Hanyu raised an eyebrow, his tone taking on a hint of danger. Lin Qingyou shook her head and retreated. "No, absolutely not." Yin Hanyu narrowed his eyes, advancing closer. "If you don't show me, I'll be upset." Lin Qingyou muttered under her breath. "If I do show you, you'll be even more upset." Yin Hanyu responded. "The more you resist, the more I want to see it." Lin Qingyou relented. "Fine, I will show you, but you must promise not to get angry." Yin Hanyu immediately replied, "I promise I won't tea." However, when he finally glimpsed her photos of handsome men and their chiseled abs, he was utterly furious. His expression darkened, and he turned to leave. "Wait, you promised not to be angry," Lin Qingyou exclaimed. Indeed, Min's words were as reliable as a flying pig. She hurried after him. "Yin Hanyu, just hear me out." "Ah, no, I mean explain." Just then, a man dashed towards Lin Qingyou, holding a large bouquet of vibrant roses. "Boss, flowers for you." Upon seeing the roses, Yin Hanyu halted, his expression sharpening. "Flowers? Who sent her flowers?" His glare caused the employee to freeze in place. What a terrifying sight. Why did the prince suddenly come here? Did the boss just challenge him to a duel over flowers? How did this happen? "Li, why are you standing there? Hurry and give me the flowers." Yin Hanyu snapped. Lin Qingyou took the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance. "Very fresh," she remarked. But seeing her delight only fueled Yin Hanyu's irritation. He had come during his lunch break, worried she might struggle on her first day, intending to assist her with any confusion. Yet, Yin Hanyu gritted his teeth. He should not have come. The roses began to appear increasingly unattractive to him. Where did this insipid man come from? These flowers are hideous, utterly tacky. He was seething, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. But the next moment, another bouquet appeared before him. "Darling, these flowers are for you." Lin Qingyou tilted her head, presenting the flowers, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yet, Yin Hanyu's face turned ashen. "Lin Qingyou, what do you mean by this?" 3 question marks hovered over her head. "What do you mean? Why are you angrier?" Receiving flowers should be a joyous occasion, should it not? Joyous? Yin Hanyu was nearly choking on his anger. "You bring me flowers from another man and expect me to be happy?" "Lin Qingyou, if you wish to drive me mad, just say it directly instead of beating around the bush." 3 dark lines appeared on Lin Qingyou's forehead. Heavens, what kind of reasoning is this? I cannot keep up with his thoughts. "What other man?" She shoved the card into his hand. "These are flowers I specifically had someone buy for you." Yin Hanyu. The card read, "Dear Mr. Yin Hanyu, will you grace me with your presence tonight for a date?" At that moment, Yin Hanyu was left speechless. He instinctively felt a rush of joy, though his face displayed a hint of awkwardness, leading to an unusually expressive demeanor for him. This bouquet was for him. No wonder she said the flowers were beautiful. His little Qingyou truly had an eye for beauty. Yin Hanyu gazed at the roses, finding them increasingly appealing. "Ah, roses. How romantic. They're truly lovely." This was the first time he had ever received roses from a girl. "Yes, they are for my girlfriend." The more he thought about it, the more his spirits soared, and a smile began to unconsciously creep onto his lips. Yet, in an effort to maintain his aloof demeanor, he suppressed it. However, that smile was proving more difficult to contain than a stubborn cork. "What date?" Yin Hanyu asked, his eyes sparkling with delight, his entire being enveloped in a euphoric state. "A date between a couple," Lin Qingyou replied. "Why do you keep asking such strange questions?" Yin Hanyu. Because he had never been on a date before, nor had he been in a relationship. Admitting this would be embarrassing. She would surely look down on him. Thus, he kept his silence. He eagerly accepted the flowers, feeling elated, as if floating on clouds. "So, we are going on a date tonight?" Yin Hanyu asked, his uncertainty palpable. Yes. Lin Qingyou nodded vigorously. They had never truly experienced romance together. Having been given a second chance at life, she was determined to rectify all past regrets and shower him with all her affection. I had planned to choose the flowers myself, but it's my first day on the job, and I've been swamped with work. I couldn't leave, so I asked Lee to help me buy them. I intended to bring them to you during lunch, but you came to me first. By the way, why'd you come to find me so suddenly? Lin Qingyou looked up to find Yin Hanyu lost in reverie, a broad smile on his face as he admired the roses. He was so absorbed in his own world that he did not hear her question. Lin Qingyou Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T helped but poke him. Do you like roses that much? Should I bring them to you every day? And I'm asking you a question. Is there something important that brought you here? After all, he was a busy prince. Yin Hanyu, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, I was just passing by. Lin Qingyou. She didn't believe a word of it. His company was 2 districts away from hers. Passing by? With all those roads, how did you conveniently pass by mine? You were worried I might struggle at work and came to check on me, didn't you? No. Yin Hanyu fervently denied it, though his face betrayed his unease. Lin Qingyou found his flustered demeanor amusing, this stubborn tsundere. Unable to resist, she pinched his arm and shook her head. TSK, such a contradictory man. Yin Hanyu. Rest assured, I'm adapting just fine, thanks to my aunt. Due to the near incident of her assault, Xiao Shui had indeed taken action, deciding to remain behind to protect her precious darling. Yin Hanyu nodded, then I will head back. His schedule was indeed packed. Firstly, the Yin group had an overwhelming amount of business to manage. Secondly, even though Jiang Zhuoqing had been apprehended, the Jiang family still remained. He had yet to thoroughly compile the evidence he had gathered, as he had just discovered that Lung Yifeng was attempting to seize the opportunity to devour the Jiang family and acquire their immense wealth. He would not provide a wedding gown for Lung Yifeng. The Jiang family may face ruin, yet their riches must not fall into Lung Yifeng's hands. Going back, Lin Qingyou scoffed, directly cornering Yin Hanyu against the wall. President Yin, you accept my flowers, but expect to leave without reciprocating? Yin Hanyu furrowed his brow, realizing he was utterly clueless about the customs of gift-giving and reciprocation. What should he offer in return? Clothes, jewelry, handbags, houses, cars, skyscrapers. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes, and he deemed himself rather clever. You love to eat. How about I gift you a restaurant on Hepping Street? Lin Qingyou responded. Young master, you are indeed quite generous. She had exchanged a single bouquet for a dining establishment in the capital, effectively achieving a decade's worth of KPIs on her very first day at work. How remarkable she was. Lin Qingyou rose onto her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Yin Hanyu and Appo's lips. Darling, this is the kind of reciprocation I desire. As Yin Hanyu and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, his ears turned crimson. He exited the starry entertainment company, holding the flowers, and repeatedly touched his flushed lips, still grinning foolishly. Assistant Su stared in disbelief through the rearview mirror. This was disastrous. It seemed the president's romantic inclinations had intensified. Chapter 35. The first date, watching a cheating scene as Yin Hanyu blissfully returned with a magnificent bouquet of vibrant roses. The employees of the Yin Corporation were left in utter disbelief. Wasn't their esteemed president known for his aversion to flowers? They recalled a prior incident when the third young master had placed a bouquet in his office, only to provoke an enraged reaction from him, leading to a comical chase where he relentlessly attacked the third young master. Yet here he was, willingly purchasing flowers, roses no less. Was their president, indeed, in the throes of romance? The curiosity among the staff was palpable, yet they dared not voice their inquiries. It was Yin Chen who first broke the silence. Brother, are those flowers for the little vixen? Before Yin Hanyu could respond, Yin Chen recklessly added, Brother, seriously, what era are we in? Sending roses? How klitsch and tacky. Yin Hanyu's expression darkened as he lifted his foot to kick Yin Chen. You're the tacky one. Your entire family is tacky. Yin Chen retorted, Well, you do have a point. What, then, would be an appropriate gift that wasn't considered klitsch? Yin Hanyu shot a venomous glare at his younger brother, still harboring resentment over a past incident. Should I send chrysanthemums instead? Previously, He had taken Yin Qingyou's misguided advice and gifted Lin Qingyou a bouquet of chrysanthemums on Valentine's Day. She had been so enraged that she hurled the flowers back at him. Upon returning to his office, he discovered Yin Qingyou had placed yet another bouquet of chrysanthemums on his desk. In that moment, Yin Hanyu lost all composure, seizing the flowers and launching an attack on his brother. The only reason Yin Qingyou was left unscathed was out of Yin Hanyu's innate kindness. "Brother, please be reasonable. You can't blame me for that." Yin Qingyou felt wronged, insisting he had chosen purple chrysanthemums, which he believed suited his brother's noble and mysterious aura. In contrast, Yin Hanyu had presented Lin Qingyou with white and yellow chrysanthemums. If Lin Qingyou hadn't retaliated, it would have been her showing kindness. Just then, Yin Qingyou felt the sharpness of his brother's gaze and quickly shifted the topic. Handing a thick stack of documents to Yin Hanyu, he asked, "Brother, I've organized what you requested. Is there anything else you'd like me to add?" Yin Hanyu didn't even glance at the documents, simply replying, "Just send them by Yanli." Yin Qingyou pouted, "So all your hard work over the past few days is going to Bai Yanli now?" Sending them to Bai Yanli was certainly preferable to leaving them in the hands of Lin Yifeng. The Jiang family had placed their utmost trust in Lin Yifeng. If he were to take action, the Jiang family would inevitably draw closer to him. Though the Jiang family lacked power and influence, they were wealthy, having profited significantly during the pandemic. Conversely, the Lin family, an old aristocratic lineage, had seen a decline in their fortune over the years, leaving them with dwindling assets. It was merely a favor to Bai Yanli. He didn't need the Jiang family's money. He simply wanted to eliminate any potential threats to Lin Qingyou posed by Jiang Zhuoqing. At 6 o'clock sharp, Lin Qingyou clocked out from work. On her way out, she cheerfully addressed her still-working colleagues. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's quitting time. For those with dates, go enjoy yourselves. For those heading home, hurry along." Her infectious joy lifted the spirits of her co-workers. "Boss, you're wonderful. Our previous employer worked us to the bone. Extra hours 1T make the company rich." Lin Qingyou proclaimed generously, "From now on, everyone can leave on time. If you must work overtime, I'll provide extra pay, meals, and benefits. Long live the little boss. With your vision, you'll surely prosper. Thank you for your kind words." With a playful wave, Lin Qingyou dashed out of the company. Date time. She was off to her date. As she exited, she spotted Yin Hanyu's Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby and rushed over. Observing her approach, he quickly adjusted his hair and collar in the rearview mirror. Assistant Sue, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Their president was undeniably innocent, becoming increasingly nervous even before their official date began. After all, it was their first outing together. "You even changed your outfit?" Lin Qingyou teased, noting that he was dressed differently than he had been at noon. Yin Hanyu awkwardly replied, "I changed because the last outfit was uncomfortable. It was specifically for the date." Lin Qingyou raised an eyebrow, while Assistant Sue chuckled, "President, there's no need to be so defensive." Lin Qingyou smiled, linking her arm with his. Yes, you didn't change for the date. You changed because it was me you were meeting." Yin Hanyu's face flushed with embarrassment. "I don't worry, I understand." Lin Qingyou winked at him, causing his heart to race. Suddenly, a furious voice interrupted them. "Lin Qingyou, stop right there." Turning, Lin Qingyou saw Mrs. Jiang charging towards her, radiating hostility. Yin Hanyu instinctively pulled Lin Qingyou behind him. Upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, Mrs. Jiang hesitated. Taking a few steps back, Lin Qingyou felt exasperated but knew she couldn't retaliate against an elder. "What do you want, Mrs. Jiang? If it's about your son, you should be waiting for him to be released from prison. You're the one who caused my son's predicament." Mrs. Jiang fumed, ready to strike Lin Qingyou. However, Yin Hanyu stood resolutely in front of her, unyielding. "Old woman, dare to lay a finger on her and see what happens." "Who are you calling an old woman? Whoever feels offended is indeed guilty. Enough with the blame. The one who harmed your son is none other than you, his mother, and his father, Jiang Beishan, as well as your son himself." Not wishing to engage further, Yin Hanyu dropped a bombshell. "Instead of coming here to hurl insults, you should focus on your husband. Otherwise, when he has another son, you'll not only lose your current son, but also face betrayal from your husband and be cast aside by both the mistress and her child." "Oh wait, let me rephrase that. It's not just a mistress, it's a fifth wheel now. What do you mean by that? Mrs. Jiang's mind raced with confusion. Go check Unit 202 in the Wutong courtyard, and you'll find out. Mrs. Jiang, being impulsive and action-oriented, wasted no time and to hasten her departure. Yin Hanyu even had Su drive her there. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyou linked arms with Yin Hanyu and headed to her own car. Just as Yin Hanyu was about to start the engine, Lin Qingyou tilted her head and blinked playfully at him. Understanding her unspoken desire, he chuckled softly. You want to witness the drama of infidelity in person? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Qingyou nodded vigorously, excitement bubbling within her. Cheating scenes were a rare spectacle indeed. He gently patted her small head, instantly changing direction and steering the car towards Wudong Garden. Lin Qingyou happily leaned in and planted a kiss on Yin Hanyu's cheek, exclaiming, "Ha, this is so much fun. Our first date and Oppo's inaugural activity is to witness a scandal." Yin Hanyu. Chapter 36. Help. Someone has jumped from the building. Vile woman, you seduced my husband, didn't you? With a series of resounding slaps, Mrs. Jiang struck the mistress across the face. The mistress fell to the ground, attempting to rise. "Ashan, help me. Please help me." Mrs. Jiang, consumed by rage, seized her hair once more. "You wretched vixen. How dare you still entice my husband at this point? How dare you?" At that moment, Mrs. Jiang and Oppo's emotions shattered completely. Upon entering the house, she encountered a joyful family portrait featuring her husband, the mistress, and their daughter, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. The little girl beamed with crescent-shaped eyes, while Jiang Beishan and the mistress lovingly kissed her cheeks, radiating happiness and tenderness. In that instant, Mrs. Jiang and Oppo's world collapsed. Her husband had built a separate life with the mistress, and their child was already so grown. She felt like a fool, having been kept in the dark for so many years. Driven to madness, Mrs. Jiang grabbed the mistress by the hair and slammed her head against the wall. "You vile creature! I will end you. I will destroy you." The mistress and Oppo's head instantly bled from the impact. Seeing this, Jiang Beishan hurriedly pushed Mrs. Jiang away. "What are you doing? Get away from her!" Mrs. Jiang fell to the floor, utterly disheveled. "Jiang Beishan, you pushed me. You actually dare to hit me?" With a swift motion, Jiang Beishan struck her across the face. "I will strike you, you shameless woman. I have tolerated you for far too long." "What did you say?" Mrs. Jiang and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Beishan, how could you treat me this way after nearly 40 years of marriage? Why not? I have grown tired of you. If it weren't and Oppo's tea for our son, I would have divorced you long ago. Now that you know the truth, let's divorce. You think I care? I am already weary of you," he reiterated. "I want a divorce. Immediately." His heartless words left Mrs. Jiang in tears, her heart aching. Jiang Beishan, however, ignored her and gently helped the mistress. "Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" "It hurts. Ashan, it hurts," the mistress whimpered. "Ah, you wretched vixen." "Mrs. Jiang screamed in despair. "You will not have a good end. Not a good end." Yet Jiang Beishan continued to support the mistress as they walked away. "Jiang Beishan, stop. Stand still. You will regret this. I will make you regret this." In a moment of desperation, Mrs. Jiang dashed to the window and jumped. "Help! Someone has jumped from the building." As Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou arrived at Wudong Garden, they witnessed Mrs. Jiang plummeting from the second floor. "Damn!" Lin Qingyou muttered under her breath. At the hospital, Mrs. Jiang was rushed to care by Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu. Thankfully, she did not perish. Her neck was merely twisted and her arm dislocated. Lying in bed, devoid of vitality, she murmured, "Why did you save me?" Yin Hanyu replied, "It was not us who saved you. It was your bulk that cushioned your fall." Mrs. Jiang, Lin Qingyou. Although harsh, Yin Hanyu's words held truth. The only reason Mrs. Jiang sustained only minor injuries from her leap was indeed due to her weight. The doctor confirmed as much. Noticing Mrs. Jiang's lips were parched, Lin Qingyou inserted a straw into a cup of water and offered it to her. Mrs. Jiang instinctively shook her head, but the movement caused her immense pain, resulting in a cry of agony. Lin Qingyou set the cup down. "If you don't want it, so be it. I don't need your pity," Mrs. Jiang retorted. Yin Hanyu and Oppo's eyes narrowed. How dare she speak so harshly to his Qingyou? In a swift motion, He splashed the water across Mrs. Jiang and Appo's face. Stop being so self-important. Who wants to save you? You. Yin Hanyu disdainfully remarked. If a dead dog or a plump pig fell, we would still bring them to the hospital. Mrs. Jiang. Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu and Appo's words were brutally candid. He had expected a dramatic performance, but instead, it was this. He continued. While the mistress deserves a beating for her lack of morals, your true target should be your cheating husband, not the mistress. Both Mrs. Jiang and Lin Qingyou halted, exchanging glances of realization. Indeed, it was the unfaithful man who deserved punishment. Yet, time and again, such scenarios devolved into women tearing each other apart instead. Yin Hanyu added, your husband cheated on you. You should push him out of the window, not foolishly leap yourself. Mrs. Jiang. Lin Qingyou. In disbelief, Mrs. Jiang felt a spark of clarity in Yin Hanyu and Appo's words. You may not like us, but we do not wish for your demise, Lin Qingyou stated. Your husband's betrayal is on him. He has harmed you. It is not worth ending your life over such a scoundrel. What can I do? Tears streamed down Mrs. Jiang and Appo's face. I have been with him since I was 19. My entire life has revolved around him. Lin Qingyou sighed, at a loss for comforting words. Instead, she poured another cup of water, inserting a straw and offering it once more. Mrs. Jiang's lips were desperately dry. This time, Mrs. Jiang accepted, sipping the water while her tears flowed more freely. He called me fat and ugly, old and disgusting. In anguish, Mrs. Jiang closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once I was beautiful. Once I was young. He was an outsider, and marrying me granted him a Beijing residency. Lin Qingyou felt a surge of anger. He was a typical Phoenix man. And then, as we grew wealthier, our hearts drifted further apart. Lin Qingyou handed her a tissue. But if you take your own life, everything will belong to that mistress. Your house, your car, your bags, your jewelry. Even the bed you slept in, the cup you used, the slippers you wore, will all belong to someone you despise. The mistress thrived on such provocations. The mere thought made Mrs. Jiang's breath quicken. She bit her lip tightly, but the trembling hands gripping the cup and the uncontrollable murderous intent in her eyes betrayed her current animosity. Let us depart, Yin Hanyu said, taking Lin Qingyou and Appo's hand. Ready to leave. Wait, Madame Jiang suddenly called out to Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu, you have been investigating Lin Yifeng's mother, have you not? Yin Hanyu was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? After returning from the Lin family that day, he had instructed someone to look into it. However, Lin Yifeng's mother, Wan Lan, had a remarkably clean background. Both her parents were university professors, hailing from an intellectual family, leaving little to uncover. Yet, how could someone so seemingly ordinary possess such formidable hypnotic skills? It matters not how I came to know, Madame Jiang said through gritted teeth. If you help me ruin Jiang Beishan and that wretched woman, stripping them of all dignity and leaving them as pariahs for all to scorn, I shall reveal to you the true identity of Wan Lan. Chapter 37. Evil begets evil. Upon exiting the hospital, Yin Hanyu wore a frown and remained silent. Lin Qingyou promptly messaged Gu Huai to inquire about the whereabouts of Jiang Beishan's little five. She was aware that Jiang Beishan had others outside of his marriage. Having learned from Gu Huai, who had inadvertently witnessed Jiang Beishan spending the night at a hotel with a minor internet celebrity from his production team, the investigation that followed revealed shocking revelations. Jiang Beishan had indeed engaged in significant wrongdoing. He had established a new residence with his mistress at Wudong Garden, and they had a daughter who was already 7 or 8 years old. He was also flirting with the owner of a nightclub, and Lin Qingyou preferred not to delve into the details regarding Little Five, as she was younger than Jiang Beishan's son, Jiang Zhuoqing. Upon receiving Little Five's address, Lin Qingyou lifted her gaze to share the information with Yin Hanyu, only to find him deep in thought, his brow furrowed. What troubles you? Lin Qingyou affectionately interlaced her fingers with his. Are you still contemplating matters concerning Lin Yifeng's mother? Yin Hanyu looked at her, harboring a lingering anxiety. You, is there truly nothing amiss with your mind? Lin Qingyou retorted. Yin Hanyu. She raised her fist, tempted to strike him, but restrained herself, muttering, no anger. No anger. Today marks our first date. It is inappropriate to strike you. Yin Hanyu remained silent. Lin Qingyou took a deep breath and reiterated, Yin Hanyu, my mind is perfectly sound. He gently ruffled her hair. You have misunderstood my concern. I worry about the hypnosis employed by Lung Yifeng and Amp, Oppo's mother. Lin Qingyou huffed, blaming his previous doubts about her mental state. Well, Mingyu has assured me there is no issue, merely a hypnosis of that painful memory. She quickly ushered Yin Hanyu into the car, insisting on being the driver. Buckle up. I shall take you to Little Five. Little Five? Yin Hanyu paused momentarily, adjusting his seatbelt. Indeed, Little Five, Lin Qingyou affirmed, starting the car towards Jiang Beishan and Amp, Oppo's Little Five and Amp, Oppo's residence. What purpose do we have in seeking her? Yin Hanyu queried. Even without the infidelity or dealings with Mrs. Jiang Beishan is destined for ruin tomorrow. That is not the same, Lin Qingyou countered. You do not comprehend women. Moreover, while Jiang Beishan may meet his demise, you have merely agreed to Mrs. Jiang's condition of rendering him destitute. However, that mistress remains unscathed. Mrs. Jiang will undoubtedly harbor the deepest animosity towards her. Therefore, we must assist her in dealing with that mistress. Only then will she divulge everything she knows without reservation. Yin Hanyu nodded, yet confusion lingered. Then why not confront that nightclub owner? Because she is a nightclub proprietress surrounded by countless suitors. To her, Jiang Beishan is merely one among many. Such a woman would not engage with a mistress over trivial matters. Little Five, on the other hand, as Guhuai informed me, is a shameless internet celebrity. She will do anything for money. To handle that mistress, we need someone like Little Five. This is what they mean by. Lin Qingyou raised an eyebrow at Yin Hanyu. Only evil can contend with evil. Indeed, Lin Qingyou's assertion proved accurate. After explaining their intentions to Little Five, she readily agreed, leaving Lin Qingyou momentarily taken aback. You concurred so swiftly? Do you harbor ulterior motives? Of course, I have motives, Little Five replied, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. I greatly admire you. Your retribution against the despicable Jiang Zhuocheng was immensely satisfying. Besides, I heard you are recruiting new talent? Little Five cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Qingyou, showcasing her beauty. What do you think of me? Lin Qingyou rolled her eyes. Beauty? You're the mistress. No, wait. You aren't Oppo's. Little Five and Oppo's. Are you unaware of the strictness of the entertainment industry? If I hire you, would you not risk my investments in your projects being shelved? How straightforward you are, Little Five retorted. Yet, many productions feature unfaithful men, and they still air. Those unfaithful men, abortionists, domestic abusers, and participants in group activities thrive in the industry. Why must men be afforded such leniency while women are held to a higher moral standard? Furthermore, regarding Jiang Beishan, I never intended to undermine his family, bear his child, or provoke his legitimate partner. I merely seek his wealth. He seeks my youth and beauty. I do not wish to be your main star. I am fully aware of my limitations. I simply enjoy acting, so if you could assign me a minor role, that would suffice. Even if I portray a mistress in the production, in Oppo's, Little Five and Oppo's. Lin Qingyou placed her hand on her forehead, momentarily speechless. She could only marvel at the remarkable diversity of humanity. Ultimately, she replied, I shall determine my response based on your performance tomorrow. Little Five promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Boss, I have yet to agree. Lin Qingyou interjected. The following morning, Little Five adorned herself in strikingly flamboyant attire and knocked on the mistress's door at Wudong Garden. The mistress opened the door, perplexed by the unfamiliar woman. Who are you seeking? Who am I seeking? Little Five raised her handbag and swung it towards the mistress and Amp, Oppo's head. If I am knocking on your door, naturally, I am here for you, you vile mistress. After delivering a blow with her handbag, Little Five shoved the mistress aside. Where is Jiang Beishan? Summon him to see me. Still in slumber, Jiang Beishan emerged, half-dressed, upon hearing the commotion. His expression shifted upon seeing Little Five. What brings you here, my dear? Little Five immediately wrapped her arms around Jiang Beishan and Oppo's neck. Why so fierce? What do you think I came for? It has been ages since I last saw you. I simply wish to enjoy some time together. You. Jiang Beishan, enticed by her flirtation, felt desire stir within him. Do not act this way. I will come to find you tonight. Jiang Beishan. The mistress stared at Jiang Beishan in disbelief, her face contorted with rage. What do you mean? Who is she? Did you not claim I was your only woman? Little Five disdainfully kissed Jiang Beishan on the cheek before turning to the mistress with a beaming smile. Hello, mistress. I am Little Five. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mistress. Chapter 38. Want a son? Then go to prison and bear one with a man. What did you say? Jiang Beishan exclaimed, bewildered. Did she deceive me? Little third sister. I assure you, I did not deceive you, Xiao Wu replied, her tone playful as she caressed Jiang Beishan. The one who deceived you is him. Little third sister was momentarily speechless. Jiang Beishan sighed. Why are you so angry? Suddenly, Xiao Wu rushed over to embrace little third, soothing her. Little third sister, do not be upset. Just think, you are not the first to be deceived. When he sought you out, he was deceiving his wife in the same manner. Little third sister remained silent, her eyes fixed on Jiang Beishan. Why do you glare at me like that? Jiang Beishan asked, perplexed. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Wu, startled, covered her mouth. I apologize, sister. I am simply too direct with my words. However, Ashan claims he likes me just the way I am. Little third sister's silence deepened. Jiang Beishan, tell her to leave, to get out of my home, she demanded, her frustration boiling over as she stomped her foot and pounded her small fists against Jiang Beishan and Appo's chest. Tell her to go. If she doesn't leave soon, our daughter will be back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Beishan finally pulled Xiao Wu aside. Stop causing trouble and go home. What trouble am I causing? Xiao Wu provocatively touched Jiang Beishan again, then turned to little third sister with a smirk. Sister, it seems you have not taken good care of Ashan. His body still reacts with such warmth upon seeing me. Indeed, she remarked, you do not appear youthful anymore. Compared to my tender age and physique, you resemble a repulsive old wall, both disgusting and unappetizing. At this, little third sister could no longer contain herself. Jiang Beishan had once spoken to her about his original wife in the same derogatory terms. Now, this shameless little vixen echoed his words, mocking her as if they were shared in their intimate moments. Little vixen, you little vixen, little third sister snarled, lunging forward. I will tear your mouth apart today. Xiao Wu, suddenly feigning innocence, clung to Jiang Beishan and Appo's embrace. Ashan, I am so scared. Please protect me. You vile woman. You wretched creature. Little third sister raised her hand, ready to slap Xiao Wu. Go ahead, try it, Xiao Wu challenged, looking up defiantly. Do you know my true purpose for being here today? What is it? Little third sister asked, her curiosity piqued. Xiao Wu suddenly burst into laughter, declaring, I am pregnant. Little third sister was left speechless. And Xiao Wu extended her neck, enunciating each word. I am carrying a boy. Little third sister was utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Beishan was equally astonished, but soon transformed into uncontainable joy. After losing his eldest son, he had yearned for a younger counterpart. It had truly come to fruition. Is it true? Jiang Beishan asked incredulously, brimming with elation as he gazed at Xiao Wu. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Deceive you? Xiao Wu pouted, rummaging through her bag to produce a prenatal checkup document, presenting it to Jiang Beishan. Look, your father is so eager to see that mommy is beside herself with joy. As she spoke, she pretended to cry, threatening to dash herself against the wall. Alarmed, Jiang Beishan quickly caught her, soothing her with gentle words, nearly begging for her forgiveness. Oh dear ancestor, my little ancestor, what are you doing? I was wrong. I apologize. Jiang Beishan examined the document, his excitement akin to that of a youthful child. He twirled Xiao Wu around in sheer joy. Ha ha ha, I have a son. I have a son. In that moment, it felt as if the entire neighborhood could hear Jiang Beishan's jubilant laughter. He was so overwhelmed with happiness that he lost his bearings. All right, put me down now. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Okay. Jiang Beishan promptly complied, hastily moving a massage chair for Xiao Wu to sit in. Xiao Wu reclined in the chair, caressing her belly while taunting little third sister, and simultaneously directed Jiang Beishan to prepare her some juice. Ashan, I heard little third sister is skilled at making soup. Can you let her take care of me during my pregnancy? Of course, absolutely. She cooks and makes soups deliciously. If you like, I'll have her do it every day. Jiang Beishan, little third sister's furious roar echoed, nearly driving her insane. Ah, you startle me. Xiao Wu rubbed her belly. No, it's the baby who got startled. Jiang Beishan shot little third sister a warning glare. You better behave. If you frighten my son, I will not let this go. Jiang Beishan, do not push your luck. This is my home, and you will make this vile woman leave immediately. With a resounding slap, Jiang Beishan struck little third sister. What do you mean your home? I purchased this place. Everything in this house, including the clothes you wear, was bought with my money. If you don't recognize your place, I will throw you out. Jiang Beishan, you. Little third sister was seething, nearly collapsing from anger. How can you treat me this way? I gave you a daughter. You acknowledge it's a daughter, do you? Jiang Beishan pushed her aside. Blame your womb for not being more fruitful. Jiang Beishan, how could you say that? You promised to marry me. Suddenly, Xiao Wu stood up, cradling her belly. Ashan, do you truly intend to marry her? If you do, I shall not bear you a son. Please, please don't, my ancestor. Jiang Beishan hurriedly reassured Xiao Wu. Why would I marry her? She has aged and lost her charm. I would certainly choose you, the beautiful and youthful one who can bear me a son. Xiao Wu winked at little third sister. Did you hear that, sister? You vile woman. Little third sister, enraged, grabbed a nearby chair. Prepare to hurl it at Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Jiang Beishan swiftly kicked little third sister, causing her to double over in pain. Yet, in an instant, he seized her by the neck, his expression filled with malice. Wretched woman, if you dare to harm my son, I will take your life. Little third sister gazed at Jiang Beishan, recognizing the venom in his expression. This man, just yesterday, had fought for her, fiercely protecting her in his embrace. Yet today, he struck her down, for a younger, more beautiful woman. The anguish and heartbreak she had experienced yesterday were now her own bitter reality. She had been wrong. She was gravely mistaken. There would always be younger, more beautiful women. How could she have been foolish enough to believe she was the last one? Little vixen, do not revel in your triumph. My today shall be your tomorrow. Is that so? Xiao Wu suddenly shoved Jiang Beishan aside and ripped the prenatal document, throwing the pieces at his face. Jiang Beishan was left bewildered. What are you doing? Xiao Wu scoffed. Old man, you are repugnant and foul. Do you think you are worthy of me bearing your child? Besides, with your lackluster performance in bed, how could you possibly have the capability to procreate? Jiang Beishan could only stare, speechless. Still wanting a son? Xiao Wu disdainfully patted Jiang Beishan's aged face, spitting in disgust. Go to prison and have one with a man. At that moment, the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs, and a group of officers swiftly arrived at the door. Chapter 39, Yin Hanyu. I wish you a miserable fate. As the police entered, Jiang Beishan was apprehended without warning. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was met with two resounding slaps from Madame Jiang. Zhang Lihua, dare you strike me? He exclaimed. Why wouldn't oppose, Ti? Zhang Lihua retorted, delivering another sharp slap to Jiang Beishan. Not only will I strike you, but I shall also see you imprisoned. Imprisoned? Jiang Beishan's heart raced as he glanced at the officers. Zhang Lihua, what have you done? With a cold chuckle, Zhang Lihua replied, What have I done? How amusing. The illegal acts were all committed by you. Yet you dare question me? Zhang Lihua, be quiet. You are speaking nonsense. Before Jiang Beishan could finish, the officers cuffed his hands. Jiang Beishan, you are suspected of tax evasion and producing harmful, substandard masks with improper materials during the pandemic, profiting from the national crisis. We are now formally arresting you. I didn't oppose. Jiang Beishan turned to flee, but the officers swiftly restrained him as if he were a mere chick. Trying to escape? Resistance will only add to your charges. Understood? Take him back to the station for questioning. Jiang Beishan was soon escorted away, shouting all the while. Zhang Lihua, wife, please save me. Save me. Lin Qingyou watched with disdain. What a wretched man, now seeking his wife in his hour of need. Yet when he was thriving, he was out with other women. The mistress, witnessing Jiang Beishan and Oppo's arrest, panicked and attempted to inquire about the situation, only to be seized by Zhang Lihua, who yanked her hair. What do you think you and Oppo's? Re-going, you little vixen. Zhang Lihua pulled her hair harder. I. The mistress winced in pain. Yet before she could finish, Zhang Lihua ruthlessly tore off her clothing. What are you doing? The mistress looked on in terror. What am I doing? Zhang Lihua surveyed the room. Everything you wear, use, and consume was purchased with my money. Now that Jiang Beishan is going to prison, I am reclaiming all of it. As she spoke, she continued to strip and tear at the mistress's clothing until she was left in nothing but her undergarments. Lin Qingyou felt relieved that she had sent Yin Hanyu to the police station, preventing him from witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, neighbors in Zhang Lihua and Appos, as reporters gathered, capturing the spectacle on their phones and cameras. No, no, no. Stop filming. The mistress, mortified, covered her face, crying out in despair. What are you hiding from? What are you shielding? Zhang Lihua tugged at the mistress's face. Weren't you just boasting about your youthful and beautiful visage yesterday? If you believe your face is so stunning, then let the world see it. With that, she held the mistress and Appos' face toward the onlookers. Film it well. Capture every moment. She proclaimed that the mistress was young and beautiful, and thus the world should witness her disgraceful demeanor. Please, stop filming. Please. The mistress pleaded, but Zhang Lihua was relentless. After wreaking havoc in the house, she dragged the mistress, now entirely exposed, and kicked her out the door. You have no right to dwell in a house bought with my money. Get out. The door slammed shut, leaving the mistress outside, frantically banging and begging to be let back in. Yet the door remained firmly closed, and she was subjected to ridicule from the crowd and reporters. Serves you right. This is the fate of a mistress. How unfortunate to be neighbors with such a wretch. Damn, I detest mistresses in this lifetime. The crowd clamored for her downfall, suggesting she be posted online to experience the wrath of internet trolls. At that moment, in the Lung family residence, Li Jia rushed to Lung Yifeng and Amp. Appos' study after learning of Jiang Beishan and Amp. Appos' arrest. President Lung, there and Amp. Appos' grave news. What has happened? Lung Yifeng immediately set aside the document he had been reviewing, the very plan he had devised to seize the Jiang family's wealth. Jiang Beishan has been arrested, Li Jia exclaimed in urgency. Then we must bail him out, Lung Yifeng replied. This is a good thing. He will be more dependent on me and unable to sever ties. I will have an easier time acquiring everything from the Jiang family. President Lung, the situation is not as simple as you think. The charges against Jiang Beishan are severe. His wife has reported him for tax evasion, and his past crimes during the pandemic have resurfaced. The public is outraged, and everyone is watching. Moreover, the evidence is irrefutable and is being reviewed personally by the newly appointed mayor, Bai Yanli. Bai Yanli is not someone who can be easily bribed. Bai Yanli? Lung Yifeng's frustration boiled over as he slammed his fist onto the desk, gritting his teeth. It must be Yin Hanyu. He is undoubtedly behind this. What shall we do now, President Lung? What can we do? Lung Yifeng grasped the strategic document tightly. The culmination of his painstaking efforts now reduced to mere scraps of paper. He had become a complete laughingstock. Without the Jiang family's wealth, all his plans and hard work had gone to waste. In a fit of rage, Lung Yifeng shredded the document into pieces. Panting heavily, his eyes reddened with fury, his fists clenched, filled with murderous intent. Yin Hanyu, Yin Hanyu, Yin Hanyu, I will not let you off. I will ensure you suffer. Just as Lin Qingyou arrived at the police station, Yin Hanyu emerged. How did it go? Is everything settled? She asked, linking her arm with his. All is well, Yin Hanyu replied. Jiang Beishan will never see the light of day again. That and Amp, Appos' splendid news, Lin Qingyou said. He can keep his son company in prison. They are truly father and son, sharing in their misfortunes. Yin Hanyu responded, indeed, an apt observation. And what are the Jiang family's assets? We have done Zhang Lihua a great favor. The Jiang estate will now be entirely hers, allowing her to relish her newfound wealth. Lin Qingyou remarked. Yin Hanyu shook his head. Those funds were ill-gotten during the national crisis. She was fortunate to escape unscathed, largely due to her hastily filed divorce last night. So the Jiang family's wealth? Lin Qingyou inquired, and Yin Hanyu gestured above. Naturally, it will be surrendered to the state, contributing to the national treasury. Lin Qingyou understood. Well, they did profit from the national disaster. Were you not with Zhang Lihua? Yin Hanyu asked. Did she mention anything regarding Lung Yifeng and Appos' mother? Lin Qingyou shook her head. She is still in a state of emotional turmoil. Just as she began to regain her composure, she got into a quarrel with Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu's temper is not one to be trifled with. Their fight escalated too quickly for me to intervene, so I came to find you instead. Yin Hanyu remained silent. Chapter 40. After eating my potatoes, you must marry me. Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou arrived at the entrance, where Zhang Lihua and Xiao Wu seemed to have called a truce, exchanging only verbal barbs. Both of their hair had been ruffled into a chaotic mess, and their faces bore the marks of scratches. What are you staring at? Zhang Lihua threatened to slap Xiao Wu again. Do you want another beating? Xiao Wu retorted, if I didn't feel pity for you, do you really think you could take me on? Pity? Even in my most pitiful state, I am the legitimate wife, unlike you, a mere mistress. You shameless wretch. I accept being called shameless, but I am not a mistress. It was your husband who paid for my company. I did not pursue him. Do you really think your husband is some kind of prize? If I had other options, why would I waste my time with a repulsive old man? Only a fool like you would treasure such a man. You are utterly shameless. Shameless? Xiao Wu scoffed, straightening her hair and makeup before standing up. What does shamelessness even mean? I merely wish to survive. After saying this, Xiao Wu grabbed her bag and left. Upon entering, she immediately began questioning Zhang Lihua. We have fulfilled our end of the bargain. It is time for you to do the same. Lin Qingyou launched into a series of inquiries. Are you familiar with Lung Yifeng and Appos? His mother? How did you meet? What was her background? How did she master such formidable hypnotic skills? Zhang Lihua rose but stumbled due to her injuries, nearly collapsing. Lin Qingyou rushed to support her. My mother and her mother were cousins, she explained. Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu exchanged a glance, astonished. You are actually relatives? I had no idea. The families were not particularly close, and since her daughter's death, her husband had taken her traveling to cope, resulting in years without contact. You and T know? It's not unusual, Zhang Lihua continued. What do you mean? Lin Qingyou was bewildered. Zhang Lihua clarified. Lung Yifeng and Appos. S mother, Ruan Lan, didn't an Appos. T originally bear the surname Ruan. My mother's cousin, who is my aunt, had a daughter named Ruan Lan. But that daughter, Zhang Lihua sighed, glancing at Lin Qingyou. She was about your age when she died. My aunt couldn't bear the loss of her beloved daughter at such a young age. She wept daily, almost losing her mind. My uncle, desperate, found her, and after hypnotizing my aunt, she began to regard her as her own daughter. Thus, she became the daughter my aunt lost, Ruan Lan. Is that truly the case? Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu exchanged astonished glances. Do you know anything more about her origins? Zhang Lihua shook her head. I once asked my uncle out of curiosity, but he claimed he didn't know or care. He loved my aunt deeply and simply wanted her to be happy. Hence he accepted her as his daughter. For a time, I suspected she had ulterior motives. Yet over the years, she treated my aunt and uncle with exceptional kindness and filial piety. Moreover, after marrying into the Lung family, it was my aunt and uncle who were elevated and benefited from her status. Therefore, she lives under the guise of Ruan Lan, but is not the true Ruan Lan. Zhang Lihua nodded in conclusion. That is all I know. As she finished speaking, she limped away unsteadily. Wait, Yin Hanyu called after her. Zhang Lihua replied irritably. I truly have nothing else to share. She has never made public appearances and is always shrouded in mystery. I once tried to befriend her because my son and her son were close, but she treated me with indifference, always avoiding me. I am not the type to chase after someone who is uninterested, so our relationship has always been quite distant. Yin Hanyu asked, what was her name before? Her name before? Zhang Lihua pondered. I believe it was Pei. No, that's not right. She frowned and shook her head. I simply can't recall. Lin Qingyou urged, think harder. It has been decades. She has been known as Ruan Lan for so long. I truly cannot remember. I just recall it seemed to start with Pei. On the way back, Lin Qingyou noticed Yin Hanyu seemed distracted and poked him playfully. Don't be so gloomy. Cheer up. Now that we know she used to be called Pei, the information we gather will no longer pertain to Ruan Lan. This is a significant step forward. Lin Qingyou, ever the optimist, continued, we will uncover the truth eventually. Yin Hanyu nodded in agreement. As Lin Qingyou prepared to get into the car, Yin Hanyu stopped her. What's wrong? She turned to look at him. Yin Hanyu declared, our date was interrupted yesterday. Today, I will take you out. You? Lin Qingyou expressed doubt. Do you even know how to plan a date? You are rather clueless in matters of romance. Yin Hanyu lightly tapped her forehead. Who are you looking down on? I assure you, the place I am taking you will delight you. Then I shall await in anticipation, Lin Qingyou said joyfully, linking her arm through his. In truth, as long as she was with him, any location could become a romantic outing, and she would find joy in it. However, Lin Qingyou was utterly unprepared for the fact that Yin Hanyu took her to the primary school street. It was just past 6 in the evening, coinciding perfectly with the time when students were released from classes. As the bell rang, the children burst from classrooms, rushing towards the food stalls like hungry wolves. The entire street was lined with a variety of snacks beloved by young students. Spicy chicken noodles, cold noodles, fried noodles, potato cakes, stinky tofu, crispy potato chips, wolf teeth potatoes, hot dogs, skewered gluten, grilled sweet potatoes, fried chicken, and cheese sticks. The street was a feast for the eyes, and Lin Qingyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. She eagerly sampled every type of delicacy, filling her arms with an assortment of treats. Miss, you can eat first before buying more, the vendor advised. No way. What if they sell out? She urged. Please, just stack what I can carry on top. Oh dear, it's too high. I better eat some first, she decided. Can I pay you after I finish? I can't scan the payment right now. Lin Qingyou had a piece of grilled sweet potato dangling from her mouth. Yin Hanyu watched her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, stepping forward to pay for her items and helping her carry several small boxes. Most of the portions were small, designed for children, stored in petite containers. The sight of the tall Yin Hanyu, at 6 feet 2 inches, balancing a collection of tiny boxes filled with fried potatoes, stinky tofu, and chicken strips was certainly unusual. Yet, seeing Lin Qingyou's unrestrained joy, a smile of affection and tenderness spread across his face. The students, clutching their small boxes, walked and ate simultaneously, and Lin Qingyou joined in, relishing her fried skewers. Slow down. No one is trying to take it from you. Lin Qingyou savored every bite, her face radiating satisfaction and happiness. With a beaming smile, she offered Yin Hanyu a piece of fried lotus root. Darling, you must try this. It's absolutely delicious. To her surprise, he not only accepted it, but pointed to the fried potatoes in her box. I want some of those. Lin Qingyou promptly fed him a piece of fried potato. Suddenly, she froze, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. After eating my potatoes, you must marry me. Marry you? Isn't it supposed to be me marrying you? You consume my potatoes. It is you who own me. Thus it is only fitting that you marry me to repay your debt. Well, in that case. Very well. Chapter 41. I thought. You no longer wanted me. Lin Qingyou was momentarily stunned, her hand halting mid-motion as she prepared the potatoes. Yin Hanyu immediately sensed her unusual demeanor and inquired, what is wrong? Lin Qingyou offered him a potato, asking, do you like potatoes? Yin Hanyu nodded, then shook his head. His fondness for potatoes derived from her own love for them. From a young age, Lin Qingyou had a passion for cooking. With her father often absent and her mother frequently locked away studying medicine, she was left to her own devices. She had taken a large iron pot to the yard to fry potatoes. At that time, she was oblivious to the concept of culinary finesse. She simply hacked and fried with abandon. As she chopped the potatoes and tossed them into the oil, it splattered everywhere, sizzling and popping. Yet, she felt no fear, only immense joy, hopping around the yard like a carefree child. Once the potatoes were fried, she proudly presented her culinary creation to him for tasting. Can you eat what you made? He asked. Of course. I've tried it, and it's delicious. But what exactly is this? Potato chunks? Fries? Slices? Shreds? Or just mashed potatoes? Her cuts were so haphazard that the shapes varied wildly. Triangles, rectangles, squares, diamonds, parallelograms, anything you could imagine. It's just potatoes. Oh, don't mind the shape. I was afraid of cutting myself, so I just chopped them randomly. You must try it. It's truly delicious. He obliged, finding the taste quite acceptable. Encouraged, she became even more enthusiastic, insisting not only that he partake, but also that her mother do so. His mother adored Lin Qingyou, finding her endearing no matter what she prepared. Yin Hanyu was quiet by nature, often described by his mother as a taciturn boy. While Lin Qingyou was entirely different. She flitted about like a joyful little bird, chattering incessantly, which made his mother cherish her all the more. However, his mother worried about Lin Qingyou cooking at such a young age. Consequently, She provided him with ample money to take her out for meals. Yet she insisted on managing the money herself, claiming it was safer in her hands. He acquiesced to her whims. During that time, their first order of business after school each day was to race to a food stall for fried potatoes. They would walk while munching, occasionally stealing bites from each other's portions, while she bounced along like a jubilant little rabbit. Reflecting on those memories, a blissful smile would invariably grace Yin Hanyu's face. Conversely, Lin Qingyou felt a sudden pain in her head, as if she were being pulled into a fog. The path ahead was obscured, shrouded in darkness and silence. She cried out in terror. Yuyo! Yuyo! Yin Hanyu quickly grasped her arm. Yuyo! Yuyo, what's the matter? In anguish, Lin Qingyou shook her head violently, and, as she lifted her gaze to Yin Hanyu, it was as though she had found a lifeline, reaching out for his hand. But in the next instant, his face morphed into that of someone else in her mind. She strained to clear the fog, to see more clearly. Yet suddenly, Yin Hanyu's visage transformed into Lin Yifeng's. Ah, no! Lin Qingyou recoiled in terror, stepping back repeatedly. But Lin Yifeng's face became ever more distinct. Yuyo! Yuyo! Instinctively, Lin Qingyou retreated several steps, dropping the small box she held. The potatoes and skewers tumbled to the ground. Yuyo, what's wrong? Yin Hanyu and Appo's anxious voice pierced through her senses. Yet, it seemed as if Lin Qingyou could no longer hear him. She crouched helplessly on the floor, clutching her head and shaking it frantically, but the face before her remained that of Lin Yifeng. Yuyo! Yin Hanyu hurriedly crouched beside her, reaching out to comfort her. But in the next moment, Lin Qingyou screamed, Lin Yifeng! Lin Yifeng! Yin Hanyu's outstretched hand froze midair. His lips parted, yet he felt as though his throat were constricted, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yuyo! Get away! Get away! Get away! Lin Qingyou cried, pounding her head. Get away! Get away! Get away! Yin Hanyu's body trembled violently, as if something had seized his heart and was tearing it to shreds. She was still fixated on Lin Yifeng. She needed Lin Yifeng. Tension coursed through Yin Hanyu. His fists clenched tightly, driven by a fierce pride that urged him to turn and leave. Yet, upon seeing her pained expression, his pride became worthless against his concern for her. Get away! Get away! Get away! Yin Hanyu's heart ached with unbearable pain, his eyes reflecting the wounds within. In the next moment, he did something to the back of Lin Qingyou's neck, and she instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into his arms. Hospital. When Lin Qingyou awoke, it was already late at night. She was astonished to find herself in a hospital, bewildered, as she recalled being with Yin Hanyu at the elementary school street. Where is he? Looking around the ward, she found no sign of him. She swiftly threw off the covers and got out of bed. Yin Hanyu. Just as she stepped down, Mingyu entered, clad in a white coat. Mingyu? Lin Qingyou asked urgently, where is Yin Hanyu? Mingyu replied, he had to leave for something. He asked me to take care of you. Left? For something? Lin Qingyou immediately shook her head, grasping Mingyu's hand with urgency. What happened? Did I do something again? Otherwise, Yin Hanyu would never abandon her. Mingyu cast a cool glance at Lin Qingyou. At least you're self-aware. But if you know, why did you continue down that path? Lin Qingyou. Does Yin Hanyu owe you anything? Why hurt him like this? What did I do? Lin Qingyou pounded her head in frustration. I genuinely don't know what I did. I only remember us eating at the elementary school street. She seemed to recall some childhood memories, but a sharp pain surged through her head, blocking further thoughts. You told him to leave. You kept calling Lin Yifeng's name even in your stupor. Lin Qingyou's heart sank. Why was this happening? Now he has gone, just as you wished. So why are you unhappy now? I'm just worried about him. I feel for him. Not? Mingyu's voice was cold, tinged with rare anger. Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu has never owed you anything. You may not love him, but please do not harm him. Lin Qingyou opened her mouth to explain, but found her words powerless. Whether intentional or not, she had hurt him. The truth remained. She had once again caused Yin Hanyu pain. Lin Qingyou clutched her heart in anguish, her emotions overwhelming her equilibrium. You have no physical issues, Mingyu stated bluntly. Giving Lin Qingyou a push, you could be discharged. Lin Qingyou walked out of the hospital in a daze. She wandered aimlessly along the streets outside, lost in thought. What should she do? How should she proceed? Should she seek out Yin Hanyu? Surely, he must despise her now. At this moment, He must perceive her as a hypocritical and repugnant deceiver of love. Yet, she had not deceived him at all. Lin Qingyou was engulfed in anguish. Yearning to weep uncontrollably, she had always been one to cry whenever the impulse struck her. Yet now, she resolutely bit her lip, forcefully stifling the tears. What right did she have to cry? What right did she, the one who inflicted pain, possess to shed tears? The autumn winds howled desolately. Lin Qingyou felt like a mere shell of a person, her expression vacant as she meandered down the deserted street. Her figure elongated in the glow of the streetlights, accentuating her solitude, as if she were the sole inhabitant of a forsaken world. The night deepened, and the evening breeze sliced through the air like a merciless blade, bringing with it a chill that sent shivers coursing through her already fragile frame. Just then, a warm black coat, imbued with a familiar scent, descended upon her slender shoulders as if it had fallen from the heavens. Startled, Lin Qingyou instinctively turned her head. In an instant, her gaze met the unmistakably familiar eyes of Yin Hanyu, who had silently appeared behind her. Looking at the man before her, Lin Qingyou felt a sting in her eyes. Tears surged forth like a torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming. Yin Hanyu, like a wounded rabbit, she suddenly leapt into his broad, warm embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Her arms clung tightly around his sturdy waist, terrified that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish once more. Why are you crying? Yin Hanyu playfully pinched Lin Qingyou and Appo's nose, his voice betraying a hint of suppressed hoarseness. You told me to leave, yet I did not shed a tear. I thought you were gone. I thought you no longer wanted me. Lin Qingyou murmured through her sobs, her words laced with an unfathomable fear. Yin Hanyu, please do not abandon me. Chapter 42. Lovers engaging in joyful acts. Yin Hanyu brought Lin Qingyou back to his home. As soon as they entered, before the door could even close, Lin Qingyou suddenly cupped Yin Hanyu's face and kissed him fiercely. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react before her tongue boldly invaded his mouth. The kiss was urgent and fervent, as if she were desperate to prove something. Yin Hanyu and Appo's heart thundered, yet instinctively he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, closing the distance between them. Their bodies pressed tightly together, so close that they could feel the heat radiating between their skins. Rather than retreating in fear, she became even more passionate and fervent, her kiss imbued with a strong sense of possession. Yin Hanyu lowered his head, parted his lips, and obediently allowed her to kiss him, even actively reciprocating her fervor. Gradually, his breath quickened, and the flames of desire, long suppressed, burned fiercely in his gaze. He tightened his embrace around her waist, transforming passivity into assertiveness, as emotions that had been bottled up for years finally found an outlet. Their lips and teeth intertwined, both consumed by an insatiable hunger for one another, as if they wished to devour each other whole. She began to frantically tear at his clothes, and he could distinctly feel her eagerness, urgency, anxiety, and even fear. Unconsciously, they found themselves on the disheveled bed in the bedroom, their lips still locked together, reluctant to part. It was only when her hands clumsily fumbled with his belt buckle that Yin Hanyu snapped back to reality. He abruptly seized her hand, attempting to halt her advance. However, Lin Qingyou was undeterred, becoming even more determined to unfasten his belt. Finally, she succeeded, but Yin Hanyu pushed her away. Lin Qingyou's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. In her tear-filled gaze, there was not only desire but also a sense of grievance. She said, "You still don't believe me, do you?" She continued, "I truly haven't lied to you. Yin Hanyu, I genuinely like you." She struck her head in frustration and anguish. "I just don't understand what is happening. I can't comprehend why I'm acting this way. But I swear, I'm not deceiving you. Please don't abandon me, Yin Hanyu." Yin Hanyu suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. He gripped her small hand firmly, preventing her from striking her head any further. You, don't do this. I haven't abandoned you." He then gently cupped her face, compelling her to look into his eyes. Desire still flickered within his gaze. Lin Qingyou, with blurred vision, asked, "Then why won't you accept me?" She had taken the initiative, and he clearly felt something for her. Did he not? Why then did he still refuse her? What more could she possibly do? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Lin Qingyou's cheeks, soaking Yin Hanyu's palm and wounding his heart. He lowered his head, kissing away her tears drop by drop. Cradling her in his arms, her cheek pressed against his heart. She could hear the wild rhythm of his heartbeat. I haven't abandoned you, and I never will. But you, I do not wish for you to prove anything to me in this manner. If I were to accept you under these circumstances, I would despise myself. Guilt, remorse, fear. He could sense her emotions. Yet there was no joy present. Whether deemed traditional or archaic, in Yin Hanyu's heart, the intimacy between lovers was sacred and joyful. Are we truly lovers? He pondered. Perhaps. We are. But was she happy? Was she truly joyful? No. He could not deceive himself. She was not happy. She came burdened with guilt, heartache, and a need to compensate, even to prove something to him. He did not require such proof, as it made him feel vile. As if he were exploiting a girl's guilt to satisfy his own desires, or using her heartache to indulge in her body. Yin Hanyu once again cradled her face, actively kissing away her tears, and finally placing a tender kiss on her brow. I hope that with every kiss and every moment of closeness, you do so willingly and happily. I do not want your guilt, nor do I want your compensation. You owe me nothing. I do not understand why you suddenly feel so guilty towards me. But if you continue to approach me with that mindset, then I believe we are unworthy of discussing love. But Lin Qingyou grasped Yin Hanyu's hand tightly. But I truly like you. If it were merely guilt, I would not feel this way. Yin Hanyu, it is because it is you that I feel this way. I will only feel this way towards you. I know. Yin Hanyu embraced her once more, wiping away her tears. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned to find you tonight. Initially, he had indeed left. Hearing her call out Lin Qingyou's name in her sleep, demanding him to leave, had pained him deeply. Everyone has a heart, and when it is hurt, it instinctively seeks to flee and hide. He was no exception. Thus, he had abandoned her, running away in despair. He had painfully fled the hospital, wandering aimlessly through the empty streets, much like her. He wanted to curse her, to call her a deceptive lover. It was she who professed her love for him, who called him darling and baby day after day, who would occasionally shower him with affection. She even said she wanted to marry him, and he had promised to wed her. Yet, it was because of all this that he gradually calmed down. They had spent each day together. Was she truly insincere? Was she a love con artist? He was the one who knew best, was he not? He could affirmatively say no. Over these days, he had some doubts. Yet he could genuinely feel her care and affection for him. She prepared meals for him, insisted he wash the dishes, clean their home, and urged him to take out the trash. She gifted him roses and teased him for his lack of romantic flair. She loved to hold his hand and steal kisses, moments in which she radiated joy. None of this was false. He was certain of it. She had not deceived him. So why was she acting this way? Was she unwell? He decided to view her as if she were unwell. Thus he rushed back. Fortunately, he returned, seeing her alone, lonely, and suffering while wandering the desolate streets late at night. Yin Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude for his return. Chapter 43. Yin Hanyu struggled to utter a simple good. The following morning, Lin Qingyou awoke once more in her own room, nestled in her own bed. With a frustrated huff, she kicked the sheets a few times. When Xiao Shui entered and witnessed this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Still in bed? Hurry up. If you don't get up soon, you'll be late for work. Lin Qingyou flailed about on the bed before leaping up to embrace Xiao Shui. Auntie, am I not beautiful? Do I lack allure for men? Xiao Shui promptly delivered a light smack to the back of Lin Qingyou's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Your mother gave birth to you so beautifully, not for you to squander it on others, but to appreciate yourself. Lin Qingyou retorted, what's wrong with doubting? Why not question my own looks and charm? Xiao Shui indignantly replied, you are casting doubt on the illustrious genes of the Xiao family. And that is an insult to my beauty. Lin Qingyou pouted, feeling even more agitated. She flopped back onto the bed like a dead fish, alternating between sighing dramatically and pounding the mattress in frustration. Xiao Shui observed her with exasperation. You're upset because you practically threw yourself at Yin Hanyu last night, only for that rascal to send you back home? Lin Qingyou turned her head away, feeling embarrassed by the bluntness of the observation. She distinctly remembered falling asleep in Yin Hanyu's embrace. He hadn't rejected her, but held her tightly throughout the night. So why, upon waking, was she back in her own bed? This had happened before. Despite her clever ploys to spend the night in Yin Hanyu's bed, she always ended up back in her own. Last night, she had even been the one to take the initiative, How could Yin Hanyu manage to halt himself? Was he not a man? Wasn't the stereotypical domineering CEO supposed to be insatiable? Why was Yin Hanyu so ascetic? Was he akin to Tang Sung? Although she had taken to heart everything he had said, which she found profoundly insightful, she still felt disheartened after several failed attempts at intimacy. Lin Qingyou lamented, tugging at her hair in frustration. In an instant, she transformed her hair into a disheveled mess. He is just being responsible, Xiao Shui supported her, preventing her from wallowing any further. You, dear child, are wonderful in every way, but you tend to act impulsively. You often overlook the consequences and leap into action without a second thought. Lin Qingyou replied, what consequences should I ponder? I am destined to marry him. Xiao Shui paused, realizing she had never noticed how eager her darling niece was to wed. Lin Qingyou continued, whether I sleep early or late is still sleep. I prefer to enjoy an early rest. Xiao Shui exclaimed, what a compelling argument. Yes, I shall marry him. Immediately, Lin Qingyou glanced at the calendar on her wall, noting that only 2 days remained until the 1-month consideration period she and Yin Hanyu had agreed upon for their marriage. In just 2 days, she would be able to wed Yin Hanyu. Marriage, marriage, marriage. Excitement surged within Lin Qingyou, invigorating her spirit. I am getting married. I'm going to marry Yin Hanyu. With glee, she leapt from her bed, heading to the bathroom while informing Xiao Shui. Annie, please cover for me at work for the next few days. Xiao Shui inquired, and what about you? Lin Qingyou, toothbrush in hand, poked her head out. I, of course, must prepare for the proposal. She was determined to orchestrate an unforgettable proposal ceremony for Yin Hanyu, one that would compel him to marry her on the spot. Xiao Shui, taken aback, muttered, is this for real? This couple's fan has suddenly lost her enthusiasm. After rinsing her mouth, Lin Qingyou emerged to cling to Xiao Shui, playfully coaxing her. Annie, you must hurry. Xiao Shui pinched her cheek. Who was it that said she wanted to focus on her career? Lin Qingyou chuckled. I can achieve both marriage and career. Xiao Shui could only shake her head in disbelief. Lin Qingyou was a woman of action, without even applying makeup. She hopped into her pink Maserati and sped off to make arrangements for the proposal. For the next 2 days, Lin Qingyou was constantly on the move. Yin Hanyu, unable to see her, felt a growing sense of irritation. He self-deprecatingly mused how easy it was to fall into luxury and how challenging it was to revert to simplicity. Previously, he often went days without seeing her, but this past month had changed everything. They had spent nearly every moment together. Now, merely 2 days apart left him feeling restless. In truth, they had only missed each other for 1 full day, having seen one another that morning. However, she had mysteriously slipped away, casting him a flirtatious glance as she departed, leaving him with an itch of anticipation. Yin Hanyu turned to Su-won. Has Qingyou come to the office today? Has she reached out to inquire about me? Su-won, startled, thought, does the president know he has been compromised? Is he truly that perceptive? But it wasn't bribery. He was merely trying to help the president secure a wife. Yet, the plan had not yet come to fruition, so he firmly denied any knowledge. And no, she hasn't Su-won quickly asserted. No, Yin Hanyu frowned, feeling an unsettling sensation in his chest. Had his refusal that night truly wounded her? He turned to Su-won again. Find out what she has been up to. Su-won thought to himself. He doesn't even need to check. The future president is busy preparing for the marriage proposal, and he can expect to be enveloped in her embrace soon. In high spirits, Su-won realized that his boss was finally on the verge of a breakthrough. That afternoon, as soon as he finished work, Yin Hanyu planned to pick Lin Qingyou up from the entertainment center. To please her, he had even stopped by a nearby food court to purchase her recent favorites: oden, grilled sausages, grilled pork belly, grilled beef, and grilled baby bok choy with enoki mushrooms. With bags full of fragrant food, he climbed into his Rolls-Royce. However, just minutes into the drive, as he reached for his phone to call Lin Qingyou, he suddenly realized that his brakes had failed. He had parked the car just moments before without issue. Who had sabotaged his braking system during his brief absence? But there was no time for contemplation. The area around the food court was bustling with people, especially during the rush hour for both workers and students. If his vehicle lost control, it would not only endanger him, but could also lead to a catastrophic chain reaction, endangering countless innocents. With that thought in mind, Yin Hanyu swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, aiming for a less crowded area. Yet the speed continued to escalate beyond his control. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing Su-1 and Appo's name flash across the screen, he activated the Bluetooth connection. President, I've decided to tell you. Qingyou has been mysteriously absent these past few days because she is preparing to propose to you. Proposal? Yin Hanyu had never considered such a possibility. He had never imagined that she would be the one to take the initiative in seeking his hand in marriage. It felt as though she were in a dream. Yet the uncontrollable speed of the car made Yin Hanyu acutely aware that this was indeed reality. Yes, it was a proposal. Su-1, witnessing the ground adorned with flowers and balloons, couldn't help but break into a smile of blessing. Sir, tonight at 9 o'clock, in the Sky Garden, Miss Qingyou has personally arranged a grand proposal ceremony for you. You must come dressed in your finest. Seeing Su-1 discreetly divulging secrets, Lin Qingyou promptly approached him, exclaiming, Assistant Su, you have betrayed me. Su-1 sheepishly scratched the back of his head, responding, Miss Qingyou, have you forgotten? I am, after all, the president's aide. Humph, considering your cooperation over the past few days, I shall forgive you. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou snatched Su-1's phone. Since Su-1 had already revealed the details, she decided to be forthright as well. She immediately addressed Yin Hanyu on the other end of the line, saying, Darling, tomorrow marks our 1-month anniversary. You promised that as long as I didn't have a change of heart during this month, you would marry me. Yin Hanyu replied with a soft Lin Qingyou, brimming with excitement, urged, Then come over quickly. I want to propose to you. Tomorrow, I will drag you to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate. Let us strive to be the first newlywed couple to register there, shall we? However, Yin Hanyu hesitated to respond. As the seconds ticked by, Lin Qingyou's heart raced with anticipation, sensing the tension and fear emanating from the girl on the other end. Yin Hanyu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with complexity, and finally managed to utter a reluctant, all right. Yet, scarcely had the word left his lips when he lost control of the vehicle, crashing into the car ahead with a deafening thud. The impact startled Lin Qingyou so much that her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Yin Hanyu, Chapter 44. My dear girl, your fiancé may be in grave danger in a mere moment. The entire internet buzzed with reports of the young master of the Yin family being involved in a grave car accident, his vehicle plunging into the unfathomable depths of the Qingyou River. His whereabouts remain unknown, and his fate hangs in the balance. Lin Qingyou rushed to the scene of the accident, where a cordon had already been established. A crowd of onlookers gathered, murmuring in shock and horror. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. I've narrowly escaped the clutches of death. One exclaimed. Indeed, I too. How fortunate we are, truly blessed. Another echoed. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Qingyou seized a bystander, her eyes filled with urgency, her voice laced with desperation. Were you present when the accident occurred? The bystander nodded, still shaken, patting his chest as if to calm his racing heart. Indeed, if it weren't for that young man's quick reflexes, we would have faced a catastrophic chain reaction. What transpired exactly? Please recount it to me. The bystander scrutinized Lin Qingyou, puzzled. Who are you? Why the distress? I am his girlfriend. We are to register our marriage tomorrow morning. The bystander's expression softened with pity as he gazed at Lin Qingyou. My dear girl, it appears your fiancé may be in dire straits. He continued, It seems his vehicle encountered a malfunction, causing him to lose control and collide with a small car ahead. Fortunately, his driving skills were commendable. I saw him deftly maneuver the wheel to change lanes. However, a large truck was barreling towards him from the left. To avert a head-on collision, he steered his car into the Qingyou. Lin Qingyou's heart tightened with dread. Yin Hanyu, you cannot be harmed. You must not be harmed. The bystander gestured toward the mangled guardrail. Look at the force of impact and consider the height of the Qingyou. The chances of survival for both him and the vehicle are exceedingly slim. Shaking his head in sorrow, he lamented, Such a pity for this young man. I've heard he is quite a notable figure, and it's rare to find someone of such stature possessing a kind heart. Nearby, others in the crowd chimed in. You should be grateful for your life, not lamenting over the wealthy. The bystander, incensed, retorted, You know nothing. My presence here is not for mere entertainment, but to see if that young man can be rescued. After all, he is my savior. Savior? Yes, indeed. Had he not swerved into the river, he would have collided head-on with that truck, resulting in not only his demise, but likely the destruction of all vehicles behind him. At that moment, many skilled drivers leaped into the Qingyou to attempt a rescue. But now, half an hour had passed without a single sign of life or vehicle. The bystander continued to peer into the depths of the river, his heart heavy with despair. Lin Qingyou, determined, climbed over the guardrail and rushed down the steep slope toward the Qingyou. "Hey, young lady, that's far too dangerous. Come back," the bystander shouted, startled. Alas, it was evident that this girl was deeply in love with her boyfriend. What a shame, such a match made in heaven, and they were to wed tomorrow. Later that night, the once dark banks of the Qingyou were illuminated as search and rescue teams diligently scoured the waters. They alternated between descending into the river and returning to the surface to change shifts. Each time someone emerged, Lin Qingyou would sprint toward them, her heart racing with hope. Yet, each response was the same: no signs of him. "Have you found him?" "No. We haven't found anything." "Neither have I. Neither have I." "We will continue searching, but the weather is harsh. If the family cannot endure, they should return home. We will notify you the moment we have news." Such exchanges had transpired countless times throughout the night. The chill of winter had settled in, and the biting wind stung fiercely. Despite the cold, the rescue team persisted. Some out of duty, others motivated by the substantial rewards promised by Lin Qingyou and Yin Hanyu. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Lin Qingyou's eyes lit up, and she dashed forward, believing they had found Yin Hanyu. However, upon arrival, she discovered that Yin Hanyu, confident in his swimming skills, had insisted on joining the rescue efforts and had nearly drowned, saved just in time by the professionals. Now, soaked to the bone, Yin Hanyu lay shivering on the riverbank, his body trembling uncontrollably, punctuated by violent sneezes. Lin Qingyou rushed to her aunt's car, retrieving a thick coat to wrap around him, providing him with a modicum of warmth. Xiao Shui, handing him a hot water bottle, could not help but scold him. "I told you not to go in, and look where it's gotten you. Not only have we lost our brother, but you nearly lost your life as well." Xiao Shui had come to deliver clothes and hot soup to Lin Qingyou, but in her current state, Lin Qingyou could hardly focus on anything else. Had she possessed the ability to swim, she would have plunged into the river to search for Yin Hanyu herself. Yet, with nothing to occupy her time, she could only gaze into the boundless, unfathomable depths of the Qingyou, pleading endlessly, each second a torturous wait. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon dawn began to break. But this also signified the passing of a night and the loss of precious moments for rescuing Yin Hanyu. Yet still, they had found nothing. Lin Qingyou, already trembling from the night's chill, felt her strength wane, her spirit and body alike crumbling under the relentless strain. With each return of the rescue team, her flickering hopes extinguished once more, replaced by profound despair. The emotional upheaval felt like daggers piercing her heart, shattering her nerves. Even more alarming, the once confident rescuers began to exhibit signs of defeat, their spirits dwindling. This despondent atmosphere spread like a plague, saturating the air with a heavy, oppressive gloom. "Captain, have we found anything?" "No. The chances of survival are grim. The Qingyou is too deep. The likelihood of survival is virtually zero." "Captain, should we call it a day? The men can hardly endure any longer." Finally, Lin Qingyou could bear it no longer. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she fell forward, losing control. Just then, Xiao Shui, ever watchful, swiftly caught her. "Qingyou, what's wrong?" Xiao Shui cried, her voice filled with concern and urgency. "Please don't frighten me." At that moment, a joyful sound suddenly echoed across the distant river. "We have found it. We have found it. We have found it." Chapter 45. Yuyo, are you truly willing to kill me for Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou immediately pushed Xiao Shui aside, dragging her weary body with excitement as she rushed forward. "Yin Hanyu, have you found him?" Yet once again, despair washed over her. This time, it was more profound than all the previous disappointments combined. Yes, despair. Because the recovery team had only located Yin Hanyu and Oppo's car. They were laboriously raising the vehicle from the depths of the river. Slowly, the car emerged, undeniably the Rolls-Royce that Yin Hanyu drove. The food he had bought for her, which she cherished, lay scattered and waterlogged within. But Lin Qingyou's tears could no longer be restrained. They cascaded down her cheeks, blurring her vision. Where was Yin Hanyu? Why was he not in the car? The recovery team triumphantly brought the vehicle onto the beach, elated after a long night of effort. Yet, Lin Qingyou could no longer endure the torment of repeated disappointment and despair. She collapsed entirely. In the hospital, Lin Qingyou burned with fever, lying unconscious in bed, and 4 drip attached to her wrist. Her slumber was restless, as she repeatedly murmured Yin Hanyu's name. Yin Hanyu, Yin Hanyu. Upon entering, Lung Yifeng was immediately struck by her heartfelt whispers of Yin Hanyu. In a fit of rage, he slammed the door shut. Xiao Shui had gone to fetch medicine, leaving Lin Qingyou's room empty. Yin Hanyu, Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou's anguished murmurs continued. Yin Hanyu, you must not be in danger. Yin Hanyu, return. You promised to marry me. Yin Hanyu, you cannot break your word. You promised to marry me. Marriage? Did she truly wish to wed Yin Hanyu? After so many years together, why had she never broached the subject? Lung Yifeng's fists clenched tightly as he gazed coldly at the suffering girl in the bed, his eyes dark with envy and hatred. Yuyo, you have genuinely fallen for Yin Hanyu? How could you love him? Yuyo, how could you treat me this way? Yuyo, anyone can betray me but you. You cannot. His piercing gaze fixated on Lin Qingyou and Appo's pale, anguished face. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her throat. You cannot betray me. Lung Yifeng, what are you doing? Stop. Xiao Shui returned with the medicine and was horrified by the scene. She threw the medicine at Lung Yifeng and hastily grabbed a nearby chair to strike him. Caught off guard, Lung Yifeng was hit, and he regained his senses, trembling as he stared at his hands in disbelief, stepping back in shock. What was he doing? Lung Yifeng, get out. Xiao Shui pushed him furiously toward the door. Annie. Lung Yifeng quickly attempted to explain. Annie, I only came to see Yuyo. Is that a visit? You clearly intended to strangle Yuyo. I did not. Lung Yifeng's voice turned fierce, eyes filled with rage. Xiao Shui flinched. He was usually gentle, and she had never witnessed him lose his temper. Yet, she had just seen the venomous intent in his eyes aimed at Yuyo. Now, he was yelling at her as if he might harm her. This was not the usual Lung Yifeng. Perhaps this was the true Lung Yifeng. The more she observed him, the more unsettled she felt. Leave. Just go. You need to leave, or I will call the police. Auntie. Lung Yifeng was cut off by her sharp command. Do not call me Annie. Who do you think I am? At that moment, Lin Qingyou stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Yin Hanyu, Yuyo, you are awake. Xiao Shui exclaimed, rushing to her side. My dear, you are finally awake. Lin Qingyou's mind was still foggy and painful. Auntie, has Yin Hanyu been found? What are you arguing about? Xiao Shui opened her mouth, then closed it again. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Qingyou understood the answer. He had still not been found. Glancing at the time, she realized night was approaching. Soon, 24 hours would pass. The critical window for rescue would elapse. Will the police give up the search? No, they must not give up. Determined, Lin Qingyou yanked out the 4 and hurriedly put on her shoes, racing out of the hospital. Yuyo! Yuyo! Lung Yifeng and Xiao Shui rushed after her. However, by the time they reached the hospital entrance, Lin Qingyou had already entered her car, swiftly inserting the key and preparing to drive away. Seeing this, Lung Yifeng dashed in front of her vehicle, blocking her path. She honked the horn, but he remained resolute. Lin Qingyou bit her lip, a flicker of impatience crossing her features as she commanded, move aside. Furrowing his brow in concern, Lung Yifeng stepped closer, worry etched on his face. Yuyo, your health is in a dire state. You are still running a fever. When did Yin Hanyu become so essential to you? At his words, Lin Qingyou ignited with fury, her emotions erupting. He has always been important to me. Lung Yifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at her, shouting, So you wish to find him? Then you must drive over my body. In that instant, a thought struck Lin Qingyou like lightning, causing her to shiver involuntarily. With suspicion etched on her face, she questioned, Lung Yifeng, was Yin Hanyu and Appo's accident caused by you? At her accusation, Lung Yifeng's body stiffened. His hand clenched into a fist at his side, turning white from the force. He stared at Lin Qingyou in disbelief. Pain etched across his features. Yuyo, do you realize what you were saying? How can you accuse me without basis? Yet, Lin Qingyou stood her ground, locking her gaze with his. Why should I suspect you? Your disdain and hatred for Yin Hanyu has been evident for quite some time. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that Lung Yifeng was entangled in the events surrounding Yin Hanyu. The suspicion in her eyes transformed into a blazing fury, even a hint of murderous intent. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her gaze became two piercing swords aimed directly at Lung Yifeng, standing before her. Without hesitation, she pressed the accelerator, starting the car. Lung Yifeng remained fixated on Lin Qingyou's every movement, instantly sensing the shift in her demeanor. As she resolutely ignited the engine, his heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless in an instant. Did she truly intend to take his life? Lung Yifeng had never imagined that the little girl who had always shielded him from Yin Hanyu would harbor murderous intent towards him because of him. Yu, he called out to her with deep affection. Yet, Lin Qingyou simply pressed down on the accelerator, steering the car directly toward him. In the next moment, Lung Yifeng deftly rolled aside. Lin Qingyou and Oppo's vehicle eventually came to a leisurely halt beside him. Gasping for breath, Lung Yifeng felt a lingering fear. Lin Qingyou, however, lowered the car window and let out a derisive laugh. Struggling to his feet, Lung Yifeng clenched his fists, his tone chilling. Yu, are you truly willing to kill me for Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou regarded the man standing outside the car with a gaze so frigid it was terrifying. Lung Yifeng, if you dare to harm Yin Hanyu, I will not hesitate to kill you. You had better pray that this accident is in no way connected to you, otherwise I shall repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 46. Zykinji of the day is still not over. I have not failed in my promise. Lin Qingyou once again arrived at the banks of the Qingyang River, where the number of salvagers had diminished since last night. The remaining team members were preparing to leave. Lin Qingyou rushed over to stop them. You must not leave. You cannot leave. The captain of the salvage team looked at Lin Qingyou with fatigue evident in his voice. Miss Lin, we understand your feelings, but please consider ours as well. It is the dead of winter, and we have been in the river for a day and a night. If this continues, lives may be at stake. Lin Qingyou found herself momentarily speechless. She wanted to offer more money, an exorbitant amount, but the words caught in her throat. They were already the best salvage team, and they had indeed worked hard for a day and a night. Each of them was shivering, their lips turning purple from the cold. Do you know of any other salvage teams? Please rest for now. I will seek out others, and you can alternate, Lin Qingyou pleaded. Miss Lin, we must speak frankly. Your fiancé is undoubtedly in grave danger. If it were not for your generous payment, we would not have repeatedly risked ourselves to search. The captain gestured toward the vast, deep river. Look at how deep it is and how cold it is today. How could he possibly survive a day and a night submerged? No, no, no. Lin Qingyou vehemently denied such a possibility. You will be fine. You must be fine. If I give up searching, no, I will not give up. Immediately, Lin Qingyou sought out another salvage team at a steep price. Watching the new team gradually enter the river, she could only pray silently. Hours passed unknowingly, and the sky began to darken. The riverside at night was as eerily silent and bitterly cold as ever. Yet Lin Qingyou remained steadfast, watching and waiting. Ini Chen was also at the riverside, waiting and enduring. At that moment, he could deeply empathize with Lin Qingyou's emotions. Observing her frail, yet resolute figure, he finally believed what Su Wen had said, that Lin Qingyou truly loved his brother. As the temperature dropped and the wind picked up, Yin Chen stepped forward, intending to persuade Lin Qingyou to return. They could continue their search tomorrow. But suddenly, someone shouted excitedly, "We found him! We found someone!" Lin Qingyou rushed towards the river without a moment's hesitation. A few salvage workers were carrying a man from the water. Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou stumbled towards the man, only to be met with despair once again. It was not Yin Hanyu. It was the face of a stranger. The man appeared to have just fallen into the river and was quickly brought to the shore, coughing up water and slowly regaining consciousness. Who are you? The captain of the salvage team asked. How did you end up in the river? The man hesitated before replying. I was fishing nearby. It got too dark, and I accidentally fell in. Fishing? Lin Qingyou grasped the man and Appo's arm eagerly, asking, Are there fish around here? Of course, the man replied. The Xinjiang is rich in aquatic resources. There are all kinds of fish. Not far across the river is a small fishing village. Many families there rely on fishing for their livelihood, and every household has a fishing boat. Across the river, Lin Qingyou felt a glimmer of hope ignite within her. She immediately turned to Yin. We need to expand our search area. We must go to the fishing village. Yin nodded and promptly accompanied Lin Qingyou to the village. It was small, and they went door to door, inquiring if anyone had fished out a man. Yet, despite their tireless efforts, they were met with repeated negative responses. No, 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 no. The hope that had momentarily flared within Lin Qingyou was extinguished once more. As the sky threatened rain, Yin suggested, Sister-in-law, let us return for now. If you collapse, my brother will not forgive me when he returns. He, like Lin Qingyou, firmly believed that his brother would not die so easily. Even in dire straits, his brother had persevered. Now, after enduring so much, with the woman he loved finally willing to marry him, he would not succumb to fate. Never. On the drive back, Lin Qingyou was alone. Yin did not stop her. After watching her depart, he quickly drove away, but not home. He hurried to the Yin Corporation. It had only been just over a day since his brother's accident. Yet the wolves in the corporate world were already prowling, eager to pounce. With his brother absent, he would not allow those predators to wreak havoc. Lin Qingyou drove absent-mindedly, her mind in a haze. She nearly collided with a girl, barely managing to steer her car into a nearby flower bed. She hurriedly exited to assist the girl who had fallen. Are you hurt? Before the girl could respond, her boyfriend rushed over and shoved Lin Qingyou. How do you drive? Did you not see you almost hit my girlfriend? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Lin Qingyou bowed repeatedly in apology. Let me take you to the hospital. No need. I and Appo's am fine. The car didn't and Appo's. T hit me. I just got startled and fell, the girl said kindly. It and Appo's is late. You didn't and Appo's. T mean it. You should head home. As the girl linked arms with her boyfriend, he continued to grumble, Baby, you are too kind. She almost hit you. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have taught her a lesson. Let's just let it go. We are getting married tomorrow, and there is so much to prepare. Do we really want to waste time at the hospital or police station? That would surely delay our wedding. Marriage. Marriage. Lin Qingyou echoed the words, enviously watching them depart. Today was supposed to be her wedding day, yet her groom was now missing, his fate uncertain. Observing the damage to her car, Lin Qingyou called for a tow. Like a marionette devoid of its strings, she wandered aimlessly down the desolate street, her expression vacant. The streetlights stretched her solitary figure into a long shadow, as if that silhouette bore the weight of her endless sorrow and desolation. As she walked, she found herself unconsciously standing before the Civil Affairs Bureau. The night was deep, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Gazing at the closed door, Lin Qingyou involuntarily extended her hand. Upon lightly touching the cold, hard iron door, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She stood there, silently allowing her tears to flow freely. If she had not mentioned marriage, would the accident have occurred? Lin Qingyou could no longer contain her emotions. She crouched down and wept openly, though the cries were not loud. In the stillness of the desolate night, they resonated with an unsettling clarity, piercing the silence like a sharp dagger, shattering the heart, and evoking an unbearable sympathy. Suddenly, a heavy footfall echoed from behind her. Lin Qingyou whirled around to behold Yin Hanyu, clad only in a thin white shirt, his body drenched in blood, swaying unsteadily before her. His complexion was as pale as parchment, the once pristine shirt now marred by crimson stains, a sight both harrowing and distressing. Yet, despite the grim spectacle, Yin Hanyu mustered a faint smile and gently spoke to Lin Qingyou. Little Qingyou, the day is not yet over. I have not failed to keep my promise, have I? Chapter 47. Yin Hanyu uttered, I am no longer pure. No, that does not count. Yin Hanyu, thank you for returning. Thank you for still being alive. Lin Qingyou and Appo's tears cascaded like rain, she instinctively yearned to embrace Yin Hanyu tightly. However, upon seeing the myriad of wounds and blood covering him, she hesitated, fearing her touch would aggravate his injuries. She stepped forward, extending her hands, yet her body remained rooted in place. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu pulled Lin Qingyou into his arms with fervor, holding her tightly as if to shield her from the world. The embrace was more fervent than any prior, constricting her in a manner that was profoundly uncomfortable, yet she acquiesced, allowing him to draw her closer. Both were terrified it might be a mere dream, yet it was a relief to realize it was not. Yin Hanyu closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, his chiseled jaw resting in her hair, the scent of her locks, fresh and floral, enfolding him. The subtle fragrance of gardenias brought him joy, allowing him to finally relax. How wonderful was that he could still hold her. How wonderful it was that he had not forsaken her. In that moment, as Yin Hanyu collapsed into her embrace, Lin Qingyou felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This man had clawed his way back from the brink of death, drenched in blood, merely to honor their promise. She pressed a gentle kiss upon the soft warmth of his gaze. Yin Hanyu, I love you. Su Wen and Yin Yichen rushed over the moment they received Lin Qingyou's call. She could not manage to bring Yin Hanyu home alone. Initially, she considered calling an ambulance, but recalled a previous incident when Yin Hanyu had fainted and she intended to take him to the hospital. Yin Yichen had insisted, "You cannot take my brother to the hospital." Absolutely not without his knowledge. Why? He fainted and should be taken to the hospital immediately. Lin Shaosan, you cannot be thinking of seizing your brother's inheritance. Can you? Yin Yichen rolled her eyes dramatically. Your imagination is quite something. After bringing Yin Hanyu back to bed, she explained, my brother despises hospitals with a passion. If he wakes up to find himself in a hospital bed, he will truly lose his mind. The gravity and sincerity in her voice were far removed from her usual carefree demeanor. When I say lose his mind, I mean truly lose control. Why is it like this? Yin Yichen remained silent for a long moment before murmuring, I do not know. I wish I did. Upon Su Wen's arrival, his first reaction was not to take Yin Hanyu to the hospital, indicating that he too understood. Lin Qingyou's confusion deepened, yet they proceeded to help Yin Hanyu back home. Moments after they arrived, Mingyu arrived with a medical kit in hand. Lin Qingyou opened the door to invite her in, noting that Mingyu still wore her white coat, clearly having rushed over from the hospital. However, upon entering, Mingyu did not immediately attend to Yin Hanyu. Instead, she first removed her white coat and donned a simple black outfit. Lin Qingyou frowned. She had remained unaware in her previous life that Mingyu, aside from being an assassin, was also a doctor, as she had never appeared in her professional guise while near Yin Hanyu. Once in the room, Mingyu administered a pill to Yin Hanyu, and he soon awoke, immediately searching for Lin Qingyou. Where is Yu? I am here. Lin Qingyou grasped his hand. Mingyu rolled her eyes, exuding exasperation. If you wish for sweet nothings, at least tend to your wounds first. Yet Yin Hanyu shook his head, leave. Mingyu, not known for her patience, stood up to depart. Lin Qingyou quickly interjected, please treat his wounds first. I will step outside. Do not leave. Yin Hanyu instinctively called out to Lin Qingyou, but pointed at Mingyu to usher her away once more. You go out. Mingyu retorted, how dare you? I should just give him a lethal injection. Lin Qingyou pinched Yin Hanyu's hand. What are you doing? Are you not going to treat your injuries? Yin Hanyu replied, I do not want her to treat me. Lin Qingyou, perplexed, asked why. Although Mingyu remained silent, she too was bewildered. Yin Hanyu had always been troublesome, yet never to this extent. Had his brain been submerged in water for too long? With this suspicion, Mingyu scrutinized Yin Hanyu closely. Yin Hanyu frowned. What are you staring at? Get out. Lin Qingyou promptly nudged him. What do you intend to do? If you continue like this, I will become angry too. You are injured. You must be treated. Yin Hanyu pressed his lips together, his eyes suddenly reflecting vulnerability. I simply do not want another woman to see my body. Lin Qingyou. Mingyu. Goodness, you fool. Cough, 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 cough. Yin Yichen was the first to comprehend her brother's psychological state. He must have sustained injuries in a private area. Immediately, Yin Yichen dragged Mingyu outside and firmly closed the door. Outside, Mingyu flung Yin Yichen's hand away. What was that for? Be careful, or I'll stab you. Her glare turned fierce as she directed it at Yin Qin's lower abdomen. Yin Qin instinctively recoiled, confused. What did I do to deserve this? Inside, Lin Qingyou narrowed her eyes at Yin Hanyu, feeling the urge to scold him, yet her heart ached upon seeing his injuries. However, she could not remain silent. His recent behavior warranted reprimand. Thus, she softened her tone. Mingyu is a professional. She hurried over to help you. You should not act like this. Yin Hanyu scoffed. You took care of Lung Yifeng for so many years. You seem quite professional to me. Lin Qingyou, despite his injuries, he still had the energy to feel jealous of Lung Yifeng. Moreover, if she were truly professional, would she have been deceived by Lung Yifeng for years? Yin Hanyu glared at Lin Qingyou. Are you coming over or not? Lin Qingyou picked up the medicine and walked over. Then you should take off your clothes first. Yin Hanyu shook his head. Lin Qingyou widened her eyes. I'm not allowed to see? We have slept together. I have seen all of you, and I have touched every part. Yin Hanyu, blushing, he asked, do you know why I did not want Mingyu to treat me? Lin Qingyou replied, because you are a celestial being, and we mere mortals should not taint you. Yin Hanyu remarked, you have already tainted me. Lin Qingyou, you rogue man. Give him an inch, and he takes a mile. Yin Hanyu insisted, I am doing this for your own good. Lin Qingyou, bewildered, pointed at herself. What does this have to do with me? Yin Hanyu opened his mouth, a hint of shyness in his tone, the place where I am most injured. If another woman sees it, I will no longer be pure. Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu added, you would not want a man who is no longer pure, would you? Lin Qingyou cough, 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 cough. Lin Qingyou was utterly taken aback. What on earth was he saying? Could it be? Her gaze instantly fixated on Yin Hanyu's lower regions. Had he injured that area? No way. In a flash, Lin Qingyou rushed forward, reaching to unfasten Yin Hanyu's pants. Startled, he exclaimed, Lin Qingyou, what are you doing? This is not the right time. Could you please show some restraint? Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu raised a pillow to shield himself, regarding Lin Qingyou with a wary expression, as if she were some predatory beast. Lin Qingyou, am I truly so beastly? Oh no, he is not a beast. She merely wished to ascertain the nature of his injuries. Is that so wrong? Chapter 48. Who else could it be? Lin Qingyou abruptly yanked down Yin Hanyu's trousers. In that instant, both of them were momentarily stunned. Yin Hanyu was taken aback by Lin Qingyou's audacity. How could a girl so boldly take such action? Meanwhile, Lin Qingyou felt a tumult of emotions, pain, shock, relief, and more pain. Her expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at Yin Hanyu, whose inner thigh was still embedded with a shard of glass, roughly the size of a palm. The sight alone was excruciating. Lin Qingyou looked at Yin Hanyu with teary eyes, astonished that he had endured in silence until now. The shock and relief washed over her. The location of his injury was perilously close. It was no wonder he had wanted to drive Mingyu away and refused her treatment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyou suppressed her feelings of sympathy and steeled herself. She grabbed a pair of pliers, preparing to extract the glass shard from Yin Hanyu. However, just as she was about to act, hesitation crept in. She turned to Yin Hanyu and asked, it will hurt. Can you bear it? He nodded in affirmation. Would you like a piece of gauze to bite down on? She inquired. He shook his head. Should I fetch a male doctor to assist you? I fear I might cause you pain, she continued. Yin Hanyu reassured her. You can proceed without worry. I am not afraid of pain. Taking another deep breath, Lin Qingyou gathered her resolve and deftly removed the shard of glass. Throughout the process, her hand remained steady, and to her astonishment, Yin Hanyu did not utter a single sound. It was only when she held the bloodied piece of glass, now extracted, that her hand began to tremble slightly. The sight of the bloody glass shard was painful to behold. Yet Yin Hanyu, aside from a sheen of sweat on his forehead, remained eerily quiet, as though the one injured was someone else entirely. Lin Qingyou felt a pang of distress. She gazed at him, her mind swirling with questions. Why was he so stoic in the face of pain? What had he endured over the years? After applying medicinal powder, Lin Qingyou carefully bandaged his wounds. Your upper body is covered in blood. Are you also injured? She moved to remove his shirt again, but Yin Hanyu stopped her. The blood on my shirt is not mine. Not yours. Lin Qingyou frowned in confusion. Then how could there be so much blood? Yin Hanyu explained. When I drove the car into the Chang River and submerged, I shattered the window to escape. The glass in my leg was from that moment. Just as I escaped the car, someone approached me with a knife. Lin Qingyou gasped in disbelief. Someone attempted to kill you, even underwater? Despite Yin Hanyu's desperate leap into the river, he was still pursued? Or perhaps his assailant knew him all too well. They anticipated his instinct to drive into the river upon seeing the approaching truck and had laid in wait at the riverbed. So the blood on you belongs to that person? Did you manage to fight back? Yin Hanyu nodded. Do you know who he is? Or who seeks to end your life? After a moment of silence, he shook his head. Lin Qingyou furrowed her brow. Do you not have any suspects? I instinctively suspect it might be Lung Yifeng. Yin Hanyu replied. There are far too many who wish me harm. The list is endless. Lin Qingyou retorted. So you're quite proud of this, aren't you? Left without words, she proceeded to remove his shirt. Again, Lin Qingyou was taken aback, her eyes quickly welling with tears. What is it? Yin Hanyu asked, bewildered. You were fine just moments ago. Yin Hanyu, you absolute scoundrel. You call this uninjured? Lin Qingyou pointed at his upper body. His back, shoulder, and even his chest bore knife wounds. The gash on his chest was at least several centimeters long. A horrifying sight that underscored the severity of his ordeal. Yin Hanyu dismissed it. It and Appos, that's nothing. Just a scratch from my struggle with that person. After all, I was fighting barehanded while he had a knife. Minor injuries are to be expected. He regarded the wounds as trivial, something he had grown accustomed to over the years. Seeing Lin Qingyou's eyes welling with concern, he gently stroked her cheek. It truly doesn't hurt. Just a few small cuts. They will scab over soon. Silence. Lin Qingyou interrupted angrily, raising her hand as if to strike him for being so careless with his body. However, upon seeing the wounds on his back, she halted. Sniffling, she retrieved alcohol, disinfectant, and medicine, firmly pressing him down onto the bed. Only after treating each wound and applying medication did Lin Qingyou's mood improve slightly. Yin Hanyu, from now on, even if it's just a minor injury, you must tell me. Yin Hanyu's response was perfunctory. What do you mean, Lin Qingyou was about to strike him again, but having just treated his wounds, she chose instead to pinch his handsome face. Try saying in Appos, and Appos, again? Are you listening to me? Yin Hanyu mumbled, I am. Lin Qingyou's voice rose sharply. You say that so softly. Have you not eaten? Yin Hanyu replied weakly, I really haven't. Lin Qingyou turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. Meanwhile, Yin Yichen dashed into the bedroom. Brother, how are you? Yin Hanyu replied. Quite well. Quite well? Yin Yichen's gaze shifted mischievously toward Yin Hanyu's lower half. Are you sure you're uninjured down there? I sense that the little vixen is rather irritable. Yin Hanyu smacked Yin Yichen on the head. What little vixen? That is your sister-in-law. If you disrespect her again, I will end you. Yin Yichen stumbled back, fear evident in his eyes. All right, sister-in-law. Yet his gaze lingered on Yin Hanyu's lower half. Yin Hanyu's expression darkened as he kicked at Yin Yichen. What the hell are you looking at? Appos, me perfectly fine. I understand. Yin Yichen retreated further. If you can still kick. It seems you are indeed not severely injured. Thus, Yin Yichen put aside his jest and broached a serious topic. Brother, who do you think is behind this attack? Who else could it be? Yin Hanyu's eyes darkened, filled with ominous clouds of impending trouble. What are you two arguing about? Lin Qingyou emerged from the kitchen, wielding a spatula. Nothing, Yin Hanyu quickly replied, feigning innocence. Just Yin Xiao-san being his usual self. Yin Yichen remarked, Brother, you truly are my biological brother. Lin Qingyou's suspicious gaze flitted between Yin Yichen and Yin Hanyu. Are you hiding something from me? Chapter 49. You don't understand without a wife's care, no, of course not. In unison, Yin Hanyu and Yin Yichen shook their heads. Instantly, Lin Qingyou and Appos' suspicion deepened. However, she chose to remain silent and returned to the kitchen to busy herself. Seeing Lin Qingyou leave, Yin Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that he wished to hide anything from her. Rather, he did not want her to worry or feel troubled. Matters between men should not involve women. Revenge would come in due time. Yin Hanyu propped his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling, his deep eyes becoming increasingly complex. Observing the layers of bandages enveloping him, Yin Yichen remarked, Brother, you're so badly hurt. It must be painful. Should I fetch some of the exclusive pain relief medicine from the Xiao family for you? Yin Hanyu shot him a cool glance. What pain? It's just a minor injury. No need to make a fuss. What fuss? What minor injury? Just look at how you're bandaged. Yin Qin pointed at the extensive wrappings on his brother. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu chuckled, for it was Lin Qingyou who had tended to him. He beamed with pride, looking at Yin Qin with a sense of triumph and boastfulness. It's because my sister-in-law cares for me that I'm like this. You wouldn't understand, lacking a wife's care. Yin Qin. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that. Now I'm stuck with dog food. A bad premonition washed over him. He feared he would become a mere vessel for dog food in the future. As anticipated, Yin Hanyu began, actually, I'm not in pain at all, for my injuries are merely superficial. But this is a testament to your sister-in-law's love for me. So you understand? Yin Qin. No, I don't understand. Yin Qin pouted and prepared to leave, but paused at the door, turning back to Yin Hanyu with a look that suggested he had something more to say. Yin Hanyu raised his eyes at him. Speak if you have something to say. If not, get lost. Yin Qin. Feigning mystery, he said, Brother, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Upon hearing this, Yin Hanyu lost interest in engaging and merely covered himself with a blanket to sleep. Yin Qin. Could you not show me some respect? He pouted again, leaning in closer. Brother, what I'm about to say is very important. This time, not only did Yin Hanyu ignore him, but he also turned over, leaving only a profile to Yin Qin. Yin Qin. It's really crucial. He emphasized this repeatedly. Yin Hanyu waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. But Yin Qin refused to budge. Brother, I've realized that you simply cannot court a woman. If you continue like this, your sister-in-law may run off with someone else. Yin Hanyu glared fiercely at him, as if ready to strangle him. Yin Qin quickly took 3 steps back. Brother, trust me. What I say this time is guaranteed to be useful. Yin Hanyu's face darkened. Remember when you told me to give Qingyou chrysanthemums on Valentine's Day? You said that too. Yin Qin. The incident with the chrysanthemums was not his fault. They were, after all, a sophisticated flower. Roses had become so commonplace on Valentine's Day that he merely wished his brother to stand out and leave a lasting impression on Lin Qingyou. What had he done wrong? Seemingly sensing Yin Qin's thoughts, Yin Hanyu continued to dredge up old grievances. When Qingyou was angry with me, do you recall how you advised me to appease her? Yin Qin nodded vigorously. Of course, I told you to kiss her forcefully, to tackle her, to sleep with her, and ultimately, to win her over. Yin Hanyu's face darkened immediately, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at Yin Qin. The past was too painful to revisit. It's a tale of sorrow. Yin Hanyu fumed. Sleep with whom? I barely made the first move before she slapped me and blocked me forever. Yin Qin. So, Yin Hanyu pointed toward the door. You immediately right now get out. Yin Qin. Even at the door, Yin Qin was not ready to give up. He looked back at Yin Hanyu repeatedly. Yin Hanyu closed his eyes, displaying a look of disdain. His brother was a bottomless pit. If he continued to listen to him, he would be a fool. Just as he was about to leave, Yin Qin decided to be candid. Brother, even if you're angry, I must say, you simply cannot court a woman. Let me be your love strategist. Yin Hanyu promptly grabbed a slipper and threw it at Yin Qin. Yin Qin caught the flying slipper and said, Brother, given your current situation, if you knew how to court a woman, you should be in bed, crying out in pain. Yin Hanyu froze. The second slipper, which was about to fly out, was momentarily set down. His expression uneasy, he said, continue. At this, Yin Qin straightened up. Brother, you should be a bit nicer to me. The other slipper flew toward Yin Qin, striking him squarely on the forehead. Yin Qin. Will you speak or not? Yin Hanyu raised his voice. Yes, I will speak. Yin Qin grimaced, pointing at Yin Hanyu and Appo's injury. Brother, women are inherently emotional. You have such a prime opportunity to garner sympathy with your injury, and you still insist you aren't in pain? You are practically offering your rival a chance. Just look at that cold-hearted iphone. He always cried out in pain, and his sister-in-law worried for him. Yin Hanyu's handsome face darkened like a pot bottom. You want me to learn from that deadpan green tea? What is wrong with being a green tea? If it works, it works. Yin Qin spoke passionately, vividly illustrating, Brother, think back to how that cold-hearted iphone played the victim to gain your sister-in-law's sympathy. What was your treatment then? And what was his? You were so envious and resentful you almost cried. Yin Hanyu. Seeing that Yin Hanyu was clearly wavering, Yin pressed on, brother, don't you want to turn the tables and sing your own praises? Yin Hanyu. Brother, the heavens are literally providing you with an opportunity to gain sympathy. Yin pointed at Yin Hanyu's injury. But what have you done? You not only refuse to seek sympathy, but you also grit your teeth and insist you're fine. You're holding back like a ninja turtle. How can that be? Yin Hanyu. What should I do then? Yin Hanyu asked, his face awkward. Instantly, Yin approached his brother's bed with both slippers in hand. It's simple. Act like your rival, Ifeng, and play the part of the injured green tea. You're standing on the shoulders of giants. Air. Green tea, to learn from their experiences. Yin Hanyu. No, he absolutely would not. He was a man of principles and integrity. Half an hour later, Lin Qingyou entered with a tray of food, only to find Yin Hanyu buried in the blankets, occasionally groaning. It hurts so much. Lin Qingyou. Chapter 50. I see you in Amp. Oppos. Regis being flirtatious upon noticing Lin Qingyou and Amp. Oppos. As arrival, Yin Hanyu deliberately turned over. However, the motion inadvertently tugged at his injury, causing him genuine pain. Are you all right? Lin Qingyou hastily set down the meal and moved to support him. I'm fine, Yin Hanyu instinctively replied. But recalling Yin words, he quickly enveloped himself in the blanket, moaning in agony. It hurts. It really hurts. Lin Qingyou was perplexed. Hadn't he just mentioned that it was a minor injury that would scab over soon? Where does it hurt? She inquired. Everywhere. Yin Hanyu feebly insisted, his voice strained. Her heart ached for him as she lifted the blanket, only to find him drenched in sweat. Yin Hanyu, what's wrong? Are you running a fever? No, and Amp. Oppos. It's just that I sprayed myself with Yin and Amp. Oppos. Toner. Well, perhaps, maybe just a slight fever. He stammered, leaning against Lin Qingyou's shoulder as if he were on the verge of collapse. Worry surged within her, prompting her to touch his forehead. But when her hand made contact, she was taken aback. Why was it so cold? There were no signs of a fever, yet he was sweating profusely. Could it be a phantom sweat due to his injury, leaving him feeling weak? Lin Qingyou opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, repeating this several times. Yin Hanyu frowned. What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? You usually speak your mind. Taking a deep breath, she finally confessed, Yin Hanyu, for our future happiness, I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm afraid I can't handle this. Yin Hanyu responded, What do you mean, Lin Qingyou? He hoped she didn't mean what he feared. But Lin Qingyou indeed meant that. I understand that this area is particularly sensitive for men and a matter of pride. However, if they're in oppos, as something wrong, it must be treated. Denial 1T help. Who is in denial? Yin Hanyu and oppos. Voice, once filled with irritation, regained its vigor as he shouted, completely contrasting the earlier frailty. Yet, seeing his resolve, Lin Qingyou felt he was merely putting on a brave front. She gently patted his shoulder. Darling, don't be angry. I understand. What do you understand? He retorted. Truly, I understand everything, she declared, her sincerity evident. Rest assured, even if you were truly incapable, I would never abandon you. Yin Hanyu nearly choked on his own breath. Wasn't he incapable? Wasn't he the promise of sympathy meant to be comforting? Why had this conversation taken such a convoluted turn? Was he not acting convincingly enough? Or was it her performance that was lacking? He had no shortcomings. Yin Hanyu gazed intently at Lin Qingyou's determined face, at a loss for words. Did she truly love him so much? Even if he was deficient, she would still want him. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of emotion, yet it felt oddly unsettling. No, he was not incapable. Yin had led him astray. If he listened to him again, he would be a fool. As he rubbed his forehead, he realized the coldness of his forehead and suddenly understood. I'm not running a fever. It's a low-grade fever. Lin Qingyou chuckled. A fever? A low-grade fever? I think you're just being flirtatious. Yin Hanyu was left speechless, unable to continue the charade. He buried himself back under the blanket. Such a silly man, both infuriating and endearing, Lin Qingyou thought, laughing as she pulled him out from his cocoon. Stop pretending and get up to eat. A flicker of guilt crossed Yin Hanyu's face. Yet he struggled to maintain his facade. Pretend? What am I pretending? Are you asking me? Why don't you ask yourself? Aren't you the one pretending? How embarrassing. He lamented, wishing to retreat beneath the covers once more. Anticipating his move, Lin Qingyou swiftly yanked the blanket away. How humiliating. I detest Chen. He vowed never to acknowledge that brother again. Lin Qingyou set a small table before him. Eat. Yin Hanyu obediently picked up his bowl. But as he prepared to use his chopsticks, he suddenly froze. Lin Qingyou mirrored his expression, bewildered. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yin Hanyu's face visibly darkened, almost as if he had succumbed to melancholy. Lin Qingyou poked him. What's wrong? Is the food unappetizing? But she had prepared his favorites. With a thud, he slammed his bowl onto the table and glared fiercely at Lin Qingyou. What are you looking at me like that for? She asked, confused. You're deceiving me. You don't truly like me. Lin Qingyou was taken aback. What brings you to such a conclusion? Yin Hanyu gritted his teeth. When Lung Yifeng pretended to be in pain, you were deeply concerned for him. But when I feigned pain, you said I was incapable. Lin Qingyou could hardly suppress her laughter. How can I not laugh? Yet she feared that laughing out loud might infuriate Yin Hanyu further. You're still laughing? He noticed her lack of denial, her lips struggling to contain a smile, which only fueled his anger. Are you playing double standards? He slammed his hand on the table. Fuming, I won't eat anymore. Lin Qingyou raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you going on a hunger strike? Observing his sulky demeanor, she recalled the saddest moments of her life to suppress her smile. Clearing her throat, she finally said, Do you know why? Yin Hanyu scoffed. I don't want to know. Lin Qingyou shrugged. Then I won't tell you. Are you going to tell me or not? His eyes widened, as if he were a balloon about to burst. It's simple. Your acting skills are no match for Lung Yifeng's. Yin Hanyu's anger escalated. You dare say I'm inferior to Lung Yifeng? Lin Qingyou quickly rephrased, because Lung Yifeng is a dead green tea, but you are not. Yin Hanyu contemplated. That remark is somewhat acceptable. She pinched his cheek, teasing, Darling, I used to think that with your looks, you would surely become a superstar if you entered the entertainment industry. But now, I believe it's best if you don't. With your acting skills, you'd be booed out on the first day. Yin Hanyu could only remain silent. Chapter 51. Yin Hanyu, the one I have always liked is you. Do you dare to glare at me? Lin Qingyou pinched Yin Hanyu with a hint of irritation. It must be that useless Hanyi-chin who put you up to this, right? Yin Hanyu, is it that obvious? Lin Qingyou handed the dishes to Yin Hanyu, who promptly accepted them with obedient haste. An angry Lin Qingyou was indeed formidable. As she observed him eating quietly, she finally spoke. Yin Hanyu, the person I've always liked is you. Yin Hanyu nearly choked on a bite of rice, taken aback by her sudden confession. Was he perhaps learning something from that wretched Lung Yifeng? Yin Hanyu, you need not emulate anyone, especially not Lung Yifeng. I have never harbored romantic feelings for him. Otherwise, we would have been married long ago. You often say that my current kindness towards you stems from guilt and a desire for atonement regarding that dream. I do not deny it, for I indeed wish to make amends for you. Yin Hanyu paused mid-bite, suddenly finding his meal less appealing. However, please do not equate my attempts to make amends for you with my feelings for Lung Yifeng. You and he have always been entirely different. My emotions towards you are not to be confused with those I hold for him. Yin Hanyu clearly misunderstood Lin Qingyou's words. So, you believe I am unworthy of comparison to Lung Yifeng, correct? Lin Qingyou. His brain must have taken a dive into the river. Frustrated yet determined, Lin Qingyou aimed to clarify everything once and for all. Yin Hanyu, during my moments of deepest guilt towards Lung Yifeng, I never once considered offering myself to him or marrying him. My kindness towards him was purely to help his legs heal, to shield him from harm and humiliation. I have prepared meals and concocted soups for him, not just once or twice, but numerous times. Each dish I crafted, each bowl of soup I simmered, required more effort than what I prepare for you now. Upon hearing this, do you think I put more thought into my care for Lung Yifeng than for you? Yin Hanyu remained silent, a scoff escaping him, clearly thinking just that. She had once braved stormy nights to gather ingredients for Lung Yifeng, and his heart ached with jealousy as he witnessed her dedication. The pang of jealousy drove him to take her to the Rose Manor, coercing her into cooking for him. Lin Qingyou continued. The truth is, I did indeed invest more effort. Each bowl of soup I made for Lin Yifeng was meticulously researched, even seeking advice from herbal medicine masters and doctors to aid in his recovery. Thus, every dish was crafted with care, considering every detail. Some of the herbs I prepared months in advance, because they were not merely soup or food, they were medicine for his legs. I was so invested that I frightened myself. Lin Yifeng, on the other hand, grew weary and terrified of the culinary concoctions that had become medicinal rather than merely enjoyable. Who would relish 3 meals a day that resembled medicine? Yet he was frustrated, and so was I. You know how much I love food and cooking. For many, cooking may feel like a burden, but for me, it is pure enjoyment. I take pleasure in both preparing meals and seeing others relish the flavors of what I create. However, preparing various medicinal dishes for Lin Yifeng compromised my love for cooking. It ceased to be a pleasure and became a means of atonement, filled with ulterior motives and self-pity. As I watched those herbs transform into meals, my thoughts shifted from how delicious the soup might be to whether it would truly aid Lin Yifeng's recovery. Will my efforts prove futile yet again? Cooking no longer represented a joyful experience, but rather became a task laden with purpose. Countless failures and fruitless endeavors left me feeling utterly defeated and vexed. There were times I wished to shatter that pot in frustration, yet I could not, for I bore the guilt of having rendered Lin Yifeng a mere shell of his former self. Thus, I had no right to complain or be angry. I could only strive to make amends, to assist him in his recovery. I must suppress my emotions. If I felt anything, I had to internalize it. I would don a smile and serve him the soup I worked so hard to make, pleading for him to drink a little more, just a bit more. Sometimes he would angrily smash it, while other times he would finish it all, yet I knew he had no desire for it. When food turns into medicine, who would enjoy consuming it? But we both played our parts, because deep down, I did not relish cooking for him. I did not wish to do so. Yin Hanyu, do you know? Lin Qingyou gazed at Yin Hanyu. When you dragged me to the Rose Manor and forced me to cook for you, I was actually quite happy. Yin Hanyu looked at Lin Qingyou in disbelief. She seemed ready to curse him, yet she was happy? Indeed, Lin Qingyou affirmed, because when I was cooking there, I felt a long-lost sense of relaxation and joy. I no longer associated the kitchen with herbal dishes or his recovery. Yin Hanyu remarked, "You were thinking of how to make the food unappetizing, weren't you?" Lin Qingyou did not deny it. That was indeed the case. Yet, it was the only time when she truly set aside her burdens and allowed herself to be herself. As her aunt had said, she had lost her identity. But now, when I cook for you, I'm not driven by guilt, atonement, or penance. Instead, I feel a sense of pride and delight because I know you will genuinely enjoy it. Even if you always feign indifference, claiming it is merely okay, I know you relish it. So, when I cook, I imagine your expressions as you eat, what you might say. Of course, I do not think of you exclusively. Often, when I see the vibrant colors and aromas of the dishes I prepare, or the rich, creamy broth I've simmered, I simply feel a sense of accomplishment. Oh my, how can I make such delicious and beautiful food? I am truly both beautiful and capable. Lin Qingyou's self-praise elicited a chuckle from Yin Hanyu. What are you laughing at? Lin Qingyou shot him a playful glare. Am I not speaking the truth? Yin Hanyu, savoring a piece of the delectable sweet and sour ribs, nodded in agreement. It is indeed true. It is truly delicious. Humph. Lin Qingyou playfully glared at him, then couldn't he help but smile. Yin Hanyu continued to eat, each bite more flavorful than before. Out with Lin Yifeng. He would no longer be jealous of that green tea. Yet, Lin Qingyou and Oppose, as confession continued. Yin Hanyu, the only person I have ever liked is you, and the one I wish to marry is also you. Because I like you, I want to be your wife, which is why I moved across from you, persistently clinging to you. Then you must cling to me in the future. Lin Qingyou raised an eyebrow. How will I cling? Yin Hanyu suddenly pulled Lin Qingyou into his embrace. Once my legs are healed, I will show you how to cling. Lin Qingyou. Chapter 52, My Wife. Isn't she beautiful? My dear Yin Hanyu was compelled by Lin Qingyou to recuperate at home for several days. His injuries were not severe, and within a short span of time, he had nearly recovered. However, Yin Hanyu obediently refrained from attending the office. Firstly, He believed it was essential to heed his wife's wishes. Secondly, his absence would surely unsettle the employees at the company, causing them to falter in their duties. This also provided him with an opportunity to eliminate the persistent pests and outdated individuals within the organization. Yet, while he remained at home, Lin Qingyou ventured out to work. Her aunt had already managed her affairs for several days, and she could not impose further upon her. Consequently, Yin Hanyu found himself at home as a disgruntled husband, peering out from the balcony intermittently to see if Lin Qingyou had returned. At the slightest sound of footsteps outside, he would rush to the door, eager to confirm her arrival. Meanwhile, Yin Chen was buried in a pile of documents on the sofa, lamenting his plight. "Brother, if you are so bored, why not come and handle your own work?" He was at his wit and Appo's end. All he desired was to indulge in a carefree lifestyle. Why was he confined to this place, sifting through paperwork? He longed to go out and revel. Yin Hanyu, growing impatient, kicked Yin Chen from behind. "Who is bored? What qualifications do you have to call me idle when you're a single dog? I am now a married man," Yin Chen retorted. "So what if you were married? What is the big deal? If I wanted to, I could marry 100. You? 100? Yin Hanyu scoffed, lifting Yin Chen disdainfully. "With your lackluster appearance, you wouldn't even be wanted by others. That's a bit much," Yin Chen protested. "I am quite the catch in the nightlife. The prince of the capital, and yet he dared to speak of marrying 100? Yin Hanyu delivered a swift slap to Yin Chen. "If you dare emulate our scoundrel father and pursue a harem, I will have you castrated." Yin Chen shuddered, clutching himself in horror. "That is terrifying. My brother is even more fearsome than our grandfather, deeply entrenched in his old-fashioned ways. I must run away from home." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yin Hanyu swiftly shoved Yin Chen aside, straightened his attire and hair, and flashed a wide grin as he approached the door. "My wife is home. Surely it must be her." However, in the blink of an eye, his smile froze. The visitor was not his wife, but the venerable Yin Tianzhong, patriarch of the Yin family, renowned as the kingmaker of the capital, whose mere cough could send tremors through the city. Clad in traditional attire, with graying hair and a cane, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Yet he exuded an aura of dignity and authority, far more vibrant than the languid Yin Chen sprawled on the sofa. Upon recognizing the elder, Yin Chen shot up from the sofa, straightening himself, shedding his earlier casual demeanor. Conversely, Yin Hanyu displayed no semblance of respect towards the patriarch. "What brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Yin Tianzhong retorted. "I heard you were dead, so I came to see for myself." Yin Hanyu leaned in, provocatively asking, "Can you see me now?" The elder, exasperated, replied, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Yin Hanyu continued, "Do you think I am dead?" Yin Tianzhong snapped, "Indeed, you are dead." Yin Hanyu patted the elder's shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, you are also dead." Yin Tianzhong. Yin Chen. Was his brother truly attempting to drive the old man to his grave? The elder glared at Yin Hanyu with fury. This cursed young man was feared by all. People treated him like a mouse would a cat. Yet, while everyone respected him and showered him with sweet words, Yin Hanyu was the sole exception, intentionally provoking him. "Enough of your glaring," Yin Hanyu said. "You're already old. If you keep glaring, you might develop hyperthyroidism." Yin Tianzhong. Before the elder could retaliate, Yin Hanyu issued an ultimatum. "If you have business, speak. If not." He gestured toward the door. The elder took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. "You Haven and Appo's. T returned to the Yin residence in ages. Your father and Appo's. S birthday is next month. Remember to come back." Yin Hanyu's face soured at the mention of his father. "What expression is that?" Yin Tianzhong demanded. "Whatever you see is what you get. You are cunning and scheming enough. You don't need me to translate my face for you." Yin Tianzhong shot back. "That is your father." He raised his voice. "You are, after all, blood relatives." "Oh." Yin Hanyu replied dismissively. "You're no longer a child. I have found you a suitable match. You should meet the girl." Just then, Lin Qingyou entered, carrying groceries. Upon hearing this, her heart sank. The inevitable had arrived, hadn't it? She had perhaps underestimated the complexities of marriage. She had thought that as long as she and Yin Hanyu agreed, everything would be simple. Yet, she had forgotten that Yin Hanyu was no ordinary man. "Who are you?" Yin Tianzheng scrutinized Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu proudly embraced Lin Qingyou's shoulders, lifting his chin to declare, "My wife, I ascend, is she beautiful? Mine." Yin Tianzheng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wife? This is my grandfather. Greet him." Yin Hanyu took Lin Qingyou's bags and placed them in the refrigerator. Lin Qingyou promptly greeted, "Hello, grandfather." Yin Tianzheng questioned his own sanity. "No, I am not well. When did you get married?" The elder stared incredulously at Yin Hanyu, who was meticulously organizing Lin Qingyou and Amp, Oppo's groceries in the fridge. Yin Tianzheng wished to dismiss the notion that Yin Hanyu was joking. However, observing the couple in Amp, Oppo's demeanor, they appeared akin to newlyweds sharing a home. Yin Tianzheng, perceptive as ever, noted the domestic arrangements around the house, the pink slippers at the entrance, the pink apron in the kitchen, the various milk, fruits, and snacks in the fridge. Previously, Yin Hanyu's fridge had contained nothing but alcohol and air. The dining table adorned with fresh flowers and a newly changed green tablecloth. Even the curtains had shifted from their previous amber black to a lively hue. Yin Tianzheng trembled with anger, his cane tapping furiously against the floor. "Yin Hanyu, you scoundrel! You got married without informing me? It is my marriage, not yours. Why should I tell you?" Yin Hanyu replied. "Yin Tianzheng. And besides, it's not too late to know now." Yin Hanyu suddenly extended his hand towards the elder. "What do you want?" Yin Tianzheng snapped. Yin Hanyu, with disdain, remarked, "You've grown older without learning basic social etiquette. All these years, and what have you learned? To give red envelopes?" Yin Tianzheng. Lin Qingyou. Her husband was truly audacious. ISN and Amp, Oppo's. It incorrect? The household registration book is still a home. How did you get married? Old Master Yin believes there is still a chance for salvage. Yin Hanyu, are you not aware that nowadays, a household registration book is no longer a requirement for marriage? Old Master Yin. Chapter 53. I will not leave Yin Hanyu. Yin Hanyu, you scoundrel, are you trying to drive me to my grave? The old Master Yin gasped in fury. Yin Ichen hurried over to help him catch his breath. "Grandfather, what's done is done, just accept it. My sister-in-law is truly wonderful." The old Master Yin kicked at Yin Ichen, exclaiming, "Get lost." Yin Ichen. Woe is me. He is but a punching bag, a vessel for frustration. "Come here. I have something to say to you," the old Master Yin said, regaining his composure as he turned his gaze to Lin Qingyou. Just as Lin Qingyou was about to approach, she was pulled back by Yin Hanyu. He shielded her behind him, glaring at the old master. "Grandfather, speak in front of me. If you allow your old eyes to deceive you and utter something unseemly, I shall correct you." The old Master Yin. This wretched child, Yin Ichen. How I wish to be as brave as my brother just once. How can one possess such audacity? Truly, he is my brother. Respect. The old Master Yin fixed a dark gaze upon Lin Qingyou, his aged eyes glinting with a predatory sharpness, reminiscent of a hawk, conveying an intimidating presence. Lin Qingyou met his stare unwaveringly, unyielding and unafraid. After all, had she not faced death once before? What was there to fear? In her previous life, she had encountered the old Master Yin only once. He had commanded her to leave Yin Hanyu. However, she remained unaware of the negotiations that transpired between them afterward. Lin Qingyou understood that Yin Hanyu must have paid a considerable price, for though her family lacked financial woes, they stood feeble before the Yin family, utterly mismatched in status. The Yin family possessed countless companies akin to hers. Yet in this life, she would not allow Yin Hanyu to bear the burden alone. Their union should not rest solely on his shoulders. She too must contribute and strive. Lin Qingyou tightened her grip on Yin Hanyu's hand. Sensing her slight movement, Yin Hanyu mistakenly presumed she was afraid of the old master. Thus, he issued an ultimatum to the old master. "You are not welcome here. Leave at once." You, fine, I shall leave." The old master, incensed, turned and stormed out, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Lin Qingyou, however, dashed after him. Yin Hanyu grasped her arm. "You needn't concern yourself with him." Lin Qingyou momentarily released his hand. "If I do not speak with him today, he will seek me out later. You cannot follow me 24 hours a day." Yin Hanyu asserted, "I can follow you 24 hours a day." Lin Qingyou. Oh, du behavi. She planted a kiss on his cheek, a sweet gesture, before issuing her command. You go wash the vegetables. I will be back shortly. We shall have hot pot for dinner. Fear not. I am prepared, and I have things to discuss with him. Very well. Yin Hanyu nodded helplessly. Just as Lin Qingyou reached the door, he called out hastily, if the old man says anything unpleasant, do not keep it to yourself. Tell me, and I shall defend you. Understood, understood. Lin Qingyou laughed as she dashed outside. She sprinted down to the lobby, and, upon reaching the entrance, she spotted the old master Yin preparing to enter his car not far away. A cadre of solemnly dressed bodyguards encircled him like stars revolving around the moon. Their movements synchronized. Some raised umbrellas to shield him from the rain, while others respectfully bowed, inviting him to enter the vehicle. The custom-built extended Lincoln sedan, parked at the center of the gathering, was particularly striking. Its sleek, black exterior gleamed coldly, resembling a slumbering beast. The understated yet opulent design and the elongated frame exuded an intangible pressure, much like its owner, the old Master Yin. Lin Qingyou could not help but gasp in awe. What a grand spectacle! It was akin to an emperor's procession in ancient times, magnificent and imposing. Indeed, one of such esteemed status as the old Master Yin would never venture out alone. However, he had ascended the stairs by himself, revealing a tenderness for Yin Hanyu. Knowing that his grandson despised disturbances from outsiders and thus refrained from bringing the bodyguards along. Upon noticing Lin Qingyou, the old master was taken aback. He gestured for her to approach, and the imposing bodyguards promptly stepped aside. Lin Qingyou trotted over. Are you not afraid of me? The old master Yin inquired. Lin Qingyou frowned. Why should I be afraid of you? Do you know who I am? The old master pressed. Of course, Lin Qingyou replied. You are Yin Hanyu's grandfather. The old master was momentarily speechless. Then, with a face devoid of visible joy, he addressed Lin Qingyou. Young lady, do you not understand that people often say I am so-and-so? Who is related to Yin Tianzheng and Amp? Amp, Oppos, rather than and Amp. Amp, Oppos. I'm so-and-so and Amp. Amp, Oppos. S relation and Amp. Amp, Oppos. Lin Qingyou instantly grasped the old master and Amp. Amp, Oppos. S implication, yet she remained resolute. However, in my eyes, your identity is solely that of Yin Hanyu's grandfather. If you were not his grandfather, I would not be conversing with you now. The old master Yin. The bodyguards regarded Lin Qingyou with incredulity, as if she were a fool. Did she comprehend the gravity of her words? Yin Tianzheng erupted in laughter, inviting Lin Qingyou into the vehicle. Yet she shook her head in refusal. I must return to prepare the hot pot, so I will not accompany you. Yin Tianzheng. He must have overlooked something today. This scoundrel Yin Hanyu was one thing, but now this girl dared to directly reject him? Then why did you come down? Yin Tianzheng asked, his tone tinged with displeasure. I know you are dissatisfied with me, believing I am unworthy of Yin Hanyu. At least you possess self-awareness. The old master stated. Since you are aware, be sensible and leave on your own accord, lest I be forced to take action. I will not leave Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou declared. You. A flash of anger ignited in Yin Tianzheng and Oppos' hawkish gaze. Young lady, are you provoking me? Not all. Lin Qingyou shook her head. I merely wish to express my determination. Lin Qingyou continued. Today, I clarify this matter with you to prevent any futile efforts in the future. Futile efforts? Yin Tianzheng scoffed. You merely believe my family background is inadequate for Yin Hanyu, hence you wish to find him a more suitable match. Yet, Yin Hanyu has cast aside the Yin family. What need does he have for a woman thrust upon him by the family? You are Yin Hanyu's grandfather? You know him well. If you truly understand him, then you should realize that the more you trouble me, bully me, or express dissatisfaction with me, the more he will cherish, protect, and love me. Thus, rather than creating difficulties for me, why not consider a mutually beneficial collaboration? Chapter 54. The man is not as mysterious and powerful as you think. As soon as old Master Yin departed, Xiao Shui returned. Observing the grand departure of old Master Yin's convoy, she curled her lips in disdain. Aunt, Lin Qingyou immediately approached, linking her arm with Xiao Shui's. You're back. Yet, Xiao Shui and Oppos, attention remained fixated on the receding figure of old Master Yin. Lin Qingyou nudged her. Aunt, what are you looking at? Do you know old Master Yin? Of course I do, Xiao Shui replied. That old fellow is a good friend of your grandfather. Both of them are not exactly virtuous. Lin Qingyou was taken aback. Aunt, your words are quite amusing. They are actually friends? I wasn't an amp, oppose, to you aware of that. Her grandfather had always favored boys over girls and held her in little esteem. Naturally, she reciprocated those feelings. Furthermore, having never visited the Xiao family, she had little knowledge of her grandfather or the Xiao household. Xiao Shui elaborated the Yin family. The Xiao family, the Pei family, and Ming family were once the four prominent families of the capital. However, over a decade ago, the Pei family suddenly collapsed overnight. The Ming family suffered severe repercussions due to their involvement in crime and relocated abroad. Thus, the only true prominent families remaining in the capital are the Yin family and the Xiao family. Although there are countless wealthy individuals in the capital, the Yin and Xiao families represent the epitome of affluence. Nonetheless, as she spoke, Xiao Shui expressed her disdain. Both old men are entrenched in antiquated views and look down upon others. Naturally, only they could be friends. Is he specifically here to see you? Lin Qingyou inquired. Shaking her head, Xiao Shui clarified. Old Master Yin came specifically to see Yin Hanyu. What were you discussing? Xiao Shui inquired with concern. Did he ask you to leave, Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou shook her head once more. Xiao Shui, irritated, pinched Lin Qingyou. Are you hiding this from me too? If he wasn't here to break up your relationship, it would be quite strange. According to that old man's beliefs, if you had grown up in the Xiao family, he might have accepted you. Unfortunately, you did not, so he will certainly disapprove of your relationship with Yin Hanyu. Moreover, Xiao Shui's frustration grew. He currently holds a position akin to that of an emperor. According to their beliefs, even the granddaughter of the Xiao family is unworthy of his grandson. Ah! Lin Qingyou exclaimed, intrigued. Did you not say that the Yin family and the Xiao family were comparable? They were once comparable, but times have changed. Why? As Xiao Shui led Lin Qingyou into the elevator, she waited until they were alone before saying, Do you know who the current president is? Lin Qingyou nodded, yes. Indapos, Lin C. I heard he was less than 30 when he took office, making him the youngest president in the world. Despite his youth, he made significant moves upon taking office, displaying a decisive and iron-handed approach that quickly solidified his position. It's been over a decade since then. However, this president is not like others who are frequently discussed in the news. He is an enigma. Aside from official news broadcasts, even his name is a sensitive and banned term across various platforms and networks. Xiao Shui leaned in closer and whispered to outsiders, Our president's surname is Lin, but in reality, his surname is Yin. He is the youngest son of old Master Yin. What? Lin Qingyou gasped in astonishment. So, old Master Yin is not just an emperor, but a retired emperor. Aunt, how do you know this? Isn't it a secret? Xiao Shui shrugged. He almost became my husband. How could I not know? Lin Qingyou was taken aback. What? Aunt. Lin Qingyou spun around Xiao Shui in excitement. Oh my goodness, Aunt. You almost became the first lady of our country? Xiao Shui raised her chin proudly. Of course. Then why didn't it happen? Lin Qingyou pressed eagerly. This is astonishing news. Xiao Shui and oppose. S expression turned uncomfortable. He simply didn't and oppose. T fancy me and called off the engagement. Lin Qingyou immediately dismissed the rumored president. Humph, what a man with poor taste. Xiao Shui chuckled, ruffling Lin Qingyou and oppose. S hair, love should be mutual. If he didn't and oppose, T like me, he was forthright about it and took the initiative to break off the engagement, accepting all consequences. That shows responsibility. In an amp, oppose, as far better than being forced into marriage due to family ties while harboring no affection, ultimately leading to a life of resentment. True. Lin Qingyou nodded in agreement. But Aunt, it's incredible that you almost became the president's wife. What a remarkable experience. Remarkable? He is not as mysterious or powerful as you think. He is just a man. Xiao Shui reminisced, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. Actually, we were quite well-matched childhood sweethearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged our engagement. But why does he have the surname Lin? It's quite simple, Xiao Shui explained his mother. The matriarch of the Yin family has the surname Lin. He took his mother and Appo's surname. Lin Qingyou was surprised. Is it really that simple? The matriarch of the Yin family, who is also Yin Hanyu and Appo's grandmother, has the surname Lan. Her family is from a prominent third-generation red lineage and has always maintained a low profile. After marrying Old Master Yin, she bore him 3 sons. The eldest is Yin Hanyu's father, Yin Hanyu. The second son is Yin Yichen's father, and Xiao Shui contemptuously mentioned, Yin Haoyang, who is known as the contemporary Duan Zhengchun. Lin Qingyou remarked, contemporary Duan Zhengchun is quite a vivid description. Yin Yichen's father, Yin Haoyang, is notorious for his numerous romantic conquests. However, he is not the type of man who treats women poorly. His ex-girlfriends all speak highly of him and reminisce fondly, many having achieved financial independence and social mobility thanks to him. Nevertheless, to prevent Yin Yichen from following in his father's footsteps, Yin Hanyu is exceptionally strict in his guidance of his younger brother. The youngest son, Xiao Shui shrugged, is our current president, Lan Si. Lin Qingyou, Kuden and Appo's helped but exclaim, no wonder wealthy families favor arranged marriages and seek suitable matches. Indeed, any member of the Yin family is a formidable match. It's no wonder they look down on me. Sweetheart, do not belittle yourself, Xiao Shui chided, giving Lin Qingyou a disapproving look. The Yin family may be powerful and affluent, but we are not lacking either. Xiao Shui added, if Yin Hanyu mishandles family matters and causes you distress, you should promptly end things with him. There are countless men in the world. If one doesn't work out, we can always find another. After all, we are not short on money and have no need to endure such grievances. As soon as Xiao Shui finished speaking, she felt a chilling gaze upon her. Indeed, upon turning around, she found Yin Hanyu staring at her intently. Chapter 55. I want to steal the household registration book to marry my wife. Why are you staring at me? Am I wrong? Xiao Shui spoke very directly. Yin Hanyu, if you fail to handle this properly and let my dear child suffer, I will take Yu away, and you will never find her again. Yin Hanyu immediately grew anxious and fearful, pulling Lin Qingyou closer. Yu, don't go with her. I will manage this. I want to let you go. Lin Qingyou gently caressed Yin Hanyu's face. Don't be afraid, just trust me. However, Yin Hanyu remained unconvinced. During dinner at the hot pot restaurant, he was distracted, needing to use one hand to hold Lin Qingyou while eating. After their meal, when Lin Qingyou said she was going back to sleep across the street, he clung to her tightly. Yu, will you sleep with me tonight? Lin Qingyou chuckled. When I used to sleep here, someone insisted on taking me back in the middle of the night. Yin Hanyu replied awkwardly, because you are restless while sleeping, which gives me reactions. Lin Qingyou was taken aback. I never indicated I was unwilling. If you had a reaction, shouldn't you have kept me here instead of sending me away? Yin Hanyu's ears turned red. I feel it's inappropriate to do anything before marriage. Lin Qingyou sighed. As Yin Shaosan said, you are indeed an old-fashioned person. Yet, she found herself quite fond of this old-fashioned man. She sweetly wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. But we have already been intimate. Yin Hanyu frowned, guilt and tenderness evident in his eyes. That was an accident, not your choice. I owe you for that. Thus, he believed he must be more cautious and respectful moving forward. For men, such encounters may seem trivial, but for women, it involves much more than fleeting pleasure. However, we are not married yet. After all, although he had not broken his promise that day, it was already night, and the Civil Affairs Bureau was closed. In the following days, his leg was injured, and she would not allow him to go out, leaving them still without a marriage certificate. Yin Hanyu continued to hold Lin Qingyou tightly. Just sleep with me. I want to do anything. He was genuinely afraid she might be taken away by her aunt. To reassure her, he swore, I promise it will be just sleeping, not the verb form but the noun. Lin Qingyou was both amused and exasperated. She wanted to express that she truly didn't mind, as in her heart, she had always been his wife, if not in this life, then in the previous one. As they lay in bed, Yin Hanyu held Lin Qingyou tightly. Yu, shall we get our marriage certificate tomorrow? Lin Qingyou played with his fingers, nodding vigorously. Of course. But then she suddenly rolled over onto him. We still need the household registration book. What you mentioned to your grandfather about just needing an ID was merely a proposal. It hasn't been officially implemented yet. Yin Hanyu frowned. His household registration book was at the Yin family residence. Lin Qingyou kissed his forehead. Don't frown. It's okay if we don't get the certificate for now, as we are together. After all, she had yet to fulfill her promise to the old master Yin. Cheer up, smile for me. Lin Qingyou kissed his lips again. Yin Hanyu smiled back at her. Seeing him smile, Lin Qingyou succumbed to sleep in his embrace. Yet, Yin Hanyu found it impossible to sleep. In the dead of night, while Lin Qingyou was fast asleep, he carefully got out of bed. After dressing, he took his car keys and headed to the underground garage. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom sped down the darkened road. At the Yin family's old residence. On a moonless night, the ancient and solemn structure stood quietly in the most prime area of the capital, its vast expanse suggesting a tourist attraction rather than a home. But it belonged solely to the Yin family. By now, the hour had slipped into the depths of night. Yin Hanyu, like a phantom, moved stealthily, choosing not to enter through the grand front door, but rather scaling the high wall with agility, silently infiltrating the premises. He was intimately familiar with the old residence, able to navigate the darkness with precision towards the old Master Yin's study. Along the way, he avoided turning on any lights, relying solely on his memory to reach his destination, the study. Upon entering, he quickly switched on a small flashlight, its weak beam flickering in the shadows. He began to frantically search the study, drawers flung open, documents and items scattered about in his haste. However, as time ticked by, Yin Hanyu scoured the entire study. Yet he could not find what he sought. Could it be locked in the safe? The thought struck him, and he dashed toward the safe's location. Kneeling, he examined it closely, only to be met with a chilling realization. A formidable combination lock stood before him, mocking his efforts. This was the most complex lock imaginable. Just as he furrowed his brow, racking his brain for a solution, the study lights suddenly blazed to life. The intense brightness stung his eyes, and he instinctively shielded them. Once he adjusted to the light, he lowered his arm slowly. Standing at the door was the old Master Yin, his face contorted with anger, flanked by his two sons, Yin Haoding and Yin Haoyang. Even his grandson, Yin Chen, was present. He had been summoned back late at night for one purpose, to inquire about his brother's romantic entanglements. At that moment, the four men, typically at odds, all stared incredulously at the crouched figure of Yin Hanyu, who appeared to be caught red-handed in a rather suspicious act. The tension was palpable. Yin Haoyang broke the silence first. Dear nephew, have you mismanaged the company and resorted to sneaking in to steal from your grandfather's safe? Yin Hanyu, did he think everyone was like him? Yin Haoyang had as many failed businesses as he had romantic liaisons. The old master shot a glare at Yin Haoyang before leaning on his cane and approaching Yin Hanyu. Yin Hanyu quickly rose, overly polite as he assisted the old man. The old master snorted, but couldn't he help a slight smile. Yet, the next moment, he was nearly driven to exasperation by Yin Hanyu's boldness. Grandfather, you came just in time. Please tell me the password. The old master's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? Yin Hanyu shook his head. I'm not talking nonsense. I want to steal the household registration book to marry my wife. The old master, Yin Haoyang. One honest child. He was certainly different. He had been lying since he was 3. Chapter 56. If you protect her again, I will deal with you too. As the dawn broke, Lin Qingyou awoke to find herself alone in bed, a sense of melancholy washing over her. Had Yin Hanyu reacted in the middle of the night and carried her back to his side? However, upon noticing the dark, drab quilt draped over her, she dismissed the thought. Her own bedding was a vibrant, refreshing green. Only Yin Hanyu would wrap himself in such an unappealing coverlet. In recent times, she had revitalized his home, transforming its bleak, minimalist decor into a delightful blend of fresh greens and simplicity. Yet he stubbornly refused to part with that dreary quilt. With a playful huff, Lin Qingyou patted the quilt, declaring, "Little Black, your days are numbered." Not finding Yin Hanyu around the house, she was about to call him when her phone rang. However, the caller ID revealed it was Yin Chen. "Yin Xiao-san, what brings you to call so early?" she inquired. "Sister-in-law, my brother has returned to the Yin family in Appo's ancestral home today due to some matters and one in Appo's TB back. He asked me to inform you," Yin Chen replied. Lin Qingyou furrowed her brow. "Why didn't he tell me himself?" Yin Chen paused, contemplating. "That is a good question. he wondered the same. He said, I cannot lie. Do not wish to deceive Qingyou, and certainly cannot do so to her. Lin Qingyou hung up, dismissing the matter. After all, Yin Hanyu was no pushover, and the old patriarch of the Yin family favored him above all his grandchildren. He would not face any real hardship. After a casual breakfast, Lin Qingyou headed to work, where her mission for the day was to persuade her dear friend Gu Shi to rejoin her. Unfortunately, progress was not as smooth as she had hoped. She clung to Gu Shi's arm, pouting, Shi, just give in to me, will you? Gu Shi poked Lin Qingyou's forehead with her slender finger, retorting, cut the act. I refused to sign. I already paid a penalty to leave. Going back would be like slapping my own face, she insisted. Shi. Lin Qingyou offered her documents. Just take a look at the contract. But Gu Shi ignored the papers, turning her head away. Lin Qingyou sighed. In truth, she had not intervened in the affairs of Xingchen Entertainment, but her inaction had led to regret. At that time, Wang Yalan had just married her father, naturally making Lin Qingyou the favored daughter. The company employees, eager to curry favor, had subtly sided with Lin Qingyou, while she had been preoccupied with Long Yifeng. Gu Shi occasionally confided in her, and she merely offered cursory comfort before mentioning to her father not to show favoritism. Yet, her father's response had been mere words, and the lack of personal oversight had allowed Lin Qingyou to wield her status to undermine Gu Shi. Gu Shi was not one to suffer in silence, and when she decided to make a stand, no one could dissuade her. She preferred to shatter than to compromise. When Gu Shi terminated her contract prematurely, bound by years of obligations to Xingchen Entertainment, she was unable to publicly engage in the industry within the country. Despite this, Gu Shi remained true to her word, retreating from the limelight, and now only occasionally walked the runway abroad, a complete waste of her peak career. In her previous life, Gu Shi's career had never recovered, as beauty was a dime a dozen in the entertainment industry, with new faces emerging every month and year. This time around, Lin Qingyou vowed not to let Gu Shi remain in such a state. Her friend was destined for stardom. Her brilliance should soar. Shi, please, glance over the contract. Lin Qingyou pleaded, almost kneeling before her friend. Reluctantly, Gu Shi opened the document, her eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing the first page. Are you out of your mind? She gasped, reaching out to touch Lin Qingyou's forehead. Lin Qingyou shook her head. No, I'm perfectly fine. Is this a contract? Gu Shi continued flipping through the pages, astonished. Are you actually giving me Xingchen Entertainment? Lin Qingyou beamed, stepping back to massage Gu Shi's shoulders. So, Queen Shi, will you accept my offer? You will be the undisputed queen of Xingchen Entertainment, with first pick of all resources before anyone else can touch them. And, Lin Qingyou raised her hand in a vow. I will be your primary agent and the president of Xingchen Entertainment, ensuring no one dares to undermine you again. And what about Lin Qingqing? Gu Shi inquired, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Isn't she your sister? That was a phrase Lin Qingyou had once uttered in her previous life, when she had felt genuine sympathy for Lin Qingqing, having witnessed her father's abuse firsthand. Lin Qingyou feigned ignorance. My mother only bore one daughter, me. I have no sister. Gu Shi scoffed. Lin Qingyou pressed on. As for Lin Qingqing, I believe there is an artist by that name in our company, but she looks like a mango. My taste does not allow me to promote such a person, so I turned her down. Gu Shi couldn't help but laugh, finally signing her name on the contract with a flourish. But let me make one thing clear. My primary goal upon returning is to deal with Lin Qingqing. If you dare to protect her again, I will take you down with her. Yes, ma'am, Lin Qingyou exclaimed, joyfully linking her arm with Gu Shi's. To celebrate your return, let me treat you to a grand feast. I know a lovely restaurant with exquisite and romantic dishes. Gu Shi quipped, romantic? Are we going on a date? Well, it could be a date. Lin Qingyou replied, striking a playful pose, inviting her friend into a whimsical adventure. However, as soon as they arrived outside the restaurant, Lin Qingyou's playful demeanor with Gu Shi suddenly froze on her face. This was because the table by the window was occupied by none other than the person who had declared that they could not return home earlier that morning, enjoying red wine and Western cuisine in the company of a beautiful woman. Chapter 57. My man is cheated. Noticing that Lin Qingyou and Appo's mood was amiss, Gu Shi hastily inquired, What's wrong, Yu? Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze on the man by the window, her tone laced with menace. My man has cheated. Gu Shi stumbled in shock, nearly losing her balance. Your man? Stammering in disbelief, Gu Shi looked at Lin Qingyou. You, when did you even have a man? Lin Qingyou's eyes narrowed dangerously as she continued to glare at the figure outside. She, at this moment, the focus is not on the man, but on the infidelity. Gu Shi. No, it's not infidelity. It's about dealing with a man who has cheated. The seething anger within Lin Qingyou was nearly uncontrollable. Gu Shi swallowed hard and followed Lin Qingyou's line of sight. At first glance, she could only see the back of a man's head and his profile. While the man's profile was sculpted to perfection, Gu Shi did not immediately recognize him as Yin Hanyu, due to his drastically different attire. Currently, the man by the window wore a striking red leather outfit, resembling a flamboyant rogue, whereas Yin Hanyu was typically seen in sharp, tailored suits as the aloof, domineering CEO. Thus, Gu Shi failed to connect the man before her with Yin Hanyu. However, Lin Qingyou was exceedingly certain she would recognize that scoundrel even if he turned to ash, let alone merely don a different guise. Gu Shi looked again. The man seemed to say something that left the girl across from him visibly shaken. Suddenly, she received a phone call and hurriedly fled through the back door of the restaurant. Gu Shi focused intently and confirmed. It was indeed Yin Hanyu. Good heavens! Had he lost his mind? Or was he possessed by something? Why on earth was he dressed like that? Clad in red leather. He looked utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Gu Shi was convinced that Yin Hanyu must have been possessed by some unsavory spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyou had already entered through the revolving door, pulling out her phone to call Yin Hanyu. Upon receiving the call, Yin Hanyu was startled upon seeing her name flash on the screen. Instantly, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. For reasons unknown, he suddenly had the inexplicable intuition that he was being watched. Yet when he glanced outside, the view was desolate, not a soul in sight, not even a dog or a bird. Thus, he answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Lin Qingyou's voice rang through. Darling, where are you right now? Yin Hanyu's heart raced with trepidation. He steeled himself and replied, I'm at the Yin family estate. My grandfather needs to see me about something. Is that so? Lin Qingyou elongated her tone. Is it important? You? If not, I'll hang up. He had another engagement, and he needed to change outfits. If he was late, the old man would have something to say. All right, go ahead and hang up. Before he could react, Lin Qingyou had already ended the call. Her flip phone snapped shut with a sound that startled Gu Shi, who silently burned a candle for Yin Hanyu. Yet, Yin Hanyu remained oblivious to the imminent danger as his phone rang again. It was Yin Chen calling. Brother, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. The girl has been waiting for you for nearly an hour. Got it. I'm on my way. As Yin Hanyu stood up and raised his head, he saw Lin Qingyou, her expression a mix of amusement and reproach. Lin Qingyou stepped closer to him. Baby, weren't you at the Yin family estate? How come I didn't know it had turned into a Western restaurant? Yin Hanyu. He wished he could claim he had sleepwalked out. Could he pretend to faint for a moment? Should he say he wasn't Yin Hanyu, that she had mistaken him for someone else? Or perhaps claim he was experiencing a split personality? Oh heavens, Yin Hanyu, have never believed in deities or Buddhas. But at this moment, if you could tell me what to do, I wouldn't mind praying to you. About please bless me. I can. Explain. Yin Hanyu stuttered. I don't want to hear it. Lin Qingyou covered her head and ears, resembling a character from a melodramatic romance. As Yin Hanyu reached out, Lin Qingyou delivered a punch to his stomach. With a fierce roar, she demanded, explain. Immediately, Yin Hanyu grimaced in pain, clutching his abdomen. I was out for a blind date. Lin Qingyou. Gu Shi. How refreshingly honest. Yet, he had dressed like this for a blind date? No wonder the girl had hurriedly fled upon receiving a call. Surely, it was a call from someone else. The girl appeared gentle and refined, while Yin Hanyu looked like a gaudy, flamboyant rogue. Lin Qingyou squinted and noticed he even wore sultry smoky eye makeup. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly, though she maintained an angry facade because Yin Hanyu had lied to her. A blind date? You have me, yet you still go on blind dates? Lin Qingyou pointed at herself. Yin Hanyu, it's been a while since I last hit you. Are you itching for it? Yin Hanyu. That was precisely why he had sneaked out. Ah, how embarrassing. This makes me look like a scoundrel. Yin Hanyu hurriedly explained. I failed to sneak out the household registration book from the Yin family estate last night. What on earth? Stealing the household registration book? What on earth? Stealing the household registration book? Lin Qingyou and Gu Shi exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Yin Hanyu. How could Yin Hanyu be associated with the act of theft? Gu Shi couldn't help but give Lin Qingyou a thumbs up. You're incredible. You really know how to tame your man. Lin Qingyou shook her head vigorously. It has nothing to do with me. I truly had no idea. She couldn't fathom that Yin Hanyu had been attempting to steal the household registration book from the Yin family estate. What was going through his mind? This did not align with his character. Failed. And then what? Lin Qingyou reached out and wiped away the smoky makeup on Yin Hanyu's face. Surprisingly, he looked quite handsome with the makeup. The striking features of a ruggedly handsome man easily pulled off the sultry look. It wasn't bizarre at all. Rather, it was rather charming, though it was vastly different from his usual style. Then the old man said if I went out to meet the girls he had chosen, he would give me the household registration book. Each of those girls was meticulously selected by my grandmother and uncle, all from prestigious backgrounds. If I refused to meet them, it would put my grandmother in a difficult position. However, I only agreed to meet. I didn't promise to do so properly. How I met them was up to me, and within just half a day, I've already scared off several. Chapter 58. I will not tear you apart. But I wish to join you. Yin Hanyu's outfit made Lin Qingyou unable to suppress her laughter. How could you scare the poor girl like that? She ran away faster than a rabbit. Yin Hanyu replied. Though her family is quite influential, her brother is notorious for being a spoiled second-generation rich kid who has been reckless since childhood. The person she despises most in this world is someone like her brother. He glanced disdainfully at himself. I merely imitated that insufferable brother of hers. Lin Qingyou quipped, aren't you being a bit harsh? She playfully gave Yin Hanyu a light shove. Although it was a bit excessive, the effect was remarkable. Since it was a blind date, a poor first impression would preclude any future opportunities, he explained. Crossing her arms, Lin Qingyou gazed at him intently. I just overheard your phone call. Is there more to come? Yin Hanyu, feeling a bit bashful, nodded and said, there are 2 more. I scared off 4 already. Lin Qingyou and Gu Shi exchanged glances, both stifling laughter. Are you still going? Lin Qingyou inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Do you want the honest answer? He asked. She raised an eyebrow, of course. Then yes, he replied. You've got guts, Lin Qingyou remarked with a wry smile. Yin Hanyu immediately grasped her hand. Once I finish this, I can fulfill my grandfather's wishes and obtain the household register, allowing us to get married. Therefore, he was determined not to abandon the task halfway. Having already dealt with 4, what was there to fear from the remaining 2? Lin Qingyou linked her arm with his. Then I shall accompany you. Yin Hanyu was taken aback. Lin Qingyou narrowed her eyes dangerously. What? Are you afraid? Concerned that others will discover I am Oppose. Your girlfriend? I can't believe you would say that. Yin Hanyu admitted, I actually wanted you to join me, but I thought it might make you uncomfortable. So I figured it was better to handle it alone. She only needed to be his wife and not deal with these trivial matters. What is uncomfortable is your secrecy. Not telling me led to misunderstandings, which made me uneasy. Now that you and Oppose, V clarified, I and Oppose, am no longer troubled. Moreover, Lin Qingyou tightened her grip on his hand. Our relationship is a shared affair. It's not solely your responsibility. We should face and resolve it together. Yin Hanyu nodded earnestly. All right, let us proceed to the next one. At the Greenlight Western Restaurant, Yin Chen was locked in a staring contest with an adorably cute girl dressed in a pink princess dress. The girl, with her large, enchanting eyes and doll-like features, was a vision of innocence, her skin a rosy hue. As she scrutinized him from all angles, Yin Chen began to feel slightly uncomfortable. He feigned a cough. Why are you staring at me? The pink-clad girl replied, I noticed you look quite decent. Decent? Yin Chen erupted. What do you mean by that? The girl blinked innocently. It means you look quite decent. Is that hard to understand? He pointed at his own face. You dare to say that my stunning visage is merely decent. Do you even comprehend what that means? She gazed at him in surprise, as if she had just made a groundbreaking discovery. Are you a phosphorus personality type? Oh my, how coincidental. My idol is also a phosphorus type. Yin Chen frowned. What on earth is that? The girl explained, it means someone like you, highly flammable and explosive, ready to ignite at any moment. Yin Chen jumped up in outrage. Who is flammable and explosive? Who is prone to explode? Exactly, the girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. You're just like my idol, so amusing. I really like him. She then eagerly suggested, why Don and Amp? Amp, Oppos, T you go on a blind date with me? We need an Amp. Amp, Oppos, T wait for your brother. Yin Chen was speechless. The girl wasted no time in introducing herself. My name is Kerr, from the Yin family. I am 20 years and 6 months old, she proudly stated, before mentioning her height and, with a hint of disappointment, her developing figure. Yin Chen interjected, how does one grow? Like a dumpling turning into a large bun? Just then, Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou strolled in hand. Upon seeing them, Yin Chen felt a surge of guilt. Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou exchanged perplexed glances, both equally bewildered. In the next moment, Yin Chen burst out, brother, I am so sorry. Yin Hanyu frowned. Yin Xiaosan, what madness are you up to now? Yin Chen, filled with guilt and anxiety, exclaimed, brother, it was not my intention to steal a woman from you. Alas, my charm is too great. I am helpless. Yin Hanyu remained silent, while Lin Qingyou simply stared in disbelief. This was no ordinary outburst. It was sheer lunacy. And Kutter suddenly leaped in front of Yin Hanyu. Are you the Yin Hanyu I am supposed to go on a blind date with? He nodded, his brow furrowing. His grandmother certainly had peculiar tastes. This girl hardly seemed of age. As Kutter circled around him, Yin Hanyu had reverted to his usual charismatic self, exuding charm. On their way here, Lin Qingyou had advised him against scaring the girl. They could simply be candid. Those who could understand would, and those who could not, she would not force to comply. And Kutter concluded, you are truly handsome. Lin Qingyou smiled. You are absolutely adorable. The girl was indeed charming, a delight to behold. And Kutter and Oppos, then looked at Lin Qingyou and Oppos. S hand intertwined with Yin Hanyu and Oppos. S, you are a couple. Yin Hanyu was about to speak, but Kutter quickly raised her hand to halt him and took 2 steps back. You need not say anything. I understand. You must be the star-crossed prince and Cinderella, separated by cruel parents. Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou exchanged another glance, simultaneously nodding and shaking their heads. No need to explain or deny. I get it, I understand. And Kutter, suddenly filled with sympathy, took Lin Qingyou's hand. Pretty sister, do not worry. I am not the wicked second female lead. I will not tear you apart, but I wish to join you. Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu, and Yin Chen were all left in a state of shock. What did that even mean? What was she implying? Chapter 59. The charm of addressing a man as Brother How, would you like to join us? Lin Qingyou inquired with a playful smile. And Kutter scratched her head awkwardly, realizing her words had been ambiguous. I didn't mean to join your romantic circle. I'm not a scheming green tea BTCH. I want to be a mistress. Lin Qingyou chuckled softly. This girl is truly adorable. She teased Yin Chen, you might not want to be a mistress, but we do have one in our family. Don't you fancy her? Yin Chen retorted angrily. He is not a mistress. And Kutter tilted her head in disbelief. You're a mistress? Yin Chen exclaimed, he is not a mistress. Lin Qingyou gently patted Yin Chen's shoulder. He is our family's 3rd young master. We affectionately call him Little 3. And Kutter nodded in sudden understanding. Oh, I think I get it now. Yin Chen interjected. You don't understand anything. He is not a mistress. And Kutter immediately linked her arm with Yin Chen's Little 3 brother. Can we take a photo together? Yin Chen glared at her. What do you mean, Little 3 brother? I'm not a mistress. Well then, Ku and Oppos instantly switched her address. Chen brother? Morning brother? Chen brother, is that all right? Yin Chen's cheeks inexplicably flushed. Lin Qingyou observed his reaction and couldn't help but ponder whether all men enjoy being called brother by girls. Is it really that simple to win over Yin Chen with just a couple of brotherly calls? Lin Qingyou asked in Ku and Oppos. Why do you want to take a photo? And Kutter expressed a hint of frustration. I originally wanted to take a picture with Chen brother's older brother, but since he has a girlfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate. Chen brother's older brother? The girlfriend of Chen brother's older brother? Lin Qingyou glanced at Yin Hanyu and then at herself. realizing they were indeed referring to the two of them. I was only compelled to come out for a blind date. And Kuinapos retrieved a camera from her bag. Look, I even brought my camera because I have a task to complete. Oh, Lin Qingyou instantly comprehended. She turned her gaze towards Yin. After all, they were both affluent young masters from the Yin family. Without Yin Hanyu, there was still Yin. Upon returning, they could merely inform the adults that they were exploring, thus enjoying a long period of peace. Yin Hanyu looked at Yin. Go take a picture with her. Yin opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Yin Hanyu's piercing gaze, he obediently approached Enku and Apos, to take a photo. Enku and Apos excitedly handed her camera to Lin Qingyou. Pretty sister, please take our picture. Make sure to capture me looking beautiful. With that, Enku happily linked her arm with Yin-chen's and playfully flashed a peace sign. Yin-chen, however, appeared rather nonchalant. When it came to photography, Lin Qingyou was quite adept, having studied it in college. Her first instinct was to adjust the pixel settings and focus. Just as she was about to take the shot, she suddenly froze. Yin Hanyu immediately sensed her change in demeanor. What's wrong? Lin Qingyou pointed at the photo on Enku's camera. Isn't this the food plaza you visited that day? Upon closer inspection, Yin Hanyu confirmed it was indeed the same place. His brakes had been tampered with while he was at the food plaza. Though he had suspects regarding his accident, he lacked concrete evidence. Recently, Su had been scouring the surveillance around the food plaza, but coincidentally, the cameras where he parked were malfunctioning. Moreover, his dashcam had been sabotaged as well. Consequently, he could find no evidence related to his accident. This is the food plaza across from our school. I often enjoy eating there and taking photos. The pictures and videos capture my daily life. Lin Qingyou eagerly asked, can we take a look? Of course. And Kuter was more than happy to share. Look, this is Odin. The Odin from across our school is delicious. Lin Qingyou turned to Yin Hanyu, fully confident it was the same place, as he had purchased Odin from there that day. Yin Hanyu swiftly grabbed the camera, flipping through the images. And Kuer's big eyes were filled with curiosity. As was Yin-chen's, Lin Qingyou explained, Yin Hanyu's brakes were tampered with at that moment. However, the perpetrator had planned ahead, damaging the nearby surveillance and his dashcam. And Kuer was aware of Yin Hanyu's accident, so she swiftly understood, you think I might have inadvertently captured something useful. Lin Qingyou nodded, because the timing of your Odin photos coincided with Yin Hanyu's visit that day. Then you all should check quickly. I took a lot of pictures. I captured everything I saw. Lin Qingyou nodded enthusiastically, but soon felt disheartened. Although the photos were from the same location, everyone appeared to be going about their business, showing no suspicious individuals. Yet Enkuer suddenly encouraged, don't be discouraged. It's fine if I didn't capture anything. Many others have taken pictures too. Many others? Yin Hanyu queried, confused. Enkuer replied, our university recently hosted an event encouraging students to film promotional videos for the school, so students have been snapping photos nearby nonstop. The food plaza is right across from our university, a place we pass through daily. With the ongoing filming event, students are spending hours there taking pictures. Enkuer then held up 3 fingers. Our university has over 30,000 students. Even if only a fraction participates, there are likely thousands involved. Thus, it's quite possible they captured something significant. Yin Hanyu immediately turned to Yin-chen. You go handle it. Yin-chen nodded, suddenly filled with determination. For his brother's sake, he was energized. He instantly grabbed Enku and dashed off. Why are you pulling me? I didn't capture anything. Go to your school and give me the list of students involved in the event. Why should I listen to you? Enku retorted, crossing her arms. Yin-chen pressed. What will it take for you to listen to me? Enku grinned mischievously. I only listen to my boyfriend. If you become my boyfriend, I'll listen to you. Yin-chen. Is she really interested in him? Is he truly that charming? Enku continued. If you approach them directly, they might ignore you since you're a stranger to them. But I'm different. I'm well-liked. Yin-chen conceded. Fine. I'll reluctantly be your boyfriend for a month. Brother, remember my noble sacrifice. Chapter 60. Who is the culprit? This method requires considerable effort, yet its effectiveness is astonishingly remarkable. Early the next morning, Yin-chen brought forth good news. Although he had endured a day and night without rest, his eyes bloodshot, He radiated excitement. Brother, brother, good news, good news. I found it, I found it. Yin Qingyou returned with several cameras, having developed the photos within them. While each individual image might not have been particularly telling, when pieced together, the narrative became crystal clear. Some photos captured a sanitation worker sweeping the area near Yin Hanyu's parked car, while others depicted the same worker setting aside his broom. Additional images showed him furtively glancing around Yin Hanyu's vehicle. And one camera even captured him drawing a small knife, its blade strikingly similar to the one that had severed Yin Hanyu's brake line. The assembled evidence rendered the truth unmistakable. Lin Qingyou clenched her fists, realizing the meticulous planning behind this scheme. Employing a sanitation worker, a figure so commonplace on the streets that he would hardly draw attention. Even if he were to act suspiciously, passers-by would merely assume he was tending to the litter. Before long, Suwen brought the sanitation worker before them. His name was Li Shan, a man in his 50s. Yet his hair was already graying, and he appeared frail and weary, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Who instructed you? Lin Qingyou's fist tightened, her gaze seething with anger directed at Li Shan. The mere thought of Yin Hanyu nearly losing his life in that accident filled her with dread. Though he had miraculously returned, the suffering he endured haunted her. Don't think that your silence will save you. Yin Qingyou kicked Li Shan. I have ways to make you talk. I don't understand what you're saying. Li Shan replied with a blank expression, though his body was tense. Lin Qingyou began slapping the photos against his face, demanding, now, do you dare to argue? Do you still wish to deny it? Seeing the images, Li Shan's face drained of color. Hadn't that person claimed all nearby surveillance had been disabled, ensuring they would not be discovered? Why were there so many photos? Lin Qingyou discerned his thoughts immediately and provocatively remarked, Fool, do you genuinely believe that remaining silent will shield you? They intend to make you the scapegoat. And no, it can't be, Li Shan stammered, shaking his head in despair. Can't it? Lin Qingyou pressed on, look at these photos. Did they not assure you that you would remain undetected? That they had destroyed the surveillance? Li Shan nodded reluctantly. Yet these photos capture you unmistakably, she continued, pressing her advantage. If they truly wish to protect you, would we possess these images? Li Shan's defenses crumbled. His fearful eyes now reflected helplessness and despair. Fool, examine these photos closely. Behold your crimes. Protect you? Who do you think you are? You are merely the instrument of murder. Once they have used you, they will discard you without a second thought. No. Li Shan's panic escalated. What have you done to my son? You can't harm him. He is my lifeline. Lifeline? Lin Qingyou struck Li Shan with an open palm. Your son is precious, yet you sought to kill Yin Hanyu, who is also someone else's son. Your son is your lifeline? Yin Hanyu is equally mine. If your lifeline is untouchable, does that mean mine is fair game? Yin Hanyu, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, now bore a smirk, his eyes glinting with a sense of satisfaction, as if he were the beneficiary rather than the victim. Yin Qingyou and Suwen exchanged disdainful glances. This love-struck fool was beyond saving. Furthermore, Lin Qingyou continued, we haven't harmed him. However, your son is currently preparing for a civil service exam. Do you think he can focus knowing his father is a murderer? Li Shan's face turned ashen, panic overtaking him as he trembled. It has nothing to do with my son. Spare him. You are the one endangering your son. He is on the verge of graduating university. You have endured hardship, yet at this critical juncture, you have chosen to become a murderer. Who is truly seeking to ruin your son? Li Shan cradled his head in anguish. I'm sorry. I am truly out of options. In that moment, Yin Hanyu's expression darkened as he advanced towards Li Shan, each step imbued with an invisible pressure. You. Li Shan's face turned pale with terror, his body quaking involuntarily, retreating helplessly. Do not attempt to evade responsibility. Yin Hanyu interrupted, producing a gleaming knife in his hand. He dexterously twirled the blade between his fingers, its sharp edge glinting ominously, instilling a profound sense of dread. Since you dared to attempt my life, you must be aware of what you have set in motion. Thus, I see no need for formal introductions. However, there is one thing they surely have not disclosed to you. Yin Hanyu stated coldly, I began taking lives at the age of 9. Lin Qingyou gasped, recalling that age as the moment Yin Hanyu had departed from her life. What had transpired back then? As he spoke, Yin Hanyu thrust the knife against Li Shan's cheek, the chilling sensation coursing through him, rendering him as if trapped in an icy abyss, paralyzed by fear. "Killing someone like you would merely sully my blade," he remarked with a cruel smile. "However, your son, being in the bloom of youth, might provide a fresh crimson hue to my knife." Horrified, Li Shan felt sweat bead on his forehead as he fixated on the whirling knife. Its glint akin to the fangs of a demon, threatening to claim his life, or rather, his son and Appo's. Overwhelmed by terror, Li Shan and Appo's legs buckled. Yet he fought to remain upright, repeatedly bowing in supplication. "Please spare my son. I will tell you everything. I will reveal all." Yet Yin Hanyu remained unmoved, the anticipated revelation leaving him more discontented than surprised. In the late hours of the night, Yin Hanyu remained seated in his study, refraining from seeking immediate retribution against the culprit. However, upon learning the identity of the instigator, Mingyu was the first to reveal an expression of hurt and sorrow on her face, a sight that Lin Qingyou had never witnessed before. In a fit of anger, she stormed out, and by the time Lin Qingyou pursued her, she had already vanished into the night in her car. Chapter 61. If you have the ability, just strangle me. Lin Qingyou pushed the door open and, after a moment's hesitation, directly inquired of Yin Hanyu, "Who is Xian that Li Shan mentioned?" Yin Hanyu raised his gaze towards Lin Qingyou, the depth and complexity in his eyes now absent. "My younger brother." Lin Qingyou was taken aback. "Your brother? You have a brother?" Yin Hanyu drew her into his embrace. "You constantly refer to Yin as Yin the Third, which naturally implies that I have an elder brother." "Oh." Lin Qingyou absent-mindedly tapped her forehead. Yin Hanyu was the eldest, Yin was the third. Thus the Yin family must have a second brother. However, the second young master of the Yin family had been frail since childhood, living a reclusive life, unseen by outsiders, with even his name a mystery. Among the three brothers, Yin was the most renowned, not only due to his management of a flourishing entertainment company that kept him in the limelight with top-tier celebrities, but also because of his father's considerable influence in the affluent circles of Beijing. In truth, the most ineffectual among the Yin family were Yin Haoyang and Yin Chen, the father-son duo. The true enigma and strength of the Yin family were known only to outsiders, such as Lan Si and Yin Xuan. One had ascended to the presidency, while the other was the current core heir of the Yin family. After all, Yin Hanyu had not grown up within the Yin family. It was only natural for Yin Xuan to have been groomed as an heir from a young age. Yin Hanyu remarked, "If we were to discuss blood relations, he and I are the closest, for we share the same father." "Same father, different mother?" Lin Qingyou furrowed her brow. "Then why would he attempt to kill you? What a disgraceful brother, not at all like Yin the Third." Yin Hanyu chuckled lightly. "Yin the Third is indeed rather obedient." "Are you still laughing?" Lin Qingyou playfully smacked his arm, then clutched him tightly in a moment of dread. Although she had never encountered Yin Xuan, the gravity of Yin Hanyu's recent accident made it clear that Yin Xuan was a meticulous and ruthless individual. It was utterly despicable for him to lay such harm upon his own brother. Suddenly, Lin Qingyou fixed her gaze on Yin Hanyu. "Why don't you confront him? You're not the type to endure such grievances." Yin Hanyu sighed. "Let it go this time. Consider it as if it never occurred." "What?" Lin Qingyou was instantly incensed. "How can that be? He attempted to kill you." She angrily kicked the table. "Yin Hanyu, when did you become so easygoing and accommodating? You have always repaid enmities. You don't even regard the old master Yin Tianzheng, yet you allow your second brother to trample on you?" Yin Hanyu pulled the irate girl into his embrace. "Calm down. If you get upset, it will harm my wife's health, and I would have to settle the score with you. Don't come to me with that." Lin Qingyou shot him a reproachful glance. "Someone wants to kill my husband, yet my husband remains indifferent. Who will compensate for my husband? Who should I hold accountable? Yin Hanyu. This little one truly knows how to draw parallels." He buried his head against Lin Qingyou's chest, speaking in a muffled tone. "I promise this will be the last time. In the past, I genuinely did not care for my own life or death. But now I shall not allow it." Yin Hanyu tightened his embrace even further, declaring, "From now on, I will ensure my own safety for you. However, I have previously harmed him, so consider this a form of retribution." Lin Qingyou and Appo's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Garden. A sleek black sports car screeched to a halt. The door swung open, and Mingyu stormed out in a fury. Before she could utter a word, a figure dashed towards the study like the wind. Second young master, Miss Ming is here to see you. The newcomer was breathless, yet visibly excited. As Yin Yishuan, who was occupied with paperwork in the study, heard this news, the documents in his hands fell to the floor with a clatter, as if he had lost control. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. However, this exhilaration vanished in an instant, as if swept away by a cold gust, swiftly replaced by his characteristic icy demeanor. Where is she? Yin Yishuan's voice was low and frigid, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Before he had even finished speaking, he was already striding out of the study. Traversing the lengthy corridor, Yin Yishuan reached the staircase, just as Mingyu prepared to ascend. Their gazes met, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Mingyu, clad in a fitted black satin dress, resembled a blooming black rose, mysterious and perilous. Her beautiful visage remained as captivating as ever. Meanwhile, Yin Yishuan, dressed in a dark suit, stood tall and imposing, his handsome features marred by a cold expression. He fixated on Mingyu, his deep-set eyes swirling with complex emotions that were difficult to decipher. What brings you here? Ultimately, it was Yin Yishuan who broke the silence. Yet the response was not words, but rather a sharp, resounding slap from Mingyu. The sound echoed. Her strike was swift and fierce, leaving Yin Yishuan no time to evade, nor would he have thought to. The blow landed squarely on his chiseled cheek, the force causing his head to jerk to the side, strands of hair flying in the aftermath. Yin Yishuan slowly turned his head, gingerly probing the stinging pain on his jaw with his tongue. The next moment, a sinister smile crept across his lips, brimming with malice and bitterness. Oh, after such a long time apart, you miss me so dearly. But before he could finish, Mingyu's second slap came crashing down. Once again, the sound resonated, this time with even greater force. Why did you attack Yin Hanyu? He is your brother. Yin Yishuan felt a buzzing in his head, stars exploding before his eyes. Yet he only laughed more wildly. Ha 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 ha. After a bout of manic laughter, Yin Yishuan fixed his gaze upon Mingyu. Gritting his teeth, my brother. His expression darkened, as if it could drip water. He approached Mingyu step by step, each stride feeling like a weight upon her heart. His eyes, filled with ferocity and rage, locked onto the woman before him as he hissed. So it is indeed because of Yin Hanyu? His tone was devoid of warmth. It makes sense from the very beginning. Your interest in me was solely due to Yin Hanyu. Yin Yishuan chuckled bitterly. You should apologize to Yin Hanyu. Apologize? Yin Yishuan's gaze sharpened with cold intensity. Mingyu, do you truly believe I would allow you to manipulate me? Yin Yishuan's eyes widened in fury, nearly spilling over with wrath. Mingyu, you don't still think that I love you, do you? As he uttered the final words, his voice was low, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Isn't it? At this, Yin Yishuan's eyes narrowed sharply, a fierce killing intent igniting within him. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, gripping Mingyu and Appo's slender neck with iron-like force. Yet, in the face of Yin Yishuan and Appo's sudden assault, Mingyu showed no sign of retreat, nor a hint of fear. On the contrary, she slowly lifted her head, raising her beautiful, fair swan neck high, resembling a poppy flower blooming on the edge of a cliff, tragically defiant and inherently toxic. Mingyu's actions seemed to be a deliberate provocation towards Yin Yishuan, as if she silently challenged him, if you dare, strangle me. Witnessing Mingyu's reaction, Yin Yishuan's heart trembled involuntarily. For reasons unknown, upon meeting her clear, yet resolute gaze, he found himself unconsciously loosening his grip. It was as if he had been scalded, swiftly withdrawing his hand and retreating 2 steps, his face betraying an unmistakable fear and regret. Chapter 62. What are you? Do you even deserve to kill him? Upon witnessing Yin Yishuan's expression, Mingyu was about to speak when a servant hurriedly entered. Second young master, Lung Yifeng is outside and requests an urgent audience with you. Lung Yifeng? Both Mingyu and Yin Yishuan were momentarily taken aback, and then Mingyu swiftly turned and ascended the stairs into a room. She appeared exceptionally familiar with the place, as the servants treated her with utmost respect. Yin Yishuan glanced up at the direction Ming Yu had vanished before, instructing a servant to invite Lung Yifeng in. Second young master, it has been a while. Lung Yifeng greeted Yin Yishuan with warmth. In contrast, Yin Yishuan remained as indifferent as ever, merely gesturing for him to take a seat. As Lung Yifeng sat down, he refrained from addressing the purpose of his visit directly, instead feigning casual interest in the design and decor of the garden. Have you not returned to the Yin family's old residence? This place is remarkably unique. Could you introduce me to the designer? However, Yin Yishuan clearly lacked the time and patience for such small talk. If you have something to say, just say it. I have matters to attend to, she coldly replied, her gaze frequently drifting towards the stairs where Ming Yu had disappeared. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Lung Yifeng's face, though he quickly masked it. Since you're being so direct, I shall not beat around the bush, he said, his expression turning serious as he uttered two words, Li Shan. Lung Yifeng had anticipated seeing guilt or fear on Yin Yishuan's face, considering that the Yin family had abhorred any discord among the brothers, particularly the notion of fratricide. The relationships among the Yin brothers had always been harmonious. Yin Haoding and Yin Haoyang had been close since childhood, and the same was true for Yin Yishuan and Yin Yicheng. As for Yin Hanyu and Yin Yicheng, their bond was even closer, akin to two peas in a pod. However, the father-son relationship within the Yin family served as a cautionary tale. Hence, if news of Yin Yishuan's assassination attempt on Yin Hanyu reached the family patriarch, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, at that moment, Yin Yishuan's expression remained inscrutable. Lung Yifeng continued, regarding Yin Hanyu's car accident, you cannot be uninvolved, can you? And if I am? Yin Yishuan inquired nonchalantly. You have taken Li Shan. Do you intend to use him as leverage against me? Not at all, Lung Yifeng replied. As a gesture of goodwill for our meeting today, I have discreetly dealt with Li Shan for you. What did you say? Yin Yishuan's expression shifted dramatically as she stood in fury, staring incredulously at Lung Yifeng. This man was even more ruthless than she had imagined. She had never contemplated Li Shan's death. Even knowing he had been taken by Yin Hanyu's people, she had never considered resorting to murder. She had nothing to hide regarding her intention to eliminate Yin Hanyu. His death would be ideal. Yet, Yin Yishuan's gaze returned to the upper floor. Had she not achieved her objective? Unbeknownst to Lung Yifeng, who remained oblivious to Yin Yishuan and Apos. As thoughts, he continued to delude himself into believing he had the upper hand. If I had not handled Li Shan, and Yin Hanyu brought him before the family patriarch, your already precarious position as the heir would be utterly compromised. Yin Yishuan and Apos, S hands clenched in a fist at her sides. Lung Yifeng scrutinized her expression, satisfied with her reaction, and leisurely adjusted his attire before rising. Second young master, Li Shan is a gift from me to you. Let's collaborate. Collaborate? Yin Yishuan regarded him with disdain. When did I ever agree to collaborate with you? Lung Yifeng's expression shifted abruptly. What do you mean? Yin Yishuan replied, the literal meaning. Lung Yifeng, mistakenly believing that Yin Yishuan felt his sincerity was lacking, had shared a secret that would allow her to leverage it against him, intending to demonstrate his commitment. After all, he possessed Li Shan as a potential bargaining chip, which could easily sow doubt in his mind. Thus, he confided, to be honest, I had also planned to eliminate Yin Hanyu that day. However, you acted first. What did you say? Yin Yishuan's expression darkened, her deep-set eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Enraged, she raised her foot and ruthlessly kicked towards Lung Yifeng. What are you? Do you even deserve to kill him? Chapter 63. Indeed, the heart of a woman is most poisonous. Yin Yishuan's movement was too swift. Lung Yifeng had not anticipated this sudden action and was forcefully kicked to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. His eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, a powerful hand seized his tie, yanking him up as though he were a mere chick. You! Lung Yifeng shouted in frustration, but his words were abruptly silenced by a punch. Yin Yishuan's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without uttering another word, he swung his fist directly at Lung Yifeng's face. Bang! The force of Yin Yishuan's punch struck Lin Yifeng squarely on the cheek, leaving his head ringing and stars dancing before his eyes. Yet, Yin Yishuan was far from finished. He followed up with another heavy blow. Puff! This time, Lin Yifeng could no longer endure such fierce onslaughts, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him, splattering onto the ground in a shocking crimson pool. Only then did Yin Yishuan reluctantly ease his assault. Lin Yifeng, remember this. Yin Hanyu is not someone you can touch. If there is a next time, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Yin Yishuan ground his teeth as he spoke, each word laced with chilling menace and unrestrained hostility. Hearing this threatening declaration and witnessing Yin Yishuan's wrath, Lin Yifeng felt a surge of terror within him. Yet he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, his gaze filled with malice and venom as he fixed it upon Yin Yishuan. You will regret this, Yin Yishuan. One day, you will rue all that you have done today. Is that so? Yin Yishuan retorted with a cold laugh, unafraid as he met Lin Yifeng's glare. Then let us wait and see who ends up regretting in the end. With that, he forcefully tossed aside the tie he grasped and ascended the staircase, leaving Lin Yifeng slumped on the ground, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes betraying profound resentment and unwillingness. Upon reaching the staircase, Yin Yishuan paused. Butler Yin, see him out. When he arrived at the door of Mingyu and Appo's room, Yin Yishuan raised his hand, preparing to knock. Yet hesitation gripped him, and he lowered his hand. He turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he found himself returning. He extended his hand once more, only to halt just before his knuckles could touch the door. He stood outside the door for a moment, contemplating whether to turn away again. Yet in the next instant, he chose to push the door open. This is his home, his room. Why should he cower and hesitate? However, upon entering, Yin Yishuan was left dumbfounded. He had deliberated for ages outside, crafting countless drafts in his mind. Should he apologize first? Or should he mention that Yin Hanyu had another woman outside? If he did, he might feel relieved. But what if she cried? He dreaded her tears. He had no idea how to console her. Nor could he even if he tried. Moreover, if she cried for Yin Hanyu, why should he comfort her? Yet, if he did not, what could he do? Insult her? That would only infuriate her further, and the one who would ultimately suffer would be him. Yin Yishuan was utterly vexed. In a fit of anger, he pushed open the door. To his surprise, he saw Mingyu fast asleep on the bed. She was genuinely asleep, not pretending. She was sleeping so soundly. Yin Yishuan, both angry and helpless, pinched her nose gently, but she merely frowned slightly before rolling over and resuming her deep slumber. She looked as though she hadn't slept well in ages. In truth, Mingyu indeed had not enjoyed a good night's rest in a long time. She had intended to wait for Yin Yishuan. Their conversation was far from over, yet upon touching his bed, she had succumbed to sleep. Observing her peaceful slumber, Yin Yishuan felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. She had thrown his life into disarray, leaving him fraught with anxiety. And yet she slept soundly, at ease and composed. Mingyu. Yin Yishuan muttered her name through gritted teeth, his expression one of intense frustration. Yet in the end, he removed his clothes and wrapped her tightly in his embrace, drifting off to sleep alongside her. He too had not enjoyed a proper sleep in ages. Sister-in-law, why did you call me out here? At this moment, Yin Yichin felt a pang of guilt facing Lin Qingyou, for he knew what she was about to inquire. Sure enough, Lin Qingyou directly asked, Your second brother intends to kill your eldest brother. How do you respond? Yin Yichin instantly covered his face, bowing his head. What should I do? Should I go and kill my second brother? He is my brother whom I have grown up with since childhood. Lin Qingyou tugged at the turtle like Yin Yichin. Why are you hiding? Did you not say before that once you find a murderer, you would slap that dog of a second uncle and send him to Shanhaiguan? Yin Yichin. Oh, he did not consider that the murderer would be his second brother. Aren't you going to avenge your brother? Lin Qingyou rolled up her sleeves. Take me with you. I want to go too. Implicitly, she meant to join him in confronting Yin Yishuan. As for Yin Hanyu, that was a matter for another day. She could not let this slide. When it came to life and death matters, how could she let it go? If she did not retaliate, she would no longer be Lin Qingyou. She would no longer be Yin Hanyu's beloved wife. Dare to lay a hand on her man, be it Yin Yishuan or anyone else, they would face her wrath. The more Lin Qingyou contemplated, the more furious she became, her mind racing with thoughts of how to deal with Yin Xuan. Yin Qin appeared troubled, sister-in-law. Maybe we should just let it go? Let go. Lin Qingyou smacked Yin Qin on the back of his head. If I stabbed you, would you just let it go? Yin Qin. But what? Lin Qingyou glared at him dangerously. Did you not love your brother the most? Have you not always proclaimed your desire to avenge him? Now that you know the culprit, why do you hesitate? Yin Qin, with a pained expression, extended both hands, sister-in-law. Both my hands are flesh. Lin Qingyou snorted coldly. Then tell me where Yin Xuan is, and I will go find him myself. Yin Qin shook his head, sister-in-law. My second brother is very fierce. If you go find him, you will suffer. Isn't it said that his health has been poor since childhood? Lin Qingyou countered. Yin Qin replied. He is indeed unwell, but precisely because of that, he has trained himself to be fiercer than anyone else. Lin Qingyou. Indeed, he is a ruthless individual. But why does he want to kill your brother? She asked. Is it merely over a dispute regarding property? I don't know. Yin Qin frowned, his face filled with despair. Logically speaking, my second brother is not one to lust for power. Moreover, my elder brother has never intended to vie for anything with him. Thus, it makes him even more despicable. Lin Qingyou's ire grew fiercer, and she immediately seized Yin Qin by the arm. Take me there at once. Otherwise, I shall tell your brother that you have wronged me. Yin Qin and Appo's eyes widened in stark terror. Indeed, the heart of a woman is most poisonous. Chapter 64. Lin Qingyou avenges her husband. Viciously assaulting Yin Xuan upon awakening, Yin Xuan discovered that Mingyu had vanished. This wretched woman's frustration bubbled within him as he intended to drive away. However, when he reached the garage and settled in his car, he was struck by the disheartening revelation that a tire had blown. Damn it, Yin Xuan kicked the car door in anger. Get out here, big brother. Hey, it's me. Yin Qin greeted with a feigned smile, approaching him. With a stern expression, Yin Xuan fixed his gaze on him. Did you do this? Indeed, came the reply. Just then, Lin Qingyou emerged from behind Yin Qin. You are. Lin Qingyou, it's you? Yin Xuan scrutinized her, having intended to seek her out, only to find her presenting herself before him. Is this your doing? Yin Xuan coldly glared at Lin Qingyou, his anger simmering beneath the surface. To dare deflate his tire, this woman was indeed audacious. Is this what you mean? Lin Qingyou pointed at the deflated tire. Yin Xuan remained silent, his expression menacing. Yet, Lin Qingyou showed no fear. Instead, she examined his face closely, her brows furrowing with increasing intensity. Damn, this Yin Xuan bears a striking resemblance to Yin Hanyu. This realization made her hesitate slightly in her intent. Lin Qingyou stepped closer to him. Of course, it's to prevent you from fleeing, so I had to disable your means of transport. Yin Xuan stared at her in disbelief. Did she truly understand the gravity of her words? Did she even know who he was? Still reeling from Lin Qingyou's assertion, Yin Xuan was caught off guard when, in an instant, she raised her long and powerful leg, delivering a swift and forceful kick. The blow struck precisely at Yin Xuan's most vulnerable area. A sharp pain coursed through him, as if the very fabric of his world had unraveled at that moment. This was a critical point for any man. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he instinctively recoiled from the agony, his handsome face contorted in distress. Yin Qin, witnessing this scene, quickly retreated, clutching his own lower half, trembling in fear. He marveled inwardly at how formidable his sister-in-law truly was. She acted without hesitation, regardless of who her opponent was. No wonder his brother had always warned him to steer clear of her for his own sake. Yin Xuan, still engulfed in excruciating pain, had yet to regain his senses when Lin Qingyou seized the moment, darting towards him like a specter. In rapid succession, she unleashed a fierce left hook to his face, followed by a brutal right jab aimed at his abdomen. Lin Qingyou's relentless assault was swift and ferocious, leaving Yin Xuan disoriented, his vision blurred, and a cacophony of ringing filled his ears, as if countless stars were flashing before his eyes. He stared incredulously at the seemingly delicate young woman before him. How could she possess such skill, such power? Truly, one must not judge by appearances. You madwoman, what are you doing? Yin Xuan roared. his voice hoarse from fury and pain. Unfazed, Lin Qingyou replied coldly, "What am I doing? Why? I'm here to beat you up." With that, she launched another kick, striking him squarely in the chest. This time, the force of her blow sent Yin Yishuan crashing to the ground. Big brother Yin Chen, trembling, attempted to assist him, but Lin Qingyou swiftly grasped the back of his collar. "Yin Shaoxing, get back, or I'll take you down too." Without hesitation, he complied, retreating quickly. "Big brother, I can't help you. Don't blame me." As Yin Yishuan struggled to rise, Lin Qingyou's gaze sharpened like lightning. Without a moment's pause, she wielded her heavy handbag with precision, raining down blows upon his face and head. Each strike landed with unerring accuracy, imbued with tremendous force, as if her handbag were a formidable weapon. The sounds of muffled impacts echoed, accompanied by Lin Qingyou's furious roars. "Scoundrel! This is for harming my baby, for hurting my heart. I'll make sure you don't escape." As she scolded him, she continued her merciless onslaught. Meanwhile, Yin Yishuan found himself entirely on the defensive, attempting to shield himself from the torrential barrage of strikes. But before he could react, Lin Qingyou delivered another perfectly aimed kick to his abdomen. "I'll make you pay, you scoundrel, just wait." Before he could finish his threat, Lin Qingyou pounced on him once more, pinning him to the ground. This time, she pressed her body against him like a fierce lioness, her fists falling like rain. "I'll make you pay, I'll make you pay, ah." A scream pierced the air, but it was not from Yin Yishuan. It was Yin Chen, who had been hiding in the corner, watching the fierce battle unfold. He covered his face in horror, cautiously peering through his fingers at the chaos before him. His brother was being mercilessly ravaged by his sister-in-law's relentless assault. The scene was so brutal that he could hardly bear to watch. He realized he had greatly underestimated her combat prowess. Indeed, his elder brother had been protecting him all along. "Oh, big brother, you truly care for me. I misunderstood you." Yin Yishuan, for the first time in his life, felt utterly humiliated and was determined to fight back. At that moment, Yin Hanyu's car came to a slow stop before them. From the window, he observed his girlfriend mercilessly pummeling his younger brother, delivering blow after blow. The power of her strikes was undeniable. Yin Yishuan's meticulously styled hair was now a chaotic mess, while his neck and face bore the marks of her ferocity. Yin Hanyu's expression shifted to one of complex emotions, a vivid array of colors flitting across his face. However, he quickly exited the car as soon as he sensed Yin Yishuan's intent to retaliate. "Yin Hanyu, control your woman." Yin Yishuan barked through gritted teeth. Yet, Yin Hanyu simply stood there, eyes fixed on him, radiating an unmistakable threat. Dare to lay a finger on her, and he would end you. Upon seeing Yin Hanyu, Lin Qingyou immediately ceased her assault, a sheepish smile spreading across her face as if caught in a childish brawl. Yin Hanyu approached her with a tender gaze, gently taking her hand and rubbing it. "Did your hand hurt?" Lin Qingyou nodded eagerly, her voice laced with feigned indignation. "It hurt. Oh, it hurts so much. Boo-hoo. Your brother has bones tougher than steel." Yin Yishuan, Yin Chen. Yin Hanyu cast a glance at Yin Yishuan. "He is indeed a wicked individual. Refrain from taking matters into your own hands in the future." Lin Qingyou nodded, then inquired, "Darling, did you just witness me striking someone?" Yin Hanyu nodded. Lin Qingyou's expression instantly contorted, realizing that her image was now tarnished. Determined to salvage the situation, she gently linked her arm with Yin Hanyu's. "Darling, could you please erase the scene you just witnessed from your mind? Moreover, I assure you, I would never strike you in such a manner. I made every effort to avoid hitting his face, as he bears a resemblance to you." Yin Hanyu, Yin Yishuan. Chapter 65. What am I afraid he will do? I still have a husband. Yin Chen hurried to assist Yin Yishuan, only to be shoved away. "Get lost." Yin Chen pouted. "Brother, even in such a situation, you needn't put on a brave front. Shall I take you to the hospital?" "Hospital? Who the hell wants to go to the hospital? Hospitalized by a woman? Am I still a man?" Yin Yishuan shot a cold glare. Yin Chen promptly released him, but his haste caused Yin Yishuan to stumble, nearly toppling over. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Yin Yishuan glared fiercely at Yin Chen before turning to leave. As he passed by Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou, he deliberately paused. Before Yin Hanyu could utter a word, Lin Qingyou instantly raised her hands, mimicking a martial arts stance. Yin Xuan instinctively took 2 steps back. Amused, Yin Qin supported him from behind. Careful, brother. Upon catching sight of Yin Qin's barely contained laughter, Yin Xuan erupted, "Get lost. Who needs your help? I'm fine. Brother, are you sure you're fine?" Yin Qin retorted, desiring to save face while suffering. "Serves you right." Though he spoke harshly, he cowardly scurried behind Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu was clearly not someone Yin Xuan could contend with. Now, even his little sister-in-law could best him. Yin Qin was elated. From now on, he had 2 pillars of support. On the way back, Yin Qin transformed into Lin Qingyou's fervent admirer. He gave her a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you and Oppos. Incredible. I underestimated you. You truly dared to beat up my brother." Lin Qingyou proudly raised her chin. "It's no surprise you couldn't see my true capabilities. I was quite unassuming in the past." Yin Qin was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, you could create a bomb with just a bit of charcoal. That's rather immodest." However, on a serious note, he continued, "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from my brother? He's quite formidable. Don't underestimate him. If he seeks revenge, you won't be able to withstand it." Lin Qingyou, brimming with confidence, looked at the driver, Yin Hanyu, and declared, "What should I fear? I have my husband." Yin Hanyu's lips twitched, suppressing a smile, while Lin Qingyou's brazen attitude left Yin Qin momentarily speechless. Yes, while his brother was indeed powerful, his elder brother was even more so. Though his brother was ruthless, he had a method to his madness, having been cultivated under elite education. In contrast, his elder brother was a wild spirit, independent of any constraints, including those from the venerable Yin family patriarch or their mysterious and powerful uncle, the president. Yet, Lin Qingyou's straightforward nature was refreshing. Compared to those who relied on others yet refused to admit it for the sake of pride, her candid assertion of having a man to back her was exhilarating. After being thoroughly beaten, Yin Xuan slinked away. Yin Qin couldn't help but give Lin Qingyou another thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing. I salute you." With a triumphant arch of her eyebrow, Lin Qingyou suddenly addressed Yin Qin. "Yin Xiaosan, considering the contrast with your brother's mischief, I find you quite the little angel. Therefore, I plan to treat you a bit better from now on." Yin Qin was taken aback. Is there such a good fortune? He quickly seized the opportunity. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is divine. Please make me more delicious dishes." Yin Hanyu shot a cold glance at the back seat, and Yin Qin quickly backed down. "Surely, one meal is not too much to ask." Just as Lin Qingyou was about to agree, she spotted a small noodle stall through the car window, exclaiming, "Baby, stop the car, quick!" Yin Hanyu obediently pulled over, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Pointing to the roadside stall, Lin Qingyou said, "I want to eat noodles. The uncle and aunt there make the best noodles." She eagerly dragged Yin Hanyu towards the stall, while Yin Qin reluctantly trailed behind, unwilling to eat street food. Lin Qingyou raised her fist. "Yin Xiaosan, are you not getting out?" Yin Qin grimaced. "Sister-in-law, you just said you would treat me better." "Exactly. That's why I'm asking you to come eat noodles." Lin Qingyou insisted. "This stall serves the best noodles I've ever had, and they aren't always here. I've sought them out before and couldn't find them." As she spoke, Lin Qingyou was already pulling Yin Hanyu toward the stall. She eagerly picked up the order sheet, ready to place an order. "Boss, 1 serving each of spicy beef noodles, ginger duck noodles, and spicy chicken noodles." "1 serving?" Yin Qin protested. "Sister-in-law, are you treating me to just 1 serving of noodles? I and Oppos, M.A. man. 1 serving, 1 and Oppos. T suffice. Even my brother Wooden and Oppos. T be satisfied with that. 1 serving would vanish in 2 bites. What could one possibly eat?" They were not small birds, but rather grown men. Lin Qingyou shot him a glare. "What's your hurry? I haven't finished ordering." Continuing her order, she added, 1 serving each of pea noodles, sour radish noodles, mushroom noodles, beef noodles, minced meat noodles, and savory noodles. Yin Qin was left utterly flabbergasted, both by her words and the sheer volume of food. His response shifted. "Sister-in-law, with so many dishes, will we be able to finish?" Lin Qingyou retorted, "Did you not just say you were still hungry?" Yin Qin stammered, "That doesn't mean we should go to extremes. Just wait and eat." Lin Qingyou commanded. Once the order was placed, The owner immediately began cooking. Lin Qingyou expertly made her way to the adjacent condiment station to grab some complimentary pickled vegetables. Presenting a small dish to Yin Hanyu, she said, "Baby, try this. Their homemade pickled vegetables are delicious, sour, crunchy, and fragrant. It's incredibly appetizing." Just as Yin Hanyu picked up his chopsticks, Yin interjected, "Brother, hold on. Let me taste it first." Yin Hanyu was left speechless. Lin Qingyou was ready to explode. Yin, in a daring attempt to taste the pickles, froze as he held a piece of sour radish and green beans. "Brother, I see the people who used to bully me." Lin Qingyou was taken aback, immediately following his gaze across the street. A group of motorcycle-riding youths with brightly colored hair had gathered on the opposite side. Chapter 66. Yin Hanyu takes on his own bounty. The group of fiery youths seemed to be seeking out Yin Hanyu. However, upon spotting him, they exhibited a demeanor that suggested a desire to approach, yet were restrained by fear. After all, the psychological scars from their previous encounter with him lingered. Yin Hanyu, upon noticing the group, slowly made his way towards them. Lin Qingyou intended to follow, but was halted by Yin Hanyu's words. "Stay here and enjoy your noodles. I shall return shortly." Yet, with a reassuring touch to Lin Qingyou's head, he added, "There's nothing to worry about. They are merely my defeated foes. And I was far more ruthless with them than you were with that scoundrel Yin Xuan." Lin Qingyou was taken aback, rendering her speechless. Yin, witnessing the group of fiery youths, instinctively rubbed the back of his head, still haunted by the past. Lin Qingyou, observing his startled expression, couldn't help but inquire, "Yin Xiaosan, you truly were bested by them? Is there any doubt?" He replied with a sigh, "Ah, the past is too painful to recall. Speaking of it brings tears." Lin Qingyou patted his shoulder, suggesting, "Then let your tears flow as you recount it." Yin retorted, "Just moments ago, I vowed to treat him better. Truly, the whims of women are as unpredictable as a mother pig climbing a tree." He began to explain, "From a young age, I adored riding motorcycles and often raced under the moonlight on mountains. One night, I encountered that group. They were a gang, and several of them ganged up on me, leading to my defeat. I accepted my loss and even handed over 1,000,000 to them. Yet to my dismay," he gestured to the scar on his head, "these scoundrels disregarded the rules of martial ethics and left me bloodied and battered. They had no idea who I was, nor did they care." Lin Qingyou examined the sizable scar on the back of his head, evidence of the severity of his injuries. "Poor thing," she sympathized. Yin continued, "Upon returning home, I shared this ordeal, yet instead of support, my family berated me. My despicable father found it shameful, and my grandfather felt I had tarnished the Yin family's reputation. In that moment, I felt as if the sky had fallen, my spirit shattered. I had been beaten, humiliated, and all they cared about was their family's face." In contrast, it was Yin Hanyu, who had just returned to the Yin household, that promptly handed him a vial of medicine. "Thank you, brother," was all he could manage to say. Yet, it was these 3 words that motivated Yin Hanyu to seek vengeance on his behalf. Although he was unaware of the specifics of his brother's actions, the next day, the fiery youths approached him, bowing and apologizing, vowing never to cross him again. He had been utterly perplexed. Much later, he learned that Yin Hanyu had gone out that very night to teach them a lesson. Lin Qingyou was moved by this revelation. "So, this is why you hold such affection for your brother?" "That was merely my initial impression. At first, I was unaware of his actions on my behalf. Besides, a proud and smug expression adorned Yin-chen's face. I have countless reasons to admire my brother. His virtues are innumerable." "For instance," Lin Qingyou inquired, brimming with curiosity. "Take our family interactions as a simple example," Yin began. "In the Yin family, our gatherings are highly formalized. We must have dinner with grandfather every Friday. However, such family meals do not foster warmth or camaraderie. They are merely superficial gatherings to fulfill obligations. No matter how exquisite the meal, it tastes like ashes in our mouths. Everyone is merely performing for the old man. My brother, however, refuses to partake in this charade. He never indulges grandfather, often provoking him to the brink of fury. Yet, one time, when grandfather fell ill and the butler was absent, we couldn't find his emergency medication. But my brother," Yin looked towards Yin Hanyu's tall silhouette. "He pulled out the very medicine grandfather needed from his own pocket. Lin Qingyou was taken aback. You find that hard to believe, right? Yet, it is the truth. Had it not been for my brother's timely intervention with that medicine, grandfather would have perished. Thus, one cannot blame the old man for his masochistic tendencies. Despite being perpetually enraged by my brother, he favors him above all else. His life-saving medication was not carried by his sons or grandsons, yet his rebellious eldest grandson, the one who defies him, carries it with him always. It is said that my brother is a cold-hearted tyrant, devoid of compassion and lawlessness. Yet in truth, he is the only one in the Yin family with a genuine heart. Meanwhile, those of us raised in luxury, living seemingly perfect lives, are in reality a soulless and heartless lot. Lin Qingyou fell silent, a bittersweet ache swelling within her. Indeed, Yin Hanyu was a remarkable person. Yet, in her previous life, she had often condemned him as indifferent and cruel. She gazed at Yin Hanyu, who was engaged in conversation with the fiery youths, who suddenly erupted into laughter. True to his word, he soon returned. Lin Qingyou handed him a bowl of spicy beef noodles, devoid of chili, and asked, "What do they want from you?" As he opened the disposable chopsticks, preparing to enjoy his meal, he replied, "They heard someone was plotting to hire a hitman to kill me, so they came to inform me." What? What? Both Lin Qingyou and Yin Yichen exploded in shock. Is it that same group again? Yin Hanyu, seemingly unfazed, casually uttered 3 words. Lung Yifeng. Damn it. Lin Qingyou was even more incensed now, wishing to eliminate Lung Yifeng at once. Yin Hanyu restrained her, saying, "Aren't you fond of the noodles here? Just enjoy them." Fond of them, indeed. Lin Qingyou clenched her fists, her mind far from the meal. Yin Hanyu, they are plotting against your life, and you remain so composed. He pushed the soup closer to her. Do you know who currently leads the most formidable assassin organization? Who? Lin Qingyou blurted out. He pointed to himself. I do. Lin Qingyou was left speechless. Yin Yichen was equally bewildered. So, even if they hadn't come to inform you, you would have known instantly? Of course, had the fiery youths chosen not to inform me, I would have learned it anyway. Their willingness to inform me was a favor I appreciated in return, hence I granted them a benefit. They left cheerfully. Furthermore, Yin Hanyu added, I am genuinely curious about the price Lung Yifeng is willing to pay for my life. Lin Qingyou remained silent, pondering. Yin Yichen, too, found himself intrigued. Yin Hanyu continued, if his offer pleases me, I wouldn't mind personally accepting the bounty. Lin Qingyou and Yin Yichen were both taken aback. Accepting a bounty on your own life? How thrilling. Chapter 67. The unconscionable brother and sister-in-law of Yin Shaos and Yin Yichen still wished to inquire further, but Yin Hanyu nudged him. Focus on your noodles. Oh. It was only then that Yin Yichen began to eat. However, after just one slurp, he was instantly left speechless. This was simply too delicious. Lin Qingyou completed his unfinished thought. Yin Yichen was too engrossed in his meal to speak, diving head first into his food. In a matter of moments, he devoured a bowl of spicy chicken noodles. When he reached for his second bowl, Lin Qingyou playfully stopped him. Did you not say I ordered too much? Not too much, not too much. I can finish it all. Without hesitation, Yin Yichen grabbed another bowl of mixed noodles and resumed eating. It was truly, exceptionally delicious. Observing his enjoyment, Lin Qingyou's eyes lit up with mischief. She deliberately added 2 spoonfuls of red chili peppers to the bowl of beef noodles before handing it to Yin Yichen. Yin Shaosan, this is beef noodles with fresh chili. My personal favorite. The more chili, the better. You must give it a try. All right, thank you, sister-in-law. You are the best sister-in-law in the world. At this moment, Yin Yichen's appetite was insatiable as he eagerly accepted the bowl of spicy beef noodles and began to eat fervently. However, with one bite, the spice hit him like a bolt from the blue. It was piercingly hot, igniting his senses. Lin Qingyou had anticipated that he might spit it out, keeping her distance. Yet, true to his nature as a foodie, despite his lips swelling from the heat, he continued to eat. After finishing, he pitifully pointed at Lin Qingyou. Seeking help from Yin Hanyu, brother, sister-in-law, is bullying me. You need to control your wife. Yin Hanyu gazed at Lin Qingyou with a fond smile. You said it yourself. She is my wife. In our household, it's always the wife who manages the husband. When has it ever been the other way around? I dare not intervene. Yin Yichen. Dare not? My goodness, How can there be a man who so confidently admits to being henpecked? Lin Qingyou was pleased with Yin Hanyu and Appo's response, laughing heartily. So, out of kindness, she offered Yin a bowl of mushroom noodles. In light of my husband's contribution, let me help you out. This one isn't spicy. However, this time, Yin no longer trusted Lin Qingyou. He refused to accept the food she offered. Are you foolish and still unwilling to admit it? Yin Hanyu remarked, observing Yin and Appo's swollen lips. He personally pushed the bowl of mushroom noodles towards him. Look at it. It cannot possibly be spicy. Oh. Yin finally picked up the mushroom noodles and began to eat. Indeed, they weren't Appo's spicy at all. The mushroom broth was fragrant and delicious, and he quickly found solace in another bowl of it. Gratefully, he looked at Lin Qingyou. Sister-in-law, you truly know how to eat. This place has the best noodles. I must come here often. Of course. I've been a seasoned foodie since childhood. I know where to find the best food. Lin Qingyou said proudly. Yin replied, I've also loved food since I was young. I would even fly across the country just to eat. Lin Qingyou scoffed. You call yourself a foodie, yet you only indulge in overpriced gourmet foods or follow the latest internet trends. The real delicacies are often found in small alleys and humble eateries, which you typically look down upon. She pointed to the small noodle stall. See? The owner still makes the noodles by hand. Their toppings, such as beef, ribs, spicy chicken, and ginger duck, are all freshly stir-fried. But at those larger noodle restaurants, despite their grand decor, the noodles are mass-produced by machines. Often, they just pour the same broth over pre-cooked noodles, resulting in a uniform taste devoid of soul. Yin nodded in agreement, gazing at Lin Qingyou with admiration. Sister-in-law, from now on, I will follow your lead. Lin Qingyou chuckled. Yin Xiaosan, you really seem like someone who could be easily swayed by a lollipop. Yin, not at all. I'm quite clever. After finishing their meal, Lin Qingyou went to pay. The three of them had consumed 8 bowls of noodles, making them valued customers, and the owner treated them exceptionally well, even gifting Lin Qingyou a small packet of her favorite pickled vegetables. She happily accepted it and proceeded to pay. Yin Hanyu scanned the payment first. I'll pay. No, I will pay, Lin Qingyou insisted. I insist on paying, Yin Hanyu maintained. Lin Qingyou countered, I will pay, I will pay. Yin Hanyu, acting childishly, replied, I will. Lin Qingyou's competitive spirit flared. I will. I will. Just as Yin Hanyu was about to speak, Lin Qingyou shot him a dangerous glare. I said I would pay, so I will. Yin Hanyu. Yin, holding his bowl, wanted to continue eating. However, having already consumed 4 bowls, he felt embarrassed to ask for more. Yin Hanyu pulled him up. You come over and pay if you want to keep eating. Yin. He refused. He needed to save his money for a future wife. After their meal, Lin Qingyou dragged Yin Hanyu to the supermarket under the pretense of needing to digest the 2 bowls of noodles she had eaten. Naturally, Yin Hanyu accompanied her. Yet, the oblivious Yin insisted on following them. Thus, whatever Lin Qingyou bought, Yin Hanyu had him carry. After a round through the supermarket, Lin Qingyou gathered countless snacks, various beef jerky, chips, spicy strips, nuts, seeds, yogurt, and milk. Yin struggled to carry 2 large bags in each hand, yet they were still not fully packed. Seeing that he still hadn't, he realized how conspicuous he was. Yin Hanyu decided to hang one of the large bags around his neck. Yin, was he no longer his brother's little darling? He had become a mere porter. Sister-in-law, enough. I can't carry any more. Lin Qingyou continued her shopping spree, even selecting a 6-sided durian from the fruit section. Yin-chen's eyes widened in horror as he mentally pleaded, Sister-in-law, please don't come any closer. Lin Qingyou. Only then did Lin Qingyou notice that Yin Hanyu stood nearby, hands in his pockets, nonchalantly indifferent. Meanwhile, Yin was out of breath, hunched over under the weight of his burdens. Lin Qingyou couldn't help but scold Yin Hanyu. Why aren't you helping your brother carry anything? Yin Hanyu replied, other people's brothers are wingmen. Mine is just a third wheel. I've had enough. Lin Qingyou. Can a brother just refuse to help? Yin. Third wheel? Oh. Suddenly, Yin understood. Ah, brother. I swear I didn't mean to. He immediately dropped his bags and attempted to flee, but Lin Qingyou quickly caught him. Yin Xiaosan, where do you think you're going? I won't be a third wheel anymore. I'll vanish instantly. Lin Qingyou shook her head. You can stop being a third wheel, but first, you need to help us carry these things back. Yin pointed at Yin Hanyu. My brother right there? His strength surpasses mine by far. Lin Qingyou continued to shake her head. Your brother can play the role of the CEO. You are more suited to be the porter. Yin. Heaven above, what kind of unscrupulous brother and sister-in-law had he encountered? In the end, Yin Shaosan begrudgingly carried the heavy bags, playing the part of the beleaguered porter alongside his carefree brother and sister-in-law as they made their way home. His hand had turned crimson, as his unscrupulous brother and sister-in-law busily fed each other spicy snacks. Yin. Fortunately, he found solace upon entering the elevator, but upon stepping out, he was greeted by Ming Yu's anxious approach, her gaze fixed on Yin Hanyu. Something has happened. Chapter 68. On my first day back at the Yin family, my mother passed away. What transpired? Yin, clearly exhausted and breathless, was the first to inquire. Someone has hired a hitman to kill you. Ming Yu glanced at Yin Hanyu. The deposit was a staggering 100 million. Should we accept? Without hesitation, Yin Hanyu nodded. Accept it. Yin. Lin Qingyou. Are we truly going to kill ourselves? It seems you're already aware. Ming Yu frowned. That shouldn't be the case. She had only just learned of it and rushed over immediately. Yin Hanyu stated, I indeed knew, perhaps even earlier than you. After all, those ghostly fire youths overheard the conversation. At this point, Lin Qingyou had her doubts. Why did those ghostly fire youths come specifically to inform you? Did you not discipline them severely back then? Do they have ulterior motives? Yin Hanyu replied, they probably submitted to strength. They admire power. Lin Qingyou, left speechless. Yin. I feel subtly insulted. So, he was beaten because he was weak? Who did he provoke? Since you're informed, then it is no longer my concern. Ming Yu had no intention of entering the house and instead turned to leave. Wait, Yin Hanyu called out to her. Is there something else? Ming Yu asked. You and Yin Xuan. This is my private matter. I have nothing to disclose. Ming Yu coldly interrupted Yin Hanyu. Yin Hanyu clicked his tongue. I'm indifferent to your private affairs, but they affect my safety. Ming Yu was momentarily bewildered. Yin Hanyu continued. The time Yin Xuan plotted to kill me was right after you visited me that night. That evening Ming Yu had stayed almost the entire night treating his leg. Yin Xuan must have followed Ming Yu, misconstruing their relationship. Thus, Yin Xuan developed murderous intent towards him. If it were truly about power struggles, he should have acted when I had just returned to the Yin family, or even before my return. Yin Hanyu looked at Lin Qingyou, tightly grasping her small hand. I have grown quite protective of my life lately. If there is another attempt. Yin Hanyu shook his head. There will not be another. He is my brother, and he is your man. I will allow him to escape once. Ming Yu fell silent for a moment. I understand. I will handle it well. Thank you for this time, for sparing him. After Ming Yu departed, Lin Qingyou immediately began to interrogate Yin Hanyu. What is your relationship with Ming Yu? Yin Hanyu, partners. Partners? This answer again. Lin Qingyou was evidently dissatisfied with this response. She lunged at Yin Hanyu, gripping his neck fiercely. Yin Hanyu, I shall grant you one more chance. Will you speak? The corners of Yin Hanyu's mouth curved slightly as he placed a hand on her waist to prevent her from falling. Life and death partners. Life and death partners? Lin Qingyou frowned. This was not a favorable term. Can you elaborate? Lin Qingyou released her grip on Yin Hanyu's neck, feeling somewhat melancholy. In truth, it was not entirely unjustifiable for Yin Xuan to feel jealous. That night, although she knew nothing had transpired between Yin Hanyu and Ming Yu, while eavesdropping outside the door, she had overheard Yin Hanyu mention entrusting his life to Ming Yu. A man can entrust his life to a woman. Thus, she felt a surge of jealousy that evening, leading her to engage in foolish acts of drinking to drown her sorrows. She recalled that she had consumed all of Yin Hanyu and Appo's as alcohol that night. If Yin Xuan deeply loved Ming Yu and followed her downstairs, and Ming Yu had lingered at Yin Hanyu's residence for so long, you would undoubtedly spiral into wild assumptions and become utterly deranged. Of course, it was wrong for Yin Xuan to become murderous. Yin Hanyu sighed and pulled Lin Qingyou into his embrace, holding her tightly. He said, on my first day back at the Yin family, my mother died. Lin Qingyou's eyes widened in terror. How could this be? Returning to the Yin family should have been a time of enjoyment. He is the legitimate son of the Yin family. His mother is the rightful wife. However, in Lin Qingyou's faint memories, Yin Hanyu's mother did not have a strong presence. Her greatest impression of Yin Hanyu's mother was of beauty and melancholy. Without a doubt, Yin Hanyu's mother was a stunning beauty, yet she was entirely different from her own mother and aunt. Her aunt, Xiao Shui, was a vibrant and striking beauty, exuding vitality and strength. Her mother was somewhat gentler than her aunt, yet her mother was very stubborn, persistently opposing her grandfather who had driven her out of the Xiao family. Her grandfather valued sons over daughters, believing women should not study medicine. Yet her mother was determined to prove she could. Regardless, both her mother and aunt were lively individuals. In contrast, Yin Hanyu's mother was cold. Her coldness was different from Mingyu's. Mingyu merely bore a cold expression, yet his heart was warm. Yin Hanyu's mother, however, was cold from within. Her entire being, especially her heart, felt lifeless. There was an absence of warmth around her. She had no friends. In her life, there was only Yin Hanyu. Only in the presence of Yin Hanyu could one feel she was still alive. Many times she would sit quietly in the courtyard, seemingly close yet utterly unreachable, leaving one with the impression that she might vanish from this world at any moment. Perhaps it was due to her mother's coldness that she held a particular fondness for Lin Qingyou. She always encouraged Lin Qingyou to play with Yin Hanyu. She could not provide her son with cheerfulness, but Lin Qingyou could. Because of Lin Qingyou, her son finally exhibited the demeanor of a child. She once believed they could continue like this forever. Yet, one fateful night, they were abruptly taken back to the Yin family. Yin Hanyu shut his eyes in pain, tears silently sliding down his cheeks. I awoke to find myself in an unfamiliar place, the Yin family. However, my mother was not by my side. Thus, I searched everywhere for her. Finally, I spotted her figure through a window. Excited, I pushed the door open, only to find my mother lying in a pool of blood. And my so-called biological father, Yin Hanyu, whom I had never met, with his hand stained with my mother's blood, tightly gripping the knife that had taken her life. In that moment, Yin Hanyu's world shattered completely. The mother who had been his sole companion since childhood was gone, and she had been killed by his own father. That night, chaos engulfed the Yin family. Yin Hanyu only wished to find a doctor to save his mother. Yet the Yin family was vast and sprawling. He ran to many places, but found no one. He did not even realize whether he had encountered danger after fleeing the Yin family or if it had occurred within its confines. He only knew that when he awoke, he and many other children were trapped in a dark, lightless chamber. Thus began his 12-year-long hellish existence. Chapter 69. Because I know you love me, Ming Yu was one among that group of children. We were assigned to the same team, undergoing training together. For a span of 12 years, from the age of 9 to 21, we were inseparable. We endured inhumane torment and training, undertook missions, and took lives side by side. They had witnessed each other's most grotesque and wretched moments. They had also seen each other at their bloodiest and most brutal. Yin Hanyu pinched Lin Qingyou and Apos. A small face. Why the silence? Are you still jealous? Jealous of what? Lin Qingyou lightly tapped Yin Hanyu. Yet, she quickly enveloped him in a tight embrace. I just feel heartache for you. Heartache to the point of being at a loss for words. She had just witnessed her mother being killed by her father. Her heart was already plunged into hell, and in the next moment, her body followed suit into the abyss. He had been just a child then. Once, he was the cherished baby in his mother and Apos' palm. But in the blink of an eye, he was thrust into a life devoid of humanity. 12 years. How had he managed to endure? Tears streamed down Lin Qingyou's cheeks uncontrollably. Yin Hanyu gently cradled Lin Qingyou's face and tenderly kissed away her tears. Little Qingyou, you truly are a foolish child. You are the foolish one. Lin Qingyou's voice was somewhat muffled from her weeping. I am quite clever. Yin Hanyu smiled indulgently, pulling her even closer. Do you know? Mingyu once explained our relationship to Yin Yishuan, but he did not believe her. Mingyu is a proud girl. If Yin Yishuan doubts her once, then he is out. Huh? Lin Qingyou furrowed her brows. Curiosity piqued. How did Mingyu and Yin Yishuan become intertwined? Their living environments were worlds apart. They seemed like beings from entirely different realms. How could such disparate individuals develop emotional entanglements? I am not privy to the specifics. Yin Hanyu replied. What I do know is that Mingyu undertook a mission and, for reasons unknown, seemed to have lost her memory. Yin Yishuan found her and brought her back. They were together for a time. Later, when Mingyu regained her memory, she returned to seek me out. Yin Hanyu chuckled helplessly. Consequently, he became convinced that Mingyu harbors feelings for me, and thus, he has taken a disliking to me. Did you not explain? Explain? Yin Hanyu sighed in exasperation. What purpose would that serve? If even Mingyu and Appo's explanations fell on deaf ears, how could he possibly believe me? Is Yin Yishuan that stubborn? Lin Qingyou frowned. Could there be a misunderstanding? Yin Hanyu affectionately flicked Lin Qingyou's nose. Silly girl. His reaction is actually quite normal. Yin Yishuan has been meticulously groomed as the heir of the Yin family since childhood. He is inherently wary and defensive towards everyone. Thus, how could he easily trust mere words from others? Individuals like Lin Qingyou are exceedingly rare. Yin Hanyu held her tighter, placing a kiss on her forehead. You, why do you trust me so implicitly? You believe everything I say? After all, they had fought side by side for 12 years, forging a bond of utmost intimacy and trust. Because I know you love me. In Xianyuan Garden. Yin Yishuan, I shall say this for the last time. My relationship with Yin Hanyu is not what you imagine it to be. Is that so? Yin Yishuan responded sarcastically. Yin Hanyu recently started dating a little girl named Lin Qingyou. Perhaps he has cast you aside, and now you're reminiscing about me? Mingyu fixed a piercing gaze upon Yin Yishuan, whose face bore remnants of the beating he received from Lin Qingyou. A smile graced Mingyu's lips. Yin Yishuan, you truly deserve the beating. She had considered giving him a good thrashing herself. Yin Yishuan and Appo's expression darkened. Mingyu, are you mocking me or being sarcastic? Mingyu calmly replied, both. Yin Yishuan. Mingyu, should you ever lay a hand on Yin Hanyu again, it would be tantamount to courting death. Mingyu poked Yin Yishuan's chest. You couldn't even defeat Lin Qingyou. Do you still wish to kill Yin Hanyu? If he wanted to end you, you wouldn't even know how many times you'd already been dead. Moreover, our affairs concern no one else. Should you drag others into this, my disdain for you will only deepen. With that, Mingyu turned and departed. Yin Yishuan shouted after her retreating figure. In the end, you simply believe I am inferior to Yin Hanyu. Mingyu paused. You are indeed not his equal. Yin Yishuan. Yin Hanyu did not go to work early in the morning. Instead, he returned to the Yin family estate. Grandfather, I have completed what you asked. It is time for you to hand over the household registration. Yin Hanyu extended his hand towards the old patriarch. The old patriarch replied, I instructed your father to give it to you. What, has he not done so? Yin Hanyu's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze turning dangerously sharp. Grandfather, do not compel me to become an unfilial grandson. The old patriarch. What are you saying? The old patriarch opened a drawer and produced an exquisite box to hand Yin Hanyu. Your father and Appo's birthday is approaching, and knowing you're not adept at selecting gifts, I have prepared one for you. Present this to him on his birthday. Yin Hanyu accepted the ornate box. Just as the old patriarch sighed in satisfaction, the next moment, Yin Hanyu tossed the exquisite box into the trash. What are you doing, child? The old patriarch was infuriated. Had he not endured enough? How could a grandfather find himself sandwiched between a father and son? The old patriarch felt utterly beleaguered, yet compelled to act. One was his eldest son, the other his eldest grandson. If he did not mend their relationship, who would? Who would dare intervene? Yin Hanyu glared ominously at the old patriarch. I have no father. I have never had one and shall never have one. You, if you were wise, you would cease this futile endeavor. Otherwise, I shall blacklist you as well and never step foot in the Yin family again. Ah, Hanyu, he is ultimately your biological father. There exists an unbreakable bond between you, akin to bones connecting at the marrow. Biological father? Yin Hanyu scoffed. When I was living a life worse than death, it was the hatred for him that fueled my desire for vengeance against my mother's murderer. The old patriarch's anger flared. I have told you, your mother was not killed by your father. No one in this world loved your mother more than he did. Love? Yin Hanyu retorted. Do not vex me with such notions, nor dare to invoke my mother in this context. If Yin Hanyu truly loved her, would I have been deprived of a father since childhood? If he truly loved her, would he have a second wife and another son? Such a man is unworthy to speak of love. It is utterly revolting. Chapter 70. He gave me the household register. Yin Hanyu initially intended to seek out Yin Hanyu for the household register. However, upon arriving at Yin Hanyu and Appo's office, he found that the man himself was absent. After inquiring, he learned that Yin Hanyu had left alone. Yin Hanyu, not overly concerned, decided to drive to Xingshan Entertainment to have lunch with Lin Qingyou, with whom he had recently been dining often. Lin Qingyou had a remarkable talent for food. Whether dining at restaurants, ordering takeout, or preparing her own meals, everything she made was exquisitely delicious. Moreover, he seemed to have grown accustomed to sharing meals with her. Without her company, he felt that nothing tasted quite right. Even after they finished dining and returned to their respective workplaces, he always looked forward to sharing lunch with her. This time, when Yin Hanyu arrived at Lin Qingyou and Appo's company, he was informed that she had also stepped out. Both Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou were out. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He immediately tasked someone with investigating. As anticipated, it was Yin Hanyu who had taken Lin Qingyou away. The Red Pavilion, the premier tea house in the capital, gleamed like a dazzling gem amidst the bustling cityscape. Its antiquated architectural style and serene, elegant ambience captured the attention of countless admirers. Those fortunate enough to enter and savor its tea were invariably individuals of high status and wealth. Yet, for Lin Qingyou, this place felt utterly foreign, as she had never been fond of tea. Surprisingly, despite her usual disinterest in tea culture, she found herself at this legendary venue today, having been invited by a powerful figure. At that moment, Lin Qingyou was intently observing Yin Hanyu and Appo's father, who was elegantly preparing tea. The art of tea making was intricate and meticulous, requiring numerous complex steps to yield a fragrant and flavorful brew. Lin Qingyou had always found these processes tedious, despite her father and Appo's efforts to cultivate her into a refined lady of society. Regrettably, she never quite became that idealized woman. She had once attempted to learn the craft of tea making, but ended up shattering a teacup and burning her hand in the process. From that day forth, she vowed never to pursue that skill again. Let others aspire to be refined ladies. She had no desire for it. Yet astonishingly, the same tea-making steps in Yin Hanyu and Appo's hands transformed into something captivating and exquisite. Each of his movements seemed imbued with a unique charm, akin to the creation of a masterpiece, captivating all who beheld it. Lin Qingyou sat in rare tranquility for an extended period. Finally, Yin Hanyu completed the tea preparation and smiled as he filled a cup with the aromatic brew. Upon receiving the cup, Lin Qingyou graciously accepted it, offering her thanks. "Thank you." Then, with a hint of regret, she added, "Actually, as a junior, I should be the one serving you tea, but unfortunately, I lack the skill." "No matter," Yin Hanyu replied. "Not everyone enjoys making tea, and personal preferences vary. There was a time when I too had no interest in it. I learned solely because my wife loved it." "Your wife?" Lin Qingyou and Appo's expression shifted. Was he referring to Yin Hanyu and Appo's mother, or Yin Yishuan and Appo's mother? She set down the teacup and inquired, "You sought me out for a reason? Finish your tea first. We can discuss matters leisurely. We have little to discuss. And I am not a patient person. If you intend to observe, evaluate, or even test me, I advise against it." Lin Qingyou said, "If you are here to persuade me to leave Yin Hanyu, you shall be disappointed." "Oh," Yin Hanyu frowned. "Disappointed? Why would you think I will be disappointed?" "Because I will not leave Yin Hanyu, even if the Yin family forbids us from being together." "Do you believe you can stand against the entire Yin family alone?" "I am not alone. I have Yin Hanyu. Are you not afraid he might change his heart?" "He will not." "You trust him so implicitly?" "If I do not trust him, whom shall I trust? Would you have me rely on you, the so-called family?" Yin Hanyu gazed intently at Lin Qingyou. "You seem quite dissatisfied with me." "Of course," Lin Qingyou replied candidly. "I dislike those who mistreat Yin Hanyu, those who harm him, and you are among those who have hurt him the most." Yin Hanyu fell silent for a moment, staring into the tea before him, lost in thought. Lin Qingyou being straightforward, could not tolerate the atmosphere. She abruptly stood up. I may speak harshly, but I am direct. Since you have come to see me, I must express my feelings. Before Yin Hanyu turned 9, he lived happily with his mother and me. The day he returned to the Yin family, he lost his beloved mother. From then on, he vanished for over a decade. Did you search for him during his absence? When he suffered, did any of you offer him warmth or comfort? No, none of you did. Yin Hanyu has lived for over 20 years. You, as his father, have never spent a single day with him, nor have you embraced him once. The entire affluent Yin family has never contributed a penny to support him. Thus, Yin Hanyu owes you nothing. On the contrary, it is you who owe him. What right do you have to dictate his life? Who he loves or wishes to marry is his prerogative. Likewise, whom I love or wish to marry is my own choice. Our love and marriage are matters solely between us. To us, all of you are outsiders. As Yin Hanyu rushed to the Red Pavilion, he barely had time to steady his vehicle before he flung open the door and sprinted toward the top floor. His heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand. Visions of dreadful possibilities concerning Lin Qingyou flooding his mind. In howling, if you dare to harm her, do not blame me for my wrath. However, just as he reached the staircase, he spotted a familiar figure descending slowly from above. It was Lin Qingyou. She walked alone, her bag slung over her shoulder, her steps appearing somewhat heavy. Without hesitation, Yin Hanyu rushed forward and enveloped Lin Qingyou in a tight embrace. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had finally found its place. Yet, the frantic beating of his heart echoed like a war drum, his labored breaths betraying the fear and panic within him. Lin Qingyou sensed his turmoil and quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid, I'm fine. Did he? Yin Hanyu and Appo's gaze toward the top floor bore a hint of menace. Did he do anything to harm you? No. Lin Qingyou hastily shook her head, then, still somewhat dazed, retrieved the household register from her bag, the very item Yin Hanyu had long desired. He gave me the household register. Chapter 71. But I already have a wife. Yin Hanyu took the household registration book and frowned. What's wrong? Lin Qingyou inquired as she interlinked her arm with his. Yin Hanyu shook his head. Nothing. Let us go and obtain the marriage certificate. Why would Yin Howding be so benevolent as to give them the household registration book? Never mind his intentions or motives. What mattered was that he was marrying his beloved. Yin Hanyu embraced Lin Qingyou. Let us go to your home first. Lin Qingyou nodded and led him back to her family to retrieve the household registration book. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Lin residence, she suddenly halted. Yin Hanyu's heart raced. Do you not wish to marry me anymore? Lin Qingyou playfully smacked his arm. What are you thinking? Can you stop frightening yourself? Well, Lin Qingyou pulled him aside slightly before continuing. I plan to secretly obtain the marriage certificate without informing my father. Yin Hanyu was puzzled. Why? Because in her past life, her father had done something profoundly hurtful. It was also that incident that led Yin Hanyu to publicly declare his intention to marry her. But in this lifetime, they were on the verge of getting married. Many things had already changed, and that incident had yet to unfold. She was uncertain if it would happen again, and even more uncertain whether, if it did, her father would still choose to blame her or even strike her. My father is exceedingly traditional. If I am to marry, the person who weds me must follow the formalities, and our families and elders must convene to discuss various wedding matters. But will your grandfather come to our home to propose? Will your father come to negotiate marriage matters with mine? I apologize for my lack of consideration. Yin Hanyu, lacking knowledge of such customs, suddenly realized he had underestimated the complexities of marriage. He had thought that as long as she was willing to marry and he was willing to wed, that would suffice. Yet, marriage was far from a simple affair. Oh dear, sweetheart, there's no need for you to apologize. Those are merely traditional customs. Even if your grandfather and father were to come, I would find it bothersome. I would hardly feel inclined to entertain them. She could already envision the scene, sitting obediently and awkwardly, nodding and offering forced smiles. If they were to discuss dowries and bridal prices, it would likely take 3 days and nights. If her family were to be demanding, her father's pride would be wounded. Conversely, if her family were not assertive enough, it would seem disrespectful to their prominent lineage. Lin Qingyou frowned and shook her head. Oh, thinking about it gives me a headache. Moreover, given her father and aunt, Appo's disposition. He would certainly insist on a wedding ceremony before they could obtain the certificate. However, organizing a wedding was even more cumbersome. They would need to hire a designer to custom-make a wedding gown, which would take at least half a year. And that was just for the gown. Then there were the various venues to consider. Should the ceremony be held domestically or abroad? Indoors or outdoors? Should the wedding style be a solemn church theme, a romantic seaside setting, or a casual forest vibe? What about the banquet hall size? How many guests would they invite? Who will be the groomsmen and bridesmaids? How many? And what are the hosts, photographers, makeup artists, red envelopes, and flower girls? Ah, heavens! Lin Qingyou suddenly slapped her forehead. Goodness, marriage was far too complicated, and she was already starting to feel overwhelmed. Yet, Yin Hanyu listened intently, silently taking notes. After turning 9, he had lived and trained in a base, leading a life vastly different from the ordinary. Thus, he was only vaguely aware of many things and lacked a clear understanding. However, he was willing to learn because he wanted to provide the best for Lin Qingyou. Qingyou, do not find it troublesome. I will take care of everything. You need only be my bride, Yin Hanyu insisted, gripping her hand tightly. You silly boy, I mention all this because it seems too cumbersome. So let us simply obtain the certificate for now, shall we? Lin Qingyou playfully pouted. After all, marriage is about the two of us. It shouldn't be a hassle. Yin Hanyu remained steadfast, assuring her that he would provide for all that was necessary, and he would offer nothing but the best. He immediately dialed Su to enlist the finest designer to create a wedding gown and rings for Lin Qingyou. Oh dear! Lin Qingyou wearily rubbed her forehead. This straightforward man was truly single-minded. Watching him make one call after another, it was clear he was already fully engaged in the wedding preparations. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Yalan returned from shopping and noticed them standing at the door. Upon seeing Yin Hanyu, she was surprised but quickly greeted him warmly. Mr. Yin, what an honor. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Wang Yalan invited him inside. You rarely visit. Please have a seat. Lin Qingyou silently rolled her eyes at her aunt's overzealous enthusiasm. In the living room, just as Yin Hanyu settled down, Wang Yalan hurried to brew tea. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingyou told him, she has always wanted you to be her son-in-law. However, Yin Hanyu replied, she wants the eldest son of the Yin family to be her son-in-law. Lin Qingyou, how astute. It was this clarity that felt refreshing. Wang Yalan entered with tea, her face beaming as she offered, Mr. Yin, please enjoy this tea. It is a special blend of Dahongpo that our family has treasured. Lin Qingyou couldn't help but roll her eyes again. No wonder her aunt had been labeled as pretentious. No matter how well she pretended, her small-mindedness was unmistakable. Did she really think anyone would be impressed by her emphasis on a good tea? Wang Yalan then sat across from Yin Hanyu, her smile unwavering. Mr. Yin, your visit today, are you here for our Qingyou or for old Lin? Qingyou? Yin Hanyu furrowed his brow. Who is Qingyou? Wang Yalan's smile faltered, and Lin Qingyou feigned ignorance. Oh my, Yin Hanyu, how could you forget Qingyou? She has confessed her feelings for you several times. How could you be so inconsiderate? Before Yin Hanyu could respond, Wang Yalan quickly added, Mr. Yin, you are exceptionally talented in every regard. It's no wonder Qingyou has taken a liking to you. Yin Hanyu responded, but I already have a wife. Wang Yalan's eyes widened in shock, while Lin Qingyou mirrored her astonishment. Didn't we agree not to mention this? Chapter 72. Yin Hanyu's quest for revenge for his wife. Wang Yalan was rendered speechless by Yin Hanyu's abrupt revelation. How could this be? Yin Hanyu, known for his disinterest in women and his impeccable lifestyle, was not like the typical rich playboys indulging in debauchery. While it was true that she had valued his prestigious lineage, she had equally esteemed his character. After all, Lin Qingyou was her own daughter, and she naturally wished for the best suitor for her. If he was already wed, what would become of her Qingyou? Absolutely unacceptable. Thus, Wang Yalan cautiously inquired, who is young Master Yin and Appo's wife? Yin Hanyu's gaze lingered meaningfully on Lin Qingyou. Lin Qingyou, feigning nonchalance, responded, why are you looking at me? She hastily picked up her teacup. She needed a drink to calm her nerves. Surely, Yin Hanyu must be jesting, she thought. Wang Yalan remained skeptical, convinced that if the eldest son of the Yin family were to marry, it would be a grand affair, not something to be whispered about in silence. Young people nowadays often refer to each other as husbands and wives at the slightest hint of affection. Yin Hanyu must have his eye on someone. No, she had to nip this in the bud. Wang Yalin excused herself to the restroom, promptly calling Lin Qingyou to return. Lin Qingyou, who had been filming, rushed back upon learning that Yin Hanyu was at the Lin residence. Such a rare opportunity could not be missed. Young Master Yin, you must have a favored girl, right? When Wang Yalin returned, she brought a large platter of fruit, feigning a caring elder and Appo's as concern, yet secretly probing for information about Yin Hanyu and Appo's as love interest. Yin Hanyu, in a surprisingly good mood, replied indeed. Which family is fortunate enough to have such a charming daughter? Wang Yalin asked. She must be a celestial beauty. However, Yin Hanyu shook his head, stating, not a celestial. Lin Qingyou pouted, thinking, how could she not be a celestial beauty? She absolutely was. Yin Hanyu looked at Lin Qingyou, a slight smile playing on his lips, just a little trickster. Lin Qingyou retorted, what do you mean I and Appo's? A trickster? What have I deceived? Wang Yalin tentatively inquired. What did she deceive you about? Yin Hanyu, with a hint of despondency, replied, she thinks I'm embarrassing, unpresentable, and unwilling to acknowledge me publicly. Lin Qingyou exclaimed, that is not true. She never said that. Stop spreading rumors. After all, wasn't she just there to retrieve the household registration book? Wang Yalin's eyes widened in shock, but then she convinced herself that Yin Hanyu must be joking. Given his status, no one could be deemed unworthy of him. Thus, it was clear he was jesting. Giddy, she pushed the fruit platter closer to him, saying, young Master Yin, please have some fruit. Yin Hanyu nodded slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yalin asked, which girl possesses such allure that she has captured young Master Yin and Appo's heart? She was determined to uncover this information. Knowing one's enemy and oneself would lead to triumph. However, Yin Hanyu leaned down, picking a piece of mango from the platter and offering it to Lin Qingyou. Miss Lin, do you know which family this girl belongs to? Lin Qingyou felt a wave of panic, thinking, oh no, this man's sense of revenge is quite intense. She was not opposed to marriage. She merely wished to keep it a secret for the time being. Yin Hanyu sighed regretfully. It seems Miss Lin is unaware of her own charm. Wang Yalin, in high spirits, chimed in. It appears young Master Yin has yet to win over his beloved. But fear not, for there are many beauties in the world, and you stand at the pinnacle, so you need not worry. Yin Hanyu replied, among the vast waters, I seek but a single ladle. He then turned to Lin Qingyou. And you? Coughing, Lin Qingyou nearly choked on the mango she had just bitten into. She immediately offered him a strawberry, saying, try this, it's exceptionally sweet. Yin Hanyu took a bite and somberly remarked, bitter. Bitter? Both Lin Qingyou and Wang Yalin exclaimed in unison, incredulous. How can it be bitter? Yin Hanyu explained, my heart is heavy. Everything tastes bitter. Lin Qingyou thought, oh no, this insufferable man is targeting me again. A heavy heart. Wang Yalin pondered whether Yin Hanyu had experienced a heartbreak. How wonderful. Perhaps her Qingqing would have another chance. You are exceptional, young Master Yin. Any sensible girl would be fortunate to have you. If she cannot see that, then she is blind, Wang Yalin gently consoled him. Lin Qingyou coughed incessantly, internally protesting, she is not blind. She has her sights set on you. Yin Hanyu, ever considerate, handed Lin Qingyou a tissue. Miss Lin, take your time eating, don't choke. Under the table, Lin Qingyou pinched his hand hard, silently pleading for him to stop drawing attention to her. Yin Hanyu observed her pouting demeanor and decided to relent. He squeezed her hand under the table, a playful gesture, while his eyes conveyed a message of compliance, albeit with a hint of feigned grievance that made Lin Qingyou feel a tinge of guilt. Just then, Lin's father returned. After a brief exchange with Yin Hanyu, he invited him to stay for dinner. Although Yin Hanyu had initially intended to decline, something seemed to spark in his deep-set eyes. Thank you, uncle, for your hospitality, he said, settling back down. Wang Yalin promptly announced, I'll go prepare dinner. Qingyou, keep young Master Yin company. Qingqing will be back shortly. Dinner? Wang Yalin would be cooking? Yin Hanyu recalled Lin Qingyou's complaints about how Wang Yalin often included food she disliked, even though she was allergic to, leaving her feeling both frustrated and helpless. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu stood up, Annie Lan, Cooking must be quite a chore for you. I've heard your dumplings are exceptional. Could you make me a batch? Dumplings? Wang Yalan, who had spent years making dumplings with her gambling husband, was taken aback. She had made them for most of her life and was utterly tired of them. Do you want dumplings? That's wonderful. It's your Aunt's specialty. Lin's father chimed in. Come to think of it, you Haven Tea made dumplings since you married me. I wonder if your skills have dulled. I'd love to taste your dumplings again. Wang Yalan hesitated. Young Master Yin, as our esteemed guest, would it be too much trouble to... It wouldn't tea. Yin Hanyu interrupted. The Yin family has no shortage of extravagant feasts. I simply crave something simple. Very well then, I shall prepare dumplings. Wang Yalan had little choice but to acquiesce. Anilan, I particularly love jade crab meat dumplings. Wang Yalan froze, staring incredulously at Yin Hanyu. Was this a coincidence or deliberate? Crab and dumplings were her least favorite foods. Dumplings evoke for her a sense of shameful and painful memories, while crabs represent a creature that instills fear and disgust, capable of triggering her allergies. Chapter 73. Despite her reluctance, Wang Yalan proceeded to the kitchen to make dumplings. As it was a dish personally requested by Yin Hanyu, Lin Qingyou observed the troubled expression on Wang Yalan and Appo's face, unable to suppress the smirk that tugged at her lips. Yin Hanyu was indeed a master of manipulation, cunningly returning the favor in kind. Lin Qingyou couldn't help but admire his skill, giving him a silent thumbs up, only to have Yin Hanyu turn away in a haughty manner. How petty, she thought. Suddenly, Yin Hanyu turned to Lin and Appo's father. Uncle, I noticed you have a plethora of flowers in your backyard. May I have the pleasure of viewing them? Lin's father scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I'm rather unrefined and know little about flowers, so I can't really introduce them to you. They're all planted by Qingyou and her aunt. With that, he gestured to Lin Qingyou. Qingyou, you know the flowers best. Please take Yin Xiao to see them. Lin Qingyou thought to herself, Dad, Yin Hanyu was just waiting for you to say that. Why are you pushing your daughter in his trap? Yin Hanyu, ever the gentleman, gestured politely. Miss Lin, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Lin Qingyou felt exasperated. Such a good actor. How could I ever believe he was innocent? He nothing but a sly wolf in sheep-esque clothing. In the backyard, seizing a moment alone, Lin Qingyou pinched Yin Hanyu sharply. Yin Hanyu, keep up the act if you wish. Yin Hanyu feigned innocence. What act am I putting on? Momentarily stumped by his response, Lin Qingyou found herself at a loss for words. Yin Hanyu bent down to pluck a rose. I genuinely wish to admire the flowers. After all, the first bouquet I ever received was from you. He picked a few more flowers, cheerfully tucking a large red rose behind Lin Qingyou's ear. Don't remove it. It's beautiful. Take me to your room, Lin Qingyou asserted, realizing that this was indeed Yin Hanyu and Appo's intention for staying for dinner. She pointed to the second floor where her room was located. My father and Appo's study is right next door. What do you intend to do? Yin Hanyu playfully flicked her forehead. You little vixen, what are you thinking? I merely wish to see your room, nothing more. Lin Qingyou pondered, what could I possibly be thinking? Meanwhile, Lin Qingfeng rushed home, excitedly entering the living room, only to find that Yin Hanyu was absent. Seeing her mother in the kitchen, she questioned with rising irritation, Mom, didn't you say Yin Hanyu was coming over? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Wang Yalan, already frazzled from preparing crabs and dumplings, was further incensed by her daughter's attitude. Look at yourself. No wonder Yin Hanyu isn't interested in you. Just take a look at what you're wearing and how you look. Are you trying to scare him away? Lin Qingfeng, in her costume from the set, had transformed into a ghostly figure, complete with heavy makeup that had run from her hasty arrival. Wang Yalan promptly pulled her daughter to her room. Quickly change into something beautiful and redo your makeup. If Yin Hanyu had seen you like this, he would have fled in terror. Where has Yin Hanyu gone? Lin Qingfeng asked anxiously while removing her makeup, fearful that he might leave before she had a chance to see him. After all, her previous encounters with him were always thanks to Lin Qingyou. Wang Yalan, still busy in the kitchen, shrugged nonchalantly. He is probably having tea with your father. As a distinguished guest, Lin Jiwei would certainly entertain him personally. Feeling relieved by her mother's words, Lin Qingfeng turned to the vanity, meticulously applying her makeup. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yin Hanyu eagerly pressed Lin Qingyou on her soft, inviting bed, kissing her passionately. Their lips met fervently, unwilling to part. Yin Hanyu's fervor soon devoured Lin Qingyou's previously applied vibrant lipstick, but at that moment, she was far too consumed by their encounter to care. Her mind raced back to their earlier conversation about simply wanting to see her room. Hadn't it oppose, they agreed not to do anything? Why? After merely glancing at her room, had he suddenly transformed into a ravenous beast, unrestrained in his affections? Was the seemingly innocent side of him merely a facade? Panic gripped Lin Qingyou as she realized her father was in the room next door. The mere thought of him walking in at that moment made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Desperate, she attempted to push Yin Hanyu away, but he only deepened the kiss, as if he wished to consume her whole, entirely unlike his usual demeanor. "What is wrong with you?" Lin Qingyou gasped, her breath hitching, her cheeks aflame, utterly entranced by his intensity. "Qingyou, I've seen the bookmarks you made," he murmured, recalling the book he had gifted her, which she still cherished. Among the numerous bookmarks were her childhood notes. "I like Brother Hanyu. When I grow up, I will marry him." There were also her musings from her teenage years. "Today, I saw Brother Hanyu. Wait, he is now Yin Hanyu, not by Hanyu. How could I ever aspire to be with him?" And other reflections, such as, "Yin Hanyu has been rather fierce today, demanding I cook for him. He has never been so harsh before. I despise him and wish to poison him." Then there were the times she had written, "Yin Hanyu is such a fool to have actually eaten it and ended up in the hospital. I feel a twinge of guilt." Lastly, the notes of her recent frustrations. "Yin Hanyu keeps haunting me, always teasing. I loathe him. Perhaps I should curse him." Chapter 74. Little Qingyou. "Thank you for liking me." He had just stood motionless in front of the vanity, observing her bookmarks. Lin Qingyou and Oppo's face instantly flushed crimson, and a flicker of guilt and embarrassment danced in her beautiful eyes. Most of her bookmarks bore messages expressing her disdain for him. Yet, being a girl, she was filled with youthful emotions. What she said often contradicted her true feelings. Those who understood. "Little Qingyou, it appears you have been coveting me since you were so young." Lin Qingyou's face turned a deeper shade of red, her ears, neck, and cheeks ablaze. "Who is coveting you?" Suddenly, she lunged at Yin Hanyu, attempting to reclaim the book that held immense significance for her. "Give it back. You must return it to me." However, in response to her frantic attempts to snatch it away, Yin Hanyu showed no intention of relinquishing it. With a teasing smile playing on his lips, he effortlessly held the book high above his head. His tall stature of 188 centimeters ensured that the petite Lin Qingyou, no matter how fervently she jumped, could never reach the edges of that book. Lin Qingyou leaped in frustration. "Yin Hanyu, get it back, hurry!" Yin Hanyu smirked. "Not a chance." Lin Qingyou was exasperated, her temper flaring. She was determined to sink her teeth into him. Yet, Yin Hanyu seemed to find delight in toying with her, like a mischievous child. He would lower the book slightly whenever she seemed ready to give up, igniting a flicker of hope within her. This led Lin Qingyou to believe that with just a bit more effort, she could reclaim that precious book. Thus, she leapt again and again, each time ending in failure. In a fit of rage, she stomped her foot. "Yin Hanyu, you wicked brat, return the book to me." Her face was flushed with anger, her eyes wide as if she were about to explode. Yet, all she received in return was Yin Hanyu's provocatively taunting words, "I want to give it back." Before she could react, he deliberately waved the book in front of her face, which ignited the flames of her fury while simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she lunged at him, desperate to grasp the book that was tantalizingly close. But to her surprise, the situation took a dramatic turn. Due to her excessive force, Lin Qingyou not only failed to seize the book, but she found herself crashing into Yin Hanyu's warm embrace. His eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly having anticipated this outcome. He held her tightly, not allowing her any chance to escape, and then leaned down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. "Little Qingyou, thank you for liking me. I like you so much." Yin Hanyu's unexpected kiss left Lin Qingyou utterly unprepared. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, and her once tense form gradually softened. His kiss was passionate and tender, imbued with unspoken feelings and desires. Unable to articulate his emotions, He conveyed them to Lin Qingyou through his kiss. Slowly, Lin Qingyou succumbed to the enchantment of the kiss, instinctively wrapping her arms around him, her thoughts becoming hazy and indistinct. The sensation of kissing the one she cherished was simply exquisite. However, when her hand brushed against the scattered bookmarks on the bed, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over her. In her past life, when he had seen those bookmarks, they had swiftly met their demise. In this life, however, when he beheld them, they were on the brink of marriage. Yin Hanyu, in this life, I shall ensure your happiness, boundless happiness. Lin Qingyou eagerly returned his kiss. In that moment, the world around them faded, leaving only their intertwined figures and the fervent warmth of their lips against one another. Eventually, it was Yin Hanyu who gently released Lin Qingyou. Dazed from the kiss, she leaned against him, appearing submissively compliant, and he could not resist lowering his head to kiss her lips once more. His breath was heavy, his forehead resting against hers, his heart racing. Qingyou, what should I do? I have reactions. Lin Qingyou's face burned with embarrassment. As she regained her senses, she hurriedly pushed Yin Hanyu away. Goodness, it's all your fault for being so alluring. She scolded herself. She was in her own home, with Lin Qingyou across the hall and her father next door. Yet she had been lost in a moment of passion with Yin Hanyu. Had he not stopped in time? Lin Qingyou shook her head vigorously, refusing to dwell on it any longer. If I think about it more, I might just have to censor it. Yin Hanyu immediately pulled her back. Qingyou, please help me. How? How can I help? Lin Qingyou stammered, flustered. She was usually so eloquent. But in moments like these, she found herself at a loss. Yin Hanyu appeared somewhat troubled. I'm not sure. Lin Qingyou and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Is it really that innocent? Covering her face with one hand, she pointed towards her bathroom with the other. Perhaps you should take a cold shower? After all, that's what they say in those domineering CEO novels. Yin Hanyu. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyou had finished her makeup and was headed to find Yin Hanyu. However, upon entering Lin Father's study, she was met with her father engrossed in documents, with no sign of Yin Hanyu. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Dad, where is Yin Hanyu? Lin Father continued to peruse his papers, responding absently. He enjoys admiring flowers. I asked her sister to take him to appreciate them. At that moment, Lin Qingyou wished she could strangle her mother. How could she allow Yin Hanyu and Lin Qingyou to be alone? After all her preparation, how long had they been left together? Lin Qingyou rushed to the backyard, but was devoid of any presence. She quickly returned, knocking on Lin Qingyou and Appo's door in a frenzy. Lin Qingyou, open the door. Open up. When Lin Qingyou finally opened the door, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Lin Qingyou's attire. Dressed in a bright red gown with high heels and voluminous waves, she looked as if she were preparing for a glamorous red carpet event. Insanity. Lin Qingyou shook her head in disdain. Knocking so urgently? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Lin Qingyou, her anger simmering, demanded, where is Yin Hanyu? Lin Qingyou pointed towards the bathroom door. He is taking a shower. Lin Qingyou and Appo's eyes widened in shock. Showering? What on earth did they do to warrant a shower? Furious, Lin Qingyou glared at Lin Qingyou. You vixen. You must have seduced Brother Hanyu. Preposterous. It was I who was seduced. At that moment, Yin Hanyu emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand. Chapter 75. Yin Hanyu truly possesses remarkable skills. Lin Qingyou, upon seeing Yin Hanyu emerge, was about to speak when Wang Yalan called from downstairs, announcing that dinner was ready. Lin Qingyou gestured for Yin Hanyu to descend first while she went to summon her father from the study. Wang Yalan and Appo's culinary talents were indeed commendable. She had not only prepared the jade crab meat dumplings that Yin Hanyu favored, but had also crafted several sumptuous dishes. However, her hands were evidently reddened and swollen due to a crab allergy, and she occasionally scratched them in discomfort. Feigning ignorance, Lin Qingyou expressed concern. Aunt Lan, what happened to your hands? Yin Hanyu sampled a dumpling and exclaimed, Wow, Aunt Lan, your cooking is exceptional. These jade crab meat dumplings are truly delicious. Crab meat dumplings? Lin Qingyou interjected, Mom, how could you make crab meat dumplings? Aren't and Appo's. Are you allergic to crabs? Upon hearing this, Yin Hanyu immediately spat out the dumpling he had just eaten, exclaiming, "What a blunder! My sincerest apologies." Lin Qingyou. Wang Yalan. Lin Qingyou. Yin Hanyu truly knows how to handle a situation. Suppressing her laughter, Lin Qingyou noticed that Yin Hanyu wore a look of profound guilt. He set down his chopsticks, appearing unable to swallow another bite. "Aunt Lan, I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea you were allergic to crabs. I shoot in Appos. T have ordered this dish." Lin Qingyou was taken aback. Did he personally choose this dish? Had her earlier comment made him feel embarrassed? This was unfortunate. Yin Hanyu would surely have a worse impression of her now. Thus, Lin Qingyou decided to remedy the situation swiftly. "You needn't feel so guilty. My mother's not that delicate. It's merely a mild allergy, nothing serious. Right, Mom?" Wang Yalan. Lin Qingyou. Lin Qingyou truly is a devoted daughter. After all, allergies can range from mild to severe, and one misstep could be fatal. Wang Yalan shot Lin Qingyou a glare. But since her daughter had spoken, she could only scratch her hands while gritting her teeth and nodding. "Yes, Qingyou is right. Young Master Yin, please eat without worry." "I am fine." That's good, that's good." Only then did Yin Hanyu appear relieved. Lin Qingyou picked up a braised lion's head, intending to offer it to Yin Hanyu. But Lin Qingyou immediately turned to her father, saying, "Dad, aren't you going to eat? The braised lion's head is your favorite dish. Look how good Qingyou is to you." Lin Qingyou. With Lin Qingyou saying that, what choice did Lin Qingyou have? She could only awkwardly place the lion's head in her father's plate. "Dad, you eat." Her father mechanically replied, "Thank you." Lin Qingyou couldn't help but glance at him. Her father had been wearing a frown since he returned home and had spent a long time in the study. Normally, he would have noticed Wang Yalan's allergy. Yet today, her father's mood was evidently still distant from home. "Dad, what's wrong?" Lin Qingyou offered him some vegetables. Only then did her father seem to realize his own lapse in demeanor. He awkwardly smiled. "It's nothing, just some trivial business matters. Let's eat." Lin Qingyou frowned slightly, but chose not to press further. After dinner, Yin Hanyu was preparing to leave, but Lin Qingyou had no intention of keeping him. If he stayed, he would definitely come to her room in the middle of the night. Given their current state, it would be all too easy for things to escalate. If her father were to find out, Lin Qingyou shook her head. She dared not imagine that scenario. Thus, she kept signaling for Yin Hanyu to leave quickly. However, Lin Qingyou foolishly suggested, "It's quite late now. Why don't you stay at my house for the night?" Yin Hanyu immediately agreed, looking at Lin Qingyou. "Miss Lin, I shall impose upon you." Lin Qingyou. To make matters worse, Lin Qingyou kept insisting, "Not an imposition, not an imposition, not at all." Lin Qingyou. A phrase of exasperation lingered on the tip of her tongue, but she refrained from voicing it. He may not be imposing on her, but he certainly would on her. However, Lin Qingyou was clearly overthinking. Yin Hanyu did not intrude upon her, but rather sought out her father. Lin father was indeed facing business difficulties and retreated to the study to work immediately after dinner. Yin Hanyu knocked on his door. Upon opening it and seeing Yin Hanyu, Lin father was somewhat surprised. Yet, he felt guilty for not properly entertaining his esteemed guest. "I apologize. I have not been a gracious host today." "Not all." Yin Hanyu replied, "I had a delightful time. Truly splendid." Lin father invited Yin Hanyu to sit. Yin Hanyu cast a distant glance at the documents on the desk. It was a tender offer. He then inquired, "Uncle, have you encountered any difficulties?" Lin father sighed. "I previously invested several billion to acquire a parcel of land, but it has now been discovered to contain hazardous chemical substances, rendering it unsuitable for the construction of commercial buildings. This implies that all my prior investments have gone to waste. I essentially purchased a worthless piece of land for billions, and now I must invest even more. In this day and age, conducting business is already fraught with challenges. This loss would undoubtedly lead the Lin family down a precarious path." Worthless land? Yin Hanyu furrowed his brow. How could a site such as that even be up for bidding? Generally, land suitable for bidding has been vetted by the relevant authorities. "It is my misfortune and my hubris. I was overly confident," Lin father lamented. "I'm the architect of my own demise." "Why do you say that, uncle?" Yin Hanyu inquired, puzzled. Lin father explained, "The surface of the land posed no issues. I excavated for several dozen meters without encountering any problems. However, I intended to construct an underground hotel. Lin father looked at Yin Hanyu. Are you familiar with the concept of a deep pit hotel? I aspired to create something similar, a landmark in the hospitality industry. However, such hotels require excavation to depths of several hundred meters. As he continued, Lin father grew increasingly regretful. Typically, such depths are not necessary. Yet the deeper I dug, the more issues I unearthed. What sort of issues? Underneath the land lies a toxic expanse. The deeper I excavated, the more hazardous it became. Today, the relevant authorities and experts detected substantial amounts of heavy metals and various harmful substances. They warned that these substances pose significant health risks, such as damaging the immune, nervous, and reproductive systems, and could even induce hemolytic anemia and hepatic damage. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly proceed with constructing a hotel? Yet, to Yin Hanyu, the situation only piqued his interest further. Uncle, where is that parcel of land located? Over by Yinshan. Yinshan? Yin Hanyu suddenly sprang to his feet. Lin father was taken aback by his abrupt movement. What's the matter? Yin Hanyu endeavored to calm his racing heart and turned to Lin father. Uncle, please sell me that piece of land. Lin father gazed at Yin Hanyu with a look of incredulity. That land was a hot potato, unclaimed even if offered for free. How could he possibly want to buy it? Uncle, I am serious. Transfer that land to me, or I could trade it for a more desirable parcel. Chapter 76. Enjoying the green hat, Yin Hanyu had yet to seek out Lin Qingyou, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. To discover what was transpiring between Yin Hanyu and her father, she decided to prepare a dish in the kitchen, thus providing a valid reason for her visit. However, upon entering the kitchen, she encountered Lin Qingyou, who was already preparing a sweet soup of white fungus and lotus seeds, intended for Yin Hanyu. Lin Qingyou scoffed with a cold smile. Lin Qingyou glared at her, inquiring, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Qingyou replied, "Don and Oppos. T say I didn't and Oppos. T warn you, serving him that soup will be akin to flattering him in a most embarrassing manner." Furrowing her brow, Lin Qingyou asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Qingyou explained, "Yin Hanyu detests white fungus. He claims it resembles eating snot, which is revolting." Lin Qingyou immediately set down the soup, asking, "Then what does he like to eat?" Lin Qingyou shrugged, retorting, "Why should I tell you?" Lin Qingyou took a deep breath, pressing further, "How do you know what he likes or dislikes?" Lin Qingyou mischievously replied, "I simply want an amp. Oppos. T tell you. Ha ha ha." Before Lin Qingyou could respond, Yin Hanyu hurriedly descended the stairs, seemingly in a rush, and made a beeline for the exit without acknowledging the kitchen. As Lin Qingyou and Lin Qingyou rushed out, they saw Yin Hanyu drive away swiftly. Lin Qingyou turned to Lin Qingyou, tauntingly stating, "It seems he doesn't end amp. Oppos. T care much for you either, umph." Lin Qingyou retreated to her room, contemplating whether to call Yin Hanyu to inquire if something was amiss. To her surprise, she heard his phone ringing in her room. Lifting the blanket, she discovered his phone lying on her bed. What had transpired? Why had he left so abruptly? After securing Yin Hanyu and amp, Oppos' phone, she hurried to the study to find her father. Upon handing over a troublesome matter, her father appeared quite pleased. Without hesitation, Lin Qingyou asked, "Father, what did you discuss with Yin Hanyu? Why did he leave so suddenly?" Her father replied, "Isn't it normal for him to leave at this hour?" Lin Qingyou was momentarily silent until her father suddenly realized, "Do you and Yin Hanyu have something going on?" Feigning laughter, Lin Qingyou responded, "What could there possibly be? Why do you suddenly ask that?" Her father elaborated, "I spent a fortune purchasing a problematic piece of land, which has been quite distressing." Yet, without hesitation, Yin Hanyu offered to buy it from me. I had no intention of taking advantage of him, but he insisted quite fervently. He even promised me a larger and better parcel, so I relented. Her father speculated, "Could it be that he has feelings for you and wishes to curry favor with me?" Lin Qingyou pondered this, sensing a semblance of truth, yet also doubting it. The urgency of Yin Hanyu's departure indicated he had uncovered something significant. By the following morning, Yin Hanyu had still not returned, prompting Lin Qingyou to decide to return to her apartment. Upon arriving at the building, she encountered Yin Yishuan. "Let us talk," Yin Yishuan initiated. Lin Qingyou had intended to take him to a CAF within the community, but, recalling his previous misunderstanding, she directed him to Yin Hanyu's apartment instead. As anticipated, upon entering the apartment and observing the surroundings, Yin Yishuan immediately inquired, "Are you cohabiting with Yin Hanyu?" Pouring herself a glass of warm water, Lin Qingyou retorted, "Aren't you the one who trusts your own eyes the most? Then believe what you see." Yin Yishuan was taken aback. The apartment was now predominantly filled with Lin Qingyou's belongings. Had he not known that Yin Hanyu resided here, he might have thought he had entered the wrong unit. Lin Qingyou initially believed that this would dispel any misunderstandings Yin Yishuan had regarding Yin Hanyu and Mingyu and Appo's relationship. However, to her dismay, Yin Yishuan erupted, "Lin Qingyou, how shameless can you be? Are you really trying to be the third party and steal Mingyu and Appo's man?" Lin Qingyou was taken aback, sputtering water in shock. How could he dare label her a third party? She had been a childhood companion of Yin Hanyu. Their mothers had even arranged a betrothal between them. She had always been the rightful partner. Fuming, she retorted, "You are the true third party." Pushing Yin Yishuan, she declared, "Your entire family consists of third parties." Yin Yishuan nearly stumbled from her shove, warning, "Don't think I won't hit you, Lin Qingyou." Lin Qingyou clenched her fists, challenging him. "Then why not give it a try? Last time, you nearly escaped unscathed, didn't you?" Yin Yishuan was momentarily speechless as Lin Qingyou continued. "Yin Yishuan, mark my words. I am the one and only sister-in-law." Yin Yishuan thought to himself, wondering where this foolish woman derived such confidence. Lin Qingyou shot back, "And you, foolish man, where does your inferiority complex stem from? While it may be true that you cannot compare to my darling, you still possess qualities that could attract Mingyu." Yin Yishuan scoffed. "Mingyu attracted to him? Oomph. Should he thank her for her consolation? You know nothing." Yin Yishuan retorted, defeated. "You Haven and Appo's. Seen the depths of their affection. If you did, it would surely bring you to tears." Suddenly, Lin Qingyou scrutinized Yin Yishuan, teasing, "So, you and Appo's. Secretly cried over this. Haven and Appo's. You? How romantic." Yin Yishuan, flustered, exclaimed, "Is that the point?" Before he could continue, his phone rang. It was a contact he had sent to follow Mingyu, and he quickly answered. Did something happen to her? Upon hearing the response, he erupted. "What? She went to find Yin Hanyu again?" Furiously, he hung up. Lin Qingyou inquired, "What happened?" Yin Yishuan glared at her. "Aren't you a staunch believer in Yin Hanyu? Do you know where he is now?" Shaking her head, Lin Qingyou replied, "No, I don't." With gritted teeth, he declared, "He's gone traveling to Yinshan with Mingyu." Lin Qingyou retorted, "How do you know they are traveling?" Yin Yishuan confidently replied, "Fool. Yinshan is a renowned tourist destination in the country. Where else would they go but for leisure?" Lin Qingyou was momentarily rendered speechless. "Is this truly the logic of a genius?" She inquired, "When you go to the restroom, is it solely for that purpose?" Yin Yishuan retorted, "If you go to the restroom without attending to nature's call, are you going there to feast on excrement?" Lin Qingyou found herself at a loss for words. Her frustration mounting. One can wash their hands, check their reflection, and touch up their makeup after visiting the restroom, she countered, implying that Yin Hanyu and Ming Yu had ulterior motives for their trip to Yinshan. Yet, Yin Yishuan abruptly declared, "I see you are obstinate and unyielding. If you dare, accompany me to Yinshan to seek them out. I will allow you to witness the hypocritical and repugnant face of Yin Hanyu firsthand." Chapter 77. Yin Hanyu, I am jealous. Quickly comfort me, Yinshan. Lin Qingyou and Yin Yishuan hurriedly made their way to the destination. However, upon arrival, they found no sign of Yin Hanyu or Mingyu. Instead, they encountered Su Wan, who was wearing a hard hat and inspecting a large pit, glancing around anxiously. Lin Qingyou approached from behind and tapped Su Wan on the shoulder. "Assistant Su, what brings you here? Where is Yin Hanyu?" Su Wan pointed to the deep pit ahead. "I came here to dig the pit." Lin Qingyou was at a loss for words. Yin Yishuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that Yin Hanyu was indeed peculiar, summoning his assistant to dig a pit in the middle of the night. "So where is he?" Lin Qingyou inquired again. Su Wan continued to point at the pit. "He and Miss Ming have gone down into the pit." Lin Qingyou was taken aback. Why on earth would he take Mingyu down there? Digging? Descending? She rushed closer to peer into the pit. To her astonishment, It was an incredibly deep hole, at least several hundred meters deep. Yet, there was no sign of Yin Hanyu or Mingyu. Suan explained, Miss Qingyou, this site was originally intended for an underground hotel that your father envisioned. Construction has been ongoing for quite some time, and last night, the president ordered us to continue digging through the night. It's not only deep, but also quite expansive, given the area required for the hotel. Therefore, it is impossible to see them from above. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyou immediately attempted to descend. Suan quickly stopped her. Miss Qingyou, you cannot go down there. Why not? She protested. The president said it's dangerous down there. He only permitted himself and Miss Ming to enter. Yin Yishuan, overhearing this, cursed Yin Hanyu under his breath and had already jumped into the pit. That scoundrel, knowing the danger, still let Mingyu go down. Lin Qingyou disregarded Su Wan and Appo's objections and followed suit, leaping into the pit. As they reached the bottom, an overwhelming and indescribable stench assaulted them. Yin Yishuan, a pampered young master, was unaccustomed to such an environment and immediately began to retch. Although Lin Qingyou did not vomit, the odor certainly made her feel nauseous. Can you manage? Lin Qingyou gestured toward the exit. If not, you should leave. I will go in alone. Yin Yishuan, feeling miserable from his earlier retching, was spurred by her taunt to feign indifference and continue forward. Lin Qingyou rolled her eyes. Yin Shaosan is right. You're just too concerned about your pride. Suffering for it. As they ventured deeper into the pit, they discovered a hidden world within. The further they walked, the deeper it became, revealing a tunnel-like structure. To their surprise, they encountered iron doors as they progressed. Upon seeing the doors, Lin Qingyou and Yin Yishuan exchanged looks of confusion, both wondering what this place had been in the past. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from within, shaking the confined space. Concern replaced their earlier calm. Yet without hesitation, they raced towards the source of the commotion. Yin Hanyu, Lin Qingyou called out anxiously, her voice trembling with worry. Mingyu, Yin Yishuan echoed, his heart racing. As they burst through the door, the sight before them halted their steps. Yin Hanyu and Ming, you were dashing towards them at breakneck speed. Flames raging behind them like a demon, accompanied by deafening explosions. Worse still, Mingyu stumbled on something beneath her feet, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Mingyu! Mingyu! Both Yin Hanyu and Yin Yishuan cried out in unison. Yin Hanyu, who had already reached a safe distance, did not hesitate for a moment. He turned and sprinted back to where Mingyu had fallen. Just as he reached to pull her up, another earth-shattering explosion resonated. Fire erupted skyward, forming a dazzling pillar, and the shock wave surged towards them. Mingyu had no time to react as the force hurled her into the air, and she crashed heavily to the ground. Dust swirled, obscuring their view, making it difficult to discern their situation. As the haze cleared, it became evident that Yin Hanyu had pushed Mingyu to safety, while he himself bore the brunt of the blast, his back a mass of injuries. Despite her pain, Mingyu scrambled to her feet and rushed to support Yin Hanyu. Are you all right? Yin Hanyu grimaced in pain, but replied nonchalantly, I'll survive. Thank you for saving me once again, Mingyu said gratefully. Yin Hanyu steadied himself. Enough of this. You've saved me plenty of times too. Mingyu picked up the object that had tripped her, a dark, unrecognizable plaque. She wiped it off, but still could not discern its markings. What is this? The thing that tripped me. Let us get out first. Otherwise, this wretched thing might cost you your life again. Isn't it your life at stake? Mingyu quipped, tucking the plaque away. After all, you were the one injured. Yin Yishuan observed their easy camaraderie and was reminded of the time he witnessed Mingyu recklessly dash to save Yin Hanyu from an oncoming truck. He gazed at them, a chill settling in his heart. Lin Qingyou, do you believe me now? He thought. Those two are bound by a love that transcends all, willing to risk their lives for one another. Lin Qingyou shot Yin Yishuan an exasperated glare. Seriously? Even in such a life-and-death situation, you're still jealous? Yin Yishuan retorted. It's precisely in moments like these that one's true feelings are revealed. Lin Qingyou pondered this for a moment. That does make some sense. Should I be jealous too? She placed her hands on her hips, fuming, and shouted at the iron door. Yin Hanyu, I am jealous. Come out and comfort me. Yin Hanyu. Yin Yishuan. What kind of woman is this? How could she be so direct? Chapter 78. Coral Yo-Yo. What brings you here? You should leave immediately. Upon spotting Lin Qingyou, Yin Hanyu felt a surge of surprise, swiftly followed by irritation. Lin Qingyou, who had initially been calm, found herself agitated by his insistence that she go. Why is it that you all can come, yet I cannot? Yin Hanyu hastily pulled Lin Qingyou away, asserting, "This place is perilous, filthy, and unsuitable for a girl." Unsuitable for a girl? Lin Qingyou pointed at Mingyu. Don't tell me that such a stunning beauty is not a woman. She is not like you, Yin Hanyu retorted. This statement was easily misinterpreted, especially with Yin Yishuan fanning the flames nearby. Did you hear that? He said you and Mingyu are incomparable. Lin Qingyou remained speechless, while Mingyu and Yin Hanyu exchanged glances, both at a loss. Damn it, I really want to hit someone, Yin Hanyu thought. As Yin Yishuan believed he had successfully ignited the conflict, he anticipated Lin Qingyou would retaliate against Yin Hanyu. However, the next moment, Lin Qingyou delivered an elbow strike towards Yin Yishuan, exclaiming, "Wretch, don't think I'm unaware of your schemes." Yin Yishuan was taken aback. This isn't how the script is supposed to unfold. Where did it all go wrong? Lin Qingyou then admonished Yin Yishuan. Isn't the Yin family known for its strict upbringing? Haven't you been taught to remain silent when elders speak? Yin Yishuan retorted angrily. What makes you an elder? Are you older than me? How can you claim such a title? Lin Qingyou narrowed her eyes dangerously. Haven't you heard that an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother? Yin Yishuan was left speechless. Still not getting it? You truly are simple-minded. Lin Qingyou kindly clarified. Yin Hanyu is your biological brother, which makes me your sister-in-law. In other words, Yin Hanyu is your father, and I am your mother. Yin Yishuan was utterly bewildered. Yin Hanyu, on the other hand, silently rejected the notion of having such a foolish son. Suddenly, Mingyu, usually composed, couldn't hold back a laugh. Yin Yishuan shot a fierce glare at her, but Mingyu defiantly glared back. Within seconds, Yin Yishuan relented, asking, "Are you hurt?" Mingyu instantly resumed her cold demeanor. "What does that have to do with you?" "What do you mean, what does it have to do with me?" Lin Qingyou pushed Yin Yishuan aside and pulled Yin Hanyu closer. "Are you blind? Can't you see that it is my baby who is injured?" Lin Qingyou disdainfully remarked. "You can't even protect your own woman, yet you dare to feel jealous? Pathetic." Yin Yishuan huffed. "Well, if you glare at me again, you'll be the one who is pathetic." Lin Qingyou shot back with a fierce glare and then led Yin Hanyu outside. Once outside, she prepared to drive him to the hospital. Leaning against the car, Yin Hanyu shook his head in refusal. "I won't go to the hospital." "Why not?" Lin Qingyou inquired. Yin Hanyu explained, "The explosives have been stored for many years. Their potency diminished significantly. My injuries are merely superficial." Lin Qingyou fixed her intense gaze upon him. "I asked why you are unwilling to go to the hospital?" After a moment of silence, Yin Hanyu merely replied, "I just dislike hospitals." Lin Qingyou gritted her teeth, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Yin Hanyu, you left my house in the dead of night without a word. I understood you had urgent matters, so I did not get angry. Your younger brother even believes there is something between you and Mingyu. I have seen you risk your life to save her. In that moment of crisis, I felt Mingyu's safety was paramount, so I didn't get angry. Given that you claim to be life and death partners with Mingyu, I can comprehend your willingness to save her at all costs. However, that does not mean I have no temper or that I am not jealous. I have stated before that we should communicate openly about our feelings. I expressed to you that I felt jealous and needed your comfort. But what about you? Have you comforted me? Now you are even hiding things from me. Yin Hanyu, why do you conceal the truth from me? Do you truly regard me as someone unworthy of your trust?" Yin Hanyu hastily attempted to explain, "No. Yo-Yo, it's not as you think." His eyes were filled with urgency and helplessness, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, the cause of which was unclear. Pain or anxiety? If it's not, then you should clarify everything for me. Lin Qingyou insisted, unyielding in her interrogation. However, confronted with her unwavering stance, Yin Hanyu fell silent once more. The car was enveloped in a suffocating silence, punctuated only by Assistant Sue in the front seat, fidgeting anxiously. He nervously glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the tense atmosphere between the two, internally lamenting, "Dear heavens, should I drive or not?" Seeing Yin Hanyu remain tight-lipped, Lin Qingyou's brows furrowed in frustration. Very well. If you are determined to remain silent, then from this day forth, do not utter another word to me. With that, she reached for the car door, preparing to exit. Just as she was about to step out, Yin Hanyu seemed to snap back to reality, swiftly grasping her wrist with urgency. After I was kidnapped, I fell into an endless abyss of darkness. Each day, I felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, forcibly placed upon a cold operating table. I became a subject for those clad in white coats and masks to manipulate and experiment upon. Each time I opened my eyes, I was met with the cold, expressionless gazes of those doctors. They approached me like demons, wielding syringes and blood collection devices. Then a sharp pain would seize my body. Vivid red blood gushed from me, accumulating into jars of shocking crimson liquid. But this was not the end. It was merely the beginning of a nightmare. For beyond drawing blood, there awaited a myriad of unknown concoctions and horrific viruses, each poised to invade my body. The needles grew progressively larger, each one resembling a sword piercing through my skin, gradually introducing those terrifying viruses within me. The accompanying agony was unbearable. I would uncontrollably tremble, my muscles spasming as waves of excruciating pain flooded my nerves. I writhed on the operating table, struggling and emitting heart-wrenching cries. It was futile. Ultimately, the pain rendered me unconscious. But this was still not the end. Before long, I would awaken amidst the throes of agony, only to confront that dreadful scene again, enduring the relentless cycle of torment and suffering. Day after day, such an existence appeared to stretch on indefinitely. Chapter 79. He chose to kill me in the stillness of the night. The world seemed enveloped in a blanket of tranquility. Within the hotel room, Yin Hanyu's back, once horrifically marred by the explosion, was finally no longer bleeding after Lin Qingyou's meticulous and careful treatment. However, due to excessive blood loss and the fact that Yin Hanyu had not slept for a day and a night, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. Seeing that Yin Hanyu was completely asleep, Lin Qingyou gently pushed the door open, fearful that even the slightest sound might rouse her beloved from his peaceful rest. She quietly made her way to the balcony, standing still as she gazed into the pitch-black night sky. Her thoughts surged like a tide. In truth, she had considered the sufferings and torments Yin Hanyu might have endured over the years. Yet, upon hearing him recount those past experiences, she was struck by how pale and feeble her previous imaginings had been. The pain Yin Hanyu had endured far exceeded her comprehension. Tears welled up in her eyes involuntarily as she bit down on her lip, striving to suppress her sorrow. Yin Hanyu had refrained from sharing his burdens with her, fearing it would bring her grief. Therefore, she must not cry. He had already borne too much suffering. How could she allow him to worry for her as well? The night breeze tousled Lin Qingyou's hair, bringing with it a coolness she remained oblivious to. Images of Yin Hanyu-esque grave expressions while recounting his past haunted her mind, each memory piercing her heart. At that moment, Mingyu emerged from another room. Lin Qingyou endeavored to compose herself. "Haven't you gone to sleep yet?" Mingyu approached her. "You must have many questions for me, right?" Lin Qingyou nodded, looking at Mingyu. "If I ask, will you answer?" Mingyu gazed into the distance. "If you don an oppose, T ask, I want an oppose, T no." Lin Qingyou also turned her gaze outward. "Did you suffer the same hardships as Yin Hanyu? Were you afraid? Did it hurt?" Mingyu suddenly turned to look at Lin Qingyou, her calm eyes filled with confusion. "Why is your first question directed at me? What do you think I should ask?" "Naturally, you should inquire about Yin Hanyu." Lin Qingyou sighed. "Actually, he has already told me most of it." Mingyu responded. "Then you are quite remarkable." Lin Qingyou furrowed her brow. "What do you mean by that?" Mingyu explained. "Yin Hanyu has never been one to wallow in misery. He would never speak of his suffering. He would never expose his wounds. I forced him to speak." "Then you're even more remarkable," Mingyu continued, "because no one has ever been able to compel him. There was a time when I was on a mission with him. I was kidnapped, and the captors demanded he surrender something, threatening to kill me otherwise." Mingyu glanced at Lin Qingyou. "Can you guess how Yin Hanyu responded?" "How could he have responded?" Lin Qingyou blurted out. "He must have saved you. You are important to him." Mingyu shook her head. "He chose to kill me." Lin Qingyou was taken aback. "How could that be?" Mingyu chuckled softly, because at that moment, choosing to kill me was the best option. Even the captor was taken by surprise. But in that instant of unexpectedness, I managed to save myself. A hint of regret flickered in Lin Qingyou's eyes, as she had unconsciously believed that it was Yin Hanyu who had saved Mingyu in that critical moment. It turned out that Mingyu had saved herself. Mingyu looked at Lin Qingyou. If the one being held captive were you, he would comply without hesitation. Because Yin Hanyu would never dare to gamble your life for a 1 in a million chance. But since it was me who was kidnapped, Yin Hanyu could remain calm and rational, even upholding his principle of never being coerced. Do you blame him? Mingyu shook her head. I do not blame him, because if the roles were reversed, and he was the one being threatened, I would have acted the same way. Why? Lin Qingyou was puzzled. Arin and Appos, to you both partners in life and death? Don't you both risk your lives for each other? Because the mission is more important than our lives. Our willingness to sacrifice ourselves for each other is merely the foundation of our training as partners in life and death. Foundation training? What do you mean? Lin Qingyou gazed at Mingyu in confusion. Mingyu turned her gaze back to the horizon. During our first mission together, we succeeded, yet we were both severely punished. He received 50 lashes and was thrown into a pit of snakes. I received 20 lashes and was cast into a rat hole. He fears snakes while I fear rats. Lin Qingyou listened in shock, goosebumps rising on her skin. Why does such a cruel place exist in this world? They were just children then. You said the mission was accomplished, right? If so, why were you punished? Lin Qingyou's fists clenched tighter in frustration. Because we did not cooperate, nor did we coordinate. We merely acted independently. As partners in life and death, we must live and die together, entrusting our backs to each other without any worries, fully trusting one another. Lin Qingyou was taken aback. From that point onward, as long as we do not cooperate, do not coordinate, and do not trust each other, we would face increasingly severe punishments and torment. Over time, even the strongest wings would be rendered useless. In truth, both Mingyu and Yin Hanyu are quite stubborn. Yet in that hellish place, even the most obstinate would find it futile. The more one resists, the more one suffers. There is no choice but to obey. Now, can you answer my question? Huh? What question? Lin Qingyou was momentarily caught off guard. Why did you ask me first? Did you suffer the same hardships as Yin Hanyu? Were you afraid? Did it hurt? Because I feel great sorrow for Yin Hanyu, and for you as well. Sorrow for me? Mingyu furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why she would be pitted. You are, after all, a girl. How many girls at that age are frolicking about in pretty princess dresses, carefree and happy? But what about you? Lin Qingyou felt a pang of sympathy. A girl? Mingyu chuckled bitterly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten I was a girl. Yin Hanyu had previously remarked that Lin Qingyou was unlike her. Yet, Mingyu was insistent on a skewed interpretation. In truth, it was simple. In Yin Hanyu's eyes, Mingyu was not a girl like Lin Qingyou. That deep pit was filthy, foul, and perilous. Lin Qingyou should never be there. But Mingyu could be, for she had always lived in such an environment. Forgotten you were a girl? Lin Qingyou felt a sharp ache in her heart, her eyes stinging. But you were a girl, a super beautiful girl. Mingyu fell silent, yet an unusual feeling stirred within her. Finally, she raised her head and began to answer Lin Qingyou's question earnestly. Yin Hanyu's sufferings were not entirely shared by me. He was undoubtedly the one who suffered the most. Why? Mingyu shook her head. I do not know, but I can feel it. They captured many children, and among them, Yin Hanyu was the one who endured the most torment, the one who was most targeted. It seems the captors held a deep hatred for him.